+1 flew over the cuckoo's nest one day *re out there black boys in white suits up before me to commit sex acts in the hall and get it mopped up before I can catch them. They're mopping when I come out the dorm, all three of them sulky and hating everything, the time of day, the place thefra at here, the people they got to VNRK around. \hen they hate like this, better if they don't see me. I creep along the ville quiet as dust in my canvas shoes, but they got special sensitive equipment detects my fear and they all look up, all three at once, eyes glittering out of the black faces like the hard glitter of radio tubes out of the back of an old radio. Here's the chief. The MO chief, Fellas_01 Chief Broom. Here you go, Chief Broom. Stick a mop in my hand and motion to the spot they aim for me to clean today, and I go. One swats the backs of my legs with a broom handle to hurry me past. Ha, you look at I'm Shagget? Big enough to eat apples off my head and he mind me like a baby. They laugh and then I hear them mumbling behind me, heads close together. Hum of black machinery, humming hate and death and other hospital secrets. They don't and are not talking out loud about their hate secrets when I'm nearby because they think I'm deaf and dumb. Everybody thinks so. I'm cagey enough to fool them that much. If my being half Indian ever helped me in any way in this dirty it helped me being cagey, helped me all these years. I'm mopping near the ward door when a key hits it from the other side and I know it's the big nurse by the way the lock U7JRKS cleave to the key, soft and swift and familiar she been around locks so long. She slides through the door a gust of cold and locks the door behind her and I see her fingers trail across the polished steel tip of each finger the same color as her lips. Funny orange like the tip of a soldering iron. Color so hot or so cold if she touches you with it you can't tell which she's carrying her woven choker bag like the ones the Umpqua tribe sells out along the hot August highway, a bag shape of a toolbox a hemp handle she's had it all the years I've been here. It's a loose weave and I can see inside it, there's no compact or lipstick or woman stuff, she's got that bag full of 1,000 parts she aims to use in her duties today wheels and gears, cogs polished to a hard glitter, tiny pills that gleam like porcelain, needles, forceps, watchmaker's pliers, rolls of copper MRE she dips a nod at me as she goes past. I let the mop push me back to the wall and smile and try to foul her equipment up as much as possible by not letting her see my eyes. They can't tell so much about you if you got your eyes closed. In my dark I hear her rubber heels hit the tile and the stuff in her wicker bag clash with the jar of her walking as she passes me in the hall. She walks stiff. \en I open my eyes she's down the hall about to tum into the glass nurse's station where she'll spend a day sitting at her desk and looking out her window and making notes on what goes on out in front of her in the day room during the next 8 hours. Her face looks pleased and peaceful with the thought then she cites those black boys. They're still down there together, mumbling to one another. They didn't hear her come on the ward. They sense she's glaring down at them now, but it's too late. They should have came you better to group up and mummable together when she was due on the ward. Their faces bob apart, confused. She es into a crouch and advances on where they're trapped in a huddle at the end of the corridor. She knows what they've been saying and I can see she's furious, clean out of control. She's going to tear the black bastards limb from limb, she's so furious. She's swelling up, swells till her back's splitting out the white uniform and she's let her arms section out long enough to wrap around the three of them 6 times. She looks around her with a swivel off her huge head, nobody up to see, just old Broom Bromden the half-breed Indian back there hiding behind his mop and can't talk to call for help. So she really lets herself go and her painted smile twists, stretches to an open snarl, and she blows up bigger and bigger, big as a tractor, so big I can smell the machinery inside the smell a motor pulling too big a load. I hold my breath and figure, my God, this time they're gonna do it, this time they let the hate build up too high and overloaded and they're gonna tear one another to pieces before they realize what they're doing. But just as she starts crooking those sectioned arms around the black boys and they go to ripping at her underside the mop handles, all the patients start coming out of the dorms to check on what's the hullabaloo, and she has to change back before she's caught in the shape of her hideous real self. By the time the patients get their eyes tubbed to where they can half-even see what the racket's about, all they see is the head nurse, smiling and calm and cold as usual, telling the black boys they'd best not stand in a group gossiping when it is Monday morning and there is such a lot to get done on the first morning of the week. Mean old Monday morning, you know, boys fee, Ms. Ratched, and we have quite a number of appointments this morning, so perhaps, if per standing here in a group talking isn't too you and yeah, Ms. Ratched. She stops and nods at some of the patients come to stand around and stare out of eyes all red and puffy with sleep. She nods once to each. Precise, automatic gesture. Her face is smooth, calculated, and precision-made, like an expensive baby doll, scenic flesh-colored enamel, blend of white and cream and baby blue eyes, small nose, pink little nostrils, everything working together except the color on her lips and fingernails, and the size of her. A mistake was made somehow in manufacturing, putting those big, womanly breasts on what would have otherwise been a perfect work, and you can see how bitter she is about it. The men are still standing and waiting to see what she was onto the black boys about, so she remembers seeing me and says, and since it is Monday, innies, why don't we get a good head start on the week by shaving poor Mr. Bromden Erst this morning before the after breakfast rush on the shaving room, and see if we can't avoid some of the odd disturbance he tends to cause, don't you think? Before anybody can come to look for me, I duck back in the mop closet, jerk the door shut dark after me, hold my breath. Shaving before get breakfast is the worst time. When you got something under your belt you're stronger and more awake, and the bastards who work for AE Combine aren't so apt to slip one of their machines in on you in place of an electric shaver. But when you shave before breakfast, Ilka she has me do some mornings 6:30 in the morning in a room all white walls and white basins, and long tube lights in the ceiling, making sure there aren't any shadows, and faces all round you trapped screaming behind the mirrors. Then what chance you got against one of their machines? I hide in the mop closet and listen, my heart beating in the dark, and I try to keep from getting scared, try to get my thoughts off someplace else, try to think back and remember things about the village and the big Columbia River, think about a one time Papa and me were hunting birds in a stand of cedar trees near the Danes. But always when I try to place my thoughts in the past and hide there, the fear close at hand seeps in through the memory. I can feel that least black boy out there coming up the hall, smelling out for my fear. He opens out his nostrils, black funnels, his outsized head bobbing this way and that as he sniffs, and he sucks in fear from all over the ward. He's smelling me now, I can hear him snort. He don't know where I'm hid, but he's smelling and he's hunting around. I bite to keep still. Papa tells me to keep still, tells me that the dog senses a bird somewheres right close. We borrowed a pointer dog from a man in the Dallas _ all the village dogs are no count mongrels, Papa says, fish gut eaters and no class at all. This here dog he got don't say anything, but I already see the bird up in a scrub cedar, hunched in a grey knot of feathers. Dog running in circles underneath, much smell around for him to point for sure. The bird safe as long as he keeps still. He's holding out pretty good, but the dog keeps sniffing and circling louder and closer. Then the bird breaks, feathers springing, jumps out of the cedar into the bird shot from Papa's gun. Before I get 10 steps out of the least black boy and one of the bigger ones catch me mop closet, and drag me back to the shaving rch.m_. I don't fight or make any noise. If you yell it's just tougher on you. I hold back the yelling. I hold back till they get to my temples. I'm not sure it's one of those substitute machines and not a shaver. It gets to my temples, then I can't hold back. It's not a willpower thing anymore when they get to my temples. It's a button, pushed, says ale raid, tums me on so loud it's like no sound, everybody yelling at me, hands over their ears from behind a glass wall, faces working around in talk circles but no sound from the mouths. My sound soaks up all other sound. They start the fog machine again and it's snowing down cold and white all over me like skim milk, so thick I might even be able to hide in it if they didn't have a hold on me. I can't see 6 inches in front of me through the fog, and the only thing I can hear over the wail I'm making is the big nurse hoop and charge up the hall while she crashes patients out of her way with that Visker bag. I hear her coming but I still can't hush my hollering. I holler L she gets there. They hold me down while she rams wicker bag and all into my mouth and shoves it down vsth a mop handle. A blue tick hound bays out there in the fog running scared and lost because he can't see. No tracks on the ground but the ones he's mawing, and he sniffs in every direction with his cold red rubber nose and picks up no scent but his own fear burning dov m into him eek steam. It's gonna bum me just that itty, Annalie telling about all this, about the hospital, and her, and the guys and about McMurphy. I been silent so long now it's gonna roar out of me eek flood waters and you think the guy telling this is ranting and raving my cod, you think this is too horrible to have really happened, this is too awful to be the truth. But, please. It's still hard for me to have a clear mind thinking on it. But it's the truth even if it didn't happen. Point 2 When the fog clears to where I can see, I'm sitting in the day RCKM_ they didn't take me to the shock shop this time. I remember they me out of the shaving RCHJM and locked me in seclusion. I don't remember if I got breakfast or not. Probably not. I can call to mind some moments locked in seclusion. The black boys keep bringing seconds of everything supposed to be for me, but they eat it instead. All three of them get breakfast while I lie there on that stinking mattress, watching them wipe up egg vsth toast. I can smell the grease and hear them chew the toast. Other mornings they bring me cold mush and force me to eat it without it even being salted. This morning I plain don't remember. They got enough of those things they call pills down me so I don't know a thing till I hear the ward door open. That ward door opening means it's at least 8 o'clock, means there's been maybe an hour and a half I was out cold in that seclusion room when the technicians could have come in and installed anything the big nurse ordered and IV.73 oldn't have the slightest notion what. I hear noise at the ward door, off up the hall out of my SI at LT_. That ward door starts opening at 8 and opens and closes 1,000 times a day, cautious, click. Every morning we sit lined up on each side of the day room, mixing jigsaw puzzles after breakfast, listen for a key to hit the lock, and wait to see what's coming in. There's not a whole lot else to do. Sometimes, at the door, it's a young resident in early so he can watch what we're like before medication. They call it. Sometimes it's a V's Faye visiting there on high heels with her purse held tight over her belly. Sometimes it's a clutch of grade school teachers being led on a tour by that fool public relation man who's always clapping his TVET hands together and saying how overjoyed he is that mental hospitals have eliminated all the old-fashioned cruelty. Qaxmata cheap atmosphere, don't you agree? He'll bustle around the school teachers, who are bunched together for safety, clapping his hands together. Oh, when I think back on the old days, on the filth, the bad food, even, yes, brutally, oh, I realize, ladies, that we have come a long way in our campaign. /EO ever comes in the door is usually somebody disappointing, but there's always a chance otherwise, and when a key hits the lock all the heads come up like there's strings on them. This morning the lock forks rattle strange, it's not a regular visitor at the door. An escort man's voice calls down, edgy and impatient, admission, come sign for him, and the black boys go. Admission. Everybody stops playing cards and Monopoly, tums toward the day room door. Most days I'd be out sweeping the hall and see who they're signing in, but this morning, like I explained to you, the big nurse put £1,000 down me and I can't budge out of the chair. Most days I'm the first one to see the admission, watch him creep in the door and slide along the wall and stand scared. The black boys come sign for him and take him into the shower room, where they strip him and leave him shivering with the door open while they all three run grinning up and down the halls looking for the Vaseline. Wet that Vaseline, they'll tell the big nurse, for the thermometer. She looks from one to the other, I'm sure you do, and hands them a jar holds at least a gallon, but mind boys don't group up in there. Then I seemvo, maybe all three of them in there, in that shower room. The admission, running that thermometer around in the grease till it's coated the size of your finger, crooning "Th's right, mutha, that's right," and then shut the door and tum all the showers up to where you can't hear anything but the vicious hiss of Veemter on the green tile. I'm out there most days, and I see it like that, but this morning I have to sit in the chair and only listen to them bring him in. Still, even though I can't see him, I know he's no ordinary admission. I don't hear him slide scared along the wall, and when they tell him about the shower he don't just submit with a weak little yes, he tells them right back in a loud, brassy voice that he's already plenty damn clean. Thank you, they showered me this morning at the courthouse and last night at the jail. And I swear I believe they'd have washed my ears for me on the taxi ride over if they could have found the facilities_who boy, seems like every time they ship me someplace I gotta get scrubbed down before, after, and during the operation. I'm gettin' so the sound of 11-2 ter makes me start gathering up my belongings. And get back Axe from me with that thermometer, Sam, and give me a minute to look my new home over. I never been in a institute of psychology before. The patient's 100k at one and others puzzled faces, then back to the door. Air his voice is still coming in. Talking louder and you'd think he needed to if the black boys were anywhere near him. He sounds like he's way above them, talking down, like he's sailing 50 yards overhead, hollering at those below on the ground. He sounds big, I hear him coming down the hall, and he sounds big in the way he talks, and he sure don't slide. He's got iron on his heels and he rings it on the floor like horseshoes. He shows up in the door and stops and hitches his thumbs in his kits, boots apart, and stands there vsth the guys looking at him. Good mommy, L buddies. There's a paper Halloween bat hanging on a string above his head. He reaches up and flicks it so it spins around. Mighty nice fall day. He talks a little the Avy Papa used to, voice loud and full of hell, but he doesn't look Ilka Papa. Papa you as a full-blood Columbia Indiana chief and hard and shiny as a gunstock. This guy is red-headed with long red sideburns and an angle of curls out from under his cap, been needing cut a long time, and he's broad as Papa was tall, broad across the jaw and shoulders and chest, a broad white devilish grin, and he's hard in a different kind of way from Papa, and of the Avy a baseball is hard. Under the scuffed leather. A seam runs across his nose and one cheekbone where somebody laid him a good one in a fight, and the stitches are seii in the seam. He stands there waiting, and when nobody makes a move to say anything to him he commences to laugh. Nolnkly can tell exactly why he laughs, there's nothing funny going on. But it's not the TV that public relation laughs, it's free and loud and it comes out of his wide grinning mouth and spreads in rings bigger and bigger. It's lapping against the walls all over the ward. Not like that fat public relation low at L_this sounds real. I realize all of a sudden it's the first laugh I've heard in years. He stands looking at us, rocking back in his BCOTS, and he laughs and laughs. He laces his fingers over his belly without taking his thumbs out of his pockets. I see how big and beat up his hands are. Everybody on the ward, patients, staff, and all, is stunned dumb by him and his laughing. There's no move to stop him, no move to say anything. He laughs till he's finished for a time, and he valks on into the day room. Even when he isn't laughing, that laughing sound hovers around him, the way the sound hovers around a big bell just quit ringing. It's in his eyes, in the yuppie he smiles and swaggers, in the way he talks. My name is McMurphy, buddies, P. McMurphy, and I'm a gambling fool. He winks and sings a little piece of a song, and whenever I meet with a deck of cards I lays my money __ down, and laughs again. He walks to one of the card games, EPS and *EODS cards up with a thick, heavy finger, and squints at the hand and shakes his head. Yes'll, that's what I came to this establishment for, to bring you birds fun and entertainment around a gammon table. Nobody effed in that Pendleton work farm to make my days interesting anymore, so I requested a yassi. Needed some new blood. Hooey, look at the 80 this bird holds his cards, showing to everybody in a block, man. I'll trim you babies like little lambs. Cheswick gathers his cards together. The red-headed man sticks his hand out for Cheswick to shake. Hello, buddy, what's that you're playin'? Pinnacle. Jesus, no V.7 gender, you don't care nothin' about showing your hand. Don't have a straight deck around here? Well say, here we go, I brought along my 01VN deck, Lust in case, has something in it other than face cards and check the pictures, hull. Everyone different. 50 TiVo positions. Cheslevik is pop-eyed already, and what he sees on those cards don't help his condition. Easy now, don't smudge we got lots of time, lots of games ahead of us. I like to use my deck here because it takes at least a week for the other players to get to where they can even see that he's got on work farm pants and shirt, sunned out till they're the color of watered MLLK_. His face and neck and arms are the color of oxblood leather from warring long in the fields. He's got a primer black motorcycle cap stuck in his hair and a leather jacket over one arm, and he's got on boots gray and dusty and heavy enough to kick a man half in. He walks away from Cheswick and takes off the cap and to beating a dust storm out of his thigh. One of the black boys circles him with the thermometer, but he's quick for them. He slips in among the acutes and starts moving around shaking hands before the black boy can take good aim. The AV he talks, his L_.FNK-, his loud talk, his swagger all remind me of a car salesman or a stock auctioneer or one of those pitchmen you see on a sideshow stage, out in front of his flapping banners, standing there in a striped shirt with yellow buttons, drawing the faces off the sawdust like a magnet. A_X11 at happen vusi, Ibis. I got in a couple of hassles at the work farm, to tell the pure truth, and the C-art rule D that I'm a psychopath_. And do you think I'm gonna argue VSTH the you can bet bottom dollar I don't. If it gets me out of those damned pea fields I'll be whatever their little heart desires, be it psychopath or mad dog or werewolf, because I don't care if I never see another Wiedenho to my dying day. Now they tell me a psychopath's a guy fights tchj much and fucks too much, but they ain't wholly right, do you think? I mean, whoever heard tell of a man getting too much puzzle? Hello, buddy. What do they call you? My name's McMurphy and I'll bet you dollars here and now that you can't tell me how many SPTS are in that pinnacle hand you're holding. Don't look $2, what do ya say? God damn, Sam. Can't you wait half a minute to me VSTH that damn thermometer of yours. 3 The new man stands looking a minute, to get the setup of the day room. One side of the room younger patients, known as acutes because the doctors figure them still sick enough to be fixed, practice aim wrestling and card tricks where you add and subtract and count down so many and it's a certain card. Billy Bibbit tries to lean to roll a tailor-made cigarette, and Martini walks around, discovering things under the tables and chairs. The acutes move around a lot. They tell jokes to each other and snicker in their fists. No NCLY ever dares let loose and laugh. The whole staff be in with notebooks and a lot of questions, and they write letters with yellow, runty, chewed pencils _ they spy on each other. Sometimes one man says something about himself that he didn't aim to let slip, and one of his buddies at the table where he said it yawns and gets up and sidles over to the big logbook by the nurse's STAEN and writes do VN. The piece of information he heard of therapeutic interest to the whole ward, is what the big nurse says the book is for. But I know she's lustipating to get enough evidence to have some guy reconditioned at the main building overhauled in the head to straighten out the trouble. The guy that wrote the piece of information in the logbook, he gets a star by his name on the roll and gets to sleep late the next day. Across the room from the acutes are the culls of the Combine's product, the clonks _ not in the hospital, these, to get fixed, but just to keep them from levicking around the streets giving the a bad narn _ chronics are in for good. The staff concedes. Chronics are divided into walkers like me, can still get around if you keep them fed, and / healers and vegetables. What the chronics are, or most of us are, machines with flaws inside that can't be repaired, flaws born in, or flaws beat in over so many years of the guy running head on into solid things that by the time the hospital found him he was bleeding rust in some vacant lot. But there are some of us chronics that the staff made a couple of mistakes on years back, some of us who were acutes when we came in, and got changed over. Ellis is a chronic, came an acute and got fouled up bad when they overloaded him in that filthy brain murdering room that the black boys call the shock shop. Now he's nailed against the wall in the same condition they lifted him off the table for the last time, in the same shape, arms out, palms cupped, with the same horror on his face. He's nailed like that on the eval, like a stuffed trophy. They pull the nails when it's time to eat or time to drive him into bed when they want him to move so's I can mop the puddle where he stands. At the old place he stood so long in one spot the piss ate the floor and beams away under him and he kept falling through to the ward below, giving them all kinds of census headaches down there when roll check came around. Ruckley is another chronic, came in a few years back as an acute, but him they overloaded in a different way. They made a mistake in one of their head installations. He was being a holy nuisance all over the place, kicking the black boys and biting the student nurses on the legs, so they took him away to be fixed. They strapped him to that table, and the last anybody saw of him for a while was lust before they shut the door on him. He T-winked, just before the door closed, and told the black boys as they backed away from him, "You'll pay for this, you damn tar babies." And they brought him back to the ward TiVo weeks later, bald and the front of his face an oily purple bruise and TiVo edel button-sized plugs stitched one above each eye. You can see by his eyes how they burned him out over there. His eyes are all smoked up and grey and deserted inside like BLOVN fuses. All day now he won't do a thing but hold an old photograph up in front of that burned out face, turning it over and over in his cold angles, and the picture v.7 JRE grey as his eyes on both sides with all his handling till you can't tell any more what it used to be. The staff, now, they consider Ruckley one of their failures, but I'm not sure but what he's better off than if the installation had been perfect. The installees they do nowadays are generally successful. The technicians got more skill and experience. No more of the buttonholes in the forehead, no cutting at all, they go in through the eye sockets. Sometimes a guy goes over for an installee, leaves the ward mean and mad and snapping at the whole VNRLD and comes back a few weeks later VSTH black and blue eyes like he'd been in a fist fight, and he's the sweetest, nicest, ERS behaved thing you ever saw. He'll maybe even go home in a month or TiVo, a hat pulled low over the dream. A success, they say, but I say face of a sleepwalker wandering round in a simple, happy he's just another robot for the combine and might be better off as a failure, like Ruckley sitting there fumbling and drooling over his picture. He never does much else. The dwarf black boy gets a rise out of him from time to time by leaning close and asking, "Say, Ruckley, what you eager your little Visfay is doing in town tonight?" Ruckley's head comes up. Memory whispers someplace in that jumbled machinery. He tums red and his veins clog up at one end. This puffs him up so he can just barely make a little whistling sound in his throat. Bubbles squeeze out the corner of his mouth. He's working his jaw so hard to say something. \n he finally does get to where he can say his few words. It's a low, cone noise to make your skin didavave, and passes out on the spot from the effort. Ellis and Ruckley are the youngest chronics. Colonel Matterson is the oldest, an old, petrified cavalry soldier from the First War who is given to lifting the skirts of passing nurses with his cane, or teaching some kind of history out of the text of his left hand to anybody that'll listen. He's the oldest on the ward, but not the ones iron here longest. His wife brought him in only a few years back, when she got to where she wasn't up to tending him any longer. I'm the one been here on the ward the longest, since the Second World War. I been here on the ward longer than anybody. Longer than any of the other patients. The big nurse has been here longer and the chronics and the acutes don't generally mingle. Each stays on his own side of the day room the way the black boys want it. The black boys say it's more orderly that way and let everybody know that's the way they'd like it to stay. They move us in after breakfast and look at the grouping and nod. That's right, gentlemen, that's the TV now you keep it that way. Actually there isn't much need for them to say anything, because, other than me, the chronics don't move around much, and the acutes say they'd lust as leave stay over on ale own side, give reasons like the chronic side smells 1173 RSE than a dirty diaper. But I know it isn't the stink that keeps them away from the chronic side so much as they don't like to be reminded that here's what could happen to TBNM someday. The big nurse recognizes this fear and knows how to put it to use. She'll point out to an acute, whenever he goes into a sulk, that you boys be good boys and cooperate with the staff policy which is engineered for your CU, or you'll end up over on that side. Everybody on the vocal is proud of the AVA the patient's CCH _. We got a little brass tablet tacked to a piece of maple wood that has PR, entered on it. Congratulations for getting along with the smallest of personnel of ward the hospital _ it's a prize for cooperation. It's hung on the wall right above the log LMK, RI at LT square in the middle bet.veen the chronics and acutes _ this new red-headed admation, McMurphy, knows right away he's not a chronic. After he checks the day RCH.M over a minute, he sees he's meant for the acute side and goes right for it, grinning and shaking hands everybody he comes to. At first I see that he's main everybody over there feel uneasy, with all his edding and joking and with the brassy way he hollers at that black boy who's still after him vsth a thermometer, and especially with that big laugh of his dials bridge in the control panel. At the sound of it the acutes look and uneasy when he laughs, the way kids look in a schoolroom when one ornery kid is raising too much hell with the teacher out of the room and they're all scared the teacher might pop back in and take it into her head to make them all stay after. They're fidgeting and twitching, responding to the dials in the control panel. I see McMurphy notices he's making them uneasy, but he don't let it slow him down. Darren, what a sorry luang out et _ you boys don't look so crazy to me. He's trying to get them to loosen up. The AD you see an auctioneer spinning jokes to loosen up the crow axle before the bidding starts. /Hitch one of you claims to be the craziest. Killick one is the biggest loony. Ixio runs these card games. It's my first day, and what I like to do is make a good impression straight off on the right man if he can prove to me he IJ the right man. Who's the bullgoose loony here? He's saying this directly to Billy Bibbit _ he leans down and glares so hard at Billy that Billy feels compelled to stutter out that he isn't the but bullgoose loony yet, though he's next in LUH line for the job _ McMurphy sticks a big hand down in front of Billy, and Billy can't do a thing but shake it. Well, buddy, he says to Billy, I'm truly glad you're next in LUH honey for the job, but since I'm thinking about taking over this whole show myself, lock, stock, and barrel, maybe I better talk vsth the top man. He looks round to where some of the acutes have stopped their card playing, covers one of his hands with the other, and cracks all his knuckles at the SIHTI eager, you see, buddy, to be sort of the gambling baron on this Tvard, deal a game of blackjack _ so you better take me to your leader and we'll get it straightened out who's gonna be boss around here. Nobody's sure if this barrel-chested man with the scar and the wild grin is play acting or if he's crazy inu at L to be lust like he talks, or both, but they are all beginning to get a big kick out of going along with him. They watch as he puts that big red hand on Billy's thin arm, waiting to see what Billy T will say. Billy sees how it's up to him to break the silence, so he looks around and picks out one of the pinnacle players, handing Billy says, guess it would be BBU your president of Patients Council. This man wants to talk to you. The acutes are grinning now, not so uneasy anymore, and glad that something out of the ordinary's going on. They all raz Harding ask him if he's bullgoose loony _ he lays down his cards. Harding is a flat, nervous man, a face that sometimes makes you think you seen him in the movies. Ilka, it's a face too pretty to lust be a guy on the street. He's got thin shoulders and he curves them in around his chest when he's trying to hide inside himself. He's got hands so long and white and dainty I think they carved each other out of soap, and sometimes they get Icos and Ida around in front of him free as Tivo white birds until he notices them and traps them between his knees. It bothers him that he's got pretty hands. He's president of the Patients Council on account of he has a paper that says he graduated from college. The paper's framed and sits on his nightstand next to a picture of a woman in a bathing suit who also looks like you've seen her in the moving pictures. She's got very big breasts and she's holding the top of the bathing suit up over them with her angers and looking sideways at the camera _ you can see Harding sitting on a towel behind her, looking senny in his bathing suit, like he's waiting for some big guy to kick sand on him. Harding brags a lot about having such a woman for a wife, says she's the sexiest woman in the world and she can't get enough of him nights. Zyman Billy points him out. Harding leans back in his chair and assumes an important look, speaks up at the ceiling lift out looking at Billy or McMurphy. Does this gentleman have an appointment, Mr. Bibbit. Do you have an appointment, Mr. MCMM Murphy? Mr. Harding is a busy man, nobody sees him without an AP appointment _ he looks at Billy with one eye, and this busy man Nil Harding is he the bull goose loony. Billy nods his head up and down real fast, Billy's tickled with all the attention he's getting. Then you tell bull goose loony Harding that RP McMurphy is waiting to see him and that this hospital ain't big enough for the two of us. I'm accustomed to being top man. I been a bull goose cat skinner for every Jippo logging operation in the Northwest and bull goose gambler all the way from Korea, was even bull goose pea weeder on that pea farm at Pendleton, so I figure if I'm bound to be a loony, then I'm bound to be a stomp down dajum good one. Tell this Harding that he either meets me man to man or he's a yaller skunk and better be out of town by sunset. Harding leans farther back, hooks his thumbs in his lapels. Bibbit, you tell this young upstart McMurphy that I'll meet him in the main hall at high and we'll settle this affair once and for all. Libidos ablazing _ Harding tries to drawl like McMurphy, it sounds funny with his high, breathy voice. You might also warn him, just to be fair, that I have been bull goose loony on this ward for nigh onto TiVo years, and that I'm crazier than any man alive. ML Bibbit, you might wham this mi. Harding that I'm so crazy I admit to voting for Eisenhower. Bibbit. You tell XIL McMurphy I'm so crazy I voted for Eisenhower twice. And you tell Mr. Harding right puts both hands on the table and leans down, his voice getting I'm so crazy I plan to vote for Eisenhower again this number _ I take off my hat, Harding says, bows his head, and shakes hands with McMurphy. There's no doubt in my mind that McMurphy's won, but I'm not sure just what. All the other acutes leave what they've been doing and ease up close to see what new sort this fellow is. Nobody like him's ever been on the ward before. They're asking him where he's from and what his business is in a TV I've never seen them do before. He says he's a dedicated man. He says he was just a wanderer and logging bum before the army took him and taught him what his natural bent was, lust like they taught some men to gold brick and some men to goof off. He says, they taught him to play poker. Since then he's settled down and devoted himself to gambling on all levels, just play poker and stay single and eat where and how he wants to, if people would let him, he says, but you know how society persecutes a dedicated man. Ever since I found my Callan I done time in so many small town jails I could write a brochure. They say I'm a habitual hustler. Like I egged some. Should _ they didn't mind so much when I was a dumb logger and got into a hassle, that's excusable, they say, that's a hard Warren feller blowing off steam they say. But if you're a gambler, if they came you to get up again now and then, all you have to do is spit slant vse and you're a goddamned criminal hooey, it upus breaking up the budget driving me to and from the pokey for a while there. He shakes his head and puffs out his cheeks but that vast lust for a period of time. I leaned the rowie to tell the truth, this salt and bitterly I was doing in Pendleton was the first hitch in close to a year. That's why I got busted. I upus out of practice, this guy was able to get up off the floor and get to the cops before I left town, a very tough individual. He laughs again and shakes hands and sits down to arm wrestle every time that black boy gets too near him with the thermometer. He's met everybody on the acute side and when he finishes shaking hands with the last acute he comes right on over to the chronics, we aren't no different. You can't tell if he's really this friendly or if he's got some gambler's reason for trying to get acquainted. Guys so far gone, a lot of them don't even know their names. He's there pulling Ellis's hand off the wall and shaking it lust like he was a politician running for something and Ellis's vote was good as anybody's. Buddy, he says to Ellis in a solemn voice, my name is RP McMurphy and I don't like to see a full-grown man sloshing around in his own water. WHYNT you go get dried up. Ellis looks down at the puddle around his feet in pure surprise. I thank you, he says and even moves off a few steps toward the latrine before the nails pull his hands back to the wall. McMurphy comes down the ENE of chronics, shakes hands Colonel Matterson and with Ruckley and Old Pete. He shakes the hands of ex-healers and walkers and vegetables, shakes hands that he has to pick up out of laps like picking up dead birds, mechanical birds, wonders of tiny bones and wiles that have run down and fallen. Shakes hands with everybody he comes to except Big George the water freak, who grins and shies back from that unsanitary hand, so McMurphy just salutes him and says to his own right hand as he walks away, "Hand, how do you suppose that old fellow knew all the evil you've been into? Nobody can make out what he's driving at, or why he's making such a fuss with meeting everybody, but it's better than mixing jigsaw puzzles. He keeps saying it's a necessary thing to get around and meet the men he'll be dealing with, part of a gambler's job. But he must imo 15 he ain't going to be dealing vsth no 80-year-old organic who couldn't do any more vsth a playing card than put it in his mouth and gin it a while. Yet he looks like he's envying himself, like he's the sort of guy that gets a laugh out of people. I'm the last one still strapped in the chair in the Comer. McMurphy stops when he gets to me and hooks his thumbs in his pockets again and leans back to laugh. Eek, he sees something funnier about me than about anybody else. All of a sudden I was scared he was laughing because he knew the way I was sitting there with my knees pulled up and my arms wrapped around them, staring straight ahead as though I couldn't hear a thing. "I was all an act," he said. "Look what we got here." I remember all this part real clear. I remember the way he closed one eye and epped his head back and looked down across that healing wine-colored scar on his nose, laughing at me. I thought at first that he was laughing because of how funny it looked, an Indian's face and black, oily Indian's hair on somebody like me. I thought maybe he was laughing at how weak I looked. But thence when I remember thinking that he was laughing because he wasn't fooled for 1 minute by my deaf and dumb act, it didn't make any difference bow kg the act I was, he was onto me and I was laughing and winking to let me know it. /hat's your story, Big Chi, you look like sit-in bull on a sit-down strike. He looked over to the acutes to see if they might laugh about his joke. When they just sniggered he looked back to me and winked again. "Your name, Chief?" Billy Bibbit called across his NN name is Bromden. "Chief Bromden. Everybody calls him Chief but Broom, though, because the aides have him sweeping a large part of the time. There's not much else he can do, I guess. He's deaf." Billy put his chin in hands. "If I was deaf he would heal myself." McMurphy kept looking at me. "He gets his growth, he'll be pretty good sized, won't he? I wonder how tall he is. I think somebody measured him once at 6 feet 7, but even if he is big he's scared of his own shsh shadot underscore just a by big deaf Indian. /x11 and I saw him sit in here I asterisk bought he looked some Indian. But Bromden ain't an Indian name. What tribe is he? Ael don't know, Billy said. He was here when I came underscore I have information from the doctor, Harding said, that he is only half Indian, a Columbia Indian, I believe. That's a defunct Columbia Gorge tribe. The doctor said his father was the tribal leader, hence this title, Chief. As to the Bromden part of the name, I'm afraid my knowledge in Indian lore doesn't cover that. McMurphy leaned his head down near mine where I had to look at him. Is that right? You deaf, Chief, he's deaf and dumb. McMurphy puckered his lips and looked at my face a long time. Then he straightened back up and stuck his hand out. Tell, what the hell, he can shake hands can't he? Deaf or whatever. By God, Chief, you may be big, but you shake my hand or I'll consider it an insult. And it's not a idea to insult the new bull goose icon of the hospital. Zyman, he said that he looked back over to Harding and Billy and made a face, but he left that hand in front of me, big as a dinner plate. I remember real clear the way that hand looked. There was carbon under the fingernails where he'd worked once in a garage, there was an anchor tattooed back from the knuckles, there was a dirty band-aid on the middle knuckle, peeling up at the edge. All the rest of the knuckles were covered with scars and cuts, old and new. I remember the palm was smooth and hard as bone from hefting the wooden handles of axes and hoes, not the hand you'd think could deal cards. The palm was call-used, and the calluses were cracked, and dirt was worked in the cracks. A road map of his travels up and down the west. That palm made a scuffing sound against my hand. I remember the fingers were thick and strong closing over mine, and my hand commenced to feel peculiar and went to swelling up out there on my sec of an arm, eke he was transmitting his own blood into it. It rang VSTH blood and power, it blowed up near as big as his, I remember. M.I. McMurray, it's the big nurse. M.I. McMurray, could you come here please? It's the big nurse. That black boy, the thermometer has gone and got her. She stands there tapping that thermometer against her wristwatch, eyes whirring while she tries to gauge this new man. Her lips are in that triangle shape, like a doll's lips ready for a fake nipple. Zaid Williams tells me, XIL McMurray, that you've been somewhat difficult about your admission. Please understand, I appreciate the way you've taken it upon yourself to shower. Is this true? Orient with the other patients on the ward, but everything in its own good time, Mr. McMurray _ I'm sorry to interrupt you and M.I. Bromden, but you do understand, the area must follow the rifles. He tips his head back and gives that ank that she isn't fooling him any more than I did, that he's onto her. He looks up at her with one eye for a minute. Yeah no, ma'am, he says, yeah no, that is the exact thing Eloise tells me about the rides. He grins. They both smile back and forth at each other, sizing each other up. Just when they figure I'm about to do the dead opposite, then he lets go my hand. Point 4 in the glass station, the big nurse has opened a package from a foreign address and is sucking into hypodermic needles the grass and milk liquid that came in vial in the package. One of the little nurses, a girl with one wandering eye that always keeps looking worried over her shoulder while the other one goes about its usual business, picks up the little tray of filled needles but doesn't carry them away just yet. _hat, Miss Ratched, is your opinion of this new patient? I mean, gee, he's good looking and friendly and everything, but in my humble opinion he certainly takes over. The big nurse tests a needle against her fingertip. TM stabs the needle down in the rubber-capped vial and lifts the P. Is exactly what the new patient is planning, to take over. He is what we call a manipulator, Ness Flynn, a man who will use everyone and everything to his 01 VNNs. ZO_ but. I mean, in a mental hospital, what could his ends be? Any number of things. She's calm, smiling, lost in the work of loading the needles. Comfort and an easy life, for instance, the feeling of power and respect, perhaps, monetary gain, perhaps all of these things. Sometimes a manipulator's own ends are simply the actual dimension of the ward for the sake of disruption. There are such people in our society. A manipulator can influence the other patients and disrupt them to such an extent that it may take months to get everything running smooth once more. With the present permissive philosophy in mental hospitals, it's easy for them to get away. VSTH at some years back it was different. I recall some years back we had a man, a Mr. Tabor, on the ATARD, and he was an Ifil ward manipulator for a while. She looks up from her Tivory needle half held in front of her face like a little wand. Her eyes get far off and pleased with the memory. Mr. Tabor, she says. But, gee, the other nurse says, what on earth would make a man want to do something ilka disrupt the ward for, Miss Ratched _ what possible motive _G30. She cuts the edel nurse off by jabbing the needle back into the vial's rubber top, fills it, jerks it out, and lays it on the tray. I watch her hand reach for another empty needle, watch it doled out, hinge over it, drop. You seem to forget, Miss J. Flynn, that this is an institution for the insane. The big nurse tends to get real put out if something keeps her outfit from running like a smooth, accurate, precision-made machine. The slightest thing messy or out of elter or in the AD ties her into a little white emote of tight-smiled fury. She'll s around that same doll smile crimped between her chin and her nose, and that same calm were coming from her eyes, but down inside of her she's tense as steel. I know, I can feel it. And she don't relax a hair till she gets the nuisance attended to, what she calls adjusted to surroundings. Under her rule the ward inside is almost completely adjusted to surroundings. But the thing is, she can't be on the ward all the time. She's got to spend some time outside. So she works with an eye to adjusting the outside world too. Working alongside others her who I call the combine, which is a huge organization that aims to adjust the outside as well as she has the inside, has made her a real veteran at adjusting things. She was already the big nurse in the old place when I came in from the outside so long back, and she'd been dedicating herself to accoutrement for God knows how long, and I've watched her get more and more skillful over the years. Practice has steadied and strengthened her until now she wields a sure power that extends in all directions on hair like whiles too small for anybody's eye but mine. I see her sit in the center of this web of wiles like a watchful tend her nettlefork with mechanical insect skill, know every second which wire runs where and just what current to send up to get the results she wants. I was an electrician's assistant in training Karn before the army shipped me to Genany, and I had some electronics in my year in college is how I learned about the AVA. These things can be rigged. /smat she dreams of there in the center of those wires is a VNRLD of precision, efficiency and tidiness like a pocket watch with a glass back, a place where the schedule is unbreakable and all the patients who aren't outside, obedient under her beam, are wheelchair chronics with catheter tubes run direct from every pant leg to the sewer under the floor. Year by year she accumulates her ideal staff, doctors, all ages and types, come and rise up in front of her ideas of their own about the way a ward should be run, some backbone enough to stand behind their ideas, and she fixes these doctors' dry eyes day in, day out, until they retreat unnatural chills. I tell you I don't know what it is, they tell the guy in charge of personnel. Since I started on that ward with that woman I feel like my veins are running ammonia. I shiver all the time, my kids won't sit in my lap, my wife won't sleep with me. I was on a transfer neurology bin, the alky tank, pediatrics, I lust don't car. She keeps this up for years. The doctors last 3 weeks, 3 months. Until she finally settles for a little man, a big wide forehead and wide lily cheeks and squeezed narrow across his tiny eyes like he once wore glasses that were way too small, wore them for so long they crimped his face in the middle, so now he has glasses on a string to his collar button, they teeter on the purple bridge of his little nose and they are always slipping one side or the other so he'll tip his head when he talks just to keep his glasses level. That's her doctor. Her 3 daytime black boys she acquires after more years of testing and rejecting thousands. They come at her in a long black row of sulky, big-nosed masks, hating her and her chalk doll whiteness from the first they get. She appraises them and their hate for a month or so, then lets them go because they don't hate enough. Hen she finally gets the 3 she wants, gets them one at a time over a number of years, weaving them into her plan and her nettle mmk. She's damn positive they hate anu at L to be capable. The first one she gets years after I been on the ward, a bvisted sinewy dwarf the color of cold asphalt. His mother was raped in Georgia while his papa stood by tied to the hot iron stove with plow traces, blood streaming into his shoes. The boy watched from a closet, years old and squinting his eye to peep out the crack between the door and the jamb, and he never grew an inch after. Now his eyelids hang loose and thin from his brow like he's got a bat perched on the bridge of his nose. Eyelids like thin gay leather, he f's them up just a bit whenever a new white man comes on the ward, peeks out from under them and studies the man up and dorm and nods just once like he's oh yes made positive certain of something he 11 is already sure of. He wanted to carry a sock full of birdshot when he first came on the job, to work the patients into shape, but she told him they didn't do it that TV anymore, made him leave THESAP at home and taught him HER own technique, taught him not to show his hate and to be calm and wait for a little advantage, a little slack then twist the rope and keep the pressure steady. All the time that's the way you get them into shape, she taught him. The other TiVo black boys come 2 years later, coming to work only about a month apart and both looking so much alike I think she had a replica made of the one who came first. They are tall and sharp and bony and their faces are chipped into expressions that never change, flint arrowheads. Their eyes come to points. If you brush against their hair it rasps the hide right off you. All of them black as telephones. The blacker they are, she leaned from that long dark row that came before then, the more time they are likely to devote to cleaning and scrubbing and keeping the ward in order. For instance, all 3 of these boys' uniforms are always spotless as snow. White and cold and stiff as her own, all three wear starched snow white pants and white shirts with metal snaps down one side and white shoes polished like ice, and the shoes have red rubber soles silent as mice up and down the hall. They never make any noise when they move. They materialize in different parts of the yard every time a patient figures to check himself in private or whisper some secret to another guy. A patient will be in a coma all by himself, when all of a sudden there's a squeak and frost forms along his cheek, and he tums in that direction and there's a cold stone mask floating above him against the wall. He just sees the black face. No body. The walls are white as the white suits, polished clean as a refrigerator door, and the black face and hands seem to float against it. Eka ghost years of training, and all three black boys tune in closer and closer with the big nurses. Frequency one by one they are able to disconnect the direct areas and operate on beams. She never gives orders out loud or leaves written instructions that might be found by a visiting wife or schoolteacher. Doesn't need to any. They are in contact on a high voltage wavelength of hate, and the black boys are out there performing her bidding before she even thinks it. So after the nurse gets her staff, efficiency locks the anarch like a watchman's clock. Everything the guys think and say and do is all worked out months in advance, based on the little notes the nurse makes during the day. This is typed and fed into the machine. I hear humming behind the steel door in the rear of the nurse's station. A number of order daily cards are returned, punched a pattern of little square holes. At the beginning of each day the properly dated OD card is inserted in a slot in the steel door and the vols hum up, lights flash on in the dot. At 6:30, the acutes up out of bed quick as the black boys can prod them out, get them to work buffing the floor, emptying ashtrays, polishing the scratch marks off the wall where one old fellow shorted out a day ago, went down in an awful tempest of smoke and smell of bummed rubber. The keelers svang dead log legs out on the floor and wait like seated statues for somebody to roll chairs into them. The vegetables piss the bed, activating an electric shock and buzzer, rolls them off on the ELE where the black boys can hose them clovn and get them in clean greens. 6:45 the shavers buzz and the acutes line up in alphabetical order at the mirrors, A, B, C, D. The walking chionics like me walk in when the acutes are done, then the ex-healers are wheeled in. The three old guys effed, a film of yellow mold on the loose hide under theal chins, they get shaved in their lounge chairs in the day room, a leather strap across the forehead to keep them from flopping around under the shaver. Some mornings, Mondays especially, I hide and try to buck the schedule. Other moments I figure it's cagier to step right into place between A and C in the alphabet and move the route like everybody else, without efting my feet. Powerful magnets in the floor maneuver personnel through the Yuppered Ilka arcade puppets. 7 o'clock the mess hall opens and the order of lineup reverses, the XXIIlers first, then the walkers, then the acutes pick up trays, cornflakes, bacon and eggs, toast and this moming a canned peach on a piece of green, tom lettuce. Some of the acutes bring trays to the wheelers. Most wheelers are just chronics vsth bad legs, they feed themselves, but there's these three of them got no action from the neck down whatsoever, not much from the neck up. These are called vegetables. The black boys push them in after everybody else is sat down, wheel them against a wall, and bring them identical trays of muddy Luang food vsth little white diet cards attached to the trays. Mechanical Soft reads the diet cards for these toothless three: eggs, harn, toast, bacon, all chewed 30 TiVo times a piece by the stainless steel machine in the kitchen. I see it purse sectioned lips, like a vacuum cleaner hose, and spurt a clot of chewed up ham onto a plate with a barnyard sound. The black boys stoke the sucking pink mouths of the vegetables a shade too fast for swallowing, and the Mechanical Soft squeezes out their little knobs of chins onto the greens. The black boys cuss the vegetables and ream the mouths bigger with visting moen of the spoon, like coring a rotten apple. This 01 fart elastic, he's comin' to pieces before my very eyes. I can't tell no more if I'm feeding him bacon puree or chunks of his own fuke and tongue. 7:30 back to the day. The big nurse looks out throw at her special glass, always polished till you can't tell it's there, and nods at what she sees, reaches up and tears a sheet off her calendar. 1 day closer to the goal. She pushes a button for things to start. I hear the wham up of a big sheet of tin being shook someplace. Everybody come to order. Acutes, sit on your side of the DRCHJM and wait for cards and Monopoly games to be brought out. Chronics, sit on per side and wait for puzzles from the Red Cross box. Ellis, go to your place at the wall, hands up to receive the nails and pee running down your leg. Pete, wag your head like a puppet. Scanlon, work your knobby hands on the table in front of you, constructing a make-believe bomb to blow up a make-believe world. Harding, begin talking waving your dove hands in the aisle, then trap them under your armpits because Gru and men aren't supposed to wave their pretty hands that way. Suffolt, begin moaning about your teeth hurting and your hair falling out. Everybody, breath in and out in perfect order, hearts all beating at the rate the OD cards have ordered. Sound of matched cylinders. Like a cartoon world, where the figures are flat and outlined in black, Lerangthayu et al. Some kind of goofy story that might be real funny if it weren't for the cartoon eagers being real guys. 740 Eve. The black boys move down the line of chronics, taping catheters on the ones that will hold SEII for it. Catheters are second-hand condoms, the ends clipped off and rubber banded to tubes that run down pant legs to a plastic sack marked disposable, not to be re-VSED, which it is my job to wash out at the end of each day. The black boys anchor the condom by taping it to the hairs. Old catheter chronics are hairless as babies from tape removal. 8 o'clock. The walls whir and hum into full swing. The speaker in the ceiling says, medications, using the big nurse's .73 ice _. We look in the glass case where she sits, but she's nowhere near the microphone. In fact, she's 10 feet away from the microphone, tutoring one of the how to prepare a neat drug tray VSTH pills arranged orderly. The acutes line up at little nurses, the glass door, A, B, C, D, then the chronics, then the wheelers. The vegetables get theirs later, mixed in a spoon of applesauce. The guys file by and get a capsule in a paper cup, throw it to the back of the throat and get the cup filled water by the little nurse and wash the capsule down. On rare occasions some fool might ask what he's being required to swallow. Oh wait, just a shake, honey. What are these Edelred capsules in here with my vitamin? I know him. He's a big, griping acute, already getting the reputation of being a troublemaker. It's just medication, Mr. Tabor, good for you, down it goes, now. But I mean, what kind of medication? Christ, I can see that they're pills, and just swallow it all, shall we, XIL Tabor, just for me. She takes a quick look at the big nurse to see how the little flirting technique she is using is accepted, then looks back at the acute. He still isn't ready to swallow something he don't know what is, not even just for her. Miss, I don't eat to create trouble. But I don't like to swallow something without knowing what it is, neither. How do I know this isn't one of those funny pills that makes me something I'm not? Don't get upset, Tabor. Upset? All I want to know, for the love of Jesus. But the big nurse has come up quietly, locked her hand on his arm, paralyzes him all the yuppie to the shoulder. That's all right, Miss Flynn, she says. If Mr. Tabor chooses to act like a child, he may have to be treated as such. We've tried to be kind and considerate with him. Obviously, that's not the answer. Hostility, hostility, that's the thanks we get. You can go, XLR_Tabor, if you don't wish to take your medic Ian orally. ZAII, I wanted to know, for the fucking go. He goes off, grumbling, when she frees his arm, and spends the morning moping around the latrine, wondering about those capsules. I got away once holding one of those same red capsules under my tongue, played like I'd swallowed it, and crushed it open later in the broom closet. For a tick of time, before it all tumbled into white dust, I saw it as a miniature electronic element, the ones I helped the radar corps work in the army, microscopic wires and grids and 36 transistors, this one designed to dissolve on contact with air. 870 The cards and puzzles go out _875 Some acute mentions he used to watch his sister taking her bath. The three guys at the table VSTH him fall all over each other to see who gets to write it in the logbook. 8:30 The ward door opens and technicians trot in, smelling like grape wine, Technicians always move at a fast vrk or a trot because they're always leaning so far forward they have to move fast to keep standing. They always lean forward and they always smell like they sterilized their instruments in wine. They pull the lab door to behind them, and I sweep up close and can snake out voices over the vicious zzzthzzzzth of steel on whetstone. A\x11 at we got already at this ungodly hour of the morning. Te got to install an indwelling curiosity cutout in some nosy _hurry up job, she says, and I'm not even sure we got one of the gizmos in stock. I might have to call IBM to rush one out for us. Let me check back in supply and hey, bling out a bottle of that pure grain while you're back there. It's getting so I can't install the simplest frigging component, but what I need a bracer. Well, what the hell, it's better and garage work. Their voices are forced and too quick on the comeback to be real talk, more like cartoon comedy speech. I sweep away before I'm caught eavesdropping. The mvo big black boy cach Tabor in the latrine and drag him to the mattress room. He gets one a good eck in the shins. He's yelling bloody murder. I'm surprised how helpless he looks when they hold him, like he Ava's wrapped bands of black iron. They push him face down on the mattress. One sits on his head, and the other rips his pants open in back and peels the cloth until Tabor's peach-colored rear is framed by the ragged lettuce green. He's smothering curses into the mattress and the black boy sitting on his head saying "T'ha's right, Mr. Tabor, T'ha's right." The nurse comes down the hall, smearing Vaseline on a long needle, pulls the door shut so they're out of sight for a second, then comes right back out, wiping the needle on a shred of Tabor's pants. She's left the Vaseline jar in the room before the black boy can see LOSETHE do, or after her I see the on still sitting on Bet's head, dabbing at him VSTH a Kleenex. They're in there a long time before the door opens up again and they come out, carrying him across the hall to the lab. His greens are ripped clear off now and he's wrapped up in a damp sheet. 9 o'clock. Young residents wearing either elbows talk to acutes for 50 minutes about what they did when they were little boys. The big nurse is suspicious of the crew-cut looks of these residents, and that 50 minutes they are on the ward is a tough time for her. /Italy they are around, the machinery goes to fumbling and she is scowling and making notes to check the records of these boys for old traffic violations and the like. 9:50 the residents leave and the machinery hums up smooth again. The nurse watches the day RCN, M from her glass case. The scene before her takes on that blue steel clarity again, that clean orderly movement of a cartoon comedy. Tabor is wheeled out of the lab on a gummy bed. I had to give him another shot when he started coming up during the spine tap, the technician tells her. Do you say we take him right on over to building 1 and buzz him with EST while we're at it? That you pay not waste the extra second at. I think it is an excellent suggestion. Maybe after that take him to the electroencephalograph and check his head. We may find evidence of a need for brain work. The technicians go trotting off, pushing the man on the gurney, like cartoon men are like puppets, mechanical puppets in one of those Punch and Judy acts where it's supposed to be funny to see the puppet beat up by the devil and swallowed headfirst by a smiling alligator. 10 o'clock the mail comes up. Sometimes you get the Tom envelope. 10:30 public relation comes in with a ladies club following him. He claps his fat hands at the day room door. Oh, hello guys, SEFFEP, SEFFEP. Look around, Gills, isn't it clean? So Bri, this is Miss Ratched _ I chose this ward because it's Bearward _ she's, girls, just like a mother. Not that I mean age, but you girls understand public relations. Shirt collar is so tight it bloats his face up when he laughs, and he's laughing most of the time. I don't ever emo what at, laughing high and fast. He could stop but can't do it, and his face bloated up red and round as a balloon. VSTH a face painted on it. He got no hair on his face and none on his head to speak of. It looks he glued some on once but it kept slipping off and getting in his cuffs and his shirt pocket and down his collar. Maybe that's why he keeps his collar so tight, to keep the little pieces of hail from falling down in there. Maybe that's why he laughs so much, because he isn't able to keep all the pieces out. He conducts these tours. Sirius 1173 men in blazer jackets, nodding to him as he points out how much things have improved over the years. He points out the tea, the big leather chairs, the sanitary drinking fountains, then they all go have coffee in the nurse's station. Sometimes he'll be by himself and just stand in the middle of the day RCHJM and clap his hands, you can hear they are wet, clap them 2 or 3 times L they stick, then hold them prayer-like together under one of his chins and start spinning. Spin round and around there in the middle of the floor, looking wild and frantic at the TV, the new pictures on the walls, the sanitary drinking fountain. And laughing /smat he sees that's so funny he don't ever let us in on, and the only thing I can see funny is him spinning round and around out there like a rubber toy. If push him over he's weighted on the bottom and straight away rocks back upright, goes to spinning again. He never looks at the men's faces. 10:40, 45, -50, patients shuttle in and out to appointments in ET or OT or PT, or in queer little rooms somewhere where the walls are never the same size and the floors aren't level. The machinery sounds about reach a steady cruising speed. The ward hums the way I heard a cotton mill hum once when the football team played a high school in California. After a good season one year the boosters in the town were so proud and carried away that they paid to fly us to California to play a championship high school team down there. 9/11 and we knew into the town we had to go visit some local industry. Our coach was one for convincing folks that athletics was educational because of the leeming afforded by travel, and every trip we took he herded the team around to creameries and beet farms and canneries before a game. In California it as the cotton mill. Hen we went in the mill, most of the team took a look and left to go sit in the bus over stud games on suitcases, but I stayed inside over in a comber out of the TV of the Negro gills running up and down the aisles of machines. The mill put me in a kind of dream, all the humming and clicking and rattling of people and machinery, jerking around in a pattern. That's why I stayed when the others left, and because it reminded me somehow of the men in the tribe who'd left the village in the last days to do work on the gravel crusher for AE Dam. The frenzied pattern, the faces hypnotized by routine. I wanted to go out in the bus with the team, but I couldn't. It was morning in early winter and I still had on the jacket they'd given us when we took the championship, a red and green jacket with leather sleeves and a football-shaped emblem sewn on the back telling what we'd won, and it was making a lot of the Negro girls stare. I took it off, but they kept staring. I was a whole lot bigger in those days. One of the gills effed her machine and looked back and forth up the aisles to see if the foreman was around, then came over to where I was standing. She asked if we was going to play the high school that night and she told me she had a brother played tailback for them. We talked a piece about football and the like, and I noticed how her face looked blurred, like there was a mist between me and her. It as the cotton fluff sifting from the air. I told her about the fluff. She rolled her eyes and ducked her mouth to laugh in her fist when I told her how it was like looking at her face out on a misty morning duck hunting. And she said, "Now what in the ever-lovin' world would you want with me out alone in a duck blind?" I told her she could take care of my gun, and the gills all over the mill went to giggling in their ests. I laughed a little myself, seeing how clever I'd been. We were talking and laughing when she grabbed both my wrists and dug in. The features of her face snapped into brilliant focus. I saw she was terrified of "Do," she said to me in a whisper, "Do take me, big boy. Outta this here mill, outta this town, outta this life. Take me to some 01 duck blind someplace. Someplace _, big boy, huh." Her dark, pretty face glittered there in front of me. I stood with my mouth oae, trying to think of some way to answer her. We were locked together this way for maybe a couple of seconds, then the sound of the mill jumped a hitch, and something commenced to draw her back from me. A string somewhere I didn't see hooked on that flowered red shirt and was tugging her back. Her fingernails peeled down my hands, and as soon as she broke contact with me her face switched out of focus again, became soft and runny like melting chocolate behind that blowing fog of cotton. She laughed and spun around and gave me a look of her yellow leg. When the shirt billowed out she threw me a wink over her shoulder as she ran back to her machine where a pile of fiber was spilling off the table to the floor. She grabbed it up and ran feather-footed down the aisle of machines to dump the eber in a hopper, then she was out of sight around the corner. All those spindles reeling and wheeling and shuttles jumping around and bobbins ringing the air with string whitewashed vulls and steel grey machines and gills in flowered skirts skipping back and forth, and the whole thing webbed with flowing white ns stringing the factory together. It all stuck with me, and every once in a while something on the ward calls it to mind. Yes. This is what I know. The ward is a factory for the combine. It's for fixing up mistakes made in the neighborhoods and in the churches. The hospital is. Henna completed goes back out into society, all fixed up good as new, then new sometimes. It brings joy to the big nurse's heart. Something that came in all twisted different is now a functioning, adjusted component, a credit to the whole out et and a Marcel to behold. Watch him sliding across the land vsth a welded grin, heading into some nice Edel neighborhood where they're just now digging trenches along the street to lay pipes for city water. He's happy with it. He's adjusted to surroundings finally. I've never seen anything to beat the change in Marvel Tabor since he's got back from that hospital, a little black and blue around the eyes, a Edel weight lost, and, you know what? He's a new man gad, modem American Science, and the light is on in his basement window way past midnight every night as the delayed reaction elements the technicians installed lend nimble skills to his fingers as he bends over the doped figure of his life. His mvo little gills just 4 and 6, the neighbor he goes bowling with Mondays, he adjusts them he Iva suggested. This is the way they spread it. Zymen he finally runs Dobm after a preset number of years. The town loves him dearly, and the pal R1 prints his picture helping the Boy Scouts last year on graveyard cleaning day, and his wife gets a letter from the principal of the high school how Marvel Wilson Tabor was an inspirational figure to the youth of our fine community. Even the EMB Amers, usually APLOF penny pinching tightwads, are sway DQ. Yeah, look at him there, old Max Tabor, he was a good sort. What do you say we use that expensive 30 weight at no extra charge to his life? No, what the dickens, let's make it on the house. A successful dismissal like this is a product brings joy to the big nurse's heart and speaks good of her craft and the whole industry in general. Everybody's happy with the dismissal, but an admission is a different story. Even the erst behaved admission is bound to need some work to swing into routine, and, also, you never can tell when just that FEA, L1 might come in who's free enough to foul things up right and left, really make a hell of a mess and constitute a threat to the whole smoothness of the outfit. And, Ilka, I explain, the big nurse gets real put out if anything keeps hell outfit from running smooth. 5 before noontime they're at the fog machine again, but they haven't got it tummed up all. It's not so thick, but what I can see if I strain real hard. One of these days I'll quit straining and let myself go completely, lose myself in the fog the way some of the other chronics have, but for the time being I'm interested in this new man. I want to see how he takes to the group meeting coming up. 10 minutes to 1 the fog dissolves completely and the black boys are telling acutes to clear the floor for the meeting. All the tables are carried out of the day room to the tub room across the hall leaves the floor. McMulphy says, like we was aiming to have us a little dance. The big nurse watches all this through her Vandau _ she hasn't moved from her spot in front of that one window for 3 solid hours, not even for lunch. The day room floor gets cleared of tables, and at 1 o'clock the doctor comes out of his office down the hall, nods once at the nurse as he goes past where she's watching out her window, and sits in his chair just to the left of the door. The patients sit down when he does, then the Edel nurses and the residents straggle in. Killin' everybody's dalvn, the big nurse gets up from behind her window and goes back to the rear of the nurses' station to that steel panel with dials and buttons on it, sets some end of automatic pilot to run things while she's away, and comes out into the day room, carrying the logbook and a basketful of notes. Her uniform, even after she's been here half a day, is still starched so stiff it don't exactly bend any place. It cracks sharp at the joints with a sound like a frozen canvas being folded. She sits just to the right of the door. Soon as she's sat down, old Pete Bansony sways to his feet and starts in wagging his head and wheezing. TM tiled. \Hugh _ oh lord oh, I'm awful tired, the way he always does whenever there's a new man on the ward who might listen to him. The big nurse doesn't look over at Pete. She's going through the papers in her basket. Somebody go sit beside Bansony, she says. Quiet him down so we can start the meeting. 43 Billy Bibbit goes. Pete has turned facing McMurphy and is lolling his head from side to side like a signal light at a railroad crossing. He worked on the railroad 30 years, now he's wore clean out but cells functioning on the memory. TMTIIUD, he says, wagging his face at McMurphy. Take it easy, Pete, Billy says, lays a freckled hand on Pete's knee. Awful tired I know, Pete pats the skinny knee, and Pete pulls back his face, realizes nobody is going to heed his complaint today. The nurse takes off her T-wrist watch and looks at the ward clock and winds the watch and sets it face toward her in the basket. She takes a folder from the basket. Now, shall we get into the meetin'? She looks around to see if anybody else is about to interrupt her, smiling steady as her head tums in her collar. The guys won't meet her look, they're all luang for hangnails. Except McMurphy. He's got himself an armchair in the Comer, sits in it like he's claimed it for good, and he's watching her every move. He's still got his cap on, lamb tight du VN on his red head like he's a motorcycle racer. A deck of cards in his lap always for a one-handed cut, then clacks shut with a sound blown up loud by the silence. The nurse's swinging eyes hang on him for a second. She's been watching him play poker all morning, and though she hasn't seen any money pass hands, she suspects he's not exactly the type that is going to be happy with the ward rule of gambling for matches only. The deck whispers open and clacks shut again and then disappears somewhere in one of those big palms. The nurse looks at her watch again and pulls a slip of paper out of the folder she's holding, looks at it, and returns it to the folder. She puts the folder down and picks up the log Ellis coughs from his place on the wall. She waits until he stops. Now. At the close of Friday's meeting we were discussing M.I. Harding's problem concerning his young wife. He had stated that his wife Ava's extremely well endowed in the bosom and that this made him uneasy because she drew stares from men on the street. She's arts opening to places in the log BCOK, little slips of paper stick out of the top of the book to mark the pages. According to the notes listed by various patients in the log, Mr. Harding has been heard to say that she damn well gives the bastards reason to stare. He has also been heard to say that he may give her reason to seek further sexual attention. He has been heard to say, my dear sweet but illiterate Visfay thinks any word or gesture that does not smack of brickyard brawn and brutality is a word or gesture of weak dandyism. She continues reading silently from the book for a while, then closes it. He has also stated that his Visfay's ample bosom at times gives him a feeling of inferiority. So, does anyone care to touch UPN this subject? Thea Harding shuts his eyes, and nobody else says anything. McMurphy looks around at the other guys, waiting to see if anybody is going to answer the nurse, then holds his hand up and snaps his fingers, like a school ed in class. The nurse nods at him. MI_AMcMuni. Touch UPN what? That? Touch fo ask, I believe, does anyone care to touch upon W touch UPN the sublect, Mr. McMurray, the subject of Harding's problem with his wife? Oh. I thought you mean touch upon her something else. Now what could you? But she stops. She was almost flustered for a second there. Some of the acutes hide grins, and McMurphy takes a huge stretch, yet winks at Harding. Then the nurse, calm as anything, puts the logbook back in the basket and takes out another folder and opens it and starts reading. McMurray, Randall Patrick, committed by the state from the Pendleton farm for correction. For diagnosis and possible treatment. 35 years old. Never married. Distinguished Service Cross in Korea, for leading an escape from a communist prison camp. A dishonorable discharge, afterward, for insubordination. Followed by a history of street brawls and barroom fights and a series of arrests for drunkenness, assault, and battery, disturbing the peace, repeated gambling, and one arrest for rape. The doctor perks up. Statutoti, a girl of FTX Hoa_ couldn't make that stick. McMurphy says to the doctor. Girl V.73 old T testify with a child of 15. Said she was 17, doc, and she was plenty willin'. A court doctor's examination of the child proved entry, repeated entry, The record states Z so willin', in fact, I took to sewing my pants shut. The child refused to testify in spite of the deuters fin dings. There seemed to be intimidation. Defendant left town shortly after the trial. Who boy, I bad to leave. Doc, let me tell you, he leans from Vald with an elbow on a knee, lowering his voice to the doctor across the room. That little hustler would have actually burnt me to a frazzle by the time she reached legal 16. She got to where she was tripping me and beating me to the floor. The nurse closes up the folder and passes it across the doorway to the doctor. Our new admission, Dr. Spivey, looks like she's got a man folded up inside that yellow paper and can pass him on to be looked over. L thought I might brief you on his record later today, but as he seems to insist on asserting himself in the group meeting, we might as well with him now. The doctor fishes his glasses from his coat pocket by pulling on the string, works them on his nose in front of his eyes. They're tipped a little to the right, but he leans his head to the left and brings them level. He's smiling a little as he turns through the folder, lust as tickled by this new man's brassy of talking right up as the rest of us, but, just like the rest of us, he's careful not to let himself come right out and laugh. The doctor closes the folder when he gets to the end, and puts his glasses back in his pocket. He looks to where McMurphy is still leaned out at him from across the day room. You've, it seems, no other psychiatric history, McAllery. McAllook B. Document. Oh. But I thought the nurse was saying. He opens the folder again, fishes out those glasses, looks the record over for another minute before he closes it, and puts his glasses back in his pocket. Yes. McMurphy. That is correct. I beg your pardon. It's okay, Doc. It was the lady there that started it, made the mistake. I've known some people inclined to do that. I had this uncle whose name was Hanahan, and he leaned VSTHA 1173 man once who kept acting like she couldn't remember his name right and calling him Hooigan just to get his goat. It went on for months before he stopped her. Her good, too. Zia? How did he stop her? The doctor asks. McMurphy grins and rubs his nose, his thumb. Now, I can't be tellin' that. I keep Unc Callahan's method a strict secret, you see, in case I need to use it myself someday. He say it right at the nurse. He smile SRI at LT back at him, and he looks over at the doctor. Now, what was you asking about my record, Doe? Yes. I was wondering if you've any previous psychiatric history, any analysis, any time spent in any other institution. All, counting state and county coolers and mental institutions _Zia_ no, if that's the case this is my first trip. But I am crazy, Doc I swear I am. Well, here, let me show you here. I believe that other doctor at the work farm. He gets up, slips the deck of cards in the pocket of his jacket, and comes across to lean over the doctor's shoulder and thumb through the folder in his lap. Believe he wrote something back at the back here somewhere. Yes? I missed that just a moment. The doctor fishes his glasses out again and puts them on and looks to where McMurphy is pointing. Right here, Doc. The nurse left this part out while she upasuma I at GMY record. Where it says, ML McMurphy has edenst via L lust. Want to make sure I'm understood completely, Doc. Via tia outbreaks of passion that suggest the possible diagnosis of psychopath. He told me that psychopath means I egged and pardon me, ladies means I am, he put it, zealous in my sexual relations. Doctor, is that real serious? He asks it with such a little boy look of worry and can see all over his broad, tough face that the doctor can't help bending his head to hide another little snicker in his collar, and his glasses fall from his nose dead center back in his pocket. All of the acutes are smiling too now, and even some of the chronics I mean that overzealousness, Doc. Have you ever been troubled by it? The doctor wipes his eyes. XO, am I? McMurphy, I'll admit I haven't. I am interested, however, that the doctor at the Falm added this statement. Don't overlook the possibility that this man might be feigning psychosis to the drudgery of the work farm. He looks up at McMurphy. And what about that? ML McMuqhy stands up to his full height, wrinkles his forehead, and holds out both arms, open and honest to all the wide world. And do I look like a sane man? The doctor is working so hard to keep from giggling again he can't answer. McMurphy pivots away from the doctor and asks the same thing of the big nurse, do I? Instead of answering, she stands up and takes the manila FOID away from the doctor and puts it back in the basket under her watch. She sits back down. Perhaps, doctor, you should advise Mr. McMurray on the protocol of these group meetings. Ma'am, McMurphy says, have I told you about my Uncle Hallahan and the woman who used to screw up his name? She looks at him for a long time without her smile. She has the ability to hell smile into whatever expression she wants to use on somebody, but the look she turns it into is no different, lust, a calculated and mechanical expression to serve her purpose. Finally she says, I beg your pardon, McMurphy_. She turns back to the doctor. Now, doctor, if you would explain. The doctor folds his hands and leans back. Yes_. I suppose what I should do is explain the complete TB and 0U of our therapeutic community, while we're at it. Though I usually save it until later. Yes. A good idea, Miss Ratched, a fine idea. Certainly the theory too, doctor, but what I had in mind was the rule, that the patients remain seated during the course of the meeting. Yes. Of course, then I will explain the theory. Mr. McMurphy, one of the first things is that the patients remain seated during the course of the meeting. It's the only way, you see, for us to maintain order. Sure, doctor. I just got up to show you that thing in my record book. He goes over to his chair, gives another big stretch and yawn, sits down, and moves around for a while like a dog coming to rest. Hen he's comfortable. He looks over at the doctor, waiting. Zas to the theory. The doctor takes a deep, happy breath. Fjukta wife, Ruckley says. McMurphy hides his mouth behind the back of his hand and calls across the ward to Ruckley in a scratchy whisper, / hos visfe, and Martini's head snaps up, eyes viscly and staring. Yeah, he says, Ivy hos wife? Oh. Her. Yeah, I see her. Yeotd give a lot to have that man's eyes, McMurphy says of Martini, and then doesn't say anything all the rest of the meeting. Just sits and vatches and doesn't miss a thing that happens or that's said. The doctor talks about his theory until the big nurse finally decides he's used up time enough and asks him to hush so they can get on to Harding, and they talk the rest of the meeting about that. McMurphy sits fumbarred in his chair a couple of times during the meeting like he might have something to say, but he decides better and leans back. There's a puzzled expression coming over his face. Something strange is going on here, he's ending out. He can't quite put his finger on it, like the way nobody will laugh. Now he thought sure there would be a laugh when he asked Ruckley, whose wife, but there wasn't even a sign of one. The ale is pressed in by the walls, too tight for laughing. There's something strange about a place where the men VNNT let themselves loose and laugh, something strange Alnat, the way they all knuckle under to that smiling flower-faced old mother there with the two red lips and the two big boobs _, and he thinks he'll just wait a while to see what the story is in this new place before he makes any end of play. That's a good rule for a smart gambler, look the game over a while before you draw yourself a hand. I've heard that theory of the therapeutic community enough times to repeat it forwards and backwards, how a guy has to lean to get along in a group before he'll be able to function in a normal society, how the group can help the guy by shoving him where he's out of place, how society is what decides who's sane and who isn't, so you got to measure up. All that stuff. Every time we get a new patient on the ward, the liturgy ces into the theory with both feet. It's pretty near the only time he takes things over and runs the meeting. He tells how the goal of the therapeutic community is a democratic ward, run completely by the patients and Thiel votes, working toward making worthwhile citizens to come back outside onto the street. Any little gripe, any grievance, anything you want changed, he says, should be brought up before the group and discussed instead of letting it fester inside of you. Also, you should feel at ease in your surroundings to the extent you can freely discuss emotional problems in front of patients and staff. Talk, he says, discuss, confess. And if you hear a friend say something during the course of your everyday conversation, then est it in the logbook for the staff to see. It's not, as the movies call it, squealing, it's helping your fellow bring these old sins into the open where they can be washed by the sight of all and participate in group discussion. Help yourself and your friends probe into the secrets of the Solrencius _ there should be no need for secrets among friends. Our intention, he usually ends by saying, is to make this as much like your own democratic, free neighborhoods as possible, a little world inside that is a made-to-scale product of the big world outside that you will one day be taking your place in again. He's maybe got more to say, but about this point the big nurse usually hushes him, and in the lull old Pete stands up and wigwags that battered copper PT head and tells everybody how tired he is, and the nurse tells somebody to go hush him up TCO, so the meeting can continue, and Pete is generally hushed and the meeting goes on. Once, just one time that I can remember, 4 or 5 years back, did it go any different. The doctor had finished his spiel, and the nurse had opened light up. All start. Let out those old secrets. And she'd put all the acutes in a trance by sitting there in silence for 20 minutes after the question, quiet as an electric alarm about to go off, waiting for somebody to start telling something about themselves. Her eyes swept back and forth over them as steady as a turning beacon. The day room was clamped silent for 20 long minutes, with all of the païens stunned where they sat when 20 minutes had passed. She looked at her watch and said, "Am I to take it that there's not a man among you that has committed some act that he has never admit?" She reached in the basket for the log book. "Must we go over past history?" That triggered something, some acoustic device in the walls, rigged to tum on at just the sound of those words coming from her mouth. The acute stiffened. Their mouths opened in unison. Her sweeping eyes stopped on the first man along the wall. His mouth work ed I robbed a cash register in a Sins station. She moved to the next. "Ma'am, I tried to take my little sister to bed." Her eyes clicked to the next man, each one jumped like a shooting gallery target. "I one time panted to take my brother to bed. I killed my cat when I was 6. Oh, God forgive me, I stoned her to death and said my neighbor did it. L lied about trying. I did take my sister, did one. So one. And me. And me." It was better than she'd dreamed. They were all shouting to outdo one another, going further and further, no way of stopping telling things that you shouldn't ever let them one another in the eye again. The nurse nodding at each confession and saying yes. Yes, yes. Then old Pete was on his feet _I'm for * was what he shouted, a strong, angry copper tone to his nice that no one had ever heard before. Everyone hushed. They were somehow ashamed at Ivis, as if he had suddenly said something that was real and true and important, and it had put all their childish hollering to shame. The big nurse was furious. She swiveled and glared at him, the smile dripping over her chin. She'd just had it going so good. "Somebody see to poor Ml Bansini," she said. 2 or 3 got up. They tried to soothe him, pat him on his shoulder. But Pete wasn't being hushed. "Tired? Tired," he kept on. Finally the nurse sent one of the black boys to take him out of the day room by force. She forgot that the black boys didn't hold any control over people like Pete. Pete's been a chronic all his life. Even though he didn't come into the hospital he was better than 50, he'd always been a chronic. His head has TiVo big dents, one on each side, where the doctor who was his mother at homing time pinched his skull trying to pull him out. Pete had looked out first and seer all the defriery room machinery waiting for him, and somehow realized what he was being bombed into, and had grabbed onto everything handy in there to try to stave off being bombed _ The doctor reached in and got him by the head with a set of dulled ice tongs and jerked him loose and eagered everything was all right. But Pete's head was still too new, and soft as clay, and when it set, those dents left by the tongs stayed. And this made him simple to where it took all his straining effort and concentration and willpower lust to do the tasks that came easy to a kid of 6. But one good thing being simple like that put him out of the clutch of the combine. They weren't able to mold him into a slot, so they let him get a simple job on the railroad, where all he had to do was sit in a little clapboard house way out in the sticks on a lonely selvage and wave a red lantern at the trains if the switch was one way, and a green one if it was the other, and a yellow one if there was a train someplace up ahead. And he did it, with main force and a gut power they couldn't mash out of his head, out by himself on that switch. And he never had any controls installed. That's why the black boy didn't have any say over him. But the black boy didn't think of that right off any more than the nurse did when she ordered Pete removed from the day room. The black boy walked light up and gave Pete's arm a jerk to purd the do or, lust eq jerked the reins on a plow horse to tum him. Th's right, Pete. Let's go to the dorm, you disturbin' everybody. Pete shook his arm loose. I'm time, he warned. Come on, old man, you makin' a fuss. Let's us go to bed and be still like a gookle boy. Tired, I said. You go into the clone, old man. The black boy jerked at his arm again, and Pete stopped wagging his head. He stood up straight and steady, and his eyes snapped clear. Usually Pete's eyes are half shut and all murked up, like there's milk in theme, but this time they came clear as blue neon. And the hand on that arm the black boy was holding commenced to swell up. The staff and most of the rest of the patients were talking among themselves, not paying any attention to this old guy and his old song about being tired, figuring he'd be quieted down as usual and the meeting would go on. They didn't see the hand on the end of that arm pumping bigger and bigger as he clenched and unclenched it. I was the only one saw it. I saw it swell and clench shut, flow in front of my eyes, become smooth hard. A big rusty iron ball at the end of a chain. I stared at it and waited, while the black boy gave Pete's arm another jerk toward the Clomie 01 man. I say, you got. He saw the hand. He tried to edge back away from it, saying, you a good boy, Peter, but he was a shade too late. Pete had that big iron ball swinging all the way from his camise. The black boy TVA NMED flat against the wall and stuck, then slid down to the floor like the wall there was greased. I heard tubes pop and short all over inside that wall, and the plaster cracked just the shape of how he hit the other two. The least one and the other big one stood stunned. The nurse snapped her fingers, and they sprang into motion. Instant movement, setting across the floor. The little one beside the other like an image in a reducing mirror. They were almost to Pete when it suddenly struck them what the other boy should have known, that Pete wasn't under control like the rest of us, that he wasn't about to mind just ear cause they gave him an order or gave his arm a jerk. If they were to take him, they'd have to take him like you take a bear or bull, and with one of their number out cold against the baseboards. The other TiVo black innies didn't care for the odds. This thought got them both at once and they froze, the big one and his tiny image, in exactly the same position, left foot forward, right hand out, halfway between Pete and the big nurse. That iron ball swinging in front of them and that snowflake anger behind them. They shook and smoked and I could hear gears grinding. I could see them itch with confusion, like machines throttled full ahead and with the brake on. Pete stood there in the middle of the floor, swinging that ball back and forth at his side, all leaned over to its weight. Everybody was watching him now. He looked from the big black boy to the little one, and when he saw they weren't about to come any closer he tummed to the patients. You see, it's a lot of baloney, he told them. It's all a lot of baloney. The big nurse had slid from her chair and was working award her whisker bag, leaning at the door. Eyes, yes, Bansini, she now. If you'll just be calm, that's all it is, nothin' but a lot of baloney. His voice lost its copper strength and became strained and urgent, like he didn't have much time to finish what he had to say. Ya see, I can't help it, I can't, don't ya see? I was bomb dead. Not you. You wasn't born dead. Aw, it's been hard. He started to cry. He couldn't make the words come out right anymore. He opened and closed his mouth to talk, but he couldn't sort the words into sentences anymore. He shook his head to clear it and blinked at the acutes. I tell you. He began slumping over again, and his iron ball shrank back to a hand. He held it cupped out in front of him like he was offering something to the patients. I can't help it. I was born a miscarriage. I had so many insults I died. I was bomb dead. I can't help it. I'm tired. I'm give out trying. You got chances. I had so many insults I was born dead. You got it easy. I was bomb dead and life was hard. I'm tired. I'm tiled out talking and standing up. I been dead 55 years. The big nurse got him clear across the room, right through his greens. She jumped back without getting the needle pulled out after the shot, and it hung there from his pants like a little tail of glass and steel. Old Pete slumping farther and farther from Bard, not from the shot but from the effort. The last couple of minutes had worn him out finally and completely. Once and for all you could just look at him and tell he was finished. So there wasn't really a need for the shot. His head had already commenced to nag back and forth, and his eyes were murky by the time the nurse eased back in to get the needle. He was bent so far for Bard he was crying directly on the without wetting his face, tears spotting a wide area as he swung his head back and forth, spatting, in an even pattern on the day room floor, like he was sewing them. Ah, he said. He didn't flinch when she jerked the needle out. He had come to life for maybe a minute to try to tell us something none of us cared to listen to or try to understand, and the effort had drained him dry. That shot in his hip was as wasted as if she'd squirted it in a dead man. No heart to pump it, no vein to carry it up to his head, no brain up there for it to mortify with its poison. She'd just as well shot it in a dried out old cadaver. I'm tired now. I think if Yumbo boys are brave enough, Mr. Bansony will go to bed like a fellow. Awful tired. And Aid Williams is coming around, Dr. Spivey. See to him, MDNT. You hear his watch is broken and he's cut his arm. Pete never tried anything like that again, and he never will. Now, when he starts acting up during a meeting and they try to hush him, he always hushes. He'll still get up from time to time and wag his head and let us know how tired he is, but it's not a complaint or excuse or warning anymore. He's finished with that. It's like an old clock that won't tell time but VNNT stop neither, with the hands bent out of shape and the face bare of numbers and the alarm bell rusted silent, an old, worthless clock that lust keeps ticking and cuckooing without meaning nothing. The group is still tearing into poor Harding when 2 o'clock rolls around. At TiVo o'clock the doctor begins to squirm around in his kale. The meetings are uncomfortable for the doctor unless he's talking about his theory. He'd rather spend his time down in his office, drawing on graphs. He squirms around and Enely clears his tea broad, and the nurse looks at her watch and tells us to bring the tables back in from the tub rcn.m and we'll resume this discussion again at 1 tomorrow. The acutes click out of Thiel trance, look for an instant in Harding's direction. Their faces bum with a shame. They have just 1173 KE up to the fact they've been played for suckers again. Some of them go to the tub room across the hall to get the tables, some wander over to the magazine racks and show a lot of interest in the old Nick's magazines, but what they're all really doing is avoiding Harding. They've been maneuvered again into grilling one of their friends. He was a criminal and they were all prosecutors and judge and jury. For 45 minutes they've been chopping a man to pieces, almost as if they enjoyed it, shooting questions at him. What's he think is the matter with him that he can't please the edel lady? Why's he wished she has never had anything to do with another man? HOV*s he expect to get well if he doesn't answer, and insinuations. Till now they feel bad about it and they don't want to be made more uncomfortable by being near him. McMurphy's eyes follow all of this. He doesn't get out of his chair. He looks puzzled again. He sits in his chair for a while, watching the acutes, scuffing that deck of cards up and down the red stubble on his chin, then finally stands up from his armchair, yawns and stretches and scratches his belly button with the corner of a card, then puts the deck in his pocket and walks over to where Harding is off by himself, sweated to his chair. McMurphy looks down at Harding a minute, then laps his big hand over the back of a nearby wooden chair, swings it around so the back is facing Harding, and straddles it like he'd straddle a tiny horse. Harding hasn't noticed a thing. McMurphy slaps his pockets till he ends his cigarettes, and takes one out and eggs it. He holds it out in front of him and frowns at the tip, licks his thumb and finger, and arranges the fire to suit him. Each man seems unaware of the other. I can't even tell if Harding's no East McMurphy at all. Harding's got his thin shoulders folded nearly together around himself, like green teavings, and he's sitting very straight near the edge of his chair. Adh his hands trapped betv and his camis underscore he's staring straight ahead, humming to himself, trying to look calm, but he's chewing at his cheeks, and this gives him a funny skull grin, not calm at all. McMurphy puts his cigarette back between his teeth and folds his hands over the wooden chair back and leans his chin on them, squinting one eye against the smoke. He looks at Harding with his other eye a while, then starts talking with that cigarette wagging up and down in his lips. I'll say, buddy, is this the way these LTLE meetings usually go? Harding's humming stops. He's not chewing his chex anymore, but he stares ahead, past McMurphy's shoulder. Is this the usual sedger for these group their pie shindigs? Bunch of chickens at a peckin'. Harding's head tums vsth a jerk and his eyes find McMurphy, like it's the first time he knows that anybody's sitting in front of him. His face creases in the middle when he bites his cheeks again, and this makes it look like he's grinning. He pulls his shoulders back and scoots to the back of the chair and tries to look relaxed. A pecking party? I fear your quaint down-home speech is ivested on me, my friend. I have not the slightest inclination what you're talking about. Then, I'll just explain it to you. McMurphy raises his 173 eyes, though he doesn't look at the other acutes listening behind him. It's them he's talking to. The flock gets sight of a spot on some chicken and they all go to peckin' at it. They rip the chicken to shreds, blood and bones and feathers. But usually a couple of the flock gets spotted in the fracas, then it's their turn. And a few more gets spots and gets pecked to death, and more, and more. Oh, a peckin' party can wipe out the whole flock in a matter of a few hours, buddy. I seen it a mighty awesome sight. The only way to prevent chickens is to set blinders on them, so's they can't see. Harding laces his long angers around a knee and draws the knee toward him, leaning back in the chair. A pecking party, that certainly is a pleasant analogy, my friends, and that's just exactly what that meeting I just sat through reminded me of, buddy, if you want to know the dirty truth. It reminded me of a flock of dirty chickens. So that makes me the chicken with the spot of BLC at friend. That's right, buddy. They're still grinning at each other, but their voices have dropped so low and taut I have to sweep over closer to them with my broom to hear. The other acutes are moving up closer too. And you want to know something else, buddy? You want to know who pecks that elst peck? Harding waits for him to go on. It's that old nurse, that's who. There's a whine of fear over the silence. I hear the machinery in the walls catch and go on. Harding is having a tough time holding his hands still, but he's trying to act calm. So, he sighs, it's as simple as that, as stupidly simple as that. You're on our ward 6 hours and have already simplified all the work of Freud, Jung, and Maxwell Jones and summed it up in one analogy: it's a peck-end party. Not alking about Fred Jung and Mamvell Jones, buddy. I'm just talking about that crummy meeting and what that nurse and those other bastards did to you. Did in spades I did to me. That's right, did you every chance they got. Did you coming and did you going. You must have done something to make a passly of enemies here in this place, buddy, because it seems there's sure a passly got it in for you. This is incredible. You completely disregard, completely overlook, and disregard the fact that what the fellows were doing today was for my own benefit. That any question or discussion raised by MSS Ratcht or the rest of the staff is done solely for therapeutic reasons. You must not have heard a word of Dr. Spivey's theory of the therapeutic community, or not have had the education to comprehend it if you did. I'm disappointed in you, my friend, oh, very disappointed. I had judged from our encounter this morning that you were more intelligent and illiterate clod, perhaps, certainly a backwoods braggart with no more sensitivity than a goose, but basically intelligent nevertheless. But, observant and insightful though I usually am, I make mistakes. The hell you, buddy. Oh, yes, I forgot to add that I noticed your primitive brutality also, this moaming _ psychopath with definite sadistic tendencies, probably motivated by an unreasoning egomania. Yes. As you see, all these natural talents certainly qualify you as a competent therapist and render you quite capable of criticizing Miss Ratch's meeting procedure, in spite of the fact that she is a highly regarded psychiatric nurse vsth 70 years in the field. Yes, with your talent, my friend, you could work subconscious miracles, soothe the aching id and heal the wounded superego. You could probably bring about a cure for the whole ward, vegetables and all, in 6-shot monfils, ladies and gentlemen, or your money back. Instead of rising to the argument, McMurphy just keeps on looking at Harding, finally asks in a level voice, "And you really think this crap that went on in the meeting today is bringing about some kinda cure, doing some kinda good? A\X11 at other reason would we have for submitting ourselves to it, my friend? The staff desires our cure as much as we do. They aren't monsters. Miss Ratch may be a strict middle-aged lady, but she's not some kind of giant monster of the poultry clan, bent on sadistically pecking out our eyes. You can't believe that of her, can you? No, buddy, not that. She ain't peckin' at your eyes. That's not what she's peckin' at." Harding flinches, and I see his hands begin to creep out from beneath his knees like white spiders from Bumvinvo moss-covered tree limbs, up the limbs toward the joining at the trunk _ not our eyes, he says. "Pray, then, where is Miss Ratch pecking, my friend?" McMurphy grinned. \XHY, don't you know, buddy? No, of course I don't, Kamo. I mean, if you see at your balls, buddy, at your ever-lovin' bales, the spiders reach the joining at the trunk and settle there, twitching. Harding tries to grin, but his face and lips are so white the grin is lost. He stares at McMurphy. McMurphy takes the cigarette out of his mouth and repeats what he said, right at balls. "No, that nurse ain't some kinda monster chicken, buddy. What she is a ball cutter _ I've seen 1,000 of 'em, old and young men and women. Seen 'em all over the country and in the homes, people who try to make you weak so they can get you to toe the line, to follow their rules, to evict they avant you to. And the best way to do this, to get you to knuckle under, is to weaken you by getting you where it hurts. The 1173 RST _ you ever been kmeed in the nuts in a brawl, buddy? Stops you cold, don't it? There's nothing Venus _ it makes you sick, it saps every bit of strength you got. If you're up against a guy who wants to win by making weaker instead of making himself stronger, then watch for his knee, he's gonna go for your vitals. And that's what that old buzzard is doing, going for vitals." Harding's face is still colorless, but he's got control of his hands again. They flip loosely before him, trying to toss off what McMurphy has been saying. "Zia, our dear Miss Ratch? Our sweet, smiling tender angel of mercy, Mother Ratch, a ball cutter? Friend, that's most unlikely. Buddy, don't give me that tender little mother crap _ she may be a mother, but she's big as a damn bam and tough as knife metal. She fooled me with that kindly little old mother bit for maybe 3 minutes when I cune in this morning, but no longer. I don't think she's really fooled any of you guys for any 6 months or a year, neither. I've seen some bitches in my time, but she takes the cake. A bitch. But a moment ago she was a ball cutter, then a buzzard, or I was it a chicken. Your metaphors are bumping into each other, my friend. The hell that, she's a bitch and a buzzard and a ball cutter, and don't kid me, you know what I'm talking about." Harding's face and hands are moving faster than ever now, a speeded elm of gestures, grins, grimaces, sneers. The more he tries to stop it, the faster it goes. He lets his hands and face move like they want to and doesn't try to hold them back. They flow and gesture in a way that's real. Pretty to watch, but when he 17311 IES about them and tries to hold back, he becomes a killed, jerky puppet doing a high-strung dance. Everything is moving faster and faster, and his voice is speeding up to match. "See here, my friend ML McMurphy, my psychopathic sidekick, our Miss Ratched is a veritable angel of mercy, and why just Ario Kamos it? She's unselfish as the wind, toiling thanklessly for the of all, day after day, 5 long days a week. That takes heart, my friend, heart. In fact, I have been informed by sources, I am not at liberty to disclose my sources, but I might say that Martini is in contact with the same people a good part of the time, that she even salves mankind on her weekends off by doing generous volunteer work about town, preparing a rich array of charity canned goods, cheese for the binding effect, soap, and presenting it to some poor young couple having a difficult time financially. His hands flash in the ale, molding the picture he is describing. All, look, there she is, our nurse. Her gentle knock on the door. The ribboned basket. The young couple overjoyed to the point of speechlessness. The husband open-mouthed, the QFFE weeping openly. She appraises their dwelling. Promises to send them money for scouring powder, yes. She places the basket in the center of the floor. And when our angel leaves, throwing kisses, smiling ethereally, she is so intoxicated with the sweet milk of Hunan kindness that her deed has generated within her large bosom, that she is beside herself generosity. Bijide herself, do you hear? Pausing at the door, she draws the timid young bride to one side and offers her $20 of her 01M, go, you poor unfortunate underfed child, go, and buy yourself a dress. I realize your husband can't afford it, but here, take this, and go. And the couple is forever indebted to her benevolence. He's been talking faster and faster, the cord stretching out in his neck. When he stops talking, the ward is completely silent. I don't hear anything but a faint reeling rhythm. What I figure is a tape recorder somewhere getting all of this. Harding looks around, sees everybody's watching him, and he does his best to laugh. A sound comes out of his mouth, a canal being crowbarred out of a plank of green pine. Underscore he can't stop it. He wrings his hands like a fly and clenches his eyes at the awful sound of that squeaking. But he can't stop it. It gets higher and higher until finally, with a suck of breath, he lets his face fall into his waiting hands. Zio, the bitch, the bitch, the bitch, he whispers through his teeth. McMurphy lights another cigarette and offers it to him. Harding takes it without a word. McMurphy is SEII watching Harding's face in front of him there, a kind of puzzled wonder, looking at it like it's the first human face he ever laid eyes on. He watches while Harding's mvitching and jerking slows down and the face comes up from the hands. You are right, Harding says, lay out all of it. He looks up at the other patients who are watching him. No one's ever dared come out and say it before, but there's not a man among us that ESNT think it, that doesn't feel lust as you do about her and the whole business. Feel it somewhere down deep in his scared little soul. McMurphy frowns and asks, about that little fart of a doctor? He might be a little slow in the head, but not so much as not to be able to see how she's taken over and what she's doing. Harding takes a long pull off the cigarette and lets the smoke drift out. His talk. Dr. Spivey underscore is exactly the rest of us. McMurphy, completely conscious of his inadequacy, he's a frightened, desperate, ineffectual little rabbit, totally incapable of running this ward without our XS Ratchet's help, and he knows it. And, Jayers, he knows it and reminds him every chance she gets. Every time she finds he's made a little slip in the bookwork or in, say, the charting. You can just imagine her in there grinding his nose in it. That's right, Cheswick says, coming up beside McMurphy, grinds our noses in our mistakes. Don't he fire her? In this hospital, Harding says, the doctor doesn't hold the power of hiring and firing. That power goes to the supervisor, and the supervisor is a woman, a dear old friend of two Vesratchts. They were army nurses together in the 30s. We are victims of a matriarchy here, my friend, and the doctor is just as hell less against it as we are. He knows that all Ratched has to do is pick up that phone you see sitting at her elbow and call the supervisor and mention, oh, say, that the doctor seems to be making a great number of requisitions for Demerol. Hold it, Harding, I'm not up on all this shop talk. Demerol, my friend, is a synthetic opiate, Bryce, as addictive as heroin. Quite common for doctors to be addicted to it. That little fair is he a dope addict. I'm certain I don't know. Then where does she get off with accusing him of oh, you're not paying attention, my friend. She doesn't accuse. She merely needs to insinuate anything, don't you see? Didn't you notice today? She'll call a man to the nurse's station and stand there and ask him about a K_Linux found under his bed. X or more, just ask and he'll feel he's lying to her, whatever answer he gives. If he says I was cleaning a pen vsth it, she'll say, 1C, a pen, or if he says he has a cold in his nose, she'll say, I see, a cold, and she'll nod her neat little gay coiffure and smile her neat little smile and and go back into the nurse's station, leave him standing there wondering just what did he use that Kleenex for. He starts to tremble again, and his shoulders fold back around him. No. She doesn't need to accuse, she has a genius for insinuation. Did you ever hear her, in the course of our discussion today, hear her accuse me of anything? Yet it seems I have been accused of a multitude of things, of jealousy and paranoia, of not being man enough to satisfy my life, of having relations with male friends of mine, of holding my cigarette in an affected manner, even it seems to me accused of having nothing between my legs but a patch of hair and soft and doughy, and wand bear at *bat. Ball cutter. Oh, you undemnimate her. Harding hushes all of a sudden and leans forward to take McMurphy's hand in both of his. His face is tilted oddly, edged, jagged purple and gay, a busted wine bottle. This world belongs to the strong, my friend. The ritual of our existence is based on the strong getting stronger by devouring the weak. We must face up to this. No more than right that it should be this way. We must learn to accept it as a law of the natural world. The rabbits accept their role in the ritual and recognize the wolf as the strong. In defense, the rabbit becomes sly and frightened and elusive, and he digs holes and hides when the wolf is about. And he endures, he goes on. He knows his place. He most certainly does, and he challenge the wolf to come at now, v.73 old that be wise. Would it? He lets go McMurphy's hand and leans back and crosses his legs, takes another long pull off the cigarette. He pulls the cigarette from his thin crack of a smile, and the laugh starts up again, like a nail coming out of a plank. Mi McMurphy, my friend, I'm not a chicken, I'm a rabbit. The doctor is a rabbit. Cheswick there is a rabbit. Billy Bibbit is a rabbit. All of us in here are rabbits of varying ages and degrees, hippity hopping through our Walt Disney 1173 RLD_O, don't misunderstand me, we're not in here because we are rabbits, we'd be rabbits wherever we were. We're all in here because we can't adjust to our rabbithood_. We need a strong V-elf like the nurse to teach us our place. Man, you're talking like a fool. You mean to tell me that you're gonna sit back and let some old blue-haired woman talk you into being a rabbit? Not talk me into it, no. I was bomb a rabbit, just look at me. I simply need the nurse to make me with my role. You're no damned rabbit. See the ears? The wiggly nose? The cute little button tail *4 talking a crazy ma like a crazy man? How astute. Damn it, Harding, I didn't mean it like that. You ain't crazy that you pay, I mean hell, I been surprised how sane you guys all are. As near as I can tell, you're not any crazier than the average asshole on the street. Yes, the asshole on the street. But not, you know, crazy Ilka the movies paint crazy people. You're just hung up and kind of rabbit-like, isn't that it? Rabbits, hell. Not a thing like rabbits, god damn it. Mi. Bibbit, hop around for ML McMurphy here. XIL Cheswick, show him how fam. You are Billy Bibbit and Cheswick change into hunched over white rabbits, right for my eyes, but they are too ashamed to do any of the things Harding told them to do. Zia, they're bashful, McMurphy. Isn't that sweet? Or, perhaps, the fellows are ill at ease because they didn't stick up for their friend. Perhaps they are feeling guilty for the 80 they once again let her victimize them into being her interrogators. Cheer up, friends, You've no reason to feel ashamed. It is all as it should. It's not the rabbit's place to stick up for his fellow. That would have been foolish. No, you were wise, cowardly but wise. Look here, Harding. Chesvac says no, Chesvac _ don't get irate at the truth. Now look here, there's been times when I've said the same things about old lady Ratch that McMurphy has been saying yes, but said them very quietly and took them all back later. You are a rabbit too, don't try to avoid the youth _ that's why I hold no grudge against you for the questions asked me during the meeting today. You were only playing your role. If you had been on the Calput, or you Billy, or you Fredrickson, I would have attacked you just as cruelly as you attacked me. We mustn't be ashamed of our behavior, it's the way we little animals were meant to behave. McMurphy tums in his chair and looks the other acutes up and down. Ain't so sure but what they should be Ashanet _ personally, I thought it was damned crummy the TV they suing in on her side against. For a minute there I thought I was back in a red Chinese prison camp. Now by God, McMulphy, Cheswick says, you listen here. McMurphy tums and estons, but Cheswick doesn't go on. Cheswick never goes on, he's one of these guys who'll make a big fuss like he's going to lead an attack, holler charge and stomp up and down a minute, take a couple steps, and quit. McMurphy looks at him where he's been caught off base again after such a tough sounding start, and says to him, a hell of a lot like a Chinese prison. Harding holds up his hands for peace. Oh, no, that isn't right. You mustn't condemn us, my friend. No. In fact I see that sly fever come into Harding's eye again. I think he's going to start laughing, but instead he takes his cigarette out of his mouth and points it at McMurphy in his hand. It looks like one of his thin, white angers, smong at the end. You too, Mr. McMurphy, for all your cowboy bluster and your sideshow swagger, you too, under that crusty surface, are probably just as soft and fuzzy and rabbit-souled as we are. Yeah, you bet I'm a little cottontail. Just what is it makes me a rabbit, Harding? My psychopathic tendencies? Is it my Egdon tendencies, or my fucking tendencies? Must be the fucking, mustn't it? All that wham-bam. Thank you my _ yeah, that wham-bam, that's probably what makes me a rabbit. Wait, I'm afraid you've raised a point that requires some deliberation. Rabbits are noted for that certain trait, aren't they? Notorious, in fact, for their wham-bam _ yes. But in any case, the point you bring up simply indicates that you are a healthy, functioning, and adequate rabbit, whereas most of us in here even lack the sexual ability to make the grade as adequate rabbits. Failures, we are feeble, stunted, weak little creatures in a weak little race. Rabbits, sens wham-bam, a pathetic notion. Wait a minute, you keep vistin' what I say. No. You were right. You remember, it was you that drew our attention to the place where the nurse was concentrating her pecking? That was true. There's not a man here that isn't afraid he is losing or has already lost his wham-bam _ we comical little creatures can't even achieve masculinity in the rabbit world, that's how weak and inadequate we are. We are the rabbits, one might say, of the rabbit world. He leans forward again, and that strained, squeaking laugh of his that I've been expecting begins to rise from his mouth, his hands flipping around, his lace twitching. Harding, shut your damned mouth. It's like a slap. Harding is hushed, chopped off cold with his mouth seii open in a drawn grin, his hands dangling in a cloud of blue tobacco smoke. He freezes this way a second, then his eyes narrow into sly little holes and he lets them slip over to McMurphy, speaks so soft that I have to push my broom up right next to his chair to hear what he says. Friend may be a wolf. I'm no wolf and you're no rabbit. Who, I never heard such fool have a very wolfy roar. Uth a loud hissing oh, breath. McMurphy tums from Harding to the rest of the acutes standing around. Here, all you guys. Smat the hell is the matter with you, you ain't as crazy as all this, thinking you're some animal. No, Cheswick says and steps in beside McMurphy. No, by God, not me. I'm not any rabbit. W that 2s the boy, Cheswick, and the rest of PU, let's just knock it off. Look at talking yourself into running scared from some 50-year-old woman. What is there she can do to ya, what? Cheswick says and glares around at the others. She can't have you whipped. She can't burn you hot irons. She can't tie you to the rack. They got laws about that sort of thing nowadays. This ain't the Exetel ages. There's not a thing in the world that she can saw what she see can do to us. In the meeting today, I see Billy Bibbit has changed back from a rabbit. He leans toward McMurphy, trying to go on, his mouth wet with spit and his face red. Then he tums and walks away. It's no use, I should just kill myself. McMurphy calls after him. Today? / hat did I see in the meeting today? Hell's bells, all I saw today was her asking a couple of questions, and nice, easy questions at that. Questions ain't bone breakers, they ain't sticks and stones. Billy turns back, but the Lin.HLVWG, she asks them. You don't have to answer, do you? If you don't answer, she lust smiles and makes a note in her little, and then she oh, bell. Scanlon comes up beside Billy. If you don't answer her Keseyans, Mac, you admit it just by keeping quiet. It's the way those bastards in the government get you. You can't beat it. The only thing to do is blow the whole business off the face of the whole bleeding earth. Blow it all up. When she asks one of those questions, why don't you tell her to up and go to hell? Yeah, Cheswick says, shaking his fist, tell her to up and go to hell. So then what, Mac? She'd just come right back. VSTH he do. You seem so upset by that particular question, patient McMurphy. So, you tell her to go to hell again. Tell them all to go to hell. They still haven't hurt you. The acutes are crowding closer around him. Fredrickson answers this time. Okay, you tell her that, and you're listed as potential assaultive and shipped upstairs to the disturbed ward. I had it happen 3 times. Those poor goofs up there don't even get off the ward to go to the Saturday afternoon movie. They don't even have a TV. Zand, my friend, if you didn't to demonstrate such hostile tendencies, such as telling people to go to hell, you get lined up to go to the shock shop, perhaps even onto greater things, an operation. Damn it, Harding, I told you I'm not up on this talk. The shock shop, Mr. McMurphy, is jargon for the EST machine, the electroshock therapy. A device that might be said to do the work of the sleeping pill, the electric chair, and the torture rack. It's a clever little procedure, simple, quick, nearly painless. It happens so fast, but no one ever wants another one. Ever. / Hats this thing do, are strapped to a table, shaped, ironically, like a cross, with a crown of electric sparks in place of thorns. You are touched on each side of the head with wires. Zap. 5 cents worth of electricity through the brain and you are jointly administered therapy and a punishment for your hostile go-to-hell behavior, on top of being put out of everyone's way for 6 hours to 3 days, depending on the individual. Even when you do regain consciousness, you are in a state of disorientation for days. You are unable to think coherently. You can't recall things. Enough of these treatments and a man could come out like M.I. Ellis you see over there against the wall, a drooling, pants-wetting idiot at 35. Or turn into a mindless organism that eats and eliminates and yells fuck the wife, eek ruckly. Or look at Chief Broom clutching to his namesake there earside you. Harding points his cigarette at me, too late for me to back off. I make like I don't notice. Go on with my sweeping tea. Heard that the chief, years ago, received more than 200 shock treatments when they were really the vogue. Imagine what this could do to a mind that was already slipping. Look at him, a giant Yanni. Or there's your vanishing American, a 6'8" sweeping machine, scared of its own shadow. That, my friend, is what we can be threatened. VSTH_McMurphy looks at me a while, then tums back to Harding. Man, I tell you, how come you stand for it? What about this Democratic ward manure that the doctor was giving me? Don't you take a vote? Harding smiles at him and takes another slow drag on his cigarette. What, my friend? Vote that the nurse may not ask any more questions in group meeting? Vote that she shall not balk at us in a certain way? You tell me. 111. McMurphy, what do we vote on? Hell, I don't care. Vote on anything. Don't you have to do something to show I got some guts? Don't you see you can't let her take over completely? Look at you here, you say the chief is scared of his own shadow, but I never saw a scareder looking bunch in my life than you guys, not me. Cheswick says maybe not you, buddy, but the rest are even scared to open up and laugh. You know, that's a first thing that got me about this place, that there wasn't anybody laughing. I haven't heard a real laugh since I came through that door. Do you camo that? Man, when you lose per laugh you lose your footing. A man go around letting a woman whoop him down he can't laugh anymore, and he loses on EOF the bigs T edges he's got on high S side. First T thing you know he 11 begin to think she's tougher than he is and I believe my friend is catching on, fellow rabbits. Tell me, Nil McMurphy, how does one go about showing a woman who's boss, I mean other than laughing at her? How does he show her who's king of the mountain? A man EQ should be able to tell us that. You don't slap her around, do you? No, then she calls the law. You don't lose your temper and shout at her, she'll win by trying to placate her. Big 01 angry boy, is us tittle man getting fo and? Ah. Have you ever tried to keep up a noble and angry front in the face of such consolation? So you see, my friend, it is somewhat as you stated, man has but one truly effective weapon against the juggernaut of modem matriarchy, but it certainly is not laughter. One weapon, and with every passing year in this hip, motivationally researched society, more and more people are discovering how to render that weapon useless and conquer those who have hitherto been the conqueror's lord. Harding, but you do come on, McMurphy says. And do you think, for all your acclaimed psychopathic powers, that you could effectively use your weapon against our champion? Do you think you could use it against Miss Ratched, McMurphy? Ever? And sweeps one of his hands toward the glass case. Everybody's head tums to look. She's in there, looking out through her window, got a tape recorder hid out of sight somewhere, getting all this down already, planning how to work it into the schedule. The nurse sees everybody looking at her and she nods and they all tum away. McMurphy takes off his cap and runs his hands into that red hail. Now everybody is looking at him, they're waiting for him to make an answer and he knows it. He feels he's been trapped some way. He puts the cap back on and rubs the stitch marks on his nose. 9 Hi, if you mean do I think I could get a bone up over that old buzzard? No, I don't believe I could. She's not all that homely, McMurphy. Her face is quite handsome and well preserved. And in spite of all her attempts to conceal them, in that sexless get-up, you can still make out the evidence of some rather extraordinary breasts. She must have iron, a rather beautiful pung woman. Still, for the sake of argument, could you get it up over her even if she wasn't old, even if she was young and had the beauty of Helen? I don't know Helen, but I see what you're driving at and you're by God right. I couldn't get it up over old frozen face in there even if she had the beauty of Marilyn Monroe. There you are. She's one. That's it. Harding leans back and every V waits for what McMurphy's going to say next. McMurphy can see he's backed up against the wall. He looks at the faces a minute, then shrugs and stands up from his chair. What the hell, it's no skin off my nose. That too is true, it's no skin off your nose. And I damn well don't want to have some old fiend of a nurse after me. VSTH 3000 volts _ not when there's nothing in it for me but the adventure. No. You're right. Harding's VNN the argument, but nobody looks TCN, happy. McMurphy hooks his thumbs in his pockets and tries a laugh. No sir, I never heard of any V offering a 20-bone bounty for bagging a wall cutter. Everybody grins at this with him, but they're not happy. I'm glad McMurphy is going to be cagey after all and not get sucked in on something he can't whip, but I know how the guys feel, I'm not so happy myself. McMurphy lights another cigarette. Nolencle's moved yet. They're all SEII standing there, grinning and uncomfortable. McMurphy rubs his nose again and looks away from the bunch of faces hung out there around him, looks back at the nurse and chews his lip. But you say __ she don't send you up to that other ward unless she gets your goat? Unless she makes you crack in some way and you end up cussing her out or busting a window or something, like unless you do something like that. For sure of that, now. Because I'm getting just the shoddiest notion of how to pick up a good purse off you birds in here, but I don't want to be a sucker about it. I had a hell of a time getting out of that other hole, I don't want to be jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. Absolutely certain. She's powerless unless do something to honestly deserve the disturbed ward or EST. If you're tough enough to keep her from getting to you, she can't do a thing. So if I behave myself and don't cuss her out or cuss one of the aides out, or tear up Jack some way around here, she can't do nothing to W. Those are the rules we play by. Of course, she always wins, my friend, always. She's impregnable herself, and the element of time working for her, she eventually gets inside everyone. That's why the hospital regards her as its top nurse and grants her so much authority. She's a master at forcing the trembling Ebido out into the open. The hell with that. Key 8 I want to emo is, am I safe to try to beat her at her own game? If I come on nice as pie to her, whatever else I insinuate, she ain't gonna get in a tizzy and have me electrocuted. You're safe as long as you keep control, as long as you don't lose her temper and give her actual reason to request the restriction of the disturbed ward, or the therapeutic benefits of electroshock. You are safe, but that entails first and foremost keeping one's temper. And you? With your red hair and black record? Delude yourself. 10K alley right. McMurphy rubs his palms together. Here's what I'm thinking. You birds seem to think you got quite the champ in there, don't you? Quite the what did you call her? Sure, impregnable woman. I want to know is how many of you are dead sure enough at L to put a little money on her? Dead sure enough. P just what I said. Any of you sharpies here willing to take my $5 that says that I can get the best of that woman before the week's up without her getting the best of me? 1 week, and if I don't have her to where she don't know whether to shit or go blind, the ERT is yours. You're betting on this. Chesvac is hopping from to foot and rubbing his hands together like McMurphy rubs his. You're damned right. Harding and some of the others say that they don't get it. It's simple enough. There ain't nothing noble or complicated about it. I like to gamble and I like to win. And I think I can win this gamble, okay. It got so at Pendleton the guys wouldn't even lag pennies me on account of flow you as such a winner. \XHY, one of the big reasons I got myself sent here was because I needed some new suckers. I'll tell you something, I found out a few things about this place before I came out here. Damn near half of you guys in here pull compensation, $300-400 a month and not a thing in the world to do with it but let it draw dust. I thou at LT I might take advantage of this and maybe make both our lives a little morenger _ I'm starting level VSTHU. I'm a gambler and I'm not in the habit of losing, and I've never seen a 1173 man. I thou at LT was more man than me. I don't care whether I can get it up for her or not. She may have the element of time, but I got a pretty long winning streak going myself. He pulls off his cap, spins it on his finger, and catches it behind his back in his other band, neat as you peas. Another thing, I'm in this place because that's the way I planned it, pure and simple, because it's a better place than a work farm. As near as I can tell I'm no loony, or never knew it if I was. Your nurse don't know this. She's not going to be looking out for somebody coming at her with a trigger quick mind like I obviously got. These things give me an edge I like. So I'm saying $5 to each of you that wants it if I can't put a Betsy bug up that nurse's butt within a week. TM still not sure I just that a bee in her butt, a burr in her bloomers. Get her goat, bug her till she comes apart at those neat little seams, and shows, just one time, she ain't so unbeatable as you think. 1 week. I'll let you be the judge whether I win or not. Harding takes out a pencil and writes something on the pinnacle pad. Here. I'll lean on $10 of that money they've got drawing dust under my name over in funds. It's worth twice that to me, my friend, To see this unlikely miracle brought off, McMurphy looks at the paper and folds it. Worth it to any of the rest of you birds. Other acutes line up now, taking tums at the pad. He takes the pieces of paper when they're finished, stacking them on his palm, pinned under a big stiff thumb. I see the pieces of paper crowd up in his hand. He looks them over. You trust me to hold the arts, buddies? I believe we can be safe in doing that, Harding says. You won't be going any place for a while. 6-1 Christmas at midnight on the button, at the old place, the ward door blows open with a crash. In comes a fat man with a beard, eyes ringed red by the cold and his nose just the color of a cherry. The black boys get him combed in the hall flashlights. I see he's all tangled in the tinsel public relation has been stringing all over the place, and he's stumbling around in it in the dark. He's shading his red eyes from the flashlights and sucking on his mustache. Ho ho ho, he says. I'd like to stay but I must be hurrying along. Very tight schedule, yakamo ho ho. Must be going. The black boys move in with the flashlights. They kept him with us 6 years before they discharged him, clean shaven and skinny as a ple. The big nurse is able to set the wall clock at whatever speed she wants by just turning one of those dials in the steel door. She takes an wayan to hurry things up, she tums the speed up, and those hands whip around that disc like spokes in a wheel. The scene in the picture screen windows goes through at rapid changes of light to show morning, noon, and night throb off and on furiously with day and dark, and everybody is driven like mad to keep up that passing of fake time, awful scramble of shaves and breakfasts and appointments and lunches and medications and 10 minutes of night so you barely get your eyes closed before the dorm lights screaming at you to get up and start the scramble again. Go Ekasinofovich this way, going through the full schedule of a day, maybe 50 times an hour, till the big nurse sees everybody is right up to the breaking point, and she slacks off on the throttle, eases off the pace on that clock dash and like some kid been fooling with the moving picture projection machine and finally got tired watching the film run at 10 times its natural speed, got bored with all that silly scampering and insect squeak of talk and tummed it back to normal. She's given to tumming up the SPEEDTS way on days like, say, WHEN you got some a body to visit you, or when the VFW brings down a smoker show from Portland. Times like that, times you'd like to hold and have stretch out, that's when she speeds things up. But generally it's the other way, the slow way. She'll turn that dial to a dead stop and freeze the sun there on the screen so it don't move a scant hair for eeks, so not a leaf on a tree or a blade of grass in the pasture shimmers. The clock hands hang at TiVo minutes to 3 and she's liable to let them hang there till we rust. You sit solid and you can't budge, you can't walk or move to relieve the strain of sitting, you can't swallow and you can't breathe. The only thing can move is per eyes, and there's nothing to see but petrified acutes across the room waiting on one another to decide whose play it is. The old chronic next to me has been dead 6 days, and he's rotting to the chair. And instead of fog sometimes she'll let a clear chemical gas in through the vents, and the whole ward is set solid when the gas changes into plastic. Lord knows how long we hang this way. Then, gradually, she'll ease the dial up a degree, and that's worse yet. I can take hanging dead still better, and I can take that sit-up slow hand of Scanlon across the room, taking 3 days to lay down a card. My lungs pull for the thick plastic ale like getting it through a pinhole. I try to go to the latrine and I feel buried under a ton of sand, squeezing my bladder till green sparks flash and buzz across my forehead. I strain with every muscle and bone to get out of that chair and go to the latrine, work to get up, feel my arms and legs are all a shake and my teeth hurt. I pull and all I gain is maybe a quarter inch off the leather seat, so I fall back and give up and let the tray purr out, activating a hot salt wire down my left leg that sets off humiliating alarms, sirens, spotly at LTS, everybody up yelling and running around, and the big black boys knocking the crowd aside right and left as the both of them rush headlong at me, waving awful mops of wet copper wires cracking and spitting as they short with the water. About the only time we get any let up from this time control is in the fog. Then time doesn't mean anything. It's lost in the fog, like everything else. They haven't really fogged the place full force all day today, not since McMurphy came in. I bet he'd yell Ika bull if they fogged it. Zymen, nothing else is going on, pu usually got the fog or the time control to contend with, but today something's happened. There hasn't been any of these things worked on us all day, not since shaving. This afternoon everything is matching up. When the swing shift comes on duty the clock says 4:30, just like it should. The big nurse dismisses the black boys and takes a last look around the ward. She slides a long silver hatpin out of the iron blue knot of hair back of her head, takes off her white cap and sets it careful in a cardboard box, there's mothballs in that box, and drives the hatpin back in the hair with a stab of her hand behind the glass. I see her tell everyone good evening. She hands the little birthmark swing shift nurse a note, then her hand reaches out to the control panel in the steel door, clacks on the speaker in the day room, good evening, boys. Behave yourselves. And tums the music up louder than ever. She rubs the inside of her wrist across her lip now, a disgusted look shows the fat black boy who just reported on duty that he better get to cleaning it, and he's at the glass with a paper towel before she's so much as locked the vard door behind her. The machinery in the walls whistles, sighs, drops into a lower gear. Then, till night, we eat and shower and go back to sit in the day room. Old Elastic, the oldest vegetable, is holding his stomach and moaning. George, the black boys call him Rubadub, is washing his hands in the drinking fountain. The acute sit and play cards and at getting a picture on our TV set by carrying the set every place the cord will reach, in search of a good beam. The speakers in the ceiling are SEII making music. The music from the speakers isn't transmitted in on a radio beam is why the machinery don't interfere. The music comes off a long tape from the nurse's station, a tape we all know so well by heart that there don't any of us consciously hear it except new Manique McMurphy. He hasn't got used to it yet. He's dealing blackjack for cigarettes, and the speakers light over the card table. He's pulled his capite fatal till he has to lean his head back and squint from under the brim to see his cards. He holds a cigarette in his teeth and talks around it like a stock auctioneer I saw once in a cattle auction in the Dallas _ hey yeah, come on, he says, hi, fast, I'm waitin' on you suckers, you hit, or you sit. Hit, you say? Well, and with the king up the boy wants a hit. / hot day no. So comin' at you and too bad, a little lady for the lad and he's over the wall and duvee and the road, up the hill and dropped his load. Comin' at you, Scanlon, and I wish some dot in that hothouse you'll tum down that feeing music. Hooey. Does that thing play night and day, Harding? I never heard such a driving racket in my life. Harding gives him a blank look. Exactly what noise is it you're referring to, mister? That damned radio. Boy. It's been going ever since I come in this moming _ and don't come on with some baloney that you don't hear it. Harding cocks his ear to the ceiling. Oh, yes, the so-called music. Yes, I suppose we do hear it if we concentrate, but then one can heal one's own heartbeat too, if he concentrates hard enough. He grins at McMurphy. You see, that's a recording playing up there, my friend. We seldom hear the radio. The world news might not be therapeutic and we've all heard that recording so many times now it simply slides out of our hearing. The sound of a waterfall soon becomes an unheard sound to those who live near it. Do you think if you lived near a waterfall you could hear it? Very istm hear the sound of the falls on the Columbia, will always hear the hoop of Charlie Bear Belly stabbed himself a big chinook, hear the slap of fish in the water, laughing naked kids on the bank, the women at the racks from a long time ago. Do they leave it on all the time, like a waterfall? McMurphy says not when we sleep, Cheswick says, but all the rest of the time, and that's the youth _w. The hell with that. I'll tell that CCHJN over there to tum it off or get his fat little ass kicked. He starts to stand up, and Harding touches his arm. Friend, that is exactly the kind of statement that gets one branded assaultive. Are you so eager to forfeit? The McMurphy looks at him. That's the way it is, Hull. A pressure game? Keep the old pinch, that's the it is. He slowly lowers himself back into his seat, saying horseman or Harding looks about at the other acutes around the card table. Gentlemen, already I seem to detect in our red-headed challenger a most unheroic decline of his TV cowboy stoicism. He looks at McMurphy across the table, smiling. McMurphy nods at him and tips his head back, getting for the wink and X his big thumb. Well sir, of Professor Harding sounds he's cocky. He wins a couple of splits and he goes to come in on a wise guy. Well, there he sits with a deuce showing and here's a pack of Marlboro, says he backs down. Whips, he sees me, okie dokie, Professor, here's a tray, he wants another, gets another deuce, TTY for the big five, Professor. TTY for that big double pay, or play it safe. Another pack says you won't. Well, the Professor sees me, this tells the tale, too bad, another lady and the Professor flunks his exams. The next song starts up from the speaker, loud and clangy and a lot of accordion. McMurphy takes a look up at the speaker, and his spiel gets louder and louder to match it. Hey yeah, okay, next, god damn it, you hit or you sit comin' at ya right up to the lights out at 9:30. I could have watched McMurphy at that black lac table all night, the way he dealt and talked and roped them in and led them smack up to the point where they were just about to quit, then back down a hand or TiVo to give them confidence and bring them along again. Once he took a break for a cigarette and tilted back in his chair, his hands folded behind his head, and told the guys, the secret of being a top-notch con man is being able to camo what the mark wants, and how to make him think he's getting it. I learned that when I worked a season on a skilo wheel in a carnival. You fail the sucker over with your eyes when he comes up and you say, now here's a build that needs to feel tough, so every time he snaps at you for taking him you quake in your boots, scared to death, and tell him, please, sir. No trouble. The next roll is on the house, sir. So the both of you are getting what you want. He rocks forward, and the legs of his chair come down with a crack. He picks up the deck, zips his thumb over it, emocks the edge of it against the tabletop, licks his thumb and anger underscores, and what I deduce you marks need is a big fat pot to temptate you. Here's 10 packages on the next deal. Hey yub, comin' at you, guts ball from here on out. And throws back his head and laughs out loud at the way the guys hustled to get their bets down. That laugh banged around the DRCN.M all evening, and all the time he was dealing he was piking and alking and trying to get the players to laugh along with him. But they were all afraid to loosen up, it'd been too long. He gave up trying and settled down to serious dealing. They won the deal off him 75 a time or two, but he always bought it back or fought it back, and the cigarettes on each side of him grew in bigger and bigger pyramid stacks. Then just before 9:30 he started letting them win, lets them win it all back so fast they don't hardly remember losing. He pays out the last couple of cigarettes and lays down the deck and leans back with a sigh and shoves the cap out of his eyes, and the game is done. Well, sir, win a few, lose the rest is what I say. He shakes his head so forlorn. I don't know, I was always a pretty shrewd customer at T21, but you birds may just be too to GB for me. You got some kinda uncanny knack, makes a man leery of playing against such sharpies for real money tomorrow. He isn't even kidding himself into thinking they fall for that. He let them win, and every one of us watching the game KMOs it, so do the players. But their SEII isn't a man raking his pile of cigarettes he didn't really even but only one back because they were his in the first place, that doesn't have a smirk on his face like he's the toughest gambler on the whole Mississippi. The fat black boy and a black boy named Geever run us out of the day and commence tumming lights off with a little key on a chain, and as the ward gets dimmer and darker the eyes of the little birthmarked nurse in the station get bigger and brighter. She's at the door of the glass station, issuing nighttime pills to the men that shuffle past her in a line, and she's having a hard time keeping straight who gets poisoned what tonight. She's not even vatching where she pours the water. What has distracted her attention this way is that big red-headed man, the dreadful cap and the horrible-looking scar, coming her way. She's watching McMurphy walk away from the card table in the dark day room, his one homie hand investing the red tuft of hair that secks out of the little cup at the throat of his work falm shirt, and I figure by the way she rears back when he reaches the door of the station that she's probably been warned about him beforehand by the big nurse. Zio, one more thing before I leave it in your hands tonight, MSS Pilbo, that new man sitting over there, the one the garish red side bums and facial lacerations, I've reason to believe he is a sex maniac. McMurphy sees how she's looking so scared and big-eyed at him, so he sticks his head in the station door where she's issuing pills, and gives her a big friendly grin to get acquainted. 76, on. This flusters her so she drops the water pitcher on her foot. She heaves a cry and hops on one foot, jerks her hand, and the pill she was about to give me leaps out of the little cup and right down the neck of her uniform where that birthmark stain runs like a river of vine down into a valley. "Let me give you a hand, ma'am." And that very hand comes through the station door, scarred and tattooed and the color of raw stayback. There are Turo aides on the ward with me. She rolls her eyes for the black boys, but they are off tying Chionix in bed, nowhere close enough to help. In a hurry McMulphy grins and tums the hand over so she can see he isn't holding a knife. All she can see is the light shining off the slick, waxy, call-used palm. I mean to do, miss, is TC stay back. Patients aren't allowed to enter the stay back, I'm a Catholic, and straight away jerks at the gold chain around her neck so a cross flies out from between her insides, slingshots the lost pill up in the air. McMurphy strikes at the ale right in front of her face. She screams and pps the cross in her mouth and clenches her eyes shut like she's about to get socked, stands that, paper white except for that stain which tums darker than ever, as though it sucked the blood from all the rest of her body. When she finally opens her eyes again there's that call-used hand right in front of her with my little red capsule sitting in it. "Was to pick up your watering can dropped." He holds that out in the other hand. Her breath comes out in a loud hiss. She takes the can from him. "Thank you, good night," and closes the door in the next man's face. "No more pills tonight." In the dorm McMurphy tosses the pill on my back. "You want your sour ball?" I shake my head at the pill, and he flips it off the bed. It was a bug pestering him. It hops across the floor, a cricket scrabble. He goes to getting ready for bed, pulling off his clothes. The shorts under his work pants are coal black satin covered with big white whales with red eyes. He grins when he sees I'm looking at the shorts. From a co-ed at Oregon State, Chief, a literary map _ he snaps the elastic with his thumb. "She gave them to me because she said I was a symbol." His arms and neck and face are sunbeamed and bristled with curly orange hairs. He's got tattoos on each big shoulder. One says Fighting Lethmix and has a devil with a red eye and red hums and an M1 rifle, and the other is a poker hand fanned out across his muscle aces and eights. He puts his roll of clothes on the nightstand next to my bed and goes to punching at his pillow. He's been assigned the bed light next to mine. He gets between the sheets and tells me I better hit the sack myself, that here comes one of those black boys to douse the lights on us. I look around, and the black boy named Geever is coming, and I eck off my shoes and get in bed just as he vicks up to tie a sheet across me / he's finished with me. He takes a last look around and giggles and flips the domey eggs off. Except for the white powder of light from the nurse's station out in the hall, the dorm is dark. I can just make out McMurphy next to me, breathing deep and regular, the covers over him rising and falling. The breathing gets slower and slower, till I figure he's been asleep for a while. Then I hear a soft, throaty sound from his bed, like the chuckle of a horse. He's still awake and he's lowling to himself about something. He stops laughing and whispers, "You sure did give a jump when I told you that CCH3N was coming, Chief. I thought somebody told me you was deep _7 first time for a long time. I'm in bed without taking that little red capsule. If I hide to keep from taking it, the night nurse the birthmark sends the black boy named Geever out to hunt me down, hold me captive with his flashlight till she can get the needle ready, so I fake sleep when the black boy's coming past with his lights. Man, you take one of those red pills, you don't just go to sleep, you're paralyzed with sleep, and all night long you can't wake, no matter what goes on around you. That's why the staff gives me the pills, At the old place I took to 11 plus or minus ng up at night and catching them performing all kinds of horrible crimes on the patients sleeping around me. I lie still and slow my breathing waiting to see if something is going to happen. It is dark my lord and I hear them slipping around out there in their rubber shoes, and vice they peek in the dorm and run a flashlight over everybody. I keep my eyes shut and keep awake. I hear a wailing from up on disturbed, boo got some guy wired to pick up code signals ZO, a beer, I think, FO the long night ahead, I hear a black boy whisper to the other. Rubber shoes squeak off toward the nurse's station, where the refrigerator is. Ava like a beer, sweet thing VSTH a birthmark, FO the long night ahead. The guy upstairs hushes. The low whine of the devices in the walls gets quieter and quieter, till it hums down to nothing, not a sound across the hospital except for a dull, padded rumbling somewhere deep in the guts of the building, a sound that I never noticed before, a lot like the sound you hear when you're standing late at night on top of a big hydroelectric dam. Low, relentless, brute power. The fat black boy stands out there in the hall where I can see him, looking all around and giggling. He walks toward the dorm door, slow, wiping the tea-vet gray palms in his armpits. The light from the nurse's station throws his shadow on the dorm wall big as an elephant, gets smaller as he walks to the domey door and looks in. He giggles again and unlocks the fuse box by the door and reaches in. THA's right, babies, sleep tight. Tivists a knob, and the whole floor goes to slipping down away from him, standing in the lowering into the building like a platform in a grain elevator. Not a thing but the dorm floor moves, and we're sliding away from the walls and door and the windows of the lot at a hell of a clip. Beds, bedstands, and all the machinery, probably a cog and track affair at each corner of the shaft, is greased silent as death. The only sound I hear is the guys breathing and that drumming under us getting louder the farther dorm we go. The light of the dorm door 500 yards back up this hole is nothing but a speck, dusting the square sides of the shaft a dim powder. It gets dimmer and dimmer. A faraway scream comes echoing down the sides of the shaft. Stay, the light goes out altogether. The floor reaches some kind of solid bottom far down in the ground and stops with a soft jar. It's dead black, and I can feel the sheet around me choking off my wind. Just as I get the sheet untied, the floor starts sliding forward a little jolt. Some kind of casters under it. I can't hear. I can't even hear the guys around me breathing, and I realize all of a sudden it's because that drumming's gradually got so loud I can't hear anything else. We must be square in the middle of it. I go to clawing at that damned sheet tied across me and lust about have it loose when a whole wall slides up, reveals a huge room of endless machines stretching clear out of sight, swarming with sweating, shirtless men running up and down camrooks, faces blank and dreamy in firelight thrown from 100 blast maces. It everything I see looks Ilka. It sounded Ilka the inside of a tremendous dam. Huge brass tubes disappear upward in the dark. Wires run to transformers out of sight. Grease and cinders catch on everything, staining the couplings and motors and dynamos red and coal black. The workers all move at the Sarn smooth sprint, an easy, fluid stride. No one's in a hurry. One will hold up a second, spin a dial, push a button, throw a switch, and one side of his face flashes white lightning from the spark of the connecting switch, and run on, up steel steps and along a corrugated iron catwalk, pass each other so smooth and close I hear the slap of wet sides like the slaw of a salmon's tail on water. Stop again, throw lightning from another switch, and run on again. They twinkle in all directions clean on out of SI at LT, these flash pictures of the dreamy doll faces of the workmen. Aveen Rakaman's eyes snap shut while he's going at full run, and he drops in his tracks. Two of his buddies running by grab him up and lateral him into a furnace as they pass. The furnace whoops a ball of fire and I hear the popping of a million tubes walking through a field of seed pods. This sound mixes the whir and clang of the rest of the machines. There's a rhythm to it, like a thundering pulse. The dorm floor slides on out of the shaft and into the machine RCKM. Right away I see what's straight above us. DNE of those trestle affairs you find in meat houses, rollers on tracks to move carcasses from the cooler to the butcher. Veast out much efting guys in slacks, white shirts with the sleeves tumbed back, and thin black EES are leaning on the canvac above our beds, gesturing to each other as they talk, cigarettes in long holders tracing lines of red light. They're talking but you can't make out the words above the measured roar leasing all around them. One of the guys snaps his fingers, and the nearest workman veers in a sharp turn and sprints to his side. The guy points Clove at one of the beds with his cigarette holder, and the worker trots off to the steel step ladder and runs down to our level, where he goes out of sight. Boomveen transformers huge as potato sellers. Zyman, that worker appears again. He's pulling a hook along the trestle overhead and taking giant strides as he swings along it. He passes my bed and a furnace hooping somewhere suddenly lights his face up right over mine, a face handsome and brutal and IVAXY like a mask, wanting nothing. I've seen a million faces like it. He goes to the bed and with one hand grabs the old vegetable Blastic by the heel and lifts him straight up like elastic. Don't weigh more than a few pounds. With the other hand the worker drives the hook through the tendon back of the heel, and the old guy's hanging there upside his moldy face blown up big scared, the eyes scummed vsth mute fear. He keeps flapping both arms and the free leg till his pyramid top falls around his head. The Veenworker grabs the top and bunches and twists it like a burlap sack and pulls the trolley clicking back over the trestle to the calf's alk and looks up to where those TiVo guys in white shirts are standing. One of the guys takes a scalpel from a holster at his belt. There's a chain welded to the scalpel. The guy lowers it to the V.73 worker, loops the other end of the chain around the railing so the worker can't run off with the weapon. The worker takes the scalpel and slices up the front of old Blastic with a clean swing and the old man stops thrashing around. I expect to be sick, but there's no blood or innards falling out. I was luang to see just a shower of rust and ashes, and now and again a piece of wire or glass. Workers standing there to his knees in what looks like clinkers. A fumace got its mouth open somewhere, licks up somebody. I think about jumping up and running around and vang up McMurphy and Harding and as many of the guys as I can, but there wouldn't be any sense in it if I shook somebody awake. He'd say, "YP, you crazy idiot, what the hell's eating you?" And then probably help one of the workers lift me onto one of those hooks himself, saying, "How about let's see what the insides of an Indian are like." I heal the high, cold, whistling wet breath of the fog machine, see the first wisps of it come seeping out from under McMurphy's bed. I hope he knows enough to hide in the fog. I hear a silly prattle reminds me of somebody familiar, and I roll enough to get a look to V and the other. It's the hairless public relation VSTH, the bloated face, that the patients are always arguing about why it's bloated. I'll say he does, they'll argue. Me, I'll say he doesn't. Ever hear of a guy real who wore one? Q, yeah, but you ever hear of a guy like him before? The erst patient shrugs and nods. Interesting point. Now he's stripped except for a long undershirt with fancy monograms sewed red on front and back, and I see once and for all, the undershirt rides up his back some as he comes walking past, giving me a peek, that he definitely does. Will one, laced so tight it might blow up any second. And dangling from the stays he's got half a dozen withered objects, tied by the hair like scalps. He's carrying a little flask of something that he sips from to keep his throat open for talking, and a camphor hanky he puts in front of his nose from time to time to stop out the stink. There's a clutch of school teachers and college girls and the eek hurrying after him. They wear blue aprons and their hair in pin curls. They are listening to him give a brief lecture on the tour. He thinks of something funny and has to stop his lecture long enough for a swig from the flask to stop the giggling. During the pause one of his pupils stargazes around and sees the gutted chronic dangling by his heel. She gasps and jumps back. The public relation turns and catches sight of the corpse and rushes to take one of those limp hands and give it a spin. The 82 student shrinks forward for a cautious look, face in a trance. You see? He squeals and rolls his eyes and spews stuff from his flask. He's laughing so hard. He's laughing till I think he'll explode. Zyman, he enely drowns the laughing. He starts back along the row of machines and goes into his lecture again. He stops suddenly and slaps his scatterbrained, comes running back to the hanging chronic to lip off another trophy and tie it to his girdle. Right and left there are other things happening just as bad, crazy, horrible things, goofy and outlandish to cry about and too much true to laugh about, but the fog is getting thick enough I don't have to watch. And somebody's tugging at my arm. I know already what will happen, somebody'll drag me out of the fog and we'll be back on the vault and there won't be a sign of what went on tonight, and if I was fool enough to try and tell anybody I'll net it, they'd say, idiot, you just had a nightmare. Things as crazy as a big machine RCKM down in the bowels of a dam where people get cut up by robot workers don't exist, but if they don't exist, how can a man see them? It's ML Tickle that pulls me out of the fog by the arm, shaking me and grinning. He says, "Ah, you having a bad dream, Mr. Bromden?" He's the 81173 RKS, the long lonely shift from 11 to 7, an old Negro man with a big sleepy grin on the end of a long wobbly neck. He smells eek. He's had a little to drink. Back to sleep now, Mr. Bromden. Some nights he'll untie the sheet from across me if it's so tight I squirm around. He wouldn't do it if he thought the day crew knew it was him, because they'd probably fire him, but he figures the day crew will think it was me. Unbed it. I think he really does it to be kind, to help, but he makes sure he's safe first. This time he doesn't untie the sheet but up a Kesey from me to help. Aides I never saw before, and a young doctor lift old Blastic onto the stretcher and carry him out, covered with a sheet. Handle him more careful than anybody ever handled him before in all his life. .8 Come moaming, McMurphy is up before I am, the first time anybody been up before me since Uncle Jules the Walt Valker was here. Jules was a shrewd old white-haired Negro with a theory the world was being epped over on its side during the night by the black boys. He used to step out in the early moments, aiming to catch them tipping it. Like Jules, I'm up early in the mornings to watch what machinery they're sneaking onto the ward or installing in the shaving room, and usually it's just me and the black boys in the hall for 15 minutes before the next patient is out of bed. But this morning I hear McMulphy out there in the latrine as I come out of the covers. Hear him singing. Singing so you'd think he didn't have a worry in the AMDRLCL. His voice is clear and strong, slapping up against the cement and steel. Your horses are hungry, that's what she did say. He's enjoying the way the sound rings in the latrine. Come sit down beside me, and feed then some hay. He gets a breath, and his voice lumps a key, gaining pitch and power till it's joggling the whiling in all the walls. Ollie horses ain't hungry, they won't eat your hay. He holds the note and plays VSTH it, then swoops down VSTH the rest of the verse to finish it off. So fare the well, darlin', I'm gone on my way. Singing. Everybody's thunderstruck. They haven't heard such a thing in years, not on this ward. Most of the acutes in the dorm are up on their elbows, blinking and listening. They look at one another and raise their eyebrows. How come the black boys haven't hushed him up out there? They never let anybody raise that much racket before, did they? How come they treat this new guy different? He's a man made out of skin and bone that's due to get weak and pale and die, lust eat the rest of us. He lives under the same gotta eat, bumps up against the same troubles. These things make him just as vulnerable to the combine as anybody else, don't they? But the new guy is different, and the acutes can see it, different from anybody been coming on this ward for the past 10 years, different from anybody they ever met outside. He's just as vulnerable, maybe, but the combine didn't get him. Ollie's guns are loaded, he sings, my whip's in my hand. How'd he manage to sep the collar? Maybe, like old Pete, the combine missed getting to him. SCHJN at L with controls. Maybe he growed up so wild all over the country, batting around from one place to another, never around one totten longer and a few months when he was a kid, so a school never got much a hold on him, logging, gambling, running carnival wheels, traveling lightfoot and fast, keeping on the move so much that the combine never had a chance to get anything in Zalakel. Maybe that's it, he never gave the combine a chance, just like he never gave the black boy a chance to get to him with the thermometer. Yesterday morning, because a moving target is hard to hit, no wife wanting new linoleum. No relatives pulling at him with watery old eyes. No one to car about, which is what makes him free enough to be a good con man. And maybe the reason the black boys don't rush into that latrine and put a stop to his singing is because they know he's out of control, and they remember that time old Pete and what a man out of control can do. And they can see that McMulphy's a lot bigger than old Pete. If it comes down to getting the best of him, It's going to take all three of them and the big nurse waiting on the sidelines with a needle. The acutes nod at one another. That's the reason, they figure, that the black boys haven't stopped his singing where they would stop any of the rest of us. I come out of the dawn into the hall just as McMurphy comes out of the latrine. He's got his cap on and not much else, just a towel grabbed around his hips. He's holding it in his other hand. He stands in the hall, looking up and down, rocking up on his toes to keep off the cold tile as much as he can. Picks him out a black any, the least one, and up a kiss up to him and whaps him on the shoulder lust like they'd been friends all their lives. Hey there, old buddy, what's my chance of gettin' some toothpaste for brushin' my? The black boy's dwarf head swivels and comes nose to knuckle with that hand. He frowns at it, then takes a quick check where's the other black boy's lust in case, and tells McMurphy they don't open the cabinet till 6:45. It's a policy, he says. Sis, that right? I mean, is that where they keep the toothpaste? In the cabinet. Utha's right, locked in the cabinet 85. The black boy tries to go back to please hang the baseboards, but that hand is STM locked over his shoulder, a big red clamp. Locked in the cabinet, is it? Well, now why do you reckon they keep the toothpaste locked up? I mean, it ain't it's dangerous, is it? You can't poison a man with it, can you? You couldn't brain some guy with the tube, could you? /smat reason you sups they have for puttin' something as handless as a little tube of toothpaste under lock and key. It's ward policy, Nil McMurphy, THA's the reason. And when he sees that this last reason don't affect McMurphy it should, he frowns at that hand on his shoulder and adds, "You suppose it'd be like if SL Abadel was to brush their teeth whenever they a notion to brush." McMurphy tums loose the shoulder, tugs at that tuft of red wool at his neck, and thinks this over. I think I can see what you're driving at. Ward policy is for those that can't brush after every meal, my gaw, don't you see? Yes, now, I do. You're saying people'd be brushin' their teeth whenever the spirit moved them. Utha's right, THA's why we and, lordy, can you imagine? Teeth bane brushed at 6:30, 6:20, who can tell, maybe even 6 o'clock _ yeah, I can see your point. He lifts past the black boy at me standing against the wall. I gotta get this baseboard cleaned, McMurphy. I didn't mean to keep you from your job. He starts to back away as the black boy bends to his work again. Then he comes forward and leans over to look in the can at the black boy's side. Tell, look here, what do we have here? And the black boy peers down. Look where? Look here in this old can, Sanu. What is the stuff in this old can? THA's soap powder. Well, I generally use paste. Runs his toothbrush down in the powder and swishes it around and pulls it out and taps it on the side of the "this do fine for me. I thank you, we'll look into that ward policy business later." And he heads back to the latrine, where I can hear his singing garbled by the piston beat of his toothbrushing. That black boy's standing there looking after him, vsth his scrub rag hanging limp in his gray hand. After a minute he blinks and looks around and sees I been watching and comes over and drags me down the hall by the drawstring on my paramas and pushes me to a place on the floor I lust did yesterday. There. Damn you, right there. That's where I and vant you workin', not gawkin' around like some big useless cow. There. And I lean over and go to mopping with my back to him so he won't see me. I feel good, seeing McMurphy get that black boy's goat like not many men could. Papa used to able to do it spraddle-legged, deadpanned, squinting up at the sky that first time the government men showed up to negotiate about buying off the treaty. "I Canada honkers up there," Papa says, squinting up. "Government men rattling papers. / had are in July? There's no geese this time of year. LTH, no geese." They had been talking like tourists from the east who figure you've got to talk to Indians so they'll understand. Papa didn't seem to take any notice of the way they talked. He kept looking at the sky. "Geese up there, white man. You know it geese this year. And last year. and the year before and the year before. The men looked at one another and cleared their throats. Yes underscore may be true, Chief Bromden. Now. Forget geese pay it an eon to contract. What we offer could greatly benefit your people change the eves of the Red Man. Papa said, and the year before and the year before and the year erfore. By the time it dawned on the government men that they were being poked fun at, all the council who'd been sitting on the porch of our shack, putting pipes in the pockets of teal red and black plaid wool shirts and taking them back out again, grinning at one another and at Papa, they had all busted up laughing fit to L. Uncle R and J Wolf VMS rolling on the ground, gasping with laughter and saying, "You know it, white man. It sure did get their goat." They tummed without saying a VNRD and walked off toward the highway, red-necked, us laughing behind them. I forget sometimes what laughter can do. The big nurse's key hits the lock, and the black boy is up to her soon as she's in the shifting from to foot like a kid asking to pee. I'm close enough. I hear McMurphy's name come into his conversation a couple of times, so I know he's telling her Alnut McMurphy brushing his teeth, completely forgetting to tell her about the old vegetable who died during the night, waving his arms and trying to tell her what that fool redhead's been up to already, so early in the moming, disrupting things, going contrary to ward policy. Can't she do something? She glares at the black boy till he stops fidgeting, then looks up the hall to where McMurphy's singing is booming out of the latrine door louder than ever. "Zo, your parents don't eek me, they say I'm too po or, they say I'm not worthy to enter your door." Her face is puzzled at first, like the rest of us. It's been so long since she's heard singing it takes her a second to recognize what it is. "Hard livin's my pleasure, my money's my 0-0 own, and them that don't ilka me, they can leave me alone." She listens a minute more to make sure she isn't hearing things, then she goes to puffing up. Her nostrils flare open, and every breath she draws she gets bigger, as big and tough looking's I seen her get over a patient since Tabor I was here. She works the hinges in her elbows and fingers. I hear a small squeak. She starts moving, and I get back against the wall, and when she lumbles past she's already big as a truck, trailing that bag behind in her exhaust like a semi behind a Jimmy Diesel. Her lips are parted, and her smile's going out before her like a radiator grill. I can smell the hot oil and magneto spark when she goes past, and every step hits the floor she blows up a size bigger, blowing and puffing, roll do vn anything in her path. I'm scared to think what she'll do. Then, just as she's rolling along at her biggest and meanest, McMulphy steps out of the latrine door right in front of her, holding that towel around his hips, stops her dead. She shrinks to about head high to where that towel covers him, and he's grinning down on her. Her grin is giving way, sagging at the edges. "Good morning, Ness Ratshed. How's things on the outside? Foo can't run around here in a towel." "No." He looks down at the part of the towel she's eye to eye with, and it's wet and skin tight. "Against ward policy too?" "Well, I guess there's nothing to do exec stop." "Don't you dare. You get back in that dorm and get your clothes on this instant." She sounds like a teacher bawling out a student, so McMurphy hangs his head like a student and says in a voice sounds like he's about to see why, "I can't do that, ma'am. I'm afraid some thief in the night boosted my clothes whilst I slept. I sleep awful sound on the mattresses you have here. Somebody boosted caged. Job lure and swiped. Stole," he says happily. "You know, man, like boosted my threads." Saying this tickles him, so he goes into a little barefooted dance before her. "Stole your clothes? That looks like the whole of it. But prison clothes?" He stops jigging around and hangs his head again. "All I know is that they were there when I went to bed and gone when I got up. Gone slick as a whistle. Oh, I do know they were nothing but prison clothes, coarse and faded and uncouth, ma'am. Well, I know it, and prison clothes may not seem like much to those as has mom, but to a nude man that outfit," she says, realizing FT's supposed to be picked up. "You were issued a uniform of green convalescence this morning." He shakes his head and sighs, "But still don't look up." "No. No, I'm afraid I pasn't underscore not a thing this moming but the cap that's on my head and Willian as, she hollers down to the black boy who's still at the ward door like he me at LT make a run for it till he can you come here a moment? He crawls to her like a dog to a whipping. William.s, why doesn't this patient have an issue of convalescence? The black boy is relieved. He straightens up and grins, raises that gray hand and points down the other end of the hall to one of the big ones. Mr. Washington over there is signed to the laundry duty this moment underscore not me. No. M.I. Washington. She nails him with his mop poised over the bucket, freezes him there. Queen you come here a moment. The mop slides without a sound back in the bucket, and with slow, careful movements he leans the handle against the anal. He tums around and looks down at McMurphy and the least black boy and the nurse. He looks then to his left and to his right, like she might be yelling at somebody else. Come see LOVN here. He puts his hands in his pockets and starts shuffling Duvy and the hall to her. He never walks very fast, and I can see how if he don't get a move on she might freeze him and shatter him all to hell by just looking. All the hate and fury and frustration she was planning to use on McMurphy is beaming out down the hall at the black boy, and he can feel it blast against him 89, like a blizzard wind, slowing him more than ever. He has to lean into it, pulling his arms around him. Frost forms in his hair and eyebrows. He leans farther forward, but his steps are getting slower, he'll never make it. Then McMurphy takes to whistling Sweet Georgia Brown, and the nurse looks away from the black boy just in time. Now she's madder and more frustrated than ever, madder than I ever saw her get. Her doll smile is gone, stretched tight and thin as a red-hot wire. If some of the patients could be out to see her now, McMurphy could start collecting his bets. The black boy finally gets to her, and it took him 2 hours. She draws a long breath. Q. Washington, why wasn't this man issued a change of greens this morning? Couldn't you see he had nothing on but a towel? Zand my cap, McMurphy whispers, tapping the brim with his finger. M.I. underscore Washington. The big black Annie looks at the little one who pointed him out, and the little black boy commences to fidget again. The big boy looks at him a long time with those radio tube eyes, plans to square things with Bim later, then the head turns and he looks McMurphy up and docks taking in the hard, heavy shoulders, the lopsided grin, the scar on the nose, the hand clamping the towel in place, and then he looks at the nurse. L guess he starts out. You guess. You'll do more than guess. You'll get him a uniform this instant, M.I. Washington, or spend the next weeks working on geriatrics ward. Yes. You may need a month of bedpans and slab baths to refresh your appreciation of just how little work you aides have to do on this ward. If this was one of the other retards, who do you think would be scouring the hall all day? NIR underscore Bromden here? No, you know who it would be. We excuse you aides from most of your housekeeping duties to enable you to see to the patients. And that means seeing that they don't parade around exposed. What do you think would have happened if one of the pung nurses had come in early and found a patient running round the halls without a uniform? Backslashy hat do you think? The big black boy isn't too sure what, but he gets her drift and ambles off to the linen room to get McMurphy a set of greens probably 10 sizes tchj small and ambles back and holds it out to him, a look of the clearest hate I ever saw. McMurphy just looks confused, like he don't know how to take the outfit the black boy's handing to him, what with one hand holding the and the other hand holding up the towel. He anally winks at the nurse and shrugs and unwraps the towel, drapes it over her shoulder. She was a wooden rack. I see he had his shorts on under the towel all along. I think for a fact that she'd rather he'd have been stark naked under that towel than had on those shorts. She's glaring at those big white whales leaping round on his shorts in pure wordless outrage. That's more than she can take. It's a full minute before she can pull herself together enough at L to tum on the least black boy. Her voice is shaking out of control, she's so mad. I believe you were supposed to have the windows of the nurse's station polished by the time I arrived this morning. He scuttles off like a black and white bug. And Washington shuffles back to his bucket in almost a trot. She looks around again, wondering who else she can light into. She spots me, but by this time some of the other patients are out of the domi and wondering about the little clutch of us here in the hall. She closes her eyes and concentrates. She can't have them see her face like this, white and LVARP feudy. She uses all the power of control that's in her. Gradually the lips gather together again under the little white nose, run together, like the red-hot wire had got hot enough to melt, shimmer a second, then click solid as the molten metal sets, growing cold and strangely dull. Her lips part, and her tongue comes between them, a chunk of slag. Her eyes open again, and they have that strange dull and cold and flat look the lips have, but she goes into her good morning routine like there was nothing different about her, eagering the patient's LLB too sleepy to know _good morning, M.I. Safult, are your teeth any better? Good morning, M.I. Fredrickson, did you and M.I. Safult have a good night last night? You bed right next to each other, don't you? Incidentally, it's been brought to my attention that you have made some arrangement with your medication. You are letting Bruce have your meandation, aren't you, M.I. Safult? We'll discuss that later. Good morning, Billy. I saw your mother on the AD in, and she told me to be sure to tell you she thought of you all the time and knew you vnulden disappoint her. Good morning, M.L. Harding. Why, look, your fingertips are red and raw. Have you been chewing your FING emails before they could answer, even if there was some answer to make? She tums to McMurphy SEII standing there in his shorts. Harding looks at the shorts and whistles. And you, M.I. McMurphy, she says, smiling, sweet as sugar, if you are finished showing off your manly physique and your gaudy underpants, I think you had better go back in the dorm and put on your greens. He tips his cap to her and to the patients, ogling and poking fun at his white whale shorts, and goes to the dorm without a word. She tums and starts off in the other direction, her flat red smile going out before her. Before she's got the door closed on her glass station, his singing is rolling from the domi door into AE hall again. She me to her pallor, and coo-o-o-old me with her fan 3. One can hear the whack as he slaps his bare belly. T whispered low in her mama's ear, ILUH of that gamblin' man sweeping the dorm soon's it's empty. I'm after dust mice under his bed when I get a smell of something that makes me realize for the first time since I've been in the hospital that this big dorm full of beds, sleeps 40 grown men, has always been sticky with 1,000 other smells of germicide, zinc ointment, and foot powder, smell of piss and sour old man manure, of pablum and eyewash, of musty shorts and socks musty even when they're fresh back from the laundry, the SEFF odor of starch in the linen, the acid stench of moaming mouths, the banana smell of machine oil, and sometimes the smell of singed hair. But never before now, before he came in, the man smell of dust and dirt from the open fields and sweat and work 9 all through breakfast. McMurphy's talking and laughing a mile a minute after this. Moaming he thinks the big nurse is going to be a snap. He don't know he lust caught her off guard and, if anything, made her strengthen herself. He's being the clown, working at getting some of the guys to laugh. It bothers him that the worst they can do is grin weakly and snigger sometimes. He prods at Billy Bibbit, sitting across the table from him, says in a secret 173 ice, hey, Billy boy, you remember that time in Seattle you and me picked up those TiVo Tiviches? One of the best roles I ever had. Billy's eyes up from his plate. He opens his mouth but can't say a thing. McMurphy tums to Harding. We'd never have brought it off, neither, picking them up on the spur of the moment that evening, except that they'd heard tell of Billy Bibbit _Billy Club Bibbit, he was known as in then days. Those girls were about to take off when one looked at him and says, are you renowned Billy Club Bibbit? Of the famous 14 inches. And Billy ducked his head and blushed like he's doin' now, and we were a shoo-in. And I remember, when we got them up to the hotel, there vas this woman's voice from over near Billy's bed, says, TV Esther Bluebit, I'm in you, I heard that you had 444 goodness sakes. And whoops and slaps his leg and Billy with his thumb till I think Billy fall in a dead faint from blushing and grinning. McMurphy says that as a matter of fact a couple of sweetnviches ilka those is the omo thing this hospital does lack the bed they give a man here, finest he's ever slept in, and what a fine table they do spread. He can't eager why everybody's so ean about being locked up here. Look at me now, he tells the guys and lifts a glass to the light, getting my first glass of orange juice in 6 months. Hooey, that's good. I ask you, what did I get for breakfast at that work farm? What was I served? Well, I can describe what it boked, but I sure couldn't hang an arn on it. Moaming noon and night it was bumped black and had potatoes in it and looked like roofing glue. I know one thing, it wasn't orange juice. Look at me no, bacon, toast, butter, eggs, coffee. The little honey in the kitchen even asks me if I like it black or white. Thank you, and a great big cold glass of orange juice. You couldn't TPG me to leave this place. He gets seconds on everything and makes a date the Gil pours coffee in the kitchen for when he gets discharged, and he compliments the Negro cook on sunny-siding the best eggs he ever ate. There's bananas for the cornflakes, and he gets a handful, tells the black boy that he'll elsh him one cause he looks so starved, and the black boy shifts his eyes to look down the hall to where the nurse is sitting in her glass case, and says it ain't allowed for the help to eat with the patients. Z against ward policy. THA's right. W Tough peels 3 bananas right under the black boy's nose and eats one after the other, tells the boy that any time you want one snuck out of the mess hall for you, Sam, you just give the word. Zyman McMurphy finishes his last banana. He slaps his belly and gets up and heads for the end. The big black boy blocks the door and tells him the rule that patients sit in the mess hall till they all leave at 7:30. McMurphy stares at him like he can't believe he's hearing right, then tums and looks at Harding. Harding nods his head, so McMurphy shrugs and whack to his chair. I sure don't want to go against that goddamned policy. The clock at the end of the mess hall shows it's 7:15, lies about how we only been sitting here 15 minutes when you can tell it's been at least an hour. Everybody is finished eating and leaned back, watching the big hand to move to 7:30. The black boys take up the vegetables splattered trays and wheel the TiVo old men down to get hosed off in the mess hall. About half the guys lay their heads on their arms, figuring to get a little sleep before the black boys get back. There's nothing else to do, with no cards or magazines or picture puzzles. Just sleep or watch the clock, but McMurphy can't keep still for that, he's got to be up to something. After about 2 minutes of pushing food scraps around his plate with his spoon, he's ready for more excitement. He hooks his thumbs in his pockets and tips back and one-eyes that clock up on the wall. Then he rubs his nose. You know, that old clake up there puts me in mind of the tarts at the Target ran at Fort Riley. That's where I got my Elst medal, a sharpshooter medal. DEADI McMurphy wants to lay me a poor little dollar that I can't put the stab of butter square in the center of the face of that clock up there, or at least on the face. He gets 3 bets and takes up his butter pat and puts it on his knife, gives it a flip. It sticks a good 6 inches or so to the left of the clock, and everybody kids him about it until he pays his bets. They're SEII riding him about did he mean dead eye or dead eyes. When the least black boy gets back from hosing vegetables and everybody looks into his plate and keys quiet, the black boy senses something is in the air, but he can't see what, and he probably never would have came on except old Colonel Matterson is gazing around, and B sees the butter stuck up on the wall, and this causes him to point up at it and go into one of his lessons, explaining to us all in his patient, rumbling voice, just like what he said made sense. The butter is the Republican Party. The black boy looks where the colonel is pointing, and there that butter is, easing down the upple like a yellow snail. He blinks at it, but he doesn't say a word, doesn't even bother looking around to make certain who flipped it up there. McMurphy is whispering and nudging the acute sitting around him, and in a minute they all nod, and he lays $3 on the table and leans back. Everybody tums in his chair and watches that butter sneak on down the wall, Arden hanging still, shooting ahead, and leaving a shiny trail behind it on the paint. Nobody says a. They look at the butter, then at the clock, then back at the butter. The clock's moving now. The butter makes it down to the FLCN, about a half a minute before 7:30, and McMurphy gets back all the money he lost. The black boy wakes up and tums away from the greasy stripe on the wall and says we can go, and McMurphy walks out of the mess hall, folding his money in his pocket. He puts his arms around the black boy's shoulders and half carries him down the hall toward the day. The day's half gone, Sam, a buddy, and I'm just barely breaking even. I'll have to hustle to catch up. How about breaking out that deck of cards you got locked securely in that cabinet, and I'll see if I can make myself heard over that loudspeaker. Spends most of that moment hustling to catch up by dealing more blackjack, playing for ES now instead of cigarettes. He move sthe black, actab letivo 3 times to buy to get out from under the speaker. You can tell it's getting on his nerves. Finally he goes to the nurse's station and raps on a pane of glass. The big nurse swivels in her chair and opens the door, and he asks her how about turning that infernal noise off for a while. She's calmer than ever now, back in her seat behind her pane of glass. There's no heathen running around half naked to unbalance her. Her smile is settled and soulful. She closes her eyes and shakes her head and tells McMurphy very pleasantly, "No 60, can't you even ease down on the volume? It ain't like the whole state of Oregon needed to hear Lawrence Welk play T for Tavo 3 times every hour, all day long. If it was soft enough to hear a man shout his bets across the table, I might get a game of poker going. You've been told, McMurphy, that it's against the policy to gamble for money on the ward. Okay, then down soft enough to gamble for matches, 4 fly buttons, just tum the damn thing down." ML McMurphy. She waits and lets her calm schoolteacher tone sink in her, for she pees on. She camos every acute on the ward is listening to them. "Do you want to know what I think? I think you are being seedy selfish. Haven't you noticed there are others in this hospital besides yourself? There are old men here who couldn't heal the radio at all if it were lower, old fellows who simply aren't capable of reading, or warring puzzles or playing cards to win other men's cigarettes. Old fellows like Matterson and Kittling, that music coming from the loudspeaker is all they have, and you want to take that access from them. We like to hear suggestions and requests whenever we can, but I should think you might at least give some thou at LT to others before you make your requests." He turns and looks over at the chronic side and sees there's something to what she says. He takes off his cap and runs his hand in his hail, finally tums back to her. He knows as well as she does that all the acutes are listening to everything they say. 10K, I never thought about that. I thought you hadn't. He tugs at that little tuft of red showing out of the neck of his greens, then says, "Well, hey, what do you say to us aching the card game someplace else? Some other room? Like, say, that our CHJMU people put the tables in during that meeting. There's nothing in there all the rest of the day. You could unlock that room and let the card players go in there, and leave 96 the old men out here with their radio a good deal all around." She smiles and closes her eyes again and shakes her head gently. "Of course, you may take the suggestion up the rest of the staff at some time, but I'm afraid everyone's feelings will correspond with mine. We do not have adequate coverage for TiVo day rooms. There isn't enough personnel. And you wouldn't lean against the glass there, please. Your hands are oily and staining the window. That means extra VNRK for some of the other men." He jerks his hand away, and I see he starts to say something and then stops, realizing she didn't leave him anything else to say, unless he wants to start cussing at her. His face and neck are red. He draws a long breath and concentrates on his willpower, the way she did this moment, and tells her that he is very sorry to have bothered her, and goes back to the card table. Everybody on the ward can feel that it started. At 11 o'clock the doctor comes to the day room door and calls over to McMurphy that he'd like to have him come do VN to his office for an interview. I interview all new admissions on the second day. McMurphy lays down his cards and stands up and walks over to the doctor. The doctor asks him how his night was, but McMurphy just mumbles an answer. "You look deep in thought today, Mr. McMurphy." "Oh, I'm a thinker all right," McMurphy says, and they walk off together down the hall. When they come back what seems like days later, they're both grinning and talking and happy about something. The doctor is wiping tears off his glasses and looks like he's actually been laughing, and McMurphy is back as loud and full of brass and swagger as ever. He's that way all through lunch, and at 1 o'clock he's the erst one in his seat for the meeting, his eyes blue and omery from his place in the corner. The big nurse comes into the day room with her covey of student nurses and her basket of notes. She picks the logbook up from the table and frowns into it a minute, no NCLYs informed on anybody all day long, then goes to her seat beside the door. She picks up some folders from the basket on her lap and riffles through them till she ends the one on Harding. "Zas, I recall, we were making quite a bit of headway yesterday. Mr. Harding's problem before we go MTO that, the doctor says, I'd like to interrupt a moment, if I might. Conc eaming a talk mi McMurphy and I had in my office this morning, reminiscing, actually talking over old times. You see, Mr. McMurphy and we have something in common. We went to the same high school." The nurses look at one another and wonder what's got into this man. The patients glance at McMurphy grinning from his comber and wait for the doctor to go on. He nods his head. "Yes, the same high, and in the course of our reminiscing we happened to bring up the carnivals the school used to sponsor, mannerless, noisy, gala occasions. Decorations, crepe streamers, games at Ava's always one of the prime events of the year. As I mentioned to McMurphy, was the chairman of the high school carnival both my junior and senior years. Wonderful carefree years. It's got real quiet in the day room." The doctor raises his head, peers around to see if he's making a fool of himself. The big nurse is giving him a look that shouldn't leave any doubts about it, but he doesn't have on his glasses and the look misses him. "Xenreve, to put an end to this maudlin display of nostalgia in the course of our conversation, McMurphy and IV.7 gendered what would be the attitude of some of the men toward a carnival here on the ward." He puts on his aces and peers around again. Nobody's jumping up and down at the idea. Some of us can remember Tabor trying to engineer a carnival a few years back, and what happened to it. As the doctor waits, a silence rears up from out of the nurse and looms over everybody, daring anybody to challenge it. I know McMurphy can't because he was in on the planning of the carnival, and lust as I'm thinking that nobody be fool enough to break that silence, Cheswick, who sits right next to McMurphy, gives a grunt and is on his feet, rubbing his ribs, before he knows what happened. I'll personally believe, see, he looks down at McMurphy's fist on the chair arm beside him, VSTH, that big stiff thumb sticking straight up out of it like a cow. A carnival is a real good idea. Something to break the monotony. "That's right, Charlie," the doctor says, appreciating Cheswick's support, "and not altogether without therapeutic, I do." "Certainly not," Ches Vic says, looking happier now. "No. Lots of therapeutics in a Cameval _ you bet. It would be fun," Billy Bibbett says. "Fee, that too," Chesvsk says. "We could do it, Dr. Spivey, sure we could. Scanlon can do his human bomb act, and I can make a ring toss in occupational therapy 98. I'll tell fortunes," Martini says and squints at a spot above his head. "TM rather good at diagnosing pathologies from palm reading myself," Harding says. GC at Ches Vic says and claps his hands. "He's never had anybody support anything he said before myself," McMurphy drawls. "I'd be honored to work a skillo wheel. Had a little experience. Oh, there are numerous possibilities," the doctor says, sitting up straight in his chair and really warming to it. "I've got a million ideas." He talks full steam ahead for another 5 minutes. You can tell a lot of the ideas are ideas he's already talked over with McMurphy. He describes games, talks of selling tickets, then stops as suddenly as though the nurses had hit him right between the eyes. He blinks at her and asks, "Q, what do you think of the idea, Miss Ratcht? Of a carnival? Here, on the ward?" "I agree that it may have a number of therapeutic possibilities," she says, and waits. She lets that sentence rear up from her again. /ehen she's sure nobody's going to challenge it, she goes on. "But I also believe that an idea like this should be discussed in staff meeting before a decision is reached. Wasn't that your idea, Doctor?" Z, of course. I merely thought, understand, I would feel out some of the men first, but certainly, A staff meeting erst, then we'll continue our plans. Everybody knows that's all there is to the Comeval _ the big nurse starts to bring things back into hand by rattling the folio she's holding. Fine then, if there is no other new business and if ML Cheswick will be seated, I think we might go right on into the discussion. We have. She takes her watch from the basket and looks at it. 48 minutes left. So, as IZO _ hey, wait. I remember there is some other new business. McMurphy has his hand up, fingers snapping. She looks at the hand for a long time before she says anything. Yes, Mr. McMurphy. Not me, Dr. Spivey has. Doc, tell em what you come up with about the Heart of Healing guys and the radio. The nurse's head gives one little jerk, barely enough to see, but my heart is suddenly roaring. She puts the folio back in the basket, tums to the doctor. Yes, says the doctor. Very nearly forgot. He leans back and crosses his legs and puts his fingertips together. I can see he's still in good spirits about his carnival. You see, McMurphy and I were talking about that age-old problem we have on this ward, the mixed population, the young and the old together. It's not the most ideal surroundings for our therapeutic community, but administration says there's no helping it. The geriatric building overloaded the way it is. I'll be the first to admit it's not an absolutely pleasant situation for anyone concerned. In our talk, however, McMurphy and I did happen to come up with an idea which might make things more pleasant for both age groups. McMurphy mentioned that he had noticed some of the old fellows seemed to have difficulty hearing the radio. He suggested the speaker might be turned up louder so the chronics with auditory wheel messes could heal it. A very humane suggestion. I think. McMurphy gives a modest uave of his hand, and the doctor nods at him and goes on. But I told him I had received previous complaints from some of the younger men that the radio is already so loud it hinders conversation and reading. McMurphy said he hadn't thought of this, but and that it did seem a shame that those who to read couldn't get off by themselves where it was quiet and leave the radio for those who you #had to listen. I agreed him that it did seem a shame and was ready to drop the matter when I happened to think of the old tub room where we store the tables during the VARD meeting. We don't use the room at all. There's no longer a need for the hydrotherapy it was designed for, now that we have the new drugs. So how would the group like to have that room as a sort of second day room, a GME room, shall we say? The group isn't saying. They know whose play it is next. She folds Harding's folio back up and puts it on her lap and crosses her hands over it, around the room just like somebody might dare have something to say. When it's clear nobody's going to talk, she does, her head turns again to the doctor. It sounds like a fine plan, Dr. Spivey, and I appreciate Mr. McMurphy's interest in the other patients, but I'm terribly afraid we don't have the personnel to cover a second day and is so certain that this should be the end of it. She starts to OAE the folio again. But the doctor has thought this through more than she Gurakel. I thought of that too, Miss Ratched _ but since it will be largely the chronic patients who remain here in the day RCN.M with the speaker, most of whom are restricted to lounges or wheelchairs, one aide and one nurse in here should easily be able to put down any riots or uprisings that might occur, don't you think? She doesn't answer, and she doesn't care much for his joking about riots and uprisings either, but her face doesn't change. The smile stays so the other aides and nurses can cover the men in the tub room, perhaps even better than here in a larger area. /hat Do you think, men? Is it a workable idea? I'm rather enthused about it myself, and I say we give it a try, see what it's like for a few days. If it doesn't v.7 JRK, well, we've still got the key to lock it back up, haven't we? Right. Cheswick says, socks his fist into his palm. He's SEII standing like he's afraid to get near that thumb of McMurphy's again. Right, Dr. Spivey, if it don't work, we've still got the key to lock it back up. You bet. The doctor looks around the room and sees all the other acutes nodding and smiling and looking so pleased. VSTH what he takes to be him and his idea that he blushes eek Billy Bibbit and has to polish his glasses a time ormvo before he can go on. It eccles me to see the little man so happy with himself. He looks at all the guys nodding, and nods himself and says, fine, fine, and settles his hands on his knees. Good. Now. If that's decided, I seem to have forgotten what we were planning to alk about this morning. The nurse's head gives that one little jerk again, and she bends over her basket, picks up a folio. She fumbles with the papers, and it looks like her hands are shaking. She draws out a paper, but once more, before she can start reading out of it, McMurphy is standing and holding up his hand and shifting from foot to FCOT, giving a long thoughtful, say AI, and her fumbling stops, freezes as though the sound of his voice froze her, just like her voice froze that black boy this morning. I get that giddy feeling inside me again when she freezes. I watch her close while McMurphy talks. Say AI, doctor, what I been dying to know is what did this dream I dreamt the other night mean? You see, I was like I was me, in the dream, and then again kind of like I wasn't me, like I was somebody else that looked like me, like my dado. Yeah, that's who it was. It was my daddy, because sometimes when I saw him I saw there was this iron bolt through the jawbone like daddy used to have, and your father has an iron bolt through his jawbone. Not anymore, but he did once when I was a kid. He went around for about 10 months with this big M8 alt going in and C oming OUTB, F go D, he was a regular Frankenstein. He'd been clipped on the jaw a pole axe when he got into some kinda hassle with this pond man at the logging mill. Hey. Let me tell you how that incident came about. Her face is still calm, as though SBE had a cast made and painted to just the look she wants, confident, paint, and unruffled. No more little jerk, just that terrible cold face, a calm smile stamped out of red plastic, a clean, smooth forehead, not a honey in it to show weakness or worry, flat, painted on green eyes, painted on with an expression that says I can wait. I might lose a yard now and then, but I can wait, and be patient and calm and confident, because I know there's no real losing for me. I thought for a minute there I saw her whipped. Maybe I did, but I see now that it don't make any difference. One by one the patients are sneaking looks at her to see how she's tacking the way McMurphy is dominating the meeting, and they see the sarn thing. She's too big to be beaten. She covers one whole side of the room like a Jap statue. There's no moving her and no help against her. She's lost a little battle here today, but it's a minor battle in a big that she's been winning and that she'll go on winning. We mustn't let McMurphy get our hopes up any different, lure us into making some end of dumb play. She'll go on winning, just like the combine, because she has all the power of the combine around her. She don't lose on her losses, but she wins on ours. To beat her you don't have to whip her out of 3 or 3 out of Eve, but every time you meet as SCKN, as you let down your guard, as you lose, oh, she's won for good. And eventually we all got to lose. Nobody can help that right now. She's got the fog machine switched on, and it's rolling in so fast I can't see a thing but her face, rolling in thicker and thicker, and I feel as hopeless and dead as I felt happy a minute ago, when she gave that little jerk, even more hopeless than ever before, on account of I came. Oh, now there is no real help against her or her combine. McMurphy can't help any more than I calc nobody can help. And the more I think about how nothing can be helped, the faster the fog rolls in, and I'm glad when it gets thick enough you're lost in it and can let go, and be safe again. 10 There's a Monopoly game going on in the day. RCHJM_ they've been at it for 3 days, houses and hotels Ivernveer, 2 tables pushed together to take care of all the deeds and stacks of play money. McMurphy talked them into making the game interesting by paying a penny for every play dollar the bank issues them. The Monopoly box is loaded with change. It's your roll. Cheswick hold it a minute before he rolls. What's a man need to buy thumb hotels for need 4 houses on every lot of the same color, Martini. Now let's go. For Christ's sakes _hold it a minute. There's a flurry of money from that side of the table, red and green and yellow blush blowing in every direction _ you buying a hotel or you playing Happy New Year, for it's your dirty roll, Cheswick Snake Eyes. Hoo-ee-ee, Cheselvicker, where does that put you? That don't put you on my Marvin Gardens by any chance? That don't mean you have to pay me, let's see, $350. Boogert _a / hats thumb other things. Hold it a minute. What's thumb other things all over the board? Martini, you been seeing them other things all over the board for days. No wonder I'm losing my ass underscore McMurphy. I don't see how you can concentrate with Martini sitting there hallucinating a mile a minute. Cheswick, you never mind about Martini, he's doing real good. You just come on with that 350, and Martini take care of himself. Don't we get rent from him every time one of his things lands on our property? Hold it a minute, there's so many of them underscore. That's okay, Mart. You just keep us posted whose property they land on. You're SEII the man with the dice, Chesvac underscore. You rolled a double, so you roll again. Attaboy. Fan a big 6. 103 takes me to chance. You have been elected chairman of the Pay Every Player Boogered and Double Boogered. /hose hotel is this here for Christ's sakes on the Reading Railroad? My friend, that, as anyone can see, is not a hotel, it's a department. Now bold it a minute. McMurphy surrounds his end of the table, moving cards, rearranging money, evening up his hotels. There's $100 bill sticking out of the brim of his cap like a press card. Mad money, he calls it. Scanlon. I believe it's turn, buddy. Gimme those dice, I'll blow this board to pieces. Here we go. Laban to Laban, count me over 11, Martini underscore 9 high, alright. Not that one, you crazy bastard, that's not my piece, that's my house. It's the same color underscore a / hats this little house doing on the electric W that 2SA power station. Martini, those ain't the dice you're shaking to. Let him be, what's the difference? W, those are a couple of houses. Fa underscore and Martini rolls a big, let me see, a big 9 team goin', Matt, that puts you. Where's your piece, buddy? Here it is. He had it in his mouth, McMurphy. Excellent. That's Mvo moves over the second and third bicuspid, 4 moves to the which takes you onto to Baltic Avenue, Martini. Your Oxford and only property. How fortunate can a man get, friends? Martini has been playing 3 days and lit on his property practically every time. Shut up and roll, Harding, it's your tum. Harding gathers the dice up with his long fingers, feeling the smooth surfaces with his thumb as if he was blind. The fingers are the same color as the dice and look like they were carved by his other hand. The dice rattle in his hand as he shakes it. They tumble to a stop in front of McMurphy. IFA underscore 5, 6, 7. Tough luck, buddy. That's another. Oh my vast holdens underscore you owe me $200 should about cover it. Pity the game round and round, to the rattle of dice and the shuffle of play money. Point 11 There's long spells, 3 days, years when you can't see a thing, know where you are only by the speaker sounding overhead. Eka bell buoy clanging in the fog. /hen I can see, the guys are usually moving around as unconcerned as though they didn't notice so much as a mist in the air. I believe the fog affects their memory some way it doesn't affect mine. Even McMurphy doesn't seem to imo 15 he's been fogged in. If he does, he makes sure not to let on that he's bothered by it. He's making sure none of the staff sees him bothered by anything. He knows that there's no better way in the world to evade somebody who's trying to make it hard for you than by acting like you're not bothered. He keeps up his high-class manners around the nurses and the black boys in spite of anything they might say to him, in spite of every trick they pull to get him to lose his temper. A couple of times some stupid rule gets him mad, but he just makes himself act more polite and mannerly than ever till he begins to see how funny the whole thing is. The rules, the disapproving looks they use to enforce the rules, the ways of talking to you like you're nothing but a 3-year-old, and when he sees how funny it is he goes to laughing, and this aggravates them no end. He's safe as long as he can laugh, he thinks, and it works pretty fair. Just once he loses control and shows he's mad, and then it's not because of the black boys or the big nurse and something they did, but it's because of the patients, and something they didn't do. It happened at one of the group meetings. He got mad at the guys for acting too chicken shit, he called it. He'd been taking bets from all of them on the World Series coming up Friday. He'd had it in mind that they would get to watch the games on TV, even though they didn't come on during regulation TV time. During the meeting a few days before, he asks if it wouldn't be okay if they did the cleaning work at night, during TV time, and watched the games during the afternoon. The nurse tells him no, which is about what he expected. She tells him how the schedule has been set up for a delicately balanced reason that would be thrown into turmoil by the switch of routines. This doesn't surprise him, coming from the nurse. What does surprise him is how the acutes act when he asks then what they think of the item. Nobody says a thing, they're all sunk back out of sight in little pockets of fog. I can barely see them. Now look here, he tells them, but they don't look. He's been waiting for to say something, answer his question. Nobody acts like they've heard it. Look here, damn it, he says when nobody moves. There's at least 12 of you guys I know of myself got a little personal intense 12 wins these guns _ don't you guys care to watch them? I don't know, Mac, Scanlon finally says, I'm pretty used to seeing that 6 o'clock news. And if switching times would really mess up the schedule as bad as XS Ratched says, to the hell with the schedule, you can get back to the bloody schedule next week, when the series is over. / hat do you say, buddies? Let's take a 173 TE on watching the TV during the afternoon instead of at night. All those in favor? Zay, Cheswick calls out and gets to his feet. I mean all those in fa.7 JR raise their hands. Okay, all those in favor. Cheslvik's hand comes up. Some of the other guys ICHJK around to see if there's any other. McMurphy can't believe it. Come on now, what is this crap? I thought you guys could vote on policy and that sort of fling _ isn't that the way it is? The doctor nods without looking up. Okay then, now who wants to watch those? Cheswick shoves his hand higher and glares around. Scanlon shakes his head and then raises his hand, keeping his elbow on the arm of the chair. And nobody else. McMurphy can't say a word. If that's settled, then, the nurse says, perhaps we should get on VSTH the meeting. Yeah, he says, slides down in his chair till the brimel of his cap nearly touches his chest. Yeah, perhaps we should get on with the Sinofabichin meeting at that. Yeah, Chesvsk says, giving all the guys a hard look and sitting down. Yeah, get on with the Godbolst meeting. He nods stiffly, then settles his chin down on his chest, scowling. He's pleased to be sitting next to McMurphy, feeling brave like this. It's the first time Cheswick ever had somebody along with him on his lost causes. After the meeting McMurphy vn't say a word to any of them. He's so mad and disgusted. Hell, it's Billy Bibbit who up to him. Some of us have been here for 5 years, Randall, Billy says. He's got a magazine rolled up and is twisting at it with his hands. You can see the cigarette burns on the backs of his hands. And some of us will be here maybe that much longer, long after you're GG gone, long after this World Series is over. And don't you see _ he throws down the magazine and walks away. Oh, what's the use of it anyway? McMurphy stares after him, that puzzled frown knotting his bleached eyebrows together again. He argues for the rest of the day some of the other guys about why they didn't vote, but they don't want to talk about it, so he seems to give up, doesn't say anything about it again till the day before the series starts. Here it is Thursday, he says, sadly shaking his head. He's sitting on one of the tables in the tub room, his feet on a chair, trying to spin his cap around one angle. Other acutes true 3PE around the room and try not to pay any attention to him. Nobody'll play poker or blackjack with him for money anymore. After the patients wouldn't vote, he got mad and and so bad at cards that they're all so in debt they're scared to go any deeper, and they can't play for cigarettes because the nurse has started making the men keep their cartons on the desk in the nurse's station, where she doles them out 1 pack a day, says it's for their health, but everybody knows it's to keep McMurphy from winning them all at cards. With no poker or blackoak, it's quiet in the tub room, just the sound of the speaker drifting in from the day room. It's so quiet you can hear that guy upstairs in Disturbed climbing the wall, giving out an occasional signal, 100 boo, a bored, uninterested sound, like a baby yells to yell itself to sleep. Thursday, McMurphy says again. Loo, yells that guy upstairs. That's Roller, Scanlon says, looking up at the ceiling. He don't want to pay any attention to McMurphy. Roller the squaller. He came through this ward a few years back _ wouldn't keep SEII to suit XS Ratched, you remember, Billy. Lou 100 all the time till I thought I'd go nuts _ what they should do with that whole bunch of dingbats up there is toss a couple of grenades in the dorm. The * re no use to anybody and tomorrow is Friday, McMurphy says. He VNNT let Scanlon change the subject. Yeah, Chest Vic says, scowling around the room. Tomorrow is Friday. Harding thumbs a page of his magazine, and that will make nearly a week our friend McMurphy has been with us without succeeding in throwing over the government. Is that what you're saying, Cheswickle? Lord, to think of the chasm of apathy in which we have fallen, a shame, a pitiful shame. The hell with that, McMurphy says. That CHES Vic means is that the first series game is gonna be played on TV tomorrow, and what are we gonna be doing? Mopping up this damned nursery agam _ yeah, Cheswick says. 01 Mother Ratchet's therapeutic nursery against the wall of the tub room. I get a feeling Ilka a spy. The mop handle in my hands is made of metal instead of wood. Metal's a better conductor, and it's hollow. There's plenty of room inside it to hide a miniature microphone. If the big nurse is hearing this, she'll really get Cheswick. I take a hard ball of gum from my pocket and pick some fuzz off it and hold it in my mouth till it softens. Let me see again, McMurphy says. How many of birds will vote with me if I bring up that time switch again? About half the acutes nod yes, a lot more than Vnold. Really 173 TE _ he puts his hat back on his head and leans his chin in his hands. I tell ya, I can't figure it out. Harding, what's wrong with you, for crying out loud? You afraid if you raise your hand that old buzzard'll cut it off? Harding lifts one thin eyebrow. Perhaps I am afraid she'll cut it off if I raise it. /X11 ed about you, Billy. Is that what you're scared or? No, I don't think she'd do anything, but he shrugs and sighs and climbs up on the big panel that controls the nozzles on the shower, perches up there eka monkey. But I just don't think a vote you would do any good. Not in the long run. It's just no use, Mac do any good? Hooey. It do pu birds some good just to get the exercise lifting that arm. It's still a risk, my friend. She always has the capacity to make things worse for us. A baseball game isn't worth the risk, Harding says. The hell says so? Jesus, I haven't missed a World Series in years. Even when I upus in the ONES September they let us bling in a TV and watch the Seas, THEY2DOFH add a Rio T on their hands. If they hadn't I just may have to kick that damn door down and walk to some bar downtown to see the game, just me and my buddy Cheswick. Now there's a suggestion with a lot of merit, Harding says, tossing down his magazine. AX high not bring that up for vote in group meeting tomorrow? Sliss Ratched, I'd eke to move that the ward be transported en masse to the idle hour for beer and television. TD second the MO Ian, Cheswick says. Damn light the hell with that in mass business, McMurphy says. I'm tired of looking at you bunch of old when me and Cheselvic bust outta here. I think by God I'm gonna nail the door shut behind me. You guys better stay behind, your mama probably wouldn't let you cross the street yet? Is that it? Fredrickson has come up behind McMurphy. Are you just going to raise one of those big He-Man boots of yours and down the door? A real tough guy. McMurphy don't hardly look at Fredrickson. He's leaned that Fredrickson might act hard-boiled now and then, but it's an act that folds under the slightest scare. /X11 ed about it. He-Man, Fredrickson keeps on, are you going to kick down that DCKR and show us how tough you are? No, Fred, I guess not. I wouldn't want to scuff up my boot fear. Okay, you been talking so big lust, how wow/a you go about busting out of here? McMurphy takes a look around him. And I guess I could knock the mesh out of one of these windows with a chair when and if I ain't wayan. Yeah? You could you? Knock it right out? Okay, let's see you try. Come on, He-Man, I'll bet you $10 you can't do it. Don't bother trying, Mac, Cheswick says. Fredrickson knows you'll just break a chair and end up undisturbed. The first day we arrived over here we were given a demonstration about these screens. They're specially made. A technician picked up a chair just like that one you've got your feet on and beat the screen till the chair was no more than kindling wood. Didn't hardly dent the okay then, McMurphy says, taking a look around him. I can see he's getting more interested. I hope the big nurse isn't hearing this, he'll be up undisturbed in an hour. Need something heavier. How about a table? Same as the chair. Same 11730D, same weight all right, by God, let's just figure out what I'd have to toss 109 through that screen to bust out. And if you birds don't think I'd do it if I ever got the urge, then you got another think coming. Okay, something bigger and a table or a chair __. Well, if it was NI at LT I might throw that fat CCHJN through it, he's heavy enough, much too soft, Harding says. He'd hit the screen and it would dice him like an eggplant _. How about one of the beds? A bed is too big even if you could lift it? It wouldn't go through the window. I could lift it all right. Well, hell, right over there you are, that thing Billy's sittin' on. That big control panel with all the handles and cranks. That's hard enough, ain't it, and it damn well should be heavy enough. Sure, Fredrickson says. That's the same as you kicking your foot through the steel door at the front. I had would be wrong VSTH using the panel? It don't look nailed down. No, it's not bolted. There's probably nothing holding it but a few wires, but look at it, for Christ's sakes _ everybody looks. The panel is steel and cement, half the size of one of the tables, probably weighs 400 pounds 10K, I'm looking at it. It don't look any bigger than hay bales I bucked up onto truck beds. I'm afraid, my friend, that this contonvance will weigh a bit more than your bales of hay, about a quarter ton more, I'd bet. Fredrickson says he's right, Mac, Cheswick says. It'd be awful heavy. Hell, RPU birds telling me I can't lify that dinky little my friend. I don't recall anything about psychopaths being able to move mountains in addition to their other noteworthy assets. 10K, you say I can't lift it? Well, by God. McMurphy hops off the table and goes to peeling off his green jacket, the tattoos sticking half out of his t-shirt jump around the muscles on his arms. Then who's willing to lay $5? Nobody's gonna convince me I can't do something till I fry it. $5, McMurphy, this is as foolhardy as your bet about the nurse. A/X110's got $5 they ununt to lose. You hit or you sit. The guys all go to leans at once. He's beat them so many times at poker and blackjack they can't wait to get back at him, and this is a certain sure thing. I don't know what he's driving at, broad and big as he is. It'd take 3 of him to move that panel, and he knows it. He can just look at it and see he probably couldn't even tip it, let alone lift it. It'd take a giant to lift it off the ground. But when the acutes all get theory assigned, he steps up to the panel and lifts Billy Bibbit Duvn off it and spits in his big call-used palms and slaps them together, rolls his shoulders. 10K, stand out of the way. Sometimes when I go to exert in myself I use up all the ale nearby and grown men faint from suffocation. Stand back _ there's liable to be crack in cement and flying steel. Get the Veenman and kids someplace safe. Stand back. By golly, he might do it, Cheswick mutters. Sure, maybe he'll talk it off the floor, Fredrickson says. More likely he'll acquire a beautiful hernia, Harding says. Like a fool, there's no man can lift that thing. Come now, McMurphy, quit acting. Stand back, sissies, you're using my oxygen. McMurphy shifts his feet a few times to get a good stance, and wipes his hands on his thighs again, then leans down and gets hold of the levers on each side of the panel. 9/11 and he goes to straining. The guys go to hooting and kidding him. He tums loose and straightens up and shifts his feet around again, giving up. Fredrickson grins, just embering up _ here goes the real effort, and grabs those levers again. And suddenly nobody's hooting at him anymore. His arms commence to swell, and the veins squeeze up to the surface. He clenches his eyes, and his EPS draw away from his teeth. His head leans back, and tendons stand out like coiled ropes running from his heaving neck down both arms to his hands. His whole body shakes the strain as he tries to lift something he knows he can't lift, something everybody knows he can't lift. But, for just a second, when we hear the cement grind at our feet, we think, by golly, he might do. Then his breath explodes out of him, and he falls back limp against the V-all. There's blood on the levers where he tore his hands. He pants for a minute against the roll, his eyes shut. There's no sound but his scraping breath, nobody's saying a thing. He opens his eyes and looks around at us. One by one he looks at the guys, even at me, then he eshes in his pockets for all the ESE the last few days at poker. He bends over the table and tries to sort them, but his hands are froze into red claws, and he can't work the angles. Finally he throws the whole bundle on the floor, probably $40 or $50 worth from each man, and tums to walk out of the tub room. He stops at the DCKR and looks back at everybody standing around. "But I tried, though," he says. "God damn it, I sure as hell did that much, now, didn't," and walks out and leaves those stained pieces of paper on the floor for whoever wants to sort. Throw at them. 12. A visiting doctor covered with gray cobwebs on his yellow skull is addressing the resident boys in the staff room. I come sweeping past him. "Oh, and what's this here?" He gives me a look. "Ilka, I'm some kind of bug." One of the residents points at his ears, signal that I'm deaf, and the visiting doctor goes on. I push my broom up face to face with a big picture public relation brought in one time when it was fogged so thick I didn't see him. The picture is a guy fly fishing somewhere in the mountains, looks like the Ochocos near Painville, snow on the peaks showing over the pines, long white aspen trunks lining the stream, sheep sorrel growing in sour green patches. The guy is flicking his fly in a pool behind a rock. It's no place for a fly, it's a place for a single egg on a number 6 hook. He'd do better to drift the fly over those riffles downstream. There's a path running down through the aspen, and I push my broom down the path a ways and sit down on a rock and look back out through the fraternity at that visiting doctor talking with the residents. I can see him stabbing some point in the palm off I's hand with his finger, but I can't hear what he says because of the crash of the cold, frothy stream coming down out of the rocks. I can smell the snow in the wind where it blows down off the peaks. I can see mole burrows humping along under the grass and buffalo weed. It's a real nice place to stretch your legs and take it easy. You forget if you don't sit down and make the effort to think back. Forget how it was at the old hospital. They didn't have nice places like this on the walls for you to climb into. They didn't have TV or swimming pools or chicken twice a month. They didn't have nothing but walls and chairs, confinement jackets it took you hours of hard work to get out of. They've leaned a lot since then. Come a long way, says fat-faced public relation _ they've made life look very pleasant with paint and decorations and chrome bathroom fixtures. A man that would want to run 8V from a place as nice as this, says fat-faced public relation, Ivy, there'd be something wrong him. Out in the staff room the visiting authority is hugging his elbows and shivering like he's cold while he answers questions the resident boys ask him. He's thin and meatless, and his clothes flap around his bones. He stands there, hugging his elbows and shivering. Maybe he feels the cold snow wind off the peaks. TCN 13. It's getting hard to locate my bed at night, have to crawl around on my hands and knees feeling underneath the springs. I find my gobs of gum stuck there. Nobody complains about all the fog. I know why. Now, as bad as it is, you can slip back in it and feel safe. That's what McMurphy can't understand, us wanting to be safe. He keeps trying to drag us out of the fog out in the open where we'd be easy to get at. 14. There's a shipment of frozen parts come tin downstairs, hearts and kidneys and brains and the like. I can hear them rumble into cold storage down the coal chute. A guy sitting in the room someplace I can't see is talking about a guy up on Disturbed killing himself. Old Roller _ cut both nuts off and bled to death, sitting right on the can in the latrine. Half a dozen people in there with him didn't came it till he fell off to the floor, dead. /Smat makes people so impatient is what I can't figure. All the guy had to do was wait 15. I came how they work it, the fog machine. We had a whole platoon used to operate fog machines around airfields overseas. Whenever intelligence figured there might be a bombing attack, or if the generals had something secret they want to pull out of sight, hid so good that even the spies on the base couldn't see what went on, they fogged the field. It's a simple rig. You got an ordinary compressor, sucks water out of one tank and a special oil out of another tank, and compresses them together, and from the black stem at the end of the machine blooms a white cloud of fog that can cover a whole airfield in 90 seconds. The first thing I saw when I landed in Europe was the fog those machines make. There were some interceptors close after our transport, and soon as it hit ground the fog crew started up the machines. We could look out the transport's round, scratched windows, and watch the jeeps draw the machines up close to the plane and watch the fog boil out till it rolled across the field and stuck against the windows like wet cotton. You found your way off the plane by following a little referee's hum. The lieutenant kept bellowing, sounded ilka a goose honking. Soon as you were out of the hatch couldn't see no more than maybe 3 feet in any direction. You felt you were out on that airfield all by yourself. You were safe from the enemy, but you were awfully alone. Sounds died and dissolved after a few yards, and you couldn't hear any of the rest of your crew, nothing but that little hum squeaking and honking out of a soft furry whiteness so thick that your body just faded into white below the belt. Other than that brown shirt and brass buckle, you couldn't see nothing but white, like from the waist down you were being dissolved by the fog too. And then some guy wandering as lost as you would all of a sudden be right before your eyes, his face bigger and clearer than you ever saw a man's face before in your life. Your eyes were working so hard to see in that fog that when something did come in sight every detail was 10 times as clear as usual, so clear both of had to look away. When a man showed up didn't want to look at his face and he didn't want to look at yours, because it's painful to see somebody so clear that it's ilka luang inside him, but then neither did you want to look away and lose him completely. You had a choice. You could either strain and look at things that appeared in front of you in the fog, painful as it might be, or you could relax and lose yourself. Zymen they first used that fog machine on the ward, one they bought from army surplus and hid in the vents in the new place before we moved in. I kept looking at anything that appeared out of the fog as long and hard as I could, to keep track of it, just I used to do when they fogged the airfields in Europe. Nobody'd be blowing a horn to show the way, there was no rope to hold to, so fixing my eyes on something was the only way I kept from getting lost. Sometimes I got lost in it and got in too deep, trying to hide, and every time I did, it seemed like I always tummed up at that same place, at that same metal door with the row of rivets eyes and no number, just like the room behind that door drew me to it. No matter how hard I tried to stay away, just the current generated by the fiends in that room was conducted in a beam along the fog and pulled me back along it like a robot. I'd wander for days in the fog, scared I'd never see another thing. Then there'd be that door, opening to show me the mattress padding on the other side to stop out the sounds, the men standing in a line like zombies among shiny copper wires and tubes pulsing light, and the brilliant scrape of arcing electricity. I'd take my place in the honey and wait my turn at the table shaped like a cross, VSTH shadows of 1,000 murdered men printed on it, silhouette wrists and ankles running under leather straps sweated green with use, a silhouette neck and head running up to a silver band goes across the forehead. And a technician at the controls beside the table looking up from his dials and down the line and pointing at me with a rubber glove. Wait, I know that big. Be a star there, better rabbit punch him or call for some more help or something. He's an awful case for thrashing around, so I used to try not to get in too deep, for fear I'd get lost and turn up at the shock shop door. I looked hard at anything that came into sight and hung on like a man in a blizzard hangs on a fence rail. But they kept making the fog thicker and thicker, and it seemed to me that, no matter how hard I tried, 2 or 3 times a month I found myself with that door opening in front of me to the acid smell of sparks and ozone. In spite of all I could do, it was getting tough to keep from getting lost. Then I discovered something. I don't have to end up at that DCKR if I stay still when the fog comes over me and just keep quiet. The trouble was I'd been ending that door my own self because I got scared of being lost so long and went to hollering so they could track me. In a EV, I was hollering for them to track me. I had figured that anything I was better and being lost for good, even the shock shop. Now, I don't know. Being lost isn't so bad. All this moaning I been waiting for them to fog us in again. The last few days they been doing it more and more. It's my idea they're doing it on account of McMurphy. They haven't got him fixed VSTH controls yet, and they're trying to catch him off guard. They can see he's due to be a problem. A half a dozen times already he's roused Chestvick and Harding and some of the others to where it looked like they might actually stand up to one of the black boys, but always, lust the time it looked like the patient might be helped, the fog would start, like it's starting now. I heard the compressor start pumping in the grill a few minutes back, just as the guys went to moving tables out of the day room for the therapeutic meeting, and already the mist is oozing across the floor so thick my pants legs are wet. I'm cleaning the vandals in the door of the glass station, and I hear the big nurse pick up the phone and call the doctor to tell him we're just about ready for the meeting, and tell him perhaps he'd best keep an hour free this afternoon for a staff meeting. Reason being, she tells him, "I'll think it is past time to have a discussion of the subject of Paint Randall McMurphy and whether he should be on this anarchal or not." She listens a minute, then tells him, "I don't think it's wise to let him go on upsetting the Paints the way he has the last few days. That's why she's fogging the ward for the meeting. She don't usually do that. But now she's going to do something with McMurphy today, probably ship him to Disturbed." I put down my window rag and go to my chair at the end of the line of chronics, barely able to see the guys getting into their chairs and the doctor coming through the door wiping his glasses like he thinks the blurred look comes from his stern lenses instead of the fog. It's rolling in thicker than I ever seen it before. I can hear them out there, trying to go on with the meeting, talking some nonsense about Billy Bibbit's stutter and how it cune about. The words come to me like through water. It's so much elevator it floats me right up out of my chair, and I don't know which end is up for a whole underscore. Floating makes me a little sick to the stomach at first. I can't see a thing. I never had it so thick it floated me like this. The words get dim and loud, off and on, as I float around, but as loud as they get, loud enough sometimes I know I'm right next to the guy that's talking. I can't see a thing. I recognize Billy's voice, stuttering worse than ever because he's nervous. FTH flunked out of college because I quit RODC_ICC couldn't he take it? WH whenever the officer in charge of class would call roll, call Bibbit, I couldn't answer. You were supposed to say ha. He's choking on the word, eek, it's a bone in his throat. I hear him smlow and start again. You were supposed to say, here sir, and I never could get it out. His .73 ice gets dim, then the big nurse's voice comes cutting from the left. Can you recall, Billy, when you first had speech trouble? Hen did you else stutter, do you remember? I can't tell, is he laughing or what? First stutter? First stutter? The first word I said stuttered, marnma underscore, then the alking fades out altogether. I never knew that to happen before. Maybe Billy's hid himself in the fog too. Maybe all the guys finally and forever crowded back into the fog. A chair and me float past each other. It's the first thing I've seen. It comes sifting out of the fog off to my right, and for a few seconds it's light beside my face, just out of my reach. I've been accustomed of late to just let things alone when they appeal in the fog, sit and not try to hang on. But this time I'm scared. The AV I used to be scared, I try with all I got to pull myself over to the chair and get hold of it, but there's nothing to brace against, and all I can do is thrash the air. All I can do is watch the chair come clearer than ever before, to where I can even make out the fingerprint where a worker touched the varnish before it was dry, looming out for a few seconds, then fading on off again. I never seen it where things floated around this way. I never seen it this thick before, thick to where I can't get down to the floor and get on my feet if I wanted to and walk around. That's why I'm so scared. I feel I'm going to float off someplace for good this time. I see a chronic float into sight a little below me. It's old Colonel Matterson, reading from the wrinkled scripture of that long yellow hand. I look close at him because I figure it's the last time I'll ever see him. His face is enormous, almost more than I can bear. Every hair and wrinkle of him is big, as though 120 I was looking at him with one of those microscopes. I see him so clear, I see his whole life. The face is 60 years of Southwest Army camps, rutted by iron-rimmed caisson wheels, worn to the bone by thousands of feet on 2-day marches. He holds out that long hand and brings it up in front of his eyes and squints into it, brings up his other hand and underlines the words with a finger wooden and varnished the color of a gun stock by nicotine. His voice as deep and slow and patient, and I see the words come out dark and heavy over his brittle EPS when he reads. No, the flag is America is the plum _ the peach. The Iva Termel _ America is the gumdrop. The pump and seed. America is television _ it's true. It's all wrote down on that yellow hand. I can read it along with him myself. Now the cross is Mexico _ he looks up to see if I'm paying attention, and when he sees I am he smiles at me and on. Mexico is the walnut _ the hazelnut. The icon Mexico is _ the rainbow. The rainbow is wooden. Mexico is wooden. I can see what he's driving at. He's been saying this sort of thing for the whole 6 years he's been here, but I never paid him any mind, eagered he was no truth than a talking statue, a thing made out of bone and arthritis, rambling on and on with these goofy definitions of his that didn't make a lick of sense. Now, at last, I see what he's saying. I'm trying to hold him for one last look to remember him, and that's what makes me look hard enough to understand. He pauses and peers up at me again to make sure I'm getting it, and I want to yell out to him, yes, I see, Mexico is the walnut, it's brown and hard and you feel it with your eye and it feels like the walnut. You're making sense, old man, a sense of your own _ you're not crazy. The Ava they think, yes I see, but the fog's clogged my throat to where I can't make a sound. As he sips Alva I see him bend back over that hand. Now the green sheep is Canada is _ the fir tree, the wheat field. The calendar. I strain to see him drifting away. I strain so hard my eyes ache and I have to close them, and when I open them again the colonel is gone. I'm floating by myself again, more lost than ever. This is the time, I tell myself. I'm going for good. There's old Pete, face like a searchlight. He's 50 yards off to my left, but I can see him plain as though there wasn't any fog at all, or maybe he's up right close and real small. I can't be sure. He tells me once about how tired he is, and just his saying it makes me see his whole life on Thurile Road, see him working to figure out how to read a watch, breaking a sweat while he tries to get the right button in the light hole of his railroad overalls, doing his absolute damnedest to keep up VSTH, a job that comes so easy to the others. He can sit back in a chair padded with cardboard and read mystery stories and girly books. Not that he ever really figured to keep up. He knew from the start he couldn't do that, but he had to keep up, just to keep them in sight. So for 40 years he was able to live, if not right in the world of men, at least on the edge of it. I can see all that, and be hurt by it, the way I was hurt by seeing things in the army, in the war. The way I was hurt by seeing what happened to Papa and the tribe. I thought I'd got over seeing those things and fretting over them. There's no sense in it, there's nothing to be done. "Tm tired," is what he says. I know you're tired, Pete, but I can't do you no good fretting about it. You know I can't. Pete floats on the way of the old colonel. Here comes Billy Bibbit, the Ava Pete come by. They all filing by for a last look _ I know Billy can't be more n a few feet away, but he's so tiny he looks he's a mile off. His face is out to me like the face of a beggar, needing so much more n anybody can give. His mouth works like a little doll's mouth. And even when I proposed, I flubbed it. I said, "Ha honey, will you _ fill the gill," broke out I laughing. Nurse's voice, I can't see where it comes from. Your mother has spoken to me about this girl, Billy. Apparently she was quite a bit beneath you / had what you speculate it was about her that frightened you so, Billy. I was in love with her. I can't do nothing for either, Billy, you know that. None of us can. You got to understand that as soon as a man goes to help somebody, he leaves himself wide open. He bas to be cagey, Billy, you should imo 15 that as well as anyone. X hat could I do? I can't X your stuttering. I can't wipe the razor blade scars off your wrists or the cigarette bums off the back of your hands. I can't give you a new mother. And as far as the nurse riding you like this, rubbing your nose in your wheel mess what little dignity you got left is gone and shrink up to nothing from humiliation, I can't do anything about that, either. At Anzio, I saw a buddy of mine tied to a tree 50 yards 122 from me, screaming for water, his face blistered in the sun. They wanted me to fry to go out and help him. Their glove cut me in half from that farmhouse over there. Put your face away, Billy. They keep filing past. It's each face was a sign like one of those I'm blind signs the Dago accordion players in Portland hung around their necks, only these signs say TM tired or TM scared or I'm dying of a bum liver or TM all bound up with machinery and people pushing me all the time. I can read all the signs, it don't make any difference how little the print gets. Some of the faces are looking around at one another and could read the other fellows if they would, but what's the sense? The faces blow past in the fog like confetti. I'm further off than I've ever been. This is what it's like to be dead. I guess this is what it's like to be a vegetable, you lose yourself in the fog. You don't move. They feed your body till it finally stops eating, then they bum it, it's not so bad. There's no pain. I don't feel much of anything other than a touch of chill I figure will pass in time. I see my commanding officer pinning notices on the bulletin in Arkle, what we're to will today. I see the U.S. Department of Interior bearing CLOVN on our little tribe VSTH, a gravel crushing machine. I see Papa come loping out of a draw and slow up to try and take aim at a big 6-point buck springing off through the cedars. Shot after shot puffs out of the barrel, mocking dust all around. They buck. I come out of the draw behind Papa and bring the buck down with my second shot just as it starts climbing the rim rock _ I grin at Papa. I knew you to miss a spot like that before, Papa. 48's gone, boy. Can't bold a bead sights. My gun just now was shaken like a dog shit in peach pits. PP, I'm tell boo that cactus moon of Sids is gonna make you old biffin' your time. A man drinks that cactus moon of Sids, boy, he's already old before his fine. Let's go gut that animal out before the flies blow. That's not even happening now. You see? There's nothing you can do about a happening out of the past like that. Look the F, my man, I hear whispers, black boys. Look the F, asterisk bat oid full boom, J-lippy off to sleep. Tia's HGBT, Chief B mom, those, igd. You sleep and keep a fire trouble. Yes _ I'm not cold anymore. I think I've about made it. I'm off to where the cold can't reach me. I can stay off here for good. I'm not scared anymore. They can't reach me. Just the words reach me, and those refading well in as much as Bilo has decided to walk out on the discussion. Does anyone else have emblem to BHNG before the GMUP? AJ a maffer offa, ma'am, then does to be something that's that McMurphy. He's far away. He's SEII trying to pull people out of the fog. Why don't he leave me be? Remember that vote we had a day or so back about the TV time? Well, today's Friday and I thought I might just bring it up again, lust to see if anybody else has picked up a little guts. M.I. McMurphy, the purpose of this meeting is therapy, group therapy, and I'm not certain these petty grievances. Yeah, the hell VSTH that, we've heard it before. Me and some of the rest of the guys decided zone moment. Mr. McMurphy, let me pose a question to the group. Do any of you feel that Mr. McMurphy is perhaps imposing his personal desires on some of you too much? I've been thinking you might be happier if he were moved to a different level _ Nobody says anything for a minute. Then someone says, let him vote, Why don't ya, yeah want to ship him to disturb just for bringing up a .73 te? Key 8 so you wrong with changing time. Mi Scanlon, as I recall, you refused to eat for 3 days until we allowed you to tum the set on at 6 instead of 6:30. A man needs to see the world news, don't he? God, they could have bombed Washington and it'd been a week before we'd have heard. Yes? And how do you feel about relinquishing your world news to watch a bunch of men play baseball? We can't have both, huh? No, I suppose not. Well, what the dickens don't guess they'll bomb us this week. Let's let him have the vote, Miss Ratch, and very well. But I think this is ample evidence of how much he is upsetting some of you patients. What is it you are proposing, Mr. McMurphy? I'm proposing a revote on vatching the in the afternoon _ you're certain one more vote will satisfy you? We have more important things too. It'll satisfy me. I just did end of like to see which of these birds has any guts and which doesn't. It's that kind of talb Dr. Spivey, that makes me wonder if the patients wouldn't be more content if ML McMurphy were moved. Let him call the vote, why don't ya? Certainly, Nil Cheswick A173 TE is now before the group. Will a show of hands be adequate, Nil McMurphy, or are you going to insist on a secret ballot? I want to see the hands. I want to see the hands that don't go up, too. Everyone in 4.7 JR of changing the television time to the raise his hand. The first hand that comes up, I can tell, is McMurphy's, because of the bandage where that control panel cut into him when he tried to lift it. And then off down the slope I see them, other hands coming up out of the fog. It's that big red hand of McMurphy's is reaching into the fog and dropping down and dragging the men up by their hands, dragging them blinking into the open. First one, then another, then the next right on DCRXV and the line of acutes, dragging them out of the fog till there they stand, all 20 of them, raising not lust for ratching TV, but against the big nurse, against her trying to send McMurphy to disturbed, against the way she's talked and acted and beat them down for years. Nobody says anything. I can feel how stunned everybody is, the patients as well as the staff. The nurse can't figure what happened. Yes, Erdi, before he tried lifting that panel, there wasn't but 4 or 5 men might have voted, but when she talks she don't let it show in her 173 eyes. How surprised she. I count only 20, M.I. McMurphy W20? Well, why not? 20 is all of us there, and his voice hangs as he realizes what she means. Now hold on just a goddamned minute, lady T. I'm afraid the vote is defeated. Hold on lust one goddamned minute. W. There are 40 patients on the ward, M.L. McMurphy. 40 patients, and only Mrenti voted. You must have a majority to change the ward policy. I'm afraid the vote is closed. The hands are coming clove across the room. The guys know they're whipped, are trying to slip back into the safety of the fog. McMurphy is on his feet. I'll be a xenophobic. You mean to tell me that's how you're gonna pull it? Count the votes of those old birds over there too. Didn't you explain the voting procedure to him, Dr. E? I'm afraid a majority is called for, McMurphy. She's right, a majority, Mr. McMurphy, it's in the ward constitution. And I suppose the way to change the damned constitution is with a majority vote. Sure, of all the chicken shit things I've ever seen, this by God takes the cake. TM sorry, Mr. McMurphy, but you'll end it written in the policy if you'd care for me to. So this how you work this democratic bullshit? Hell's bells, seem upset, am I? McMurphy _ doesn't he seem upset, doctor? I want you to note this. Don't give me that noise, lady. When a guy's getting screwed he's got a right to holler. And we've been damn well screwed. Perhaps, doctor, in view of the patient's condition, we should bring this meeting to a close early today. Wait a minute, let me talk to some of those old guys. W. The vote is closed, M.I. McMurphy. Let me talk to M. He's coming across the DRCN, M at us. He gets bigger and bigger, and he's bumming red in the face. He reaches into the fog and tries to drag Ruckley to the surface because Ruckley's the youngest. A/X11 Ed about you, buddy. You want to watch the World Series? Baseball. Baseball games. Just raise that hand up there f***ed wife. Alright, forget it you, partner, how about you? What was your name Ellis? What do you say, Ellis, to watching a ball game on TV? Just raise your hand. Ellis's hands are nailed to the wall, can't be counted as a vote. I said the voting is closed, Mr. McMurphy. You're just making a spectacle of yourself. He don't pay any attention to her. He comes on down the line of chronics _ come on, just one vote from you birds, just raise a hand, show her you can stm do it. TM tired, says Pete, and his head W. The night is the Pacific Ocean. The colonel is reading off his hand, can't be bothered with voting zero any of you guys, for crying out loud. This is where you get the edge, don't you see that? We have to do this or we're don't a one of you clucks imo 15 what I'm talking about enough to give us a hand. You, Gabriel. George. No. You, Chief, what about you? He's standing over me in the mist. Why won't he leave me be? Chief, you're our last bet. The big nurse is folding her papers, the other nurses are standing up around her. She finally gets to her feet. The meeting is adjourned, then, I hear her say, and I'd like to see the staff down in the staff room in about an hour. So, if there is nothing it's tchj late to stop it now. McMurphy did something to it that first day, put some kind of hex on it with his hands so it won't act like I order it. There's no sense in it, any fool can see, I wouldn't do it on my own. Just by the way the nurse is staring at me with her mouth empty of words I can see I'm in for trouble, but I can't stop it. McMurphy's got hidden wires hooked to it, effing it slow just to get me out of the fog and into the open where I'm fair game. He's doing it, wires _ no. That's not the truth. I lifted it myself. McMurphy whoops and drags me standing, pounding my back. 21. The Chiefs 173 TE makes it 21. And by God if that ain't a majority I'll eat my hat. Yippee, Cheswick yells. The other acutes are coming across toward me. The meeting is closed, she says. Her smile is STM there, but the back of her neck as she walks out of the day RCH3M and into the nurse's station, is red and swelling. She'll blow apart any second. But she don't blow up, not right off, not until about an hour later. Behind the glass her smile is twisted and queer, like we've never seen before. She sits. I can see her shoulders rise and fall as she breathes. McMurphy looks up at the clock and he says it's time for the game. He's over by the drinking fountain with some of the other acutes, down on his knees scouring off the baseboard. I'm sweeping out the broom closet for the 10th time that day. Scanlon and Harding, they got the buffer going up and down the hall, posing the new wax into shining egurates. McMurphy says again that he guesses it must be game time and he stands up, leaves the scouring rag where it lies. Nobody else stop SRK _ McMurphy walks past the window where she's glaring out at him and grins at her like he knows he's got her whipped now. Zyman he tips his head back and winks at her. She gives that little sideways jerk of her head. Everybody keeps on at what he's doing, but they all watch out of the corners of their eyes while he drags his armchair out to in front of the TV set, then salvages on the set and sits down. A picture swirls onto the screen of a parrot out on the baseball field singing Razorblade songs. McMurphy gets up and tums up the sound to drown out the music coming down from the speaker in the ceiling, and he drags another chair in front of him and sits down and crosses his feet on the chair and leans back and lights a cigarette. He scratches his belly and yawns. Man, all I need me now is a can of beer and a red hot. We can see the nurse's face get red and her mouth work as she stares at Heine. She looks around for a second and sees everybody's watching what she's going to do, even the black boys and little nurses sneaking looks at her, and the residents beginning to drift in for the staff meeting. They're watching her mouth clamps shut. She back at McMurphy and waits till the Razorblade song is finished, then she gets up and goes to the steel door where the controls are, and she flips a switch and the TV picture swirls back into the gay. Nothing is left on the screen but a little eye of light beating light du VN on McMurphy sitting there. That eye don't faze him a bit. To tell the truth, he don't even let on he knows the picture is tummed off. He puts his cigarette bit of in his teeth and pushes his cap forward in his red hair till he has to lean back to see out from under the brim. And sits that way, with his hands crossed behind his head and his feet stuck out in a chair, a smoking cigarette sticking out from under his hat brim watching the TV screen. The nurse stands this as long as she can, then she comes to the door of the nurse's station and calls across to him he'd better help the men with the housework. He ignores her. I said, "Am I, McMurphy, that you are supposed to be working during these hours?" Her nice has a tight wine econ electrics are ripping through pine. MR_McMurphy, I'm waning you. Everybody's stopped what he was doing. She looks around her, then takes a step out of the nurse's station toward McMurphy. You're committed, you realize. You are under the jurisdiction of me, the staff. She's holding up a fist, all those red-orange fingernails bumming into her palm. Under jurisdiction and Contro_Harding shuts off the buffer, and leaves it in the hall, and pulls him a chair up alongside McMurphy and sits down and lights him a cigarette too. "M.I. Harding. You return to your scheduled duties." I think how her voice sounds like it hit a nail, and this strikes me so funny I almost laugh. Had HW. Then Cheswick goes and gets him a chair, and then Billy Bibbett goes, and then Scanlon, and then Fredrickson and Sefelt, and then we all put down our mops and brooms and scouring rags and we all go pull us chairs up. Stop this. Stop. And we're all sitting there lined up in front of that blanked out TV set, watching the gray screen just like we could see the baseball game clear as day, and she's ranting and screaming around us. If somebody'd have come in and took a look, men watching a blank TV, a effie-year-old woman hollering and squealing at the back of their heads about discipline and order and recriminations, they'd have thought the whole bunch was crazy as loons. Part 216. Just at the edge of my vision I can see that white enamel face in the nurse's station, teetering over the desk, see it evolve and flow as it tries to pull back into shape. The rest of the guys are watching too, though they're trying to act like they aren't. They're trying to act like they still got their eyes on nothing but that blank TV in front of us, but Anthony can see they're all sneaking looks at the big nurse behind her glass there, lust the same as I am. For the else time she's on the other side of the glass and getting a taste of how it feels to be vatched when you wish more than anything else to be able to pull a green shade between your face and all the eyes that you can't get away from the residents, the black boys, all the little nurses. They're watching her too, waiting for her to go down the hall where it's time for the meeting she herself called, and waiting to see how she'll act now that it's known she can be made to lose control. She knows they're vatching, but she don't move. Not even when they start strolling du VN to the staff RCKM without hell. I notice all the machinery in the wall is quiet, it's still waiting for her to move. There's no more fog any place. All of a sudden I remember I'm supposed to clean the staff room. I always go down and clean the staff room during these meetings. They have been doing it for years. But now I'm too scared to get out of my chair. The staff always let me clean the room because they didn't think I could hear, but now that they saw me lift my hand when McMurphy told me to, won't they MO15 I can hear? Won't they figure I iron hearing all these years, listening to secrets meant only for their ears? What'll they do to me in that staff if they came that? Still, they expect me to be in there. If I'm not, they'll know for sure that I can heal, be way ahead of me, thinking, you see? He isn't in here cleaning, don't that prove it? It's obvious what's to be done. I'm just getting the full force of the dangers we let ourselves in for when we let McMurphy lure us out of the fog. There's a black boy leaning against the wall near the door, arms crossed, pink tongue darting back and forth over his lips, watching us sitting in front of the TV set. His eyes dart back and forth like his tongue and stop on me, and I see his leather eyelids raise a little. He watches me for a long time, and he's wondering about the way I acted in the group meeting. Then he comes off the wall with a lurch, breaking contact, and goes to the broom closet and brings back a bucket of soapy water and a sponge, drags my arms up and hangs the bucket bail over it, like hanging a kettle on a fireplace. Boom, let's go, chief, he says. Yes, get up and get to your duties. I don't move. The bucket rocks on my arm. I don't make a sign. I heard. He's trying to trick me. He asks me again to get up, and when I don't move he rolls his eyes up to the ceiling and sighs, reaches down and takes my collar, and tugs a little, and I stand up. He stuffs the sponge in my pocket and points up the hall where the staff room is, and I go. And while I'm walking up the hall with the bucket, zoom, the big nurse comes past me with all her old calm speed and power and turns into the door. That makes me wonder. Out in the hall all by myself, I notice how clear it is, no fog any place. It's a little cold where the nurse just went past, and the white tubes in the ceiling circulate frozen light, rods of glowing ice, like frosted refrigerator coils rigged up to glow white. The rods stretch down to the staff room door where the nurse just turned in. At the end of the hall a heavy steel door like the door of the Shaykh SH in building 1, except there are numbers printed on this one, and this one has a little peephole up head high to let the staff peek out at who's knocking. As I get closer I see there's light seeping out this peephole, greenly at LT, bitter as bile. The staff meeting is about to start and there is why there's this green seepage. It'll be all over the upples and windows by the time the meeting is half-even through, for me to sponge off and squeeze in my bucket, use the water later to clear the drains in the latrine. Cleaning the staff room is always the things I've had to clean up in these meetings nobody'd believe, horrible things, poisons manufactured right out of skin pores and acids in the ale strong enough at L to melt a man. I've seen it. I've been in some meetings where the table legs strained and contorted and the chairs knotted and the walls gritted against one another till you could have wrung sleet out the room. One been in meetings where they kept talking about a patient so long that the patient materialized in the flesh, nude on the coffee table in front of them, vulnerable to any fiendish notion they took. They'd have him smeared around in an awful mess before they were finished. That's why they have me at the staff meetings, because they can be such a messy affair and somebody has to clean up, and since the staff room is open only during the meetings it's got to be somebody they think won't be able to spread the word what's going on. That's me. I've been at it so long, sponging and dusting and mopping the staff room and the old wooden one at the other place, that the staff usually don't even notice me. I move around in my chores, and they see light through me like I wasn't there. The only thing they'd miss if I didn't show up v.7 jolt be the sponge and the water bucket floating around. But this time when I tap at the door and the big nurse looks through the peephole she looks dead at me, and she takes longer than ordinary unlocking that door to let me in. Her face has come back into shape, strong as ever, it seems to me. Everybody else goes ahead sugar in their coffee and Boratving cigarettes, the way they do for every meeting, but there's a tenseness in the air. I think it's because of me at first. Then I notice that the big nurse hasn't even sat down, hasn't even bothered to get herself a cup of coffee. She lets me slip through the door and stabs me again with both eyes as I go past her, closes that door when I'm in and locks it, and pivots around and glares at me some more. I know she's suspicious. I thought she might be too upset by the Avity McMurphy defied her to pay any attention to me, but she don't look shook at all. She's clear-headed and wondering now just how did Nil Bromden hear that acute McMurphy asking him to raise his hand on that vote. She's wondering how did he know to lay down his mop and go sit with the acutes in front of that TV set? None of the other chronics did that. She's wondering if it isn't time we did some checking on our Mr. Chief Bromden. I put my back to her and dig into the comber with my sponge. I lift the sponge up above my head so everybody in the room can see how it's covered with green slime and how hard I'm working. Then I bend over and rub harder than ever. But hard as I work and hard as I try to act like I'm not aware of her back there, I feel her standing at the door and drilling into my skull till in a minute she's going to break a rough, till I'm just about to give up and yell and tell them everything if she don't take those eyes off me. Then she realizes that she's being stared at too by all the rest of the staff, just like she's wondering about me. They are wondering about her and what she's planning to do about that redhead back down there in the day room. They're watching to see what she'll say about him, and they don't care anything about some fool Indian on his hands and Kesey's in the corner waiting for her, so she quits looking at me and goes and draws a cup of coffee and sits down, stirs sugar in it so careful the spoon never touches the side of the cup. It's the doctor who starts things off. "Now, people, if we can get things rolling." He smiles around at the residents sipping coffee. He's trying not to look at the big nurse. She's sitting there so silent it makes him net-.73 us and fidgety. He grabs out his glasses and puts them on for a look at his watch, goes to winding eye while he talks. 15 after. It's past time we started. Now. Miss Ratched, as most of you know, called this get-together. She phoned me before the therapeutic community meeting and said that in her opinion McMurphy was due to constitute a disturbance on the ward. Ever so intuitive, considering what went on a few minutes ago, don't you think? He stops ending his watch on account of its TI at LT enough. Another tivist is going to spray it all over the place, and he sits there smiling at it, drumming the back of his hand with pink little fingers, waiting. Usually at about this point in the meeting she'll take over, but she doesn't say anything after today. The doctor goes on, "No one can say that this is an ordinary man we're dealing with. No, certainly not. And he is a disturbing factor, that's obvious. So as I see it, our course in this discussion is to decide what action to take in dealing with him. I believe the nurse called this me, if I'm off base here, Miss Ratched, to talk the situation out and unify the staff's opinion of what should be done about Mr. McMurphy." He gives her a pleading look, but she still doesn't say anything. She's lifted her face toward the ceiling checking for dirt most likely, and doesn't appear to have heard a thing he's been saying. The doctor comes to the line of residents across the room. All of them got the same leg crossed and coffee cup on the same Kesey_QU fellows. The doctor says, "I realize you haven't had adequate time to arrive at a proper diagnosis of the patient, but you have had a chance at observing him in action. / do you think?" The question pops their heads up. Cleverly, he's put them on the carpet too. They all look from him to the big nurse. She has regained all her old power in a few short minutes. Just sitting there, smiling up at the ceiling and not saying anything, she has taken control again and made everyone aware that she's the force in here to be dealt with. If these boys don't play it just right, they're able to finish their training up in Portland at the Alki Hospital. They begin to fidget around like the doctor. He's quite a disturbing influence. Alright, the first boy plays it safe. They all sip their coffee and think about that. Then the next one says, "And he could constitute an actual danger." That's true, the doctor says. The boy thinks he may have found the key and goes on. "Quite a danger, in fact," he says and moves forward in his chair. "Keep in mind that this man performed violent acts for the sole purpose of getting away from the VNRK farm and into the comparative luxury of this hospital. I planned violent acts," the first says. And the third in he mutters, "Of course, the very nature of this plan could indicate that he is simply a shrewd con man, and not mentally ill at all." He glances around to see how this strikes Hell and sees she still hasn't moved or given any sign. But the rest of the staff sits there glaring at him. He's said some awful vulgar thing. He sees how he's stepped out of bounds and tries to bring it off as a 10K by giggling and adding, "You know, like he marches out of step. Here's another drum," but it's too late. The first resident tums on him after setting down his cup of coffee and reaching in his pocket for a pipe big as your fist. "Frankly, Alvin," he says to the third boy, "I'm disappointed in you. Even if one hadn't read his history, all one should need to do is pay attention to his behavior on the ward to realize how absurd the suggestion is. This man is not only very, very sick, but I believe he is definitely a potential assaultive. I think that is what Miss Ratched was suspecting when she called this meeting. Don't you recognize the archetype of psychopath? I've never heard of a clearer case. This man is a Napoleon, a Genghis Khan, Attila the Hun." Another one joins in. He remembers the nurse's comments about disturbed. "Robert's right, Alvin. Didn't you see the yuppie the man acted out there today? When one of his schemes was thwarted, he upus up out of his chair, on the verge of violence. You tell us, Dr. Spivey, what do his records say about violence? There is a marked disregard for discipline and authority, the doctor says. Right. His history shows, Alvin, that time and again he has acted out his hostilities against authority figures in school, in the Inja, and I think that his performance after the voting furor today is as conclusive an indication as we can have of what to expect in the future. He stops and throws NS into his pipe, puts it back in his mouth, and strikes a match and sucks the flame into the bowl with a loud popping sound. When it's lit, he sneaks a look up through the yellow cloud of smoke at the big nurse. He must take her silence as agreement, because he goes on, more enthusiastic and certain than before. Pause for a minute and imagine, AHN, he says, his words cottony with smoke, imagine what will happen to one of us when we're alone in individual therapy with Neil McMurphy. Imagine you are approaching a particularly painful breakthrough and he decides he's just had all he can take of your, how would he put it? You're a damn fool college kid pryin'. You tell him he mustn't get hostile and he says to hell with that, and tell him to calm down, in an authoritarian voice, of course, and here he comes, all 210 red-headed psychopathic Irishmen pounds of him, right across the interviewing table at you. You or any of us, for that matter, prepared to deal with Mr. McMurphy when these moments arise. He puts his size 10 pipe back in the comber of his mouth and spreads his hands on his knees and waits. Everybody's thinking about McMurphy's thick red arms and scarred hands 135 and how his neck comes out of his t-shirt. Eke a rusty wedge. The resident named Alvin has turned pale at the thought, like that yellow pipe smoke his buddy was blowing at him had stained his face. So you believe it Vinold be wise, the doctor asks, to send him up to Disturbed? I believe it would at the very least safe, the guy with the pipe answers, closing his eyes. I'm afraid I'll have to withdraw my suggestion and go along with Robert, Alvin tells them all, if only for my own protection. They all laugh. They're all more relaxed now, certain they've come round to the plan she was wanting. They all have a sip of coffee on it except the guy with the pipe, and he has a big to-do with the thing going out all the time, goes through a lot of matches and sucing and puffing and popping of his lips. It enely smokes up again to suit him, and he says, a little proudly, yes, Disturbed ward for 01 Red McMurphy, I'm afraid. You know what I think, observing him these few days? Schizophrenic reaction. Alvin asks. Pipe shakes his head. Latent homosexual VSTH reaction formation, the third one says. Pipe shakes his head again and shuts his eyes. No, he says and smiles round the room, negative edible. They all congratulate Hinu FFES, I think there is a lot pointing to it, he says. But whatever the final diagnosis is, we must keep one thing in mind, we're not dealing an ordinary man. You are very, very wrong, M.I. Gideon. It's the big nurse. Everybody's head jerks toward her, mine too, but I check myself and pass the motion off. Ilka, I'm trying to scrub a speck I just discovered on the wall above my head. Everybody's confused all to hell for sure now. They figured they were proposing just what she'd vant, just what she was planning to propose in the meeting herself. I thought so too. I've seen her send men half the size of McMurphy up to Disturbed for no more reason than there was a chance they might spit on somebody. Now she's got this bull of a man who's bucked her and everybody else on the staff, a guy she all but said was on his way off the ward earlier this afternoon, and she says no. No, I don't agree, not at all. She smiles around at all of them. I don't agree that he should be sent up to Disturbed, which would simply be an easy way of passing our problem on 136 to another ward, and I don't agree that he is some kind of extraordinary being, some kind of super psychopath. She waits but is about to disagree. For the first time she takes a sip of her coffee, the cup comes av from her mouth with that red-orange color on it. I stare at the rim of the cup in spite of myself. She couldn't wearing lipstick that color on the rim of the cup must be from heat, touch of her lips set it smoldering to admit that my erst thought when I began to recognize M.L. McMurphy for the disturbing force that he is as that he should most definitely be sent up to disturbed. But now I believe it is too late. Would removing him undo the harm that he has done to our ward? I don't believe it would, not after this afternoon. I believe if he were sent to disturbed now it would be exactly what the patients I would expect. He would be a martyr to them. They would never be given the opportunity to see that this man is not an, as you put it, Gideon, extraordinary person. She takes another sip and sets the cup on the table. The whack of it sounds like a gavel. All three residents sit bolt upright. No. He isn't extraordinary. He is simply a man and no more, and is subject to all the fears and all the cowardice and all the timidity that any other man is subject to. Given a few more days, I have a very strong feeling that he will prove this, to us as well as the rest of the patients. If we keep him on the ward I am certain his brashness will subside, his self-made rebellion will dwindle to nothing, and she smiles, owing something nobody else does, that our red-headed hero will cut himself down to something the patients will all recognize and lose respect for, a braggart and a blowhard of the type who may climb up on a soapbox and shout for the way we've all seen M.L. Cheswick do, then back down the moment there is any real danger to him personally. Patient boy with the pipe feels he should try to defend his position and save face just a little bit does not strike me as a coward. I expect her to get mad, but she doesn't. She lust gives him that let's wait and see look and says, I didn't say he was exactly a coward, Gideon. Oh, no. He's simply very fond of someone. As a psychopath, he's much fond of Xil Randall Patrick McMurphy to subject him to any needless danger. She gives the boy a smile that puts his pipe out for sure this time. If we just wait for a while. Our hero will, what is it, college boy sap, give up his bit? Yes. But that may take weeks, the boy starts. Have weeks, she says. She stands up, looking more pleased with herself than I've seen her look since McMurphy came to trouble her a week ago. Have weeks, or months, or even years if need be. Keep in mind that M.L. McMurphy is committed. The length of time he spends in this hospital is entirely up to us. Now, if there is nothing else, the way the big nurse acted so confident in that staff meeting, that worried me for a while, but it didn't make any difference to McMurphy. All weekend, and the next week, he was lust as hard on her and her black boys as he ever was, and the patients were loving it. He'd won his bet, he'd got the nurse's goat the way he said he would, and had collected on it, but that didn't stop him from going right ahead and acting like he always had, hollering up and down the hall, laughing at the black boys, frustrating the whole staff, even going so far as to step up to the big nurse in the hall one time and ask her, if she didn't mind tellin' lust what was the actual inch-by-inch measurement on them great big of breasts that she did her best to conceal but never could. She walked right on past, ignoring him lust she chose to ignore the avity nature had tagged her those outsized badges of femininity, just she was above him, and sex, and everything else that's weak and of the flesh. Zyman she posted assignments on the bulletin board, and he read that she'd given him latrine duty. He went to her office and knocked on that window of hers and personally thanked her for the honor, and told her he'd think of her every time he slivabbed out a urinal. She told him that wasn't necessary, just do his work and that X17 jolt be sufficient. Thank you. The most work he did on them was to run a brush around the bowls once or twice a piece, singing some song as loud as he could in time to the slavishing brush, then he'd splash in some Clorox and he'd be through. That's clean enough, he'd tell the black boy who got after him for the way he hurried through his job. Maybe not clean enough for some people, but myself I plan to piss in em, not eat lunch out of em. And when the big nurse gave in to the black boy's frustrated pleading and came in to check McMurphy's cleaning assignment personally, she brought a little compact mirror and she held it under the rim of the bowls. She walked along shaking her head and saying, why, this is an outrage at every bowl. McMurphy sidled right along beside her, winking Duvie in his nose and saying in answer, no, that's a toilet bowl, but she didn't lose control again. or even act at all like she venuld get after him about the toilets, using that same terrible, slow, patient pressure she used on everybody, as he stood there in front of her, like a little kid getting a bawling out, hanging his head, and the toe of one boot on top of the other, saying LT&2, ma'am, but I'm afraid I'll never make my mark as head man of the crappers. Once he Ivy wrote something on a slip of paper, strange writing that looked like a foreign alphabet, and stuck it up under one of those toilet bowl rims with a wad of gum. When she came to that toilet vsth her mirror, she gave a short gasp at what she read reflected and dropped her mirror in the toilet, but she didn't lose control. That doll's face and that doll's smile were forged in confidence. She stood up from the toilet bowl and gave him a look that would peel paint, and told him it was his job to make the latrine not dirtier. Actually, there wasn't much cleaning of any kind getting done on the yupper. As soon as it came time in the afternoon when the schedule called for house duties, it was also time for the baseball games to be on TV, and everybody went and ended the chairs up in front of the set, and they didn't move out of them until dinner. It didn't make any difference that the power was shut off in the nurse's station and we couldn't see a thing but that blank gay screen, because McMurphy'd entertain us for hours, sit and talk and tell all kinds of stories, eke how he made $1,000 in 1 month driving truck for a Jippo outfit and then lost every penny of it to some Canadian in an axe throwing contest, or how he and a buddy slick-tongued a guy into riding a Brahma bull at a rodeo in Albany, into riding him while he wore a blindfold. Not the bull, I mean, the GO had on the blindfold. They told the guy that the blindfold would keep him from getting dizzy when the bull went to spinning. Then, when they got a bandana wrapped around his eyes to where he couldn't see, they set him on that bull backward. McMurphy told it a couple of times and slapped his thigh vsth his hat and laughed every time he remembered it. Blindfolded and backwards, and I'm a sinofagon if he didn't stay the limit and won the purse. And I was second. If he'd been throwed I'd have took first and a neat little purse. I swear the next time I pull a stunt like that I'll blindfold the damn bull instead. Smack his leg and throw back his head and laugh, digging his thumb into the ribs of whoever nas sitting next to him, trying to get him to laugh too. There was times that week when I'd heal that full-throttled laugh, watch him scratching his belly and stretching and yawning and leaning back to wink at whoever he was joking with. Everything coming to him just as natural as draving breath, and I'd quit worrying about the big nurse and the combine behind her. I'd think he was strong enough being his 01VN self that he would never back down, though she was hoping he would. I'd think, maybe he truly is something extraordinary. He's what he is, that's it. Maybe that makes him strong enough, being what he is. The combine hasn't got to him in all these years. What makes that nurse think she's gonna be able to do it in a few weeks? He's not gonna let them tvist him and manufacture him. And later, hiding in the latrine from the black boys, I'd take a look at my 01VN self in the mirror and wonder how it was possible that anybody could manage such an enormous thing as being what he was. There'd be my face in the mirror, dark and hard, big high cheekbones like the cheek underneath them had been hacked out with a hatchet, eyes all black and hard and mean looking, just like Papa's eyes or the eyes of all those tough, mean looking Indians you see on TV, and I'd think, that ain't me, that ain't my face. It wasn't even me when I was trying to be that face. I wasn't even really me then, I was just being the Avi the way people wanted it. Don't see me I ever have been me. How can McMurphy be what he is? I was seeing him different than when he erst came in. I was seeing more to him than just big hands and red sideburns and a broken-nosed grin. I'd see him do things that didn't fit vsth his face or hands, things like painting a picture at OT with real paints on a blank paper with no NS or numbers anywhere on it to tell him where to paint, or like writing letters to somebody in a beautiful flowing hand. How could a man who looked like him paint pictures or write letters to people, or be upset and worried like I saw him once when he got a letter back? These were the kind of things you expected from Billy Bibbit or Harding. Harding had hands that looked like they should have done paintings, though they never did. Harding trapped his hands and forced them to work savang planks for dog houses. McMurphy wasn't like that. He hadn't let what he looked like run his life one way or the other. any more than he'd let the combine mill him into fitting where they wanted him to. I was seeing lots of things different. I figured the fog machine had broke down in the walls when they turned it up too high for that meeting on Friday, so now they weren't able to 141 circulate fog and gas and foul up the way things looked. For the first time in years one was seeing people with none of that black outline they used to have, and one night I was even able to see out the windows like I explained. Most nights before they ran me to bed they gave me this pill, knocked me out and kept me out. Or if something went haywire with the dose and I woke up, my eyes were all crusted over and the dorm was full of smoke, wires in the walls loaded to the limit, twisting and sparking death and hate in the air, all too much for me to take, so I'd ram my head under the pillow and try to get back to sleep. Every time I peeked back out there would be the smell of burning hair and a sound like side meat on a hot griddle. But this one night, a few nights after the big meeting, I woke up and the dorm was clean and snug, except for the soft breathing of the men and the stuff rattling around loose under the brittle ribs of the TiVo old vegetables. It was dead quiet. A window was up, and the ale in the dorm was clear and had a taste to it, made me feel kind of giddy and drunk, gave me this sudden yen to get up out of bed and do something. I slid from between the sheets and walked barefoot across the cold tile between the beds. I felt the tile vsth my feet and wondered how many times, how many thousand times, had I run a mop over the same tile and never felt it at all. That mopping seemed like a dream to me, like I couldn't exactly believe all those years of it had really happened. Only that cold linoleum under my feet, I was real right then, only that moment. I walked along the guys heaped in long white rows like snowbanks, careful not to bump into somebody, till I came to the angle with the windows. I walked down the windows to one where the shade popped softly in and out with the breeze, and I pressed my forehead up against the mesh. The TV was cold and sharp, and I rolled my head against it from side to feel it with my cheeks, and I smelled the breeze. It's fall coming, I thought. I can smell that sour molasses smell of silage, clanging the ale like a bell. Smell somebody's been bumming oak leaves, left them to smolder overnight because they're too green. It's fall coming, I kept thinking, fall coming, just eek that upus the strangest thing ever happened. Fall right outside here. It was spring a while back, then it was summer, and now it's fall. That's sure a curious idea. I realized I had my eyes shut. I had shut them when I put my face to the screen, like I was scared to outside. Now I had to open them. I looked out the window and saw for 142 the first time how the hospital was out in the country. The MCNM was low in the sky over the pasture land. The face of it was scarred and scuffed where it had lost Tom up out of the snarl of scrub oak and madrona trees on the horizon. The stars up close to the moon were pale. They got brighter and braver the farther they got out of the circle of light ruled by the giant moon. It called to mind how I noticed the exact same thing when I was off on a hunt with Papa and the uncles, and I lay rolled in blankets Grandma had woven, lying off a piece from where the men hunkered around the fire as they passed a quart jar of cactus liquor in a silent circle. I watched that big Oregon Prairie MCKN above me put all the stars around it to shame. I kept awake attaching, to see if the moon ever got dimmer or if the stars got brighter, till the dew commenced to drift onto my cheeks and I had to pull a blanket over my head. Something moved on the grounds down underneath my window, cast a long spider of shadow out across the grass as it ran out of sight behind a hedge. Hen it ran back to where I could get a better look. I saw it was a dog, a young, gangly mongrel slipped off from home to find out about things went on after dark. He was sniffing digger squirrel holes, not with an wayan to go digging after one but just to get an idea what they were up to at this hour. He'd run his muzzle down a hole, butt up in the air and tail going, then dash off to another. The glistened around him on the grass, and when he ran he left tracks like dabs of dark paint spattered across the blue shine of the lawn. Galloping from one particularly interesting hole to the next, he came so with what was coming off the up there, the night, the breeze full of smells so wild makes a young dog drunk that he had to down on his back and roll. He twisted and thrashed around like a fish, back bowed and belly up, and when he got to his feet and shook himself a spray came off him in the moon ilka silver scales. He sniffed all the holes over again one quick one, to get the smells doovy and good, then suddenly froze still with one paw lifted and his head tilted, listening. I listened too, but I couldn't hear anything except the popping of the window shade. I listened for a long time. Then, from a long way off, I heard a high, laughing gabble, faint, and coming closer. Canada honkers going south for the T-Winter _ I remembered all the hunting and belly crawling I'd ever done trying to a honker, and that I never got one. I tried to look where the dog was looking to see if I could find the flock, but it was tchj dark. The honking came closer and closer till it seemed like they must be flying right through the dorm, right over my head. Then they crossed the MCKM, a black, weaving necklace, drawn into a V by that lead goose. For an instant that lead goose upus right in the center of that circle, bigger than the others, a black cross opening and closing, then he pulled his V out of sight into the sky once more. I listened to them fade axe till all I could hear was my memory of the sound. The dog could still hear them a long time after me. He was still standing with his paw up, he hadn't moved or balked when they flew over. /hen he couldn't hear them any more either, he commenced to lope off in the direction they had gone, toward the Hylva, loping steady and solemn. He had an appointment. I held my breath and I could hear the flap of his big paws on the grass as he loped. Then I could hear a car speed up out of a turn. The headlights loomed over the rise and peered ahead down the highway. I watched the dog and the car making for the same spot of pavement. The dog was almost to the rail fence at the edge of the grounds when I felt somebody slip up behind me. 2 people. I didn't turn, but I knew it was the black boy named Geever and the nurse VSTH, the birthmark and the crucifix. I heard a whir of fear start up in my head. The black boy took my arm and pulled me around. "I'll get him," he says. "It's chilly at the window there, Mr. Bromden," the nurse tells me. "Don't you think we'd better climb back into our nice toasty bed?" "He can't here," the black boy tells her. "I'll take him. He's always untying his sheet and roaming round." And I move and she draws back a step and says, "Yes, please do," to the black boy. She's fiddling with the chain runs down her neck. At home she locks herself in the bathroom out of sight, strips down, and rubs that crucifix all over that stain running from the corner of her mouth in a thin line down across her shoulders and breasts. She rubs and hails Mary to beat thunder, but the stain stays. She looks in the mirror, sees it's darker than ever. Finally takes a wile brush used to take paint off boats and scrubs the stain away, puts a nightgown on over the raw, oozing hide, and crawls in bed. But she's too full of the stuff. While she's asleep it rises in her throat and into her mouth, drains out of that comber of her mouth purple spit and down her throat, over her body. In the morning she sees how she's stained again and somehow she figures it's not really from inside her. How could it be? A Catholic girl like he and she eagers it's on account of war and evenings among a whole world full of people me. It's all our fault, and she's going to get us for it if it's the last thing she does. I McMurphy'd back up and help me. You get him tied in bed, Mr. Geever, and I'll prepare a medication. 18 In the group meetings there were gripes coming up that had been buried so long. The thing being griped about had already changed. Now that McMurphy was around to back them up, the guys started letting fly at everything that had ever happened on the ward they didn't eek. Does the dorms have to be locked on the weekends? Ches Vic or somebody would ask. Can't a fellow even have the weekends to himself? Yeah, Miss Ratched, McMurphy would say. If the dorms were left open, we have learned from past experience, you men would return to bed after breakfast. Is that a mortal sin? I mean, normal people get to sleep late on the weekends. For men are in this hospital, she would say like she was repeating it for the 100th time, because of your proven inability to adjust to society. The doctor and I believe that every minute spent in the company of others, some exceptions, is therapeutic, while every minute spent brooding alone only increases your separation. Is that the reason that there has to be at least EI at LT guys together before they can be taken off the Yupper to OT or PT or one of them TSZ? That is correct. For mean it's sick to want to be off by yourself. I didn't say that for mean if I go into latrine to relieve myself I should take along at least 7 buddies to keep me from brooding on the can. Before she could come up an answer to that, Cheswick bounced to his feet and hollered at her, "Yeah, is that what you mean?" And the other acutes sitting around the meeting would say, "Q yeah, is that what you mean?" She would ate till they all died down and the meeting was quiet again, then say quietly, "If you men can calm yourself enough to act like a crew of adults at a discussion instead of children on the playground, we will ask the doctor if he thinks it would be beneficial to consider a change in the UPERD policy at this time." "Doctor." Everybody came you the kind of answer the doctor would make, and before he even had the chance Cheswick would be off on another complaint. "Then what about our cigarettes, Ness?" "Yeah, what about that?" the acutes grumbled. McMurphy tummed to the doctor and put the question straight to him this time before the nurse had a chance to answer. "Yeah, doc, what about our cigarettes? How does she have the right to keep the cigarettes, our cigarettes, piled up on her desk in there like she oveen them, bleed a pack out to us now and again whenever she feels it? I don't care much about the idea of buying a carton of cigarettes and having somebody tell me when I can smoke them." The doctor tilted his head so he could look at the nurse through his glasses. He hadn't heard about her taking over the extra cigarettes to stop the gambling. /hats this about cigarettes, Sliss ratched. "I don't believe I've heard. I feel, doctor, that 3 and 4 and sometimes 5 packages of cigarettes a day are entirely too many for a man to smoke. That is what seemed to be happening last week after Mr. McMurphy's arrival, and that is why I thought it might be best to impound the cartons the men purchased at the canteen and allow each man only 1 pack a day." McMurphy leaned forward and whispered loudly to her, "Tell her next decision is about trips to the can. Not only does a guy have to take his 7 buddies into the latrine with him, but he's also limited to TiVo trips a day, to be taken when she says so." And leaned back in his chair and laughed so hard that nobody else could say anything, for nearly a McMurphy was getting a lot of kick out of all the luckus he was raising, and I think was a little surprised that he wasn't getting a lot of pressure from the staff too, especially surprised that the big nurse wasn't having any more to say to him than she was. "I thought the old buzzard was tougher than this," he said to Harding after one meeting. "Maybe all she needed to straighten her out was a good bring down. The thing is, he acts like she still holds all the cards up that white sleeve of hers." He went on getting a kick out of it till about Wednesday of the next week. Then he learned why the big nurse was so sure of her hand. "Wednesday's the day they pack everybody up who hasn't got pool, either we want to go or not. /hand the some kind of rot and move to the swimming. Fog was on the ward. I used to hide in it to get out of going. The pool always scared me. I was always afraid I'd step in over my head and drown, be sucked off down the drain and clean out to sea. I used to be real brave around elevator when I was a ed on the Columbia. I'd walk the scaffolding around the falls with all the other men, scrambling around with water roaring green and white all around me and the mist making rainbows, without even any hobnails like the men. But when I saw my papa start getting scared of things, I got scared too. Got so I couldn't even stand a shallow pool. We came out of the locker room and the pool was pitching and splashing and full of naked men, hooping and yelling bounced off the high ceiling. It always does in indoor swimming pools. The black boys herded us into it. The water was a nice warm temperature, but I didn't want to get away from the side. Black boys vic along the edge vsth long bamboo poles to shove you away from the side if you try to grab on. So I stayed close to McMurphy on account of I knew they wouldn't try to make him go into deep water if he didn't want to. He was talking to the lifeguard, and I was standing a few feet away. McMurphy must have been standing in a hole because he was having to tread a tater where I was standing on the bottom. The lifeguard was standing on the edge of the pool. He had a whistle and a t-shirt on with his ward number on it. He and McMurphy had got to talking about the difference between hospital and jail, and McMurphy was saying how much better the hospital was. The lifeguard wasn't so sure. I heard him tell McMurphy that, for one thing, being committed ain't being sentenced. You're sentenced in a jail, and you got a date ahead of you when you know you're gonna be tummed loose, he said. McMurphy stopped splashing around like he had been. He swam slowly to the edge of the pole and held there, looking up at the lifeguard. "And if you're it?" he asked after a pause. The lifeguard raised his shoulders in a muscle-bound shrug and tugged at the whistle around his neck. He as an old pro footballer with cleat marks in his forehead, and every so often when he was off his ward a signal would click back of his eyes and his EPS'd go to spitting number RRS and he'd drop to all fours in a ENE stance and cut loose on some strolling nurse, drive a shoulder in her kidneys lust in time to let the halfback shoot past through the hole behind him. That's why he was up on 148 disturbed. Whenever he wasn't lifeguarding he was liable to do something like that. He shrugged again at McMurphy's question, then looked back and forth to see if any black boys were around, and knelt close to the edge of the pool. He held his arm out for McMurphy to look at. "You see this cast?" McMurphy looked at the big arm. You don't have a cast on that arm, buddy," the lifeguard lust grinned. That cast's on there because I got a bad fracture in the last game with the Browns. I can't get back in togs till the fracture knits and I get the cast off. The nurse on my ward tells me she's curing the arm in secret. Yeah, man, she says if I go easy on that arm, don't exert it or nothing, she'll take the cast off and I can get back with the ball club." He put his knuckles on the wet ELE, went into a three-point stance to test how the arm was coming along. McMurphy watched him a minute, and asked how long he'd been waiting for them to tell him his arm was healed so he could leave the hospital. The lifeguard raised up slowly and rubbed his arm. He acted hurt that McMurphy had asked that, like he thought he was being accused of being soft and ecking his wounds. "I'm committed," he said. "I'd have left here before now if it was up to me. Mayor, I couldn't lay first string, with this bum arm, but I could have folded towels, couldn't I? I could have done something. That nurse on my ward, she keeps telling the doctor I ain't ready not even to fold towels in the crummy old locker room, I ain't ready." He tummed and walked over to his lifeguard chair, climbed up the chair ladder like a drugged gunna, and peered at us, his lower lip pushed yuppie out. "I was picked up for drunk and disorderly, and I been here 8 years and 8 months. He saicl McMurphy pushed backward from the edge of the pool and trod water, and though this over, he'd had a 6-month sentence at the work farm TiVo months enished, 4 more to go and 4 more months was the most he wanted to spend locked up any place. He'd been close to a month in this nothus and it might be a lot better than a work farm, what with good beds and orange juice for breakfast, but it wasn't better to the point that he'd want to spend a couple of years here. He swam over to the steps at the shallow end of the pole and sat there the rest of the period, tugging that edel tuft of wool at his throat and frowning. Watching him sitting there frowning all to himself, I remembered what the big nurse had said in the meeting and I began to feel afraid. They blew the whistle for us to leave the pool and we all were straggling toward the locker room. We ran into this other ward coming into the swimming pool for their period, and in the footbath at the shower you had to go through was this one Ed from the other ward. He had a big spunger pink head and bulgy hips and legs like somebody'd grabbed a balloon full of water and squeezed it in the middle, and he was lying on his side in the making noises like a sleepy seal. Vic and Harding helped him stand up, and he lay light back down in the footbath. The head bobbed around in the disinfectant. McMurphy watched them lift him standing again. /X11 at the devil is he asked. "He has hydrocephalus," Harding told him. "Some manner of lymph disorder, I believe. Head L's up with liquid. Give us a hand helping him stand up." They tummed the Ed loose, and he lay back clove in the footbath again. The look on his face was patient and helpless and stubborn, his mouth sputtered and blew bubbles in the milky-looking water. Harding repeated his request to McMurphy to give them a hand, and he and Cheswick bent down to the kid again. McMurphy pushed past them and stepped across the kid into the shower. "Ted him lay," he said, washing himself down in the shower. "Maybe he don't like deep water." I could see it coming. The next day he surprised every NCLY on the ward by getting up early and polishing that latrine till it sparkled, and then went to work on the hall floors when the black boys asked him to. Surprised everybody but the big nurse. She acted like it was nothing surprising at all, and that afternoon in the meeting when Cheswick said that everybody'd agreed that there should be some kind of showdown on the cigarette situation, saying, Ain't no little Ed to have cigarettes kept from me eat cookies. We want something done about it, ain't that right, Mac? And waited for McMurphy to back him up. All he got was silence. He looked over at McMurphy's Comer. Everybody did. McMurphy was there, studying the deck of cards that slid in and out of sight in his hands. He didn't even look up. It was awfully quiet. There was lust that slap of greasy cards and Cheswick's heavy breathin' "I want something done." Cheswick suddenly yelled again. "I ain't no little kid." He stamped his foot and looked around him ilka he upus lost and might break out crying any minute. He clenched both fists and held them at his chubby round chest. His fists made little pink balls against the green, and they were clenched so hard he was shaking. He never had looked big. He was short and tchj fat and had a bald spot in the back of his head that showed like a pink dollar, but standing there by himself in the center of the day room like that he looked tiny. He looked at McMurphy and got no look back, and went down the ene of acutes looking for help. Each time a man looked away and refused to back him up, and the panic on his face doubled. His looking finally came to a stop at the big nurse. He stamped his foot again. "I want something done. Hear me? I want something done. Something. Something." Some them big black boys clamped his arms from behind, and the least one threw a strap around him. He sagged like he'd been punctured, and the big ones dragged him up to Disturbed. You could hear the soggy bounce of him going up the steps. Hen they cune back and sat doxm. The big nurse tummed to the line of acutes across the room and looked at them. Nothing had been said since Cheswick left. "Sis there any more discussion," she said, "on the rationing of?" Looking down the cancelled row of faces hanging against the wall across the room from me, my eyes finally came to McMurphy in his chair in the Comer, concentrating on improving his one-handed card cut, and the white tubes in the ceiling begin to pump their refrigerated light again. I can feel it, beams all the way into my stomach. After McMurphy doesn't stand up for us any longer, some of the acutes talk and say he's still outsmarting the big nurse, say that he got word she was about to send him to Disturbed and decided to toe the line a while, not give her any reason. Others eager he's letting her relax, then he's going to spring something new on her, something wilder and more ornery than ever. You can hear them talking in groups, wondering. But me, I know why. I heard him talk to the lifeguard. He's finally getting cagey, is all the way Papa finally did when he came to realize that he couldn't beat that group from Tolden who wanted the government to put in the dam because of the money and the work it would bring, and because it would get rid of the village. Let that tribe of Injuns take Thiel Stink and their $200,000 the government is paying them and go someplace else with it. Papa had done the smart thing signing the papers. There wasn't anything to gain by bucking it. The government would have got it anyhow. Sooner or later, this the tribe v'nuld get paid good. It was the smart thing. McMurphy was doing the smart thing. I could see that he was giving in because it was the smartest thing to do, not cause of any of these other reasons the acutes were making up. He didn't say so, but I came and one told myself it was the smart thing to do. I told myself that over and over. It's safe. Like hiding. It's the smart thing to do. Nobody could say any different. I know what he's doing. Then one moming all the *eots know his real reason for backing down, and that the reasons they've been making up were just lies to Ed themselves. He never says a thing about the talk he had with the lifeguard, but they know. I figure the nurse broadcast this during the night along all the little NS in the dorm floor, because they came all at once. I can tell by the way they look at McMurphy that morning when he comes into the day room. Not looking they're mad with him, or even disappointed, because they can understand as well as I can that the only way he's going to get the big nurse to lift his commitment is by acting like she pants, but still looking at him like these things didn't have to be this yope. Even Chesv could understand it and didn't hold anything against McMurphy for not going ahead and making a big fuss over the cigarettes. He came back clove from Disturbed on the same day that the nurse broadcast the information to the beds, and he told McMurphy himself that he could understand how he acted and that it was surely the sharpest thing to do, considering, and that if he'd thought about Mac being committed he'd never have put him on the like he had the other day. He told McMurphy this while we were all being taken over to the SV plus or minus Ming but lust as SCJN. As we got to the pool he said he did VSSH something might have been done, though, and dove into the elevator and got his engers stuck some TV in the grate that's over the drain at the bottom of the pool, and neither the big lifeguard nor McMurphy nor the TiVo black boys could pry him ich Jace, and by the time they got a screwdriver and undid the grate and brew at LT Cheswick up, with the grate still clutched by his chubby pink and blue fingers, he was drowned. 19 up ahead of me in the lunch line I see a tray sling in the air, a green plastic cloud raining milk and peas and vegetable soup. Sifult's jittering out of the line on one foot with his arms both up in the air, falls backward in a stiff arch, and the whites of his eyes come by me upside down. His head hits the tile with a crack like rocks under aerator, and he holds the arch, like a twitching, jerking bridge. Fredrickson and Scanlon make a to help, but the big black boy shoves them back and grabs a flat sec out of his back pocket, got tape wrapped around it and covered with a brown stain. He pries Sifult's mouth open and shoves the stick Betv in his teeth, and I heal the stick splinter Sifult 2's bite. I can taste the slivers. Sifult's jerks slow down and get more powerful, warring and building up to big stiff kicks that lift him to a bridge, then falling, lifting and falling, slower and slower, till the big nurse comes in and stands over him and he melts limp all over in a grey puddle. She folds her hands in front of her, might hold a candle, and looks down at what's left of him oozing out of the cuffs of his pants and shirt. Mr. Sifult, she says to the black THA's right. The black boy is learning to get his stick back. Mr. Cphil _ and ML Sifult has been asserting he needs no more medication. She nods her head, steps back a step out of the way of him spreading toward her white shoes. She raises her head and looks round her at the circle of acutes that ve come up to see. She nods again and repeats, _ needs no more meditation. Her face is smiling, pitying, patient, and disgusted all at once, a trained expression. McMurphy's never seen such a thing. _hats he got Teve wrong with him, he asks. She keeps her eye on the puddle, not tumming to McMurphy. Mr. Sifult is an epileptic, ML McMurphy. This means he may be subject to seizures like this at any time if he doesn't follow medical advice. He knows better. We told him this would happen when he didn't take his medication. Still, he all insist on acting foolish. Fredrickson comes out of the ENE, his eyebrows bristling. He's a sign VY, block and SS guy with blonde hair and stringy blonde eyebrows and a long jaw, and he acts tough every so often the way Cheswick used to try to do, roar and rant and cuss out one of the nurses, say he's gonna leave the stinkin' place. They always let him yell and shake his s till he quiets down, then ask him if you are through, M.I. Fredrickson, we'll go start typing the release, then make book in the nurse's station how long it'll be. He's tapping at the glass with a guilty look and asking to apologize. And how about just setting those hot-headed things he said, list pigeonhole those old forms for a day or so, okay. He steps up to the nurse, shaking his fist at her. Oh, is that it? Is that it, Hull? You gonna crucify old Steve just as if he was doing it to pite you or something? She lays a comforting hand on his arm, and his fist unrolls. It's okay, Bruce. Your friend will be alright. Apparently he hasn't been swallowing his Dlanton _ I simply don't know what he is doing with it. She knows as well as anybody. Sifult holds the capsules in his mouth and gives them to Fredrickson later. Sifult doesn't eek to take them because of what he calls disastrous side effects, and Fredrickson eeks a double dose because he's scared to death of having a fit. The nurse knows this, you can tell by her voice, but to look at her there, so sympathetic and kind, you'd think she was ignorant of anything at all. Betv and Fredrickson and Sifult _ yeah, says Fredrickson, but he can't work his attack up again. Fee, well, you don't need to act like it was as simple as lust. Take the stuff or don't take it. You came. Oh, how Sif worries about what he looks like and how Veenman think he's ugly and all that, and you know how he thinks the Dilantin. I know, she says and touches his arm again. He also blames his falling hail on the drug. Poor old fellow. He's not that old. I know, Bruce. Why do you get so set? I've never understood what went on between you and your friend that made you get so defewy. Heck, Anambe, he says and rams his fists in his pockets. The nurse bends over and brushes a little place clean on the floor and puts her knee on it and starts kneading Suffold back to some shape. She tells the black boy to stay with the poor old fellow and she'll go send a gurney down for him, wheel him into the dorm and let him sleep the rest of the day. Hen she stands, she gives Fredrickson a pat on the arm, and he grumbles, 154Q yeah, I have to take Dylantin UKMO_ that's why I know what Sif has to face I mean, that's why heck I understand, Bruce, what both of you must go through, but don't you think anything is better than that? Fredrickson looks where she points. Suffold has pulled back half eye normal, swelling up and down vsth big wet, rattling breaths. There's a punk knot rising on the side of his head where he landed, and a red foam around the black boy's sec where it goes into his mouth, and his eyes are beginning to roll back into the whites. His hands are nailed out to each side, the palms up and the fingers jerking open and shut, just the avity I've watched men jerk at the shock shop strapped to the crossed table, smoke curling up out of the palms from the current. Suffold and Fredrickson never been to the shock shop. They're manufactured to generate their own voltage, store it in their spines and can be turned on remote from the steel door in the nurse's station if they get out of line, be right in the best part of a dirty pike and stiffen like the jolt hit square in the small of the back. It saves the trouble of taking them over to that room. The nurse gives Fredrickson's arm a little shake like he'd gone to sleep, and repeats, even if you take into consideration the hamel-fool effects of the medicine, don't you think it's better than that? As he stares down at the floor, Fredrickson's blonde eyebrows are raised like he's seeing for the first time just how looks at least once a month. The nurse smiles and pats his arm and heads for the glares at the acutes to shame them for gathering around watching such a thing when she's gone. Fredrickson shivers and tries to smile. I don't know what I got mad at the old girl about. I mean, she didn't do anything to give me a reason to blow up, eat that, did she? It isn't like he wants an answer, it's more sort of realizing that he can't put his finger on a reason. He shivers again and starts to slip back away from the group. McMurphy comes up and asks him in a low voice, what is it they take? Dilantin, McMurphy, an anticonvulsant, if you must know. Don't it work or something? Fee, I guess it works all right if you take it. Then what's the sweat about taking it or not? Look, if you must know, here's the dirty sweat about taking it. Fredrickson reaches up and grabs his lower lip between his thumb and finger, pulls it down to show gums ragged and pink and bloodless around long shiny teeth. Your gungs, he says, hanging onto the lip. Dilantin makes your gungs rot and a seizure makes you grit your teeth. And you, there's a noise on the floor. They look to where Suffold is moaning and wheezing, just as the black boy draws Turo teeth out with his taped _Scanlon takes his tray and walks away from the bunch, saying, hell of a life. Damned if you do and damned if you don't, puts a man in one confounded bind, I'd say. McMurphy says, I see what you mean, looking down into Suffold's gathering face. His face has commenced to take on that same haggard, puzzled look of pressure that the face on the floor has /Smitever it was went haywire in the mechanism, they've just about got it fixed again. The clean, calculated arcade movement is coming back, 6:30 out of IRD, 7 into the mess hall, 8 the puzzles come out for the chronics and the cards for the acutes _ in the nurse's station. I can see the white hands of the big nurse float over the controls. They take me with the acutes sometimes, and sometimes they don't. They take me once with them over to the library and I walk over to the technical SEC and stand there looking at the titles of books on electronics, books I recognize from that year I went to college. I remember inside the books are full of schema dratings and equations and theories, hard, sure, safe things. I want to coke at one of the but I'm scared to. I'm scared to do anything. I feel like I'm floating in the dusty yellow air of the library, halfway to the intim, halfway to the top. The stacks of books teeter above me, crazy, zigzagging, running all different angles to one another. One shelf bends a little to the left, one to the right. Some of them are leaning over me, and I don't see how the books keep from falling out. It goes up and up this way, clear out of sight, the rickety stacks nailed together with slats and no by-fours, propped up with poles, leaning against ladders, on all sides of me. If I pulled one book out, Lord K-knows what awful thing might result. I hear somebody walk in, and it's one of AE black boys from our ward, and he's got Harding's wife with him. They're talking and grinning to each other as they come into the library. See here, Dale, the black boy calls over to Harding where he's reading a look here who come to visit pu underscore I told her it ain't visit in hours but pu came she'll sweet talk me into bringing her right on over here anyhow. He leaves her standing in front of Harding and goes off, saying mysteriously, don't you forget now, you hear. She blows the black boy a kiss, then tums to Harding, slinging her hips forward. Hello, Dale. Honey, he says, but he doesn't make any move to take the couple of steps to hell underscore. He looks around him at everybody watching. She's as tall as he is. She's got on high-heeled shoes and is carrying a black purse, not by the strap, but holding it the way you hold a book. Her fingernails are red as drops of blood against the shiny black patent leather purse. Hey, Mac, Harding calls to McMurphy, who's sitting across the room, looking at a book of cartoons. 1F you'll curtail your literary pursuits a moment. I'll introduce pu to my counterpart and nemesis, IX-17 Joel trite and say, to my better half, but I think that phrase indicates some kind of basically equal division, don't you? He tries to laugh, and his mvo slim ivory fingers dip into his shirt pocket for cigarettes, fidget around getting the last one from the package. The cigarette shakes as he places it between his lips. He and his wife haven't moved toward each other yet. McMurphy heaves up out of his chair and pulls his cap off as he walks over. Harding's wife looks at him and smiles, lifting one of her eyebrows. Miss Harding, McMurphy says. She smiles back bigger than before and says, I'll hate Mrs. Harding. Mac, why don't you call me Vera? They all three sit back down on the couch where Harding was sitting, and he tells his wife about McMurphy and how McMulphy got the best of the big nurse, and she smiles and says that it doesn't surprise her a bit. Killil Harding's telling the story. He gets enthusiastic and forgets about his hands, and they weave the air in front of him into a picture clear enough to see, dancing the story to the tune of his voice like beautiful ballet women in white. His hands can be anything. But as the story's finished, he notices McMurphy and his wife are watching the hands, and he traps them bumveen his kamies underscore. He laughs about this, and his wife says to him, Dale, when are you going to learn to laugh instead of making that mousy little squeak asterisk? It's the same thing that McMurphy said about Harding's laugh on that first day, but it's different somehow, where McMurphy saying it calmed Harding down, her saying it makes him more nemens than ever. She asks for a cigarette, and Harding dips his fingers in his pocket again and it's empty. We been rationed, he says, folding his thin shoulders forward. He was trying to hide the half-smoked cigarette he was holding, to 1 pack a day. That doesn't seem to leave a man any margin for chivalry. Vera, my dearest Zio Dale, you never do have enough, do you? Asterisk. His eyes take on that sly, fevered shtishness as he looks at her and smiles. Are we speaking symbolically, or are we still dealing with the concrete here and now? Cigarettes. No matter, you know the answer to the case, Ian, whichever way you intended it. I didn't intend nothing by it except what I said. Dale, you didn't intend nothing by it, sweetest. Your use of didn't and nothing constitutes a double negative. McMurphy, Vera's English rivals yours for illiteracy. Look, honey, you understand that bit of and no and any there is ZAII, right? That's enough. I meant it ways. I meant it any way you want to take it. I meant you don't have enough of nothing poyod, enough of my bright edel chilk al. She glares at Harding a second, then turns to McMurphy sitting beside her. Phew, Mac, what about you can handle a simple little thing like offering a girl a cigarette? His package is already lying in his lap. He looks down at it like he wishes it wasn't, then says, sure, I miss got cigarettes. Reason is, I'm a bun. I bum them whenever I get the chance is why my pack lasts longer than Harding's here. He smokes only his own. So you can see he's more likely to run out than you. Don't have to apologize for my inadequacies, my friend. It neither fits your character nor compliments mine. No, it doesn't, the Gill says. All you have to do is light my cigarette. And she leans so far forward to his match that even clear across the eye could see down her blouse. She talks some more about some of Harding's friends who she wishes would quit dropping around the house looing for him. You camo the type, don't you, Mac, she says. The hoity-toity boys with the nice long hair combed so perfectly and the limp little wrists that flip so nice. Harding asks her if it was only him that they were dropping around to see, and she says any man that drops around to see her flips more than his damned limp wrists. She stands suddenly and says it's time for her to go. She takes McMurphy's hand and tells him she hopes she sees him again sometime, and she walks out of the library. McMurphy can't say a word. At the clack of her high heels, head comes up again, and they watch her walk down the hall till she tums out of SI at LT_A/X11 at do you think? Harding says. McMurphy starts. She's got one hell of a set of chobobs, is all he can think of. Big as old lady ratchets _ I didn't mean physically, my friend, I mean what do you n hell's bells, Harding? McMurphy yells suddenly. I don't know what to think. What do you want out of me? A marriage counselor? All I camo is this, nobody's very big in the first place, and it looks to me everybody spends their whole life tearing everybody else down. I know what you want me to think. You want me to feel sorry for you, to think she's a real bitch. Well, you didn't make her feel like any queen either. Well, screw you, and what do you think? I've got v.73 res of my 01 VN without getting hooked with yours. So just quit. He glares around the library at the other patients. Alla you. Quit busing, goddammit, and sex his cap back on his head and walks back to his cart HJN magazine across the room. All the acutes are looking at each other, their mouths open. Keates he hollering at them about, nobody's been bugging him. Nobody's asked him for a thing since they found out that he was trying to behave to keep his commitment from being extended. Now they're surprised at the way he lust blew up at Harding, and can't eager the way he grabs the book up from the chair and sits down and holds it up close in front of his face, either to keep people from looking at him or to keep from having to eye coke at people. That night at supper he apologizes to Harding and says he don't camo what hung him up so at the library. Harding says perhaps it was his wife, she frequently hangs people up. McMurphy sits staring into his coffee and says, don't know, man. I just met her this afternoon so she sure the hell isn't the one's been giving me bad dreams this last miserable week. Miss Tur McMurphy, Harding cries, trying to talk the Edel resident boy who comes to the meetings, you simply must tell us about these dreams. Ah, wait until I get my pencil and pad. Harding is trying to be funny to relieve the strain of the apology. He picks up a napkin and a spoon and acts like he's going to take notes. Now, precisely, what was it you saw in these dreams? McMurphy don't crack a smile. I don't know, man. Nothing but faces, I guess just faces. The next moment Martini is behind the control panel in the tub room, playing like he's a jet pilot. The poker game stops to grin at his act. EIHO Amir _ground to air, ground to air. Oblique sighted 401600 appears to be enemy missile. Proceed at once. EOOOMRCNM spins a dial, shoves a lever forward and leans with the bank of the ship. He cranks a needle to unfull at the side of the panel, but no water comes out of the nozzle set around the square tile booth in front of him. They don't use hydrotherapy anymore, and nobody's tummed the water on. Brand new chrome equipment and steel panel never been used. Except for the chrome, the panel and shower look just like the hydrotherapy ETS they used at the old hospital 15 years ago, nozzles capable of reaching parts of the body from every angle, a technician in a rub RR apron standing on the other side of the room manipulating the controls on that panel, dictating which nozzles squirt where, how hard, how hot. Spray opened soft and soothing, then squeezed sharp as a needle. You hung up there between the nozzles in canvas straps, soaked and limp and wrinkled while the technician enjoyed his toy. EAAOKMM _ air to ground, ale to ground, misful sighted, coming into my sights. Martini bends down and aims over the panel through the ring of nozzles. He closes one eye and peeps through the ling vsth the other eye. Eye on target. Ready, aim, fire. His hands jerk back from the panel and he stands bolt upright, hair flying and both eyes bulging out at the shower booth. So liffled and scared all the card players spin around in their chairs to see if they can see it too, but they don't see anything in there but the buckles hanging among the nozzles on stiff new canvas straps. Martini tums and looks straight at McMurphy, no one else. Didn't you see? Thump, didn't you? See who? Mauled. I don't see anything. In all those straps? Didn't you? McMurphy tums and squints at the shower. Nope _ not a thing. Hold it a minute, they need you to see. Thumb, Martini says. Damn you, Martini, I told you I can't see them. Understandy, not a blessed thing. Oh, Martini says. He nods his head and turns from the shower booth. Well, I didn't see Thumb either. I's just kidding you. McMurphy cuts the deck and shuffles it with a buzzing snap. Don't care for that sort of kiddin', Mart _ he cuts to shuffle again, and the cards splash everywhere like the deck exploded. Bet. Veen his mvo trembling hands. I remember it was a Friday again, 3 weeks after we voted on TV, and everybody who could walk v.nas herded over to Building 1 for what they try to tell us is chest x-rays for TB, which I know is a check to see if everybody's machinery is functioning up to par. We're benched in a long row down a bale leading to a door marked X-ray _ next to X-ray is a door marked EENT where they check our throats during the winter. Across the hall from us is another bench, and it leads to that metal door. With the line of rivets. And nothing marked on it at all. 2 guys are dozing on the bench. Betveen TiVo black boys, while another victim inside is getting his treatment and I can hear him screaming. The door opens inward with a whoosh, and I can see the twinkling tubes in the room. They wheel the victim out still smong, and I grip the bench where I sit to keep from being sucked through that door. A black innie and a white one drag one of the other guys on the bench to his feet, and he sways and staggers under the drugs in him. They usually give you red capsules before shock. They push him through the door, and the technicians get him under each arm. For a second I see the guy realizes where they got him, and he stiffens both heels into the cement floor to keep from being pulled to the table. Then the door pulls shut, fumph, vsth metal hitting a mattress, and I can't see him anymore. Man, what they got going on in there? McMurphy asks Harding. In there, that's right, isn't it? You haven't had the pleasure. Pity. An experience no human should be without. Harding laces his fingers behind his neck and leans back to look at the door. The shock shop I was telling you about some time back, my friend, the EST, electroshock therapy. Those fortunate souls in there are being given a free trip to the no. On second thought, it isn't completely free. You pay for the service with brain cells instead of money, and everyone has simply billions of brain cells on deposit. You won't miss a few. He frowns at the one lone man left on the bench. Not a very large clientele today, it seems, of yesteryear. But then, say law fads come and go. And I'm afraid we nothing eke the crowds are witnessing the sunset of EST _ our dear head nurse is one of the few with the heart to stand up for a grand old Faulknerian tradition in the treatment of the relics of sanity. Brain burning. The door opens. A gummy comes whirring out, nobody pushing it, takes the corner on TiVo wheels and disappears smoking up the hall. McMurphy watches them take the last guy in and close the DC, or _ FTX hat they do. Listens a some bird in there and shoot a electricity throw at his skull. That's a concise way of putting it. A \X11 at the helfer, the patient's good, of course. Everything done here is for the patient's good _ you may sometimes get the impression, having lived only on Arvelt, that the hospital is a vast efficient mechanism that would function quite well if the patient were not imposed on it, but that's not true. EST isn't always used for punitive measures, as our nurse uses it, and it isn't pure sadism on the staff's part, either. A number of supposed irrecoverables were brought back into contact with shock, just as a number were helped with lobotomy and leucotomy. Shock treatment has some advantages: it's cheap, quick, entirely painless. It simply induces a seizure. A/X11 at a life, Suffolk moans. Give some of us pills to stop a fit, give the rest shock to start one. Harding leans forward to explain it to McMurphy. Here's how it came about. Psychiatrists were visiting a slaughterhouse, for God knows what Pen'er's reason, and were watching cattle being killed by a blow between the eyes a sledgehammer. They noticed that not all of the cattle were killed, that some venold fall to the FLCKR in a state that greatly resembled an epileptic convulsion. Ollie, the first doctor says. This is exactly what we need for our patient's Z-induced foot. His colleague agreed, of course. It was known that men coming out of an epileptic convulsion were inclined to be calmer and more peaceful for a time, and that violent cases completely out of contact were able to carry on rational conversations after a convulsion. No one knew why, they still don't, but it was obvious that if a seizure could be induced in non-epileptics, great benefits might result, and here, before them, stood a man inducing seizures every so often with remarkable aplomb. Scanlon says he thought the guy used a hammer instead of a bomb, but Harding says he will ignore that completely, and he goes ahead the explanation. A hammer is what the butcher used, and it was here that the colleague had some reservations. After all, a man wasn't a cow. Knows when the hammer might slip and break a nose. Even knock out a mouthful of teeth? Then where would they be? Vsth the high cost of dental work. If they were going to knock a man in the head, they needed to use something surer and more accurate than a hammer. They finally settled on electricity. Jesus, didn't they think it might do some damage? Didn't the public raise Cain about it? I don't think you fully understand the public, my friend. In this country, when something is out of order, then the quickest way to get it X'd is the best way. McMurphy shakes his head. Who we? Electricity through the HCL man, that's like electrocuting a guy for murder. The reasons for both activities are much more closely related than you might think. They are both cures. And you say it don't huff. I personally guarantee it. Completely painless. One flash and you're unconscious immediately. No gas, no needle, no sledgehammer. Absolutely painless. The thing is, no one ever wants another one. You change, you forget things. It's as if he presses his hands against his temples, shutting his, as if the jolt sets off a wild carnival wheel of images, emotions, memories. These wheels, you've seen them, the barker aches your bet and pushes a button. Spang, with light and sound and numbers round and round in a whirlwind, and maybe you win with what you end up with, and maybe you lose and have to play again. Pay the man for another spin, son, pay the man. Take it easy, Harding. The door opens and the gummy comes back out. Vsth the guy under a sheet, and the technicians go out for coffee. McMurphy runs his hand through his hair. I don't seem able to get all this stuff that's happening straight in my mind. /hats that. This shock treatment, no, not lust that. All this. He waves his hand in a circle. All these things going on. Harding's hand touches McMurphy's knee. Put your troubled mind at ease, my friend. In all likelihood you needn't concern yourself with EST_. It's almost out of vogue and only used in the extreme cases nothing else seems to reach, lobotomy. Now lobotomy, that's chopping away part of the forearm at LT again. You're becoming very sophisticated in the jargon. Yes, chopping away the brain. Frontal lobe castration. I guess if she can't cut below the belt she'll do it above the eyes. You mean Ratch? And I do indeed. I didn't think the nurse had the say so on this kind of thing. She does indeed. McMurphy acts like he's glad to get off talking about shock and lobotomy and get back to talking about the big nurse. He asks Harding what he eagers is wrong with her. Harding and Scanlon and some of the others have all kinds of ideas. They talk for a while about whether she's the root of all the trouble here or not, and Harding says she's the root of most of it. Most of the other guys think so too, but McMurphy isn't so sure anymore. He says he thought so at one time but now he don't know. He says he don't think getting her out of the way would really make much difference. He says that there's something bigger making all this mess and goes on to try to say what he thinks it is. He finally gives up when he can't explain it. McMurphy doesn't know it, but he's onto what I realized a long time back, that it's not just the big nurse by herself, but it's the whole combine, the nationwide combine that's the really big force, and the nurse is just a high-ranking official for them. The guys don't agree. McMurphy. They say they know what the trouble with things is, then get in an argument about that. They argue till McMurphy interrupts them. Hell's bells, listen at you, McMurphy says. All I hear is gripe, gripe, gripe about the nurse or the staff or the hospital. Scanlon attempts to bomb the whole outfit. Saffold blames the drugs. Fredrickson blames his family trouble. Well, you're all just passing the buck. He says that the big nurse is just a bitter, icy-hearted old woman, and all this business trying to get him to lock arms with her is a lot of bull. Wouldn't do anybody any, especially him. Getting shut of her vnouldn't be getting shut of the real deep down hang up that's causing the gripes. You think not? Harding says. Then since you are suddenly so lucid on the problem of mental health, what this trouble? Hat is this deep down hang up, as you so cleverly put it. I tell you, man, I don't know. I never seen the beat of it. He sits still for a minute, listening to the hum from the x-ray room, then he says, but if it was no more and you say, if it was, say, just this old nurse and her sex worries, then the solution to all your problems x-17 jolt be to just throw her down and solve her worries, wouldn't it? Scanlon claps his hands. Hot damn. That's it? You're nominated, Mac, P. You're just the stud to handle the job. Not me. No sir. You got the wrong boy. Not. I thought you's the super stud with all that wham-bam. Scanlon, buddy, I plan to stay as clear of that old buzzard as I possibly can. So I been noticing, Harding says, smiling. Happened been in the TiVo off pure, you had her on the ropes for a period there, then you let up. A sudden compassion for our angel of no, I found out a few things, that's why. Asked around some different places. I found out why you guys all kiss her ass so much and bow and scrape and let her walk all over you. I got to what you were using me for. Zia? That's interesting. Furry blamed. Right, it's interesting to me that you bums didn't tell me what a risk I've ass running, twisting her tail that way. Just because I don't like her ain't a sign I'm gonna bug her into adding another year or so to my sentence. You got to swallow your pride sometimes and keep an eye out for old number one friends. You don't suppose there's anything to this rumor that our Neil McMurphy has conformed to policy merely to aid his chances of an early release? You know what I'm talking about, Harding. \XH. Why didn't you tell me she could keep me committed in here till she's and ready to tum me loose? I had fozatum you were committed. Harding's face folds in the middle over his grin. Eyes. You're becoming sly, just eek the rest of us. Tu damn betcha I'm becoming sly. Why should it be me goes to bat at these meetings over these piddling edel gripes about keeping the dorm door open and about cigarettes in the nurse's station? I couldn't eager it at first, why you guys were coming to me eek I was some kind of savior then I just happened to end out about the way the nurses have the big say as to who gets discharged and who doesn't. And I got wise awful damned fast. I said, me, those slippery bastard shave conned me, snowed me into holding their bag. If that don't beat all, con 01 RP McMurphy. He tips his head back and grins at the line of us on the bench. I don't mean nothing personal, you understand, buddies, but screw that noise. I want out of here lust as much as the rest of you. I got lust as much to lose hassling that old buzzard as you do. He grins and winks down his nose and digs Harding in the ribs with his thumb, like he's finished with the whole thing but no hard feelings, when Harding says something else. No. You've got more to lose than I do, my friend. Harding's grinning again, looking with that skitterish sideways look of a jumpy mare, a dipping rearing motion of the head. Evity NCLY moves down a place. Martini comes away from the X-ray screen, buttoning his shirt and muttering, "I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't saw it," and Billy Bibbit goes to the black glass to take Martini's place. "You have more to lose than I do," Harding says again. "I'm voluntary. I'm not committed." McMurphy doesn't say a word. He's got that same puzzled look on his face, like there's something isn't right, something he can't put his anger on. He just sits there looking at Harding, and Harding's rearing smile fades and he goes to fidgeting around from McMulphy staring at him so funny. He swallows and says, "As a matter of fact, there are only a few men on the ward who uncommitted. Only Scanlon and, well, I guess some of the chronics and you. Not many commitments in the whole hospital. No, not many at all." Then he stops, his voice dribbling away under McMurphy's eyes. After a bit of silence, McMurphy says softly, "Z, are you bullshitting me?" Harding shakes his head. He looks frightened. McMurphy stands up in the hall and says, "Are you guys bullshit GME?" Nobody'll say anything. McMurphy vicks up and down in front of that bench, running his hand around in that thick hail. He walks all the way to the back of the line, then all the way to the front, to the X-ray machine. It hisses and spits at him. "You, Billy, you mudge, ain't become it, for Christ's sakes." Billy's got his back to us, his chin up on the black screen, standing on tiptoe. "No," he says into the machinery. "Then why? Evo? You're just a young guy. You ought to be out running around in a convertible, bird-dogging girls. All of this." He sweeps his hand around him. "Do you stand for it?" Billy doesn't say anything, and McMurphy turns from him to another couple of guys. "Tell me why. You gripe, you bitch for weeks on end about 16B, how you can't stand this place, can't stand the nurse or anything about her, and all the time you ain't committed. I can understand it. VSTH some of those old guys on the ward. They're nuts but you're not exactly the everyday man on the street, but you're not WDs They don't argue with him. He moves on to Sifult "What about you? There's nothing wrong with you, but you have fits. Hell, I had an uncle who threw canipians vice as bad as yours and saw visions from the devil too, but he didn't lock himself in the nothus. You could get along outside if you had the guts, and sure." It's Billy, tummed from the screen, his face boiling tears. "Sure," he screams again. "If we had the guts? I could go outside today, if I had the guts. My mother is a good friend of Racht, and I could get an AMA signed this afternoon, if I had the guts." He jerks his shirt up from the bench and tries to pull it on, but he's shaking too hard. Finally he slings it from him and tums back to McMurphy. "You think I Volvavina want to stay in here? You think I wouldn't like a convertible and a guh girlfriend? But did you ever have people laughing at you? No, because you're so big and so tough." "Well, I'm not big and tough. Neither is Harding. Neither is F. Fredrickson neither is Susifult _00, UUT talk like we stayed in here because we liked it. Oh, it's no use _ He's crying and stuttering too hard to say anything else, and he wipes his eyes with the backs of his hands so he can see. One of the scabs pulls off his hand, and the more he wipes the more he smears blood over his face and in his eyes. Then he starts running blind, bouncing down the hall from side to side with his face a smear of blood, a black boy right after him. McMurphy tums round to the rest of the guys and opens his mouth to ask something else, and then closes it when he sees how they're looking at him. He stands there a minute, the row of eyes aimed at him like a row of rivets, then he says, "Hell's bells," in a weak sort of way, and he puts his cap back on and pulls it down hard and back to his place on the bench. The technicians come back from coffee and go back in that room across the hall. When the whooshes open you can smell the acid in the air like when they recharge a battery. McMurphy sits there, looking at that door. I don't seem able to get it straight in my mind. Crossing the grounds back to the ward, McMurphy lagged back at the tail end of the bunch with his hands in the pockets of his greens and his cap tugged low on his head, brooding over a cold cigarette. Everybody I was keeping pretty quiet. They'd got Billy calmed down, and he was walking at the front of the group with a black boy on one side and that white boy from the shock shop on the other side. I dropped back. Phil, I was walking beside McMurphy and I wanted to tell him not to fret about it, that nothing could be done, because I could see that there was some thought he was worrying over in his mind like a dog 117311 IES at a hole he don't know what's dolved, one voice saying, "Dog, that hole is none of your affair, it's too big and black and there's a spore all over the place, says bears or something just as bad." And some other voice coming like a sharp whisper out of way back in his breed, not a smart nice, nothing cagey about it, saying, "Sick I'm, dog, sick I'm." I wanted to tell him not to fret about it, and I was just about to come out and say it when he raised his head and shoved his hat back and speeded up to where the least black boy I was upping and slapped him on the shoulder and asked him, "Sam, what say we stop by the canteen here a second so I can pick me up a carton or two of cigarettes?" I had to hurry to catch up, and the run made my heart ring a high, excited pitch in my head. Even in the canteen I still heard that sound my heart had knocked ringing in my head. Though my heart had slowed back to normal, the sound reminded me of how I used to feel standing in the cold fall Friday night out on a football field, waiting for the ball to be kicked and the garn to get going. The ringing would build and build till I didn't think I could stand still any longer, then the kick would come and it would be gone and the game would be on its way. I felt that same Friday night ringing now, and felt the same wild, stomping up and down impatience. And I was seeing sharp and high-pitched too, the way I did before a game and the I did looking out of the dorm window a while back. Everything was sharp and clear and solid like I forgot it could be. Lines of toothpaste and shoelaces, ranks of sunglasses and ballpoint pens guaranteed right on them to write a lifetime on butter underwater, all guarded against shoplifters by a big-eyed force of teddy bears sitting high on a shelf over the counter. McMurphy came stomping up to the counter beside me and hooked his thumbs in his pockets and told the salesgirl to give him a couple of cartons of Marlboros. "Maybe make it 3 cartons, he said, grinning at her. Planned to do a lot of smoke, and the ringing didn't stop until the meeting that afternoon. I'd been half listening to them VNRK on Sifalt to get him to face up to the reality of his problems so he could adjust CIT2S the Dilantin. He finally yells, "Now, Mr. Sifalt, if you're to be helped, you must be honest," she says. "But, it's got to be the Dilantin that does it, don't it make my gum soft?" She smiles. "Jim, you're 40 years old _W, when I happened to catch a look at McMurphy sitting in his Comer. He wasn't fiddling a deck of cards or dozing into a magazine like he had been during all the meetings the last TiVo weeks. And he wasn't slouched down. He was sitting up stiff in his chair with a flushed, reckless look on his face as he looked back and forth from Sifalt to the big nurse. As I attached, the ringing went higher. His eyes were blue stripes under those white eyebrows, and they shot back and forth just the way he watched cards turning up around a poker table. I was certain that any minute he was going to do some crazy thing to get him up on Disturbed for sure. I'd seen the same look on other guys before they'd climbed all over a black boy. I gripped Clove on the arm of my chair and waited, scared it would happen, and, I began to realize, PST a little scared it wouldn't. He kept quiet and watched till they were finished with Sifalt, then he swung half around in his chair and watched while Fredrickson, trying some yuppie to get back at them for the way they had drilled his friend, griped for a few loud minutes about the cigarettes being kept in the nurse's station. Fredrickson talked himself out and finally flushed and apologized like always and sat back down. McMurphy SEII hadn't made any kind of move. I eased up where I'd been gripping the arm of the chair, beginning to think I'd been wrong. There was just a couple of minutes left in the meeting. The big nurse folded up her papers and put them in the basket and set the basket off her lap on the floor, then let her eyes swing to McMurphy for just a second each. She wanted to check if he was awake and listening. She folded her hands in her lap and looked down at the angles and drew a deep breath, shaking her head. "See boys, I've given a great deal of thought to what I am about to say. I've talked it over the doctor and with the rest of the staff, and, as much as we regretted it, we all came to the same conclusion that there should be some manner of punishment meted out for the unspeakable behavior concerning the house duties 3 weeks ago. She raised her hand and looked around. V.Re waited this long to say anything, hoping that you men would take it upon yourselves to apologize for the rebellious way you acted. But not a one of you has shown the slightest sign of remorse. Her hand went up again to stop any interruptions that might come. The movement of a tarot card reader in a glass arcade case. Please understand, we do not impose certain rules and restrictions on you without a great deal of thought about their therapeutic value. A good many of you are in here because you could not adjust to the rules of society in the outside world, because you refused to face up to them, because you tried to circumvent them and avoid them at some time. Perhaps in childhood you may have been allowed to get away with flouting the rules of society. / you broke a rule, you knew it. You aimed to be dealt with it, but the punishment did not come. That foolish lenience on the part of your parents may have been the gemmell that grew into your present illness. I tell you this hoping you will understand that it is entirely for your own good that we enforce discipline and order. She let her head invest around the room. Regret for the PB she has to do was worked into her face. It was quiet except for that high-fevered, delirious ringing in my head. It's difficult to enforce discipline in these surroundings. You must be able to see that. What can we do to you? You can't be arrested. You can't be put on bread and water. You must see that the staff has a problem. What can we do? Ruckley had an idea what they could do, but she didn't pay any attention to it. The face moved with a ticking noise till the features achieved a different look. She anally answered her own Kesey and _ must take a privilege. And after careful consideration of the circumstances of this rebellion, we've decided that there would be a certain justice in taking away the privilege of the tub room that you men have been using for your card games during the day. Does this seem unfair? Her head didn't move. She didn't look _ but one by one everybody else looked at him sitting there in his corner. Even the old chronics, wondering why everybody had turned to look in one direction, stretched out their scraggly necks like birds and tummed to at McMurphy. Faces tummed to him, full of a naked, scared hope. That single thin note in my head was like tires speeding down a pavement. He was sitting straight up in his chair, one big red angle scratching lazily at the stitch marks run across his nose. He grinned at everybody looking at him and took his cap by the brim and tipped it politely, then looked back at the nurse. So, if there is no discussion on this ruling, I think the hour is almost over. She paused again, took a look at him herself. He shrugged his shoulders and with a loud sigh slapped both hands on his knees and pushed himself standing out of the chair. He stretched and yawned and scratched the nose again and started strolling across the day room floor to where she sat by the nurse's station, hoisting his pants with his thumbs as he walked at _ I could see it was too late to keep him from doing whatever fool thing he had in mind, and I just watched, like everybody else. He walked with long steps, and he had his thumbs hooked in his pockets again. The iron in his boot heels cracked lightning out of the tile. He was the logger again, the smgering gambler, the big red-headed brawling Irishman, the cowboy out of the set walking down the middle of the street to meet a dare. The big nurse's eyes swelled out white as he got close. She hadn't reckoned on him doing anything. This was supposed to be her final victory over him, supposed to establish her rule once and for all. But here he comes and he's big as a house. She started popping her mouth and looking for her black boys, scared to death, but be stopped before he got to her. He stopped in front of her window and he said in his slowest, deepest drawl how he figured he could use one of the smokes he bought this moment, then ran his hand through the glass. The glass came apart, ilka water splashing, and the nurse threw her hands to her ears. He got one of the cartons of cigarettes, his name on it, and took out a pack, then put it back and tummed to where the big nurse was sitting like a chalk statue and very tenderly went to brushing the slivers of glass off her hat and shoulders. "Tm sure summy, ma an," he said. "God, but I am. That window glass was so spick and span I forgot it I was there." It took Lust a couple of seconds. He tummed and left her sitting there with her face shifting and jerking and walked back across the day to his chair, lighting up a cigarette. The ringing that was in my head had stopped. Part 324. After that, McMurphy had things his way for a good long while. The nurse I was biding her time fill. Another idea came to her that would put her on top again. She knew she'd lost one big round and was losing another, but she wasn't in any hurry. For one thing, she wasn't about to recommend release. The fight could go on as long as she wanted, he made a mistake or till he lust gave out, or until she could come up vsth some new tactic that would put her back on top in everybody's eyes. A good lot happened before she queued up vsth that new tactic. After McMurphy was drawn out of what you might call a short retirement and had announced he was back in the hassle by breaking out her personal window, he made things on the laud pretty interesting. He took part in every meeting, every discussion, drawling winking, ing his best to wheedle a skinny laugh out of some acute who'd been scared to grin since he was T12_. He got together enough guys for a basketball team and some he talked the doctor into letting him bring a ball back from the GAN to get the team. The nurse objected, said the next thing they'd be playing soccer in the day used to handling it. Room and polo games up and down the hall, but the doctor held firm for once and said let them go. A number of the players, mismatched, have shown marked progress since that basketball team was organized. I think it has proven its therapeutic value. She at him a while in amazement _ so he was doing a little muscle flexing and she marked the tone of his voice for later, for when her time came again, and just nodded and went to sit in her nurse's station and fiddle vsth the controls on her equipment. The Yanniors had put a cardboard in the frame over her desk they could get another window pane cut to fit, and she sat there behind it every day like it wasn't even there, just she could still see right into the day behind that square of cardboard. She was like a picture tummed to the wall. She waited, while McMurphy continued to run around the halls in the moments in his white star.v hail shorts, or pitched pennies in the dorms, or ran up and down the hall blubbing a nickel-plated ref's whistle, teaching acutes the fast break from ward door to the seclusion room at the other end, the ball pounding in the corridor like cannon shots and McMurphy roaring like a sergeant, "Drive, you puny mothers, drive." Zymen either one spoke to the other, it was always in the most polite fashion. He mdllld asked her nice as you please if he could use her fountain pen to write a request for an unaccompanied leave from the hospital. Ivy wrote it out in front of her on her desk, and handed her the request and the pen back at the same time. Such a nice, "Thank you," and she would look at it and say just as polite that she would take it up with the staff, which took maybe 3 minutes, and come back to tell him she certainly was sorry but a pass was not considered therapeutic at this time. He would thank her again and walk out of the nurse's station and blow that whistle loud enough to break windows for miles, and holler, "Practice, you mothers, get that ball and let's get a little sweat rollin'." He'd been on the Anarchla month, long enough to sign the bulletin board in the hall to request a hearing in group meeting about an accompanied pass. He went to the bulletin board vsth hell pen and put down under to be accompanied by a twitch I know from Portland named Candy Stare and ruined the pen point on the period. The pass request was brought up in group meeting a few days later, the same day, in fact, that workman put a new glass window in front of the big nurse's desk, and after his request had been tummed off on the grounds that this Miss Star didn't seem the most wholesome person for a patient to go past, he shrugged and said that's how she bounces I guess, and got up and walked to the nurse's station, to the window that still had the sticker from the glass company down in the comber, and ran his through it again, explained to the nurse while blood poured from his fingers that he thought at LT the cardboard had been left out and the frame was open. When did they sneak that danged glass in there? Why, that thing is. The nurse taped his hand in the station while Scanlon and Harding dug the cardboard out of the garbage and taped it back in the frame, using adhesive from the same roll. The nurse was bandaging McMurphy's wrist and fingers. McMurphy sat on a stool, grimacing something awful while he got his cuts tended, winning at Scanlon and Harding over the nurse's head. The expression on her face was calm and blank as enamel, but the strain was beginning to show in other ways. By the way she jerked the adhesive tight as she could, showing her remote patience wasn't what it used to be. We got to go to the gym and watch our basketball team. Harding, Billy Bibbett, Scanlon, Fredrickson, Martini, and McMurphy whenever his hand would stop bleeding long enough for him to get in the game play a team of aides. Our two big black boys played for the aides. They were the best players on the court, running up and down the floor together, a pair of shadows in red trunks, scoring basket after basket with mechanical accuracy. Our team I was too short and too slow, and Martini kept throwing passes to men that nobody but him could see, and the aides beat us by 20 points. But something happened that let most of us come away feeling there'd been an end of victory. Anyhow, in one scramble for the ball our big black boy named Washington got cracked with somebody's elbow, and his team had to hold him back as he stood straining to where McMurphy was sitting on the ball, not paying the least bit of heed to the thrashing black boy with red pouring out of his big nose and down his chest like paint splashed on a blackboard, and hollering to the guys holding him, "He beggin' for it. The sonabitch Jews begin for it." McMurphy composed more notes for the nurse to find in the latrine with her mirror. He wrote long outlandish tales about himself in the logbook and signed them anon. Sometimes he slept LEI at LTOCLCCK_. She would reprimand him, heat at all, and he would stand and listen till she was finished and then destroy her whole effect by asking something eek, did she wear a B cup, he wondered, or a C cup, or any 01 cup at all. The other acutes were beginning to follow his leech. Harding began flirting with all the student nurses, and Billy Bibbit completely quit writing what he used to call his observations in the logbook, and when the window in front of her desk got replaced again, with a big X across it in whitewash to make sure McMurphy didn't have any excuse for not knowing it was there, Scanlon did it in by accidentally bouncing our basketball through it before the whitewashed X was even dry. The ball punctured, and Martini picked it off the floor like a dead bird and carried it to the nurse in the station, where she was staring at the new splash of broken glass all over her desk, and asked couldn't she please fix it with tape or something. Make it well again? Without a word she jerked it out of his hand and stuffed it in the garbage. So, with basketball season obviously over, McMurphy decided fishing was the thing. He requested another pass after telling the doctor he had some friends at the Siuslaw Bay at Florence who would like to take 8 or 9 of the patients out deep sea fishing if it was okay with the staff, and he wrote on the request out in the hall that this time he would be accompanied by TV and sweet old aunts from a little place outside of Oregon City. In the meeting his pass was granted for the next weekend. The nurse finished officially noting his pass in her roll book. She reached into her whisker bag beside her feet and drew out a clipping that she had taken from the paper that morning, and read out loud that although fishing off the coast of Oregon was having a peak year, the salmon were running quite late in the season and the sea was rough and dangerous. And she would suggest the men give that some thought. Good idea, McMurphy said. He closed his eyes and sucked a deep breath through his teeth. Yes sir. The salt smell o' the poundin' sea, the crack o' the bow against the waves braving the elements, where men are men and boats are boats. XS Ratched, you've talked me into it. I'll call and rent that boat this very night. Shall I sign you on? Instead of answering she walked to the bulletin board and pinned up the clipping. The next day he started signing up the guys that wanted to go and that had $10 to chip in on boat rent, and the nurse started steadily bringing in clippings from the newspapers that told about wrecked boats and sudden stomels on The coast. McMurphy pooh-poohed her and her clippings, saying that his aunts had spent most of their lives bouncing around the Yupaves in one port or another with the sailor or that, and they both guaranteed the trip was safe as pie, safe as pudding, not a thing to worry about. But the nurse SEII came her patience. The clippings scared them more than McMurphy'd eagered. He'd figured there would be a rush to sign up, but he'd had to talk and wheedle to get the guys he did. The day before the trip he still needed a couple more before he could pay for the boat. I didn't have the money, but I kept getting this notion that I wanted to sign the list. And the more he talked about eshing for Chinook salmon the more I wanted to go. I knew it was a fool thing to want. If I signed up it'd be the same as coming right out and telling everybody I wasn't deaf. If I'd been hearing all this talk about boats and fishing it'd show I'd been hearing everything else that had been said in confidence around me for the past 10 years. And if the big nurse found out about that I'd heard all the scheming and treachery that had gone on when she didn't think anybody was listening, she'd hunt me down with an electric saw, axe me where she knew I was deaf and dumb. Bad as I wanted to go, it still made me smile a little to think about it. I had to keep on acting deaf if I wanted to hear at all. I lay in bed the night before the fishing trip and thought it over, about my being deaf, about the years of not letting on I heard what was said, and I wondered if I could ever act any other AV again, but I remembered one thing, it wasn't me that started acting deaf, it was people that else started acting like I was dumb to heal or see or say anything at all. It hadn't been just since I came in the hospital, either. People first took to acting like I couldn't hear or talk a long time before that. In the army anybody more stripes acted that way tough mared me. That was the way they figured you were supposed to act around someone looked like I did. And even as far back as grade school I can remember people saying that they didn't think I was listening, so they quit listening to the things I was saying lying there in bed. I tried to think back when I first noticed it. I think it was once when we were SEII living in the village on the Columbia. It was some ___ and I'm about 10 years old and I'm out in front of the shack sprinkling salt on salmon for the racks behind the house, when I see a car come off the highway and come lumbering across the ruts through the sage, towing a load of red dust behind it as solid as a string of boxcars. Watch the car pull up the hill and stop clove a piece from our yard, and the dust keeps coming crashing into the reel of it and busting in every direction and finally settling on the sage and soapweed roundabout and making it look like chunks of red, smoking wreckage. The car sits there while the dust settles, shimmering in the sun. I came it isn't tourists with cuneras because they never drive this close to the village. If they want to buy fish they buy them back at the highway, they don't come to the village because they probably think we still scalp people and burn them around a post. They don't know some of our people are lawyers in Portland, probably wouldn't believe it if I told them. In fact, one of my uncles became a real lawyer and Papa says he did it purely to prove he could, when he'd rather poke salmon in the fall than anything. Papa says if you don't watch it people will force you one way or the other, into doing what they think you should do, or into lust, being mule stubborn and doing the opposite out of spite. The doors of the car open all at once and 3 people get out, 2 out of the front and 1 out of the back. They come climbing up the slope toward our village and I see the first TiVo are men in blue suits, and the behind one, the one that got out of the back, is an old white-haired woman in an outfit so stiff and heavy it must be armor plate. They're puffing and sweating by the time they break out of the sage into our bald yard. The first man stops and looks the village over. He's short and round and wearing a white Stetson hat. He shakes his head at the rickety clutter of fish racks and second-hand cars and chicken CCKPS and motorcycles and dogs. Have you ever in all your bomb days seen the like? Have you now? I swear to heaven, have you? He pulls off the hat and pats his red rubber ball of a head with a handkerchief, careful, like he's afraid of getting one or the other mussed up, the handkerchief or the dab of damp stringy hail. Can you imagine people wanting to live this way? Tell me, John, can PLF? He talks loud on account of not being used to the roar of the falls. John's next to him, got a thick gray mustache lifted tight up under his nose to stop out the smell of the salmon I'm working on. He's sweated down his neck and cheeks, and he's sweated clean out through at the back of his blue suit. He's making notes in a book, and he keeps turning in a circle, looking at our shack, our edel den, at Mama's red and green and yellow Saturday night dresses drying out back on a stretch of bedcord. Keeps turning till he makes a whole circle and comes back to me, looks at me like he sees me for the elst time, and me not but yards away from him. He bends toward me and squints and lifts his mustache up to his nose again like it's me stinking instead of the fish. /horror. Do you suppose his parents are? John asks. Inside the house? Or out on the falls? We might as well talk this over with the man while we're out here. I, for one, are not going inside that hovel, the fat guy says. That hovel, John says through his mustache, is where the chief lives, Breckenridge, the man we are here to deal with, the noble leader of these people. Deal with? Not me, not my job. They pay me to appraise, not fraternize. This gets a laugh out of John. Yes, that's true. But someone should inform them of the government's plans. If they don't already know, they'll CNM enough. It would be very simple to go in and talk with him. Inside in that squalor? I'll just bet you anything that place is a crawl with black widows. They say these dope shacks always house a regular civilization in the walls between the sods and hot. Lord a mercy, I hope to tell you I'll wager it's a regular oven in there. Look, look how overdone little Hiawatha is here. Ho bump to a fail turn, he is. He laughs and dabs at his head, and when the woman looks at him he stops laughing. He clears his throat and spits into the dust, and then backs over and sits down in the swing Papa built for me in the juniper tree, and sits there swinging back and forth a little bit and fanning himself with his Stetson. What he said makes me madder the more I think about it. He and John go ahead talking about our house and village and property and what they are worth, and I get the notion they're talking about these things around me because they don't know I speak English. They are probably from the east someplace, where people don't know anything about Indians but what they see in the movies. I think how ashamed they're going to be when they end out I know what they are saying. I let them say another thing or about the heat and the house, then I stand up and tell the fat man, in my very best schoolbook language, that our sod house is likely to be cooler than any one of the houses in town, lots cooler, Imo 15 for a fact that it's that school I go to, and even cooler and that movie house in the Dallas that advertises on that sign drawn with icicle letters that it's cool inside. And I'm just about to go and tell them, how, if they'll come on in, I'll go get Papa from the scaffolds on the falls, when I see that they don't look like they'd heard me talk at all. They aren't even looking at me. The fat man is swinging back and forth, looking off down the ridge of lava to where the men are standing their places on the scaffolding in the falls, lost plaid shirt shapes in the mist from this distance. Every so often you can see some NCLY shoot out an arm and take a step forward like a sword fighter, and then hold up his 15-foot fork spear for somebody on a scaffold above him to pull off the flopping salmon. The fat guy watches the men standing in their places in the 50-foot veil of water, and bats his eyes and grunts every time one of them makes a lunge for a salmon. The other Tvo, John, and the V.73 man, are just standing. Not a one of the three acts like they heard a thing I said. In fact they're all looking off from me like they'd as soon I wasn't there at all. And everything stops and hangs the savvy for a minute. I get the funniest feeling that the sun is tummed up brighter than before on the three of them. Everything else looks like it usually does, the chickens fussing around in the grass on top of the dobe houses, the grasshoppers batting from bush to bush, the flies being stirred into black clouds around the fish racks by the little kids with sage flails, just like every other summer day. Except the sun, on these three strangers, is all of a sudden way the hell brighter than usual, and I can see the seams where they're put together. And, almost, see the apparatus inside them take the words I just said and try to fit the words in here and there, this place and that, and when they find the words don't have any place ready-made where they'll fit, the machinery disposes of the words they weren't even spoken. The three are stock SEII while this goes on. Even the ning stopped, nailed out at a slant by the sun, with the fat man petrified in it like a rubber doll. Then Papa's guinea hen backs up in the juniper branches and sees we got strangers on the premises and goes to barking at them like a dog, and the spell breaks. The fat man hollers and jumps out of the swing and sidles away through the dust, holding his hat up in front of the sun so's he can see what's up there in the juniper tree making such a racket. When he sees it's nothing but a speckled chicken he spits on the ground and puts his hat on. I, myself, sincerely fee, he says, that whatever offer we make on this metropolis will be quite sufficient. Could be. I still think we should make some effort to speak with the chief. The old woman interrupts him by taking one ringing step forward. No. This is the first thing she said. No, she says again in a way that reminds me of the big nurse. She lifts her eyebrows and looks the place over. Her eyes spring up the numbers in a cash register. She's looking at Mama's dresses hung so careful on the ENE, and she's nodding her head. No. We don't talk with the chief today. Not yet. I think that I agree with Breckenridge for once. Only for a different reason. You recall the record we have shows the wife is not Indian but white? Kilite _ a woman from town. Her name is Bromden. He took her name, not she his. Oh, yes, I think if we lust leave now and go back into town, and, of course, spread the VNRD with the townspeople about the government's plans so they understand the advantages of having a hydroelectric dam and a lake instead of a cluster of shacks beside a falls, then type up an offer and mail it to the life, you see, by mistake? I feel our job will be a great deal easier. She looks off to the men on the ancient, rickety, zigzagging scaffolding that has been growing and branching out among the rocks of the falls for hundreds of years. Hurry, as if we meet now with the husband and make some abrupt offer, we may run up against an untold amount of Navajo stubbornness and love ofisups we must call it home. I start to tell them he's not Navajo, but think what's the use if they don't listen? They don't care what tribe he is. The V.73 man smiles and nods at both the men, a smile and a nod to each, and her eyes ring them up, and she begins to move stiffly back to their car, talking in a light, young voice. As my sociology professor used to emphasize, there is generally one person in every situation you must never underestimate the power of, and they get back in the car and drive away, with me standing there wondering if they ever even saw me. I was kind of amazed that I'd remembered that. It was the first time in what seemed to me centuries that I'd been able to remember much about my childhood. It fascinated me to discover I could still do it. I lay in bed awake, remembering other happenings, and about that time, while I was half in a kind of dream, I heard a sound under my bed, a mouse with a walnut. I leaned over the edge of the bed and saw the shine of metal biting off pieces of gum I knew by heart. The black boy Namad Giver had found where I'd been hiding my chewing gum, was scraping the pieces off into a sack with a long lean pail of scissors open like jaws. I jerked back up under the covers before he saw me looking. My heart was banging in my ears, scared he'd seen me. I went to tell him to get away, to mind his own business and leave my chewing gum alone, but I couldn't even let on I heard. I lay still to see if he'd caught me bending over to peek under the bed at him, but he didn't give any sign. All I heard was the zzzth of his scissors, and pieces falling into the sack, reminded me of hailstones the way they used to rattle on our tar paper roof. He clacked his tongue and giggled to himself. T_TM_Lord Baff.al almighty he. I wonder how many times this mutha chewed some o' this stuff? Just as hard. McMurphy heard the black boy muttering to himself and woke and rolled up to one elbow to look at what he was up to at this hour down on his knees under my bed. He watched the black boy a minute, rubbing his eyes to be sure of what he was seeing, just like you see little kids rub their eyes. Then he sat up completely. I will be a son of a bitch if he ain't in here at 11:30 at night, farting around in the dark with a pair of scissors and a paper sack. The black boy jumped and swung his flashlight up in McMurphy's eyes. Now tell me, Sam, what the devil are you collectin' that needs the cover of CGO Back to Sleep, McMuqhy_ it don't can see nobody else. McMurphy let his lips spread in a slow grin, but he didn't look away from the light. The black boy got uneasy after about half a minute of shining that light on McMurphy sitting there, on that glossy new healed scar and those teeth and that tattooed panther on his shoulder, and took the light away. He bent back to his work, grunting and puffing like it was a mighty effort prying off dried. One of the duties of a night aide, he explained between grunts, trying to sound friendly, is to keep the bedside area cleaned up. In the dead of night. McMurphy, we got a thing posted called a job description, say cleanliness is a 20 FO burpfa might have done your 24 hours worth before we got in bed, don't you think, instead of sittin' out there watching TV till 10:30. Does old lady Ratched know you boys watch TV most of your shift? What do you reckon she'd do if she found out about that? The black boy got up and sat on the edge of my bed. He tapped the flashlight against his teeth, grinning and giggling the light his face up a black jack-o'-lantern_oil. Let me tell you about this gum, he said, and leaned close to McMurphy, Ilka an old chum. Quc, for years I been wondering where Chief Bromden got his chewing gum, never having any money for the canteen, never having any but give him a sec that I saw, never a skin public relations, so I watch for and I waited, and look here. He got back on his knees and lifted the edge of my bedspread and shined the light under. How that? I bet these pieces of gum under here been used 1,000 times. This eckled McMurphy. He went to giggling at what he saw. The black boy held up the sack and rattled it, and they laughed some more about it. The black boy told McMurphy good night and rolled the top of the sack like it was his lunch and went off somewhere to hide it for later. "Ichie," McMurphy whispered. "I want you to tell me something." And he started to sing a little song, a hillbilly song popular a long time ago. "Oh, does the spearmint lose its flavor on the bedpost overnight?" At first I started getting real mad. I thought he was making fun of me like other people had. "Avy hen you chew it in the morning," he sang in a whisper, "Ivel it be too hard to bite." But the truth I thought about it the funnier it seemed to me. I tried to stop it but I could feel I was about to laugh, not at McMurphy's singing, but at my own self. This question's got me goin', won't somebody set me right? Does the spearmint lose its flavor on the bedstand verniet? He held out that last note and twiddled it down me like a feather. I couldn't help but start to chuckle, and this made me scared I'd get to laughing and not be able to stop. But just then McMurphy lumped off his bed and went to rustling through his nightstand, and I hushed. I clenched my teeth, wondering what to do now. It'd been a long time since I'd let anyone hear me do any more than grunt or bellow. I heard him shut the bedstand, and it echoed like a boiler door. I heard him say, "Here," and something lit on my bed. Little. Just the size of a lizard or a snake. "US a fruit is the best tea I can do for you at the moment, chief. Package I10FF Scanlan Pigeon Pennies." And he got back in bed. And before I realized what I was doing, I told him thank you. He didn't say anything light off. He was up on his elbow, watching me the way he'd watched the black boy, waiting for me to say something else. I picked up the package of gum from the bedspread and held it in my hand and told him thank you. It didn't sound like much because my throat was rusty and my tongue creaked. He told me I sounded a little out of practice and laughed at that. I tried to laugh him, but it was a squawking sound, like a pullet trying to crow. It sounded more like crying than laughing. He told me not to hurry, that he had till 6:30 in the morning to listen if I wanted to practice. He said a man been still long as me probably had a considerable lot to talk about, and he lay back on his pillow and waited. I thought for a minute for something to say to him, but the only thing that came to my mind was the kind of thing one man can't say to another because it sounds wrong in words. 9/11. And he saw I couldn't say anything. He crossed his hands behind his head and started talking himself. "Yeah, no, chief, I was just rememberin' a time down in the Willamette Valley. I was pickin' beans outside of Eugene and considering myself damn lucky to get the 10B. It was in the early 30s, so there wasn't many kids able to get jobs. I got the job by proving to the bean boss I could pick just as fast and clean as any of the adults. Anyway, I was the only kid in the rods nobody else around me but grown UPS. And after I tried a time or TiVo to talk to them, I saw they weren't for listening to me scrolled little patch quilt redhead anyhow, so I hushed. I was so peeved at them not listening to me I kept hushed the live long 4 weeks I picked that field, wore and right alongside of them, listening to them prattle on about this uncle or that cousin. Or if somebody didn't show up for work, gossip about him. 4 weeks and not a peep out of me. Till I think by God they forgot I could talk, the moss-backed old bastards. I bided my time. Then, on the last day, I opened up and went to telling them what a petty bunch of farts they were. I told each one lust how his buddy had drugged him over the coals when he was absent. Did they listen then? They finally got to arguing with each other and created such a shitstorm I lost my quarter-cent a pound bonus I had come in for not missin' a day because I already had a bad reputation around Tolden, and the bean boss claimed the disturbance was likely my fault even if he couldn't prove it. I cussed him out to my shootin' off my mouth. That time probably cost me an $20 or so. Well worth it, too. He chuckled a while to himself, remembering, then turned his head on his pillow and looked at FTX. Had I was V.73 Enderin, chief, are you biding your time towards the day you decide to lay into? No, I told him. I couldn't tell them aft. It's easier than you think, for a lot bigger, tougher and I mumbled. Ho asterisk s that? I didn't get you, chief. I worked some spit down in my throat. You are bigger and tougher than I am. You can do it? Me? Are you kidding? Criminy, look at you, you stand a head taller and any man on the ward. There ain't a man here you couldn't turn every way but loose, and that's a fact. No. I'm way too little. I used to be big but not no more. You're twice the size of me. Who boy, you are crazy, aren't you? The first thing I saw when I came in this place was you sitting over in that chair, big as a damn mountain. I tell you, I eaved all over K_Lamouth and Texas and Oklahoma and all over around Gallup, and I swear you're the biggest Indian I ever saw. TM from the Columbia Gorge, I said, and he waited for me to go on. My papa was a full chief and his name Ivas T. Amilatuna _ that means the pine that stands tallest on the mountain, and we didn't live on a mountain. He was real big when I was a KICL. My mother got Tiatus his size. You must have had a real MCN, SE of an old lady. How big was she? Oh big, I mean how many feet and inches? Feet and inches? A guy at the carnival looked her over and says 5 feet 9 and weighed 130 pounds, but that Ava's because he'd PST saw her. She got bigger all the time. Yeah? How much bigger? * bigger than Papa and me together. Just one day took to growin', huh? Well, that's a new one on me. I never heard of an Indian woman doing something like that. She wasn't Indian. She v.nas a town woman from the Dallas _ and her name Ava's what? Bromden. Yeah, I see. Wait a minute. He thinks for a while and says, and when a Totten woman marries an Indian that's marryin' beneath her, ain't it? Yeah, I think I see. No. It'll vasn't lust her that made him little. Everybody worked on him because he was big, and wouldn't give in, and did like he pleased. Everybody 173 RKED on him just the way they're drinking on you. They who, chief? He asked in a soft voice, suddenly serious. The combine. It worked on him for years. He was big enough to fight it for a while. It wanted us to have inspected houses. It wanted to take the falls. It was even in the trail, and they v.73 RKED on him. In the town they beat him up in the alleys and cut his hair short once. Oh, the combine's big. He flew at LT it a long time till my mother made him too little to fight anymore and he gave up. McMurphy didn't say anything for a long time after that. Then he raised up on his elbow and looked at me again, and asked why they beat him up in the alleys, and I told him that they wanted to make him see what he had in store for him, only worse if he didn't sign the papers giving everything to the government. /X11 at did they want him to give to the government? Everything. The trier, the village, the falls. Now I remember, you're talking about the falls where the Indians used to spear salmon long time ago. Yeah but the way I remember it, the tribe got paid some huge amount. That's what they said to him. He said, can you pay for the way a man lives? He said, what can you pay for what a man is? They didn't understand. Not even the tribe. They stood out in front of our door all holding those checks and they wanted him to tell them what to do now. They kept asking him to invest for them, or tell them where to go, or to buy a farm. But he was little anymore. And he was too drunk, the combine had whipped him. It beats everybody. It'll beat UTC and they can't have somebody as big as Papa running around unless he's one of them. You can see that? Yeah, I reckon I can. That too why you shouldn't have broke that window. They see you're big now. Now they got to bust you like bustin' a Mustang, no. No, listen. They don't bust you that way, they work on you ways you can't fight. They put things in. They install things. They start as quick as they see you're gonna be big and go to working and installing their filthy machine. Why when you're little, and keep on and until you rest. Take easy, buddy, _, and if you fig they lock you someplace and make you stop. Easy, chief. Just cool it for a while. They heard you. He lay down and kept still. My bed was hot, I noticed. I could hear the squeak of rubber soles as the black boy came in a flashlight to see what the noise was. We lay still till he left. He finally just drank, I whispered. I didn't seem to be able to stop talking not till I finished telling what I thought Ava's all of it. And the last I see him he's blind in the cedars from drinking, and every time I see him put the bottle to his mouth he don't suck out of it, it sucks out of him until he's shrunk so wrinkled and yellow even the dogs don't emo him, and we had to cart him out of the cedars, in a pickup, to a place in Portland, to die. I'm not saying they kill. They didn't L him. They did something else. I was feeling awfully sleepy. I didn't want to talk anymore. I tried to think back on what I'd been saying and it didn't seem like what I'd wanted to say. I been talking crazy, ain't I, Fee, Chief? He rolled over in his been talking crazy. It wasn't what I wanted to say. I can't say it all. It don't make sense. I didn't say it didn't make sense, Chief, I just said it was talkin' crazy. He didn't say anything after that for so long I thought he'd gone to sleep. I wished I'd told him good night. I looked over at him, and he was tumbed away from me. His arm wasn't under the covers, and I could just make out the aces and eights tattooed there. It's big, I thought, big as my arms used to be when I played football. I wanted to reach over and touch the place where he was to see if he was still alive. He's layin' awful quiet, I told myself. I ought to touch him to see if he's still alive. That's a lie. I know he's still alive. That ain't the reason I and want to touch him. I want to touch him because he's a man. That's a lie. TCN_. There's other men around. I could touch them. I want to touch him because I'm one of these queers, but that's a lie too. That's one fear hiding behind another. If I was one of these queers I'd want to do other things with him. I just want to touch him, because he's who he is. But as I was about to reach over to that arm he said, "Say, Chief," and rolled in bed with a lurch of covers, facing me. "Say, Chief, why don't you come on this fishin' trip with us?" I didn't answer. "Come on, what do ya say? I look for it to be one hell of an occasion. You know these Turo ants of mine comin' to pick us up? Those ain't ants, man, no, both those girls are workin' shim dancers and hustlers I know from Portland. What do you say to that?" I finally told him I was one of the indigents. "For what?" "I'm broke." "Oh," he said. I hadn't thought of that." He was quiet for a time again, rubbing that scar on his nose with his finger. The finger stopped. He raised up on his elbow and looked at me. "Chief," he said slowly, looking me over, "when you were full-sized, when you used to be, let's say, 6, 7 or 8 and weighed TiVo 80 or so, were you strong enough to, say, lift something the size of that control panel in the tub room?" I thought about that panel. It probably didn't weigh a lot more than oil drums I'd lifted in the army. I told him I probably could have at one time. "If you got that big again, could you lift it?" I told him I thought so. "WDO hell with what you think, I've and to know can pup-mise to lift it if I get you big as you used to be? You promise me that, and you not only get my special bodybuilding course for nothing but you get yourself a $10 fish-in trip, figure." He licked his lips and lay back. "Get me good odds too." I bet he lay there chuckling over some thought of his own. When I asked him how he was going to get me big again, he shushed me vsth anger to his lips. "Man, we can't let a secret like this out." I didn't say I'd tell you how, did I? Who boy, blowing a man back up to full size is a secret can't share with everybody, be dangerous in the hands of an enemy. You won't even know it's happening most of the time yourself. But I give you my solemn word, you follow my training program, and here's what'll happen." He swung his legs out of bed and sat on the edge, his hands on his knees. The dim light coming in over his shoulder from the nurse's station caught the shine of his teeth and the eye glinting down his nose at me. The rollicking auctioneer's voice spun softly through the dorm. "It be a you'll be. It's the big Chief Bromden, cuttin' down the boulevard." Men, women, and kids rockin' back on their heels to peer at him. Well, what giants this talkin' 10 feet at a step and duckin' for telephone TVers. "Come stompin' through town," Stops lust long enough for virgins, the rest of you tiviches might well not even line up less you got tits like musk melons, nice strong white legs long enough to lock around his mighty back, and a little cup of puzzle warm and loosey and sweet as butter and honey underscore in the dark there he went on, spinning his tale about how it venold be, with all the men scared and all the beautiful young girls panting after me. Then he said he was going out right this very minute and sign my name up as one of his fishing crew. He stood up, got the towel from his bedstand and wrapped it around his hips and put on his cap, and stood over my bed. Oh man, I tell pu, you'll have women trippin' you and beatin' you to the floor. And all of a sudden his hand shot out and with a swing of his arm untied my sheet, cleared my bed of covers, and left me lying there naked. Look there, chief. Ha. Keated I tell ya underscore, you growed a half a foot already laughing he up down the row of beds to the hall. 2 whores on there you pay down from Portland to take us deep sea fishing in a boat. It made it tough to stay in bed until the dawn lights came on at 6:30. I was the erst one up out of the dorm to look at the list posted on the board next to the nurse's station, check to see if my NANE was really signed there. Sign up for deep sea fishing was printed in big letters at the top, then McMurphy had signed first and Billy Bibbett was number 1, right after McMurphy. Number 3 U.S. Harding and number 4 was Fredrickson, and all the way down to number 10 where nobody'd signed yet my name was there, the last put Dalvin, across from the number 9. I've actually going out of the hospital with whores on a fishing boat. I had to keep saying it over and over to myself to believe it. The 3 black boys slipped up in front of me and read the list with gray fingers, found my name there and tummed to grin at me. 9 Hi, who PUSPSE signed Chief Bromden up for this foolishness. Inions ain't able to I hat makes you THMK inions able to nad. The starch vas SEII fresh and stiff enough this early that their arms rustled in the white suits when they moved, eek paper wings. I acted deaf to them laughing at me, like I didn't even know, but when they stuck a broom out for me to do their work up the hall, I turned around and walked back to the dorm, telling myself, the hell with that. A man goin' fishing vsth 2 whores from Portland don't have to take that crap underscore. It scared me some, walking off from them like that, because I never went against what the black boys ordered before. I looked back and saw them coming after me with the broom. They'll probably have come right on in the dorm and got me, but for McMurphy, he was in there making such a fuss, roaring up and down between the beds, snapping a towel at the guys signed to go this morning, that the black boys decided maybe the domi wasn't such safe territory to venture into for no more than somebody to sweep a little dab of hallway underscore. McMurphy had his motorcycle cap pulled way forward on his red hair to look like a boat captain, and the tattoos shivang out from the sleeves of his t-shirt were done in Singapore. He was swaggering around the floor like it was the deck of a ship, whistling in his hand like a bosun's whistle. Hit the deck, mateys, bit the deck or I keel haul the lot of ye from stock to stem. He rang the stand next to Harding's bed with his K-muckles underscore 6 bells and all's well. Steady as she goes. Hit the deck, drop your cocks and grab your socks. He noticed me standing just inside the doorway and came rushing over to thump my back. Eka, look here at the big chief, here's an example of a good sailor and fisherman, up before day and out diggin' red worms for bait. The rest of you scurvy bunch o' lubbers do well to follow his lee. CL hit the deck, today's the day, out of the sack and into the sea. The acutes grumbled and griped at him and his towel, and the chronics woke up to look around with beads blue from lack of blood cut off by sheets tied too tight across the chest, looking around the dorm till they enely centered on me, weak and watered do VN old looks, faces wistful and curious. They lay there watching me pull on warm clothes for the trip, making me feel uneasy and a little guilty. They could sense I had been singled out as the only chronic making the trip. They watched me old guys welded in wheelchairs for years, catheters down their legs, eek vines rooting them for the rest of their eves light where they are. They watched me and knew instinctively that I was going. And they could still be a little jealous it wasn't them. They could know because enough of the man in them had been damped out that the old animal instincts had taken over. Old chronics wake up sudden some nights, before anybody else knows a guy's died in the dotm, and throw back their heads and howl, and they could be jealous because there was enough man left to still remember. McMurphy went out to look at the list and came back and tried to talk one more acute into signing, going down the line, ecking at the bed still had guys in them with sheets pulled over their heads, telling them what a great thing it was to be out there in the teeth of the gale with a He-Man sea kraken around and a goddamn yo-heave-ho and a bottle of rum. Come on, loafers, I need one more mate to round out the crew, I need one more goddamn volunteer. But he couldn't talk anybody into it. The big nurse had the rest scared with her stories of how rough the sea'd been lately and how many boats sunk, and it didn't look like we'd get that last crew member till a half hour later when George Sorensen came up to McMurphy in the breakfast line where we were waiting for the mess hall to be unlocked for breakfast. Big toothless Kamadi old Swede the black boys called Rub-a-Dub George, because of his thing about sanitation, came shuffling up the hall, listing well back so his feet went well out in front of his head, sways backward this way to keep his face as far away from the man he's talking to as he can, stopped in front of McMurphy, and mumbled something in his hand. George I was very shy. You couldn't see his eyes because they were in so deep under his brow, and he cupped his big palm around most of the rest of his face. His head swayed eke across to S nest on top of his mast-like spine. He mumbled in his hand till McMurphy finally reached up and pulled the hand away so's the words could get out. Now, George, what is it you're sayin'? Red worms, he was saying. I just don't think they do you no good, not for the tea yet. McMurphy said. Red worms. I might agree with George, if let me know what about these red VNRMS you're speaking of. I think just a while ago I hear you say Mr. Bromden you was out digging the red worms for bait. That 2's right, Pop, I remember. So I post say you don't have you no good fortune with them VNRMS underscore this here is the month with one big chinook run so your underscore herring you need. So your underscore you jig you some herring and use those fellows for bait, you have some good fortune. His .73 ice went up at the end of every he upus asking a question. His big chin, already scrubbed so much this moming he'd worn the hide off it, nodded up and clove at McMurphy once or twice, then tummed him around to lead him to VN the hall toward the end of the line. McMurphy called him back. Now, hold a minute, George, you talk like you know something this fishin' business. George tummed and shuffled back to McMurphy, listing back so far it looked like his feet had navigated right out from under him. You bet, so you're underscore 25 year IV.73 RK the Chinook trollers, all the Yupe from Half Moon Bay to Puget Sound. 25 year I fish before it so dirty. He held out his hands for us to see the dirt on them. Evidibit around leaned over and looked. I didn't see the dirt, but I did see scars worn deep into the white palms from hauling 1,000 miles of fishing line out of the sea. He let us look a minute, then rolled the hands shut and drew them away and hid them in his pajama shirt like we might dirty them, looking and stuckle grinning at McMurphy with gums like brine bleached pork. I had a good troller and at, juiced 40 feet, but she drew 12 feet water and she was solid teak and solid oak. He rocked back and forth in a way to make you doubt that the floor was standing level. She was one good troller boat, by golly. He started to turn, but McMurphy stopped him again. Hell, George, why didn't you say you were a fisherman? I been talking up this voyage like I upus the old man of the sea, but just been in pu and me in the vol there. The only boat I been on was the battleship Missouri, and the only thing I know about esh is that I like eatin' em better than cleanin' em. Cleanin' is easy, somebody show you how. By God, you're gonna be our captain, George, we'll be your crew. George tilted back, shaking his head. Boat's awful diffy anymore, everything awful dirty underscore the hell that we got a boat specially sterilized fore and aft, swabbed clean as a bounce tooth. You won't get dirty, George, cause you'll be the captain, won't even have to bait a hook, lust be our captain and give orders to us dumb landlubbers. How's that strike you? I could see George was tempted by the way he wrung his hands under his shirt, but he still said he couldn't risk getting dirty. McMurphy did his best to talk him into it, but George was still shaking his head when the big nurse's key hit the lock of the mess hall and she carn jangling out the door vsth her bag of surprises, clicked down the line with automatic smile and good morning for each man she passed. McMurphy noticed the way George leaned back from her and scowled. When she'd passed, McMurphy tilted his head and gave George the one bright eye. George, that stuff the nurse has been saying about the bad sea, about how temble dangerous this trip might be, what about that? That could be awful bad, sure, awful rough. McMurphy looked clovn at the nurse disappearing into the station, then back at George. George, around in his shirt more than ever, looking around at the silent faces, started enlisting his hands watching him. By golly, he said suddenly. You think I let her scare me about that ocean? You think bad? I guess not, George. I was thinking though, that if you don't come along with us, and if there is some awful stormy nighty, we're every last one of us liable to be lost at sea, you know that? I said I didn't know nothing about boating, and I'll tell you something else, these TiVo women coming to get us, I told the doctor, was my TiVo aunts, widows of Escherman _ well, the only cruisin' either one of them ever did was on So-Ed cement. They won't be no more help in a fix than me. We need you, George. He took a pull on his cigarette and asked, you got $10, by the way? George, his no, I wouldn't suppose so. Well, what the devil, I gave up the idea of comin' out ahead days ago. Here. He took a pencil out of the pocket of his green jacket and wiped it clean on his shirt tail, held it out to George. You captain us, and we'll let you come along for $5. George looked around at us again, working his big brow over the predicament. Finally his gums showed in a bleached smile and he reached for the pencil. By golly, he said, and headed off with the pencil to sign the last place on the list. After breakfast, walking down the hall, McMurphy stopped and printed CAPT behind George's name. The whores were late. Everybody was beginning to think they weren't coming at all when McMurphy gave a yell from the window and we all went running to look. He said that was them, but we didn't see but one car, instead of the TiVo we were counting on, and just one woman. McMurphy called to her through the screen when she stopped on the parking lot, and she came cutting straight at LT across the grass toward our ward. She was younger and prettier than any of us figured on. Everybody had found out that the girls were whores instead of ants, and were expecting all sorts of things. Some of the religious guys weren't any too happy about it. But seeing her coming egg-footed across the grass with her eyes green all the way up to the ward, and her hair, roped in a long twist at the back of her head, pouncing up and down with every step eat copper springs in the sun, all any of us could think of was that she was a girl, a female who wasn't dressed white from head to foot like she'd been dipped in frost, and how she made her money didn't make any difference. She ran right up against the screen where McMurphy Ivis and hooked her fingers through the mesh and pulled herself against it. She was panting from the run, and every breath like she might swell right through the mesh. She Ivis crying a little, McMurphy, oh, you damned McMurphy, never mind that. Where's Sandra? She got tied up, man, can't make it? But you, damn it, are you okay? She got tied up. WDO, tell the truth. The Gill wiped her nose and Sandy got marhead _ you remember Artie Gillelian from Beaverton? Always used to show up at the parties, some gassy thing, a gopher snake or a white mouse or some gassy thing, eek that in his pocket. A real maniac, Zio, sweet Jesus. McMurphy groaned. How am I supposed to get 10 guys in one stinkin' Ford, Candy sweetheart? How'd Sandra and her gopher snake from Beaverton figure on me swinging? The girl looked like she was in the process of thinking up an answer when the speaker in the ceiling clacked and the big nurse's voice told McMurphy if he wanted to talk his lady friend it'd be better if she signed in properly at the main door instead of the whole hospital. The girl left the screen and started toward the main entrance, and McMurphy left the screen and flopped down in a chair in the Comer, his head hanging. Hell's bells, he said. The least black boy let the girl onto the ward and forgot to lock the door behind her, caught hell for it later, I bet, and the girl came jouncing up the hall past the nurse's station, where all the nurses were trying to freeze her with a united icy look, and into the day RCHJM just a few steps ahead of the doctor. He was going toward the nurse's station with some papers, looked at her, and back at the papers, and back at her again, and went to fumbling after his glasses with both hands. She stopped when she got to the middle of the day room floor and saw she was circled by 40 staring men in green, and it was so quiet you could hear bellies growling, and, all along the chronic row, hear catheters popping off. She had to stand there a minute while she looked around to end McMurphy, so everybody got a long look at her. There you as a blue smoke hung near the ceiling over her bead. I think apparatus bummed out all over the ward trying to adjust to her come busting in like she did. Took electronic readings on her and calculated they weren't bolt to handle something like this on the ward, and lust bummed out, like machines committing suicide. She had on a white t-shirt like McMurphy's, only a lot smaller, white tennis shoes and Levi pants snipped off above her knees to give her feet circulation, and it didn't coke. Like that was near enough material to go around, considering what it had to cover. She must have been seen vsth lots less by lots more men, but under the circumstances she began to fidget around self-consciously like a schoolgirl on a stage. Nobody spoke while they looked. Martini did whisper that you could read the dates of the coins in her Levi kits, they were so tight, but he was closer and could see better, and the rest of Billy Bibbit was the first one to say something out loud, not really a word, just a low, almost painful whistle that described how she looked better than anybody else could have. She laughed and thanked him very much, and he blushed so red that she blushed with him and laughed again. This broke things into movement. All the acutes were coming across the floor trying to talk to her at once. The doctor was pulling on Harding's coat, asking, "Who is this?" McMurphy got up out of his chair and up through the crowd to her, and when she saw him she threw her arms around him and said, "Fadamned McMurphy," and then got embarrassed and blushed again. /hen she blushed. She didn't look more than 16 or 17, I swear she didn't. McMurphy introduced her around and she shook everybody's hand. Killin' she got to Billy, she thanked him again for his whistle. The big nurse came sliding out of the station, smiling, and asked McMurphy how he intended to get all 10 of us in one car, and he asked could he maybe bomb a staff car and drive a load himself, and the nurse cited a rule forbidding this, just like Yvetney knew she would. She said unless there was another driver to sign a responsibility slip that half of the crew would have to stay behind. McMurphy told her this'd cost him 50 goddamn bucks to make up the difference. He'd have to pay the guys back who didn't get to go. Then it may be, the nurse said, that the trip will have to be cancelled and all the money refunded. I've already rented the boat, the man's got 70 bucks of mine in his pocket right now. $70. So. I thought you told the patients you'd need to collect $100 plus 10 of your own to enhance the trip, McMurphy. I was putting gas in the cars over and back, that wouldn't amount to $30, though, V.73 old. She smiled so nice at him, waiting. He threw his hands in the air and at the ceiling. "Hoo boy, you don't miss a chance, do you, Miss Districted sure, I was keepin' what was left over. I don't think any of the guys ever thought any different. I figured to make a little for the trouble I took get, but your plans didn't VNRK out," she said. She was still smiling at him, so full of sympathy. Your little financial speculations can't all be successes, Randall, and, actually, as I think about it now, you've had more than your share of victories. She mused about this, thinking about something I knew we'd hear truth realnet later. Yes. Every acute on the ward has written you an IOU for some deal of yours at one time or another, so don't you think you can bear up under this one small defeat? Then she stopped. She saw McMurphy wasn't listening to her anymore. He was watching the doctor. And the doctor was eyeing the blonde girl's t-shirt like nothing else existed. McMurphy's loose smile spread out on his face as he watched the doctor's trance, and he pushed his cap to the back of his head and strolled to the doctor's side, startling him with a hand on the shoulder. "By God, Dr. Spivey, you ever see a Chinook salmon hit a line? One of the earsiest sights on the 7 seas. Say, Candy Honey Bun, WHYNT, you tell the doctor here about deep sea fishing and all like that." Working together, it didn't take McMurphy and the girl but 2 minutes and the little doctor was down locking up his office and coming back up the hall, crumbing papers in a briefcase. Deal of paper VNRK I can get done on the boat, he explained to the nurse and went past her so fast she didn't have a chance to answer, and the rest of the crew followed, slower, grinning at her standing in the door of that nurse's station. The acutes who weren't going gathered at the day room door, told us don't bring our catch back Phil it's cleaned, and Ellis pulled his hands down off the nails in the wall and squeezed Billy Bibbit's hand and told him to be a fisher of men. And Billy, watching the brass brads on that woman's levis wink at him as she walked out of the day room, told Ellis to hell with that Esher of men business. He joined us at the door, and the least black boy let us through and locked the door behind us, and we were out. Outside the sun was prying up the clouds and lighting the brick front of the hospital rose bed. A thin breeze worked at sawing what leaves were left from the oak trees, stacking them neatly against the wire cyclone fence. There was little brown birds occasionally on the fence. When a puff of leaves would hit the fence, the birds would fly off with the wind. It looked at first like the leaves were hitting the fence and turning into birds and flying alvey. It was a fine vinod smoked autumn day, full of the sound of kids punting footballs and the putter of small airplanes, and everybody should have been happy just being outside in it. But we all stood in a snant bunch, our hands in our pockets, while the doctor walked to get his car. A silent bunch, watching the townspeople who were driving past on their to-work slow dob to gawk at all the loonies in green uniforms. McMurphy saw how uneasy we were and tried to work us into a better mood by joing and teasing the girl, but this made us feel worse somehow. Everybody was thinking how easy it would be to rid 'em to the ward, go back and say they decided the nurse had been right, vsth a wind eek this, the sea would have been just too rough. The doctor arrived and we loaded up and headed off, me and George and Harding and Billy Bibbit in the car with McMurphy and the Gill, Candy and Frederickson and Siffield and Scanlon and Martini and Tatum and Gregory following in the doctor's car. Everyone was awfully quiet. We pulled into a gas station about a mile from the hospital. The doctor followed. He got out and the service station man came bouncing out, grinning and whipping his hands on a rag. Then he stopped grinning and went past the doctor to see just what was in these cars. He backed off, wiping his hands on the oily rag. The doctor caught the man's sleeve nervously and took out a $10 bill and tucked it down in the man's hands, setting out a tomato plant. Zia, would you both tanks with regular? The doctor asked. He was acting just as uneasy about being out of the hospital as the rest of us were. Would you? Those uniforms, the service station man said, they're from the hospital back up the road, aren't they? He was looking around him to see if there was a wrench or something handy. He finally moved over near a stack of empty pop bottles. You guys are from that asylum? The doctor fumbled for his asses and looked at us too. He'd lust noticed the uniforms. Yes_no, I mean. They are from the asylum, but they are a crew, not inmates, of course not. A work crew. The man squinted at the doctor and at us and went off to whisper to his partner, who was back among the machinery. They talked a minute, and the second guy hollered and asked the doctor who we were, and the doctor repeated that we were a work crew, and both of the guys I could tell by the laugh that they decided to sell us the gas. Probably it would be weak and dirty and watered down and cost twice the usual price, but it didn't make me feel any better. I could see everybody was feeling pretty bad. The doctor's lying made us feel worse than ever, not because of the lie, so much, but because of the truth. The second guy came over to the doctor, grinning. You said you wanted the SCO Prime, sir. You bet. And how about us checking those oil filters and windshield wipes? He was bigger than his friend. He leaned down on the doctor like he was sharing a secret. Q/Volt, you believe it, 88% of the cars show by the figures on the road today that they need new oil filters and windshield wipes. His grin was coated with carbon from years of taking out spark plugs with his teeth. He kept leaning down on the doctor, making him squirm with that grin and waiting for him to admit he was over a barrel. Also, how's your work crew fixed for sunglasses? We got some good Polaroids. The doctor knew he had him. But just the instant he opened his mouth, about to give in and say yes, anything, there was a whirring noise and the top of our car was folding back. McMurphy was fighting and cursing the accordion pleated top, trying to force it back faster than the machinery could handle it. Everybody could see how mad he was by the AV he thrashed and beat at that slowly rising top. When he got it cussed and hammered and wrestled down into place, he climbed right out over the girl and over the side of the car, and walked up between the ditter and the service station guy and looked up into the black mouth with one eye. "Okay now, Hank, we'll take regular, just like the doctor ordered. 2 tanks of regular. That's all. The hell with that other slum. And we'll take it at 3 cents off because we're a goddamned government-sponsored expedition." The guy didn't budge yet. "I thought the professor here said you weren't." "Now Hank, don't you see that was lust a kindly precaution to keep from maffling you folks with the truth? The doc wouldn't lie like that about lust, my patients, but we ain't 201, ordinary nuts. We're every bloody one of us hot off the criminal insane ward, on our way to San Quentin where they got better facilities to handle us. You see that freckle-faced kid there? Now he might look like he's right off a Satwagvening post cover, but he's a insane knife artist that eld 3 men. The man beside him is known as the Bull Goose Looney, unpredictable as a flowed hog. You see that big guy? He's an Indian and he beat 6 white men to death a pick handle when they tried to cheat him trading muskrat hides. Stand up where they can get a look at you, Chief." Harding goosed me with his thumb, and I stood up on the floor of the car. The guy shaded his eyes and looked up at me and didn't say anything. 0H, it's a bad group, I admit, McMurphy said, but it's a planned, authorized, legal government-sponsored excursion, and we're entitled to a legal discount just the same as if we was the FBI. The guy looked back at McMurphy, and McMurphy hooked his thumbs in his pockets and rocked back and looked up at him across the scar on his nose. The guy tummed to check if his buddy was still stationed at the case of empty pop bottles, then grinned back down on McMurphy. "Pretty tough customers, is that what you're saying, Red? So much we better toe the line and do what we're told, is that what you're saying? Well, tell me, Red, what is it you are in for? Trying to assassinate the president? Nobody could that, Hank _ they got me on a bum rap. I eld a man in the ring, ya see, and sorta got taken the kick. Zone of these killers with boxing gloves, is that what you're telling me, Red *? Now I didn't say that, did I? I never could get used to those pillows you wore. No, this VMSNT no televised main event from the Cow Palace, I'm more what you call a backlot boxer." The guy hooked his thumbs in his pockets to mock McMurphy. "You are more what I call a backlot bull thrower. Now I didn't say that bull throwing wasn't also one of my abilities, did I? But I want you to look here." He put his hands up in the guy's face, real close, tumming them over slowly, palm and camuckle. You ever see a man get his poor old meat hooks so pitiful chewed up from just throwing the bull? Did you, Hank? He held those hands in the guy's face a long time, waiting to see if the guy had anything else to say. The guy looked at the hands, and at me, and back at the hands. Iceman it was clear he didn't have anything else real pressing to say. McMurphy walked away from him to the other guy leaning against the pop cooler and plucked the doctor's $10 bill out of his fist and started for the grocery store next to the station. "You boys tally what the gas comes to and send the bill to the hospital," he called back. "I'll intend to use the cash to pick up some refreshments for the men. I believe we'll get that in place of T-Windshield wipes and 88% oil filters." By the time he got back, everybody was feeling cocky as fighting roosters and calling orders to the service station guys to check the ale in the spare and wipe the T-windows and scratch that bird dropping off the hood if you please. Lust we owned the show. Zyman the big guy didn't get the T-Windshield to suit Billy. Billy called him right back. "You didn't get this SP spot here where the bug hit W." "That wasn't a bug," the guy said sullenly, scratching at it with his fingernail. "That was a birch." Martini called all the way from the other car that it couldn't have been a bird. There'd be feathers and if it was a bird. A man riding a bicycle stopped to ask what was the idea of all the green uniforms, some kind of club. Harding popped right up and answered him, "No, my friend. We are lunatics from the hospital up the highway, psychoceramics, the cracked pots of mankind. Would you like me to decipher a Rorschach for you? No. You must bury on? All, he's gone. Pity. He tummed to McMurphy. Never before did I realize that mental illness could have the aspect of power. Think of it, perhaps the more insane a man is, the more powerful he could become. Hitler an example. Fair makes the old brain reel, doesn't it? Food for thought there. Billy punched a beer can for the girl, and she flustered him so with her bright smile and her Billy, that he took to opening cans for all of us. /ulul the pigeons fretted up and down the sidewalk with their hands folded behind their backs. I sat there, feeling whole and good, sipping at a beer. I could hear the beer all the way down me zzzzth, like that I had forgotten that there can be good sounds and tastes. Seek the sound and taste of a beer going down. I took another big drink and started looking around me to see what else I had forgotten in 20 years. Man, McMurphy said as he scooted the girl out from under the wheel and at LT over against Billy. Will you lust look at the big chief slug down on that, slammed the car out into traffic, the doctor squealing behind to keep up. He'd shown us what a little bravado and courage could accomplish, and we thought he'd tow at LT us how to use it. All the way to the coast we had fun pretending to be brave. Hen people at a stoplight would stare at us and our green uniforms. We'd do just he did, sit up straight and strong and tough looking and put a big grin on our face and stare straight back at them till their motors died and their sun streaked and they were left sitting when the light changed, upset bad by what a tough bunch of monkeys was. Lust now not 3 feet from them, and help nowhere in SI at LT_ as McMurphy led the 12 of us toward the ocean. I think McMuqhy knew better than we did that our tough looks were all show, because he still wasn't able to get a real laugh out of anybody. Maybe he couldn't understand why we weren't able to laugh yet, but he knew you can't really be strong until can see a funny side to things. In fact, he worked so hard at pointing out the funny side of things that I was wondering a little if maybe he was blind to the other side, if maybe he wasn't able to see what at you as that parched laughter deep inside your stomach. Maybe the guys weren't able to see it either. Feel the pressures of the different beams and frequencies coming from all directions, working to push and bend you one way or another. Feel the combine at work, but I was able to see it the way you see the change in a person you've been away from for a long time, where somebody who sees him every day, day in, day out, wouldn't notice because the change is gradual. All up the coast I could see the signs of what the combine had accomplished since I was last through this country, things like, for example, a train stopping at a station and laying a string of full-grown men in mirrored suits and machined hats, laying them like a hatch of identical insects, half-life things coming pht out of the last car, then hooting its electric whistle and moving on down the spoiled land to deposit another hatch. Or things like 5,000 houses punched out identical by a machine and strung across the hills outside of Tvn, so fresh from the factory they're still linked together like sausages, a sign saying nest in the West homes no payment for vets, a playground down the hin from the houses, behind a checker-wire fence and another sign that read Luke's school for were 1,000 kids in green corduroy pants and white shirts under green pullover sweaters playing crack the whip across an acre of crushed gravel. The ENE popped and twisted and jerked like a snake, and every crack popped a little kid off the end, sent him rolling up against the fence like a tumbleweed. Every crack, and it was always the same little kid, over and over. All that 5,000 kids lived in those 5,000 houses, owned by those guys that got off the train. The houses looked so much alike that, time and time again, the kids went home by mistake to different houses and different families. Nobody ever noticed. They ate and went to bed. The only one they noticed was the Edel kid at the end of the whip. He'd always be so scuffed and bruised that he'd show up out of place wherever he went. He wasn't able to open up and laugh either. It's a hard thing to laugh if you can feel the pressure of those beams coming from every new car that passes, or every new house you pass. I can even have a lobby in Washington, Harding was saying, an organization NAP_pressure groups. Big billboards along the highway showing a babbling schizophrenic running a wrecking machine, red and green type, hire the insane. We've got a rosy future, gentlemen. We crossed a bridge over the Sius Law. There was just enough mist in the air that I could lick out my tongue to the T-wind and taste the ocean before we could see it. Eve Spine knew we were getting close and didn't speak all the way to the docks. The captain who was supposed to take us out had a bald grey metal head set in a black turtleneck like a gun turret on the cold cigar sucking from his mouth swept over us. He stood beside McMurphy on the wooden pier and looked out to sea as he talked. Behind him and up a bunch of steps, 6 or 8 men in T-windbreakers were sitting on a bench along the front of the bait shop. The captain talked loudly, half to the loafers on his one side and half to McMurphy on the other side, eyeing his copper jacket voice someplace in _. Don't care. Told you specifically in the letter. You don't have a signed waiver clearing me with proper authorities, I don't go out. The round head swiveled in the turret of his sweater, beating down that cigar at the lot of us. There. Bunch like that at sea, could go to diving overboard 205 ilka rats. Relatives could sue me for everything I had _. I can't risk it. McMurphy explained how the other gill was supposed to get all those papers up in Portland. One of the guys leaning against the bait shop called, "What other girl? Couldn't Blondie there handle the lot of you?" McMurphy didn't pay the guy any mind and went on arguing with the captain, but you could see how it bothered the girl. Those men against the shop kept leering at her and leaning close together to whisper things. All our crew, even the doctor, saw this and got to feeling ashamed that we didn't do something. We weren't the cocky bunch. Ivis back at the service station. McMurphy stopped arguing when he saw he wasn't getting any place with the captain, and tummed around a couple of times, running his hand through his hair. A/X11-inch boat have we got rented? W that 2s it there the LZRE_. Not a man sets foot on her till I have a signed waiver clearing me. Not L. Don't intend to rent a boat so we can sit all day and watch it bob up and down at the dock. McMurphy said, don't you have a phone up there in your bait shack? Let's go get this cleared up. They thumped up the steps onto the level with the bait shop and went inside, leaving us clustered up by ourselves, with that bunch of loafers up there watching us and main comments and sniggering and goosing one another in the ribs. The wind was blowing the boats at their moorings, nuzzling them up against the wet rubber tires along the dock so they made a sound. They were laughing at us. The water Ivis giggling under the boards, and the sign hanging over the door to the bait shack that read Seaman Service Capped Blocks prop was squeaking and scratching as the dot and rocked it on rusty hooks. The mussels that clung to the pilings, 4 feet out of water marring the tide line, whistled and clicked in the sun. The wind had tummed cold and mean, and Billy Bibbit took off his green coat and gave it to the girl, and she put it on over her thin little t-shirt. One of the loafers kept calling down, "Hey you, Blondie, you like fruitcake kids?" That the man's lips were kidney colored and he was purple under his eyes where the wind had mashed the veins to the surface. "Hey pu, Blondie," he called over and over in a high, tired voice. "Hey you, Blondie, hey you, Blondie _ hey you, Blondie." We bunched up closer together against the wind. "Tell me, Blondie, what ve they go to COMM it for?" "1, she ain't committed, purse, she's part of the cure." "Sis that right, Blondie? You hired as part of the CU?" "Hey you, Blondie." She lifted her head and gave us a look that asked where was that hard-boiled bunch she'd seen and why weren't they saying something to defend her? Nobody would answer the look. All our hard-boiled strength had just looked up those steps with his arm around the shoulders of that bald-headed captain. She pulled the collar of the jacket high around her neck and hugged her elbows and strolled as far away from us clove the dock as she could go. Nobody went after her. Billy Bibbit shivered in the cold and bit his lip. The guys at the bait shack whispered something else and hooped out laughing. "Ask purse, go on. Hey, did you get to sign a waiver clearing you with proper authorities? Relatives could sue, they tell me, if one of the boys fell in and divn while he was on board. Did you ever think of that? Maybe you'd better stay here with us, Blondie." "Yeah, Blondie, my relatives wouldn't sue. I promise. Stay here with us fellows, Blondie. I imagined I could feel my feet getting wet as the DCCK sank with shame into the bay. We weren't ET to be out here with people. I wished McMurphy would come back out and cuss these guys good and then drive us back where we belonged. The man vsth the kidney lips folded his knife and stood up and brushed the whittle shavings out of his lap. He started walking toward the steps. Come on now, Blondie, what you want to mess with these bozos for? She tummed and looked at him from the end of the dock, then back at us, and you could tell she was thinking his proposition over when the door of the bait shop opened and McMurphy came shoving out past the bunch of them, down the steps. Kyle in, crew, it's all set. Gassed and ready, and there's bait and beer on in arc _ he slapped Billy on the rear and did a little hompipe and commenced slinging rollers from their snubs. 01 Captain Block's still on the phone, but we'll be pulling off as quick as he comes out. George, let's see if you can get that motor wound up. Scanlon and Harding, untie that rope there. Candy. I had you doing off clove there. Let's get with it, honey, we're shoving off. We swarmed into the boat. Glad for anything that would take us away from those guys standing in a row at the bait shop. Billy took the Gill by the hand and helped her on board. George hummed over the dashboard up on the bridge, pointing out buttons for McMurphy to twist or push. Yeah, these pukers, puke boats, we call them, he said to McMurphy. They juiced as easy like driving the automobile _ the doctor hesitated before climbing aboard and looked toward the shop where all the loafers stood milling toward the steps. Don't you think, Randall, we'd better wait until the captain? McMurphy caught him by the lapels and lifted him clear of the dock into the boat like he was a small boy. Yeah, DCE, he said, *rate till the captain what? He commenced to laugh. He was drunk, alking in an excited, nervous way. Wait till the captain comes out and tells us that the phone number I gave him is a flop house up in Portland. You bet. Here, George, damn your eyes, take hold of this thing and get us out of here. Siffled. Get that rope loose and get on. George, come 0M. The motor chugged and died, chugged again like it was clearing its throat, then roared full on. Hoo-hoo, there she goes. Pour the coal to ER, George, and all hands stand by to repel boarders. A white gorge of smoke and water roared from the back of the boat, and the door of the bait shop crashed open and the captain's head came booming out and dormed the steps like it was not only dragging his body behind it but the bodies of the 8 other guys as well. They came thundering down the dock and stopped right at the boil of foam washing over their feet as George swung the big boat out and axe from the docks and we had the sea to ourselves. A sudden tum of the boat had thrown Candy to her knees, and Billy was helping her up and trying to apologize for the way he'd acted on the dock at the same time. McMurphy came down from the bridge and asked if the TiVo of them would like to be alone so they could talk over old times, and Candy at Billy and all he could do was shake his head and stutter. McMurphy said in that case that he and Candy'd better go below and check for leaks and the rest of us could make do for a while. He at the down to the cabin and saluted and lifted and appointed George captain and Harding second in command and said, "Carry on, mates," and followed the Gill out of sight into the cabin. The wind lay down and the sun got higher, chrome plating the east side of the deep green swells. George aimed the boat straight out to sea, full throttle, putting the docks and that bait shop farther and farther behind us. When we passed the last point of the jetty and the last black rock, I could feel a great calmness creep over me, a calmness that increased the farther we left land behind. The guys had talked excitedly for a few minutes about our piracy of the boat, but now they were quiet. The cabin door opened once long enough for a hand to shove out a case of beer, and Billy opened us each one vsth an opener he found in the tackle box, and passed them around. We drank and watched the land sinang in our wake. A mile or so out George cut the speed to what he called a trolling idle, put 4 guys to the 4 poles in the back aft boat, and the rest of us sprawled in the sun on top of the cabin or up on the bow and took off our shirts and watched the guys trying to rig theel poles. Harding said the rule was a guy got to hold a pole he got 1 strike, then he had to change off with a man who hadn't had a chance. George at the wheel, squinting out through the salt-caked windshield, and hollered instructions back how to fix up the reels and lines and how to tie a herring into the herring hames and how far back to fish and how deep. Zan, take that number 4 pole and you put you 12 ounces on him on a rope with a break off me rig. I show you how in just a minute, and we go after that big fella down on the bottom with that pole, by golly. Martini ran to the edge and leaned over the side and stared down into the water in the direction of his line. Oh, my GC, he said, but whatever he saw I was too deep down for the rest of us. There were other sports boats trolling up and down the coast, but George didn't make any attempt to join them. He kept pushing steadily straight on out past them, toward the open sea. You bet, he said. Go out with the commercial boats, where the real fish is. The swell slid by, deep emerald on one side, chrome on the other. The only noise was the engine sputtering and humming, off and on, as the swells dipped the exhaust in and out of the water, and the funny, lost cry of the ragged little blackbirds SV plus or minus ming around asking one another directions. Everything else was quiet. Some of the guys slept, and the others latched the water. We'd been trolling close to an hour when the tip of Sifult's pole arched and dived into the water. George. Jesus, George, give us a hand. George wouldn't have a thing to do with the pole. He grinned and told Sifult to ease up on the star drag, keep the tip pointed up, and work hell out of that fella. But what if I have a seizure? Sifult hollered, we'll simply put hook and ENE on you and use you for a lure. Harding SAICL, now work that fella, as the captain ordered, and quit worrying about a seizure. 30 yards back of the boat the fish broke into the sun in a shower of silver scales, and Sifult's eyes popped and got excited watching the fish. He let the end of his pole go down, and the line snapped into the Inatika rubber band. I told you. You let him get a straight pull, don't you see? Keep that EP up asterisk, you had you one big silver there, by golly underscore. Sifult's law was white and shaking when he finally gave up the pole to Fredrickson underscore. Okay, but if you get a fish with a hook in his mouth, that's my godbulst esh. I was as excited as the rest. I hadn't planned on fishing, but after seeing that steel power a salmon has at the end of a line, I got off the cabin top and put on my shirt to weight my tum at a pole. Scanlon got up a pool for the biggest esh and another for the first fish landed, 4 bits from everybody that wanted in it, and he'd no more and got his money in his pocket than Billy drug in some awful thing that looked like a 10-pound toad, spines on it like a porcupine. That's no fish, Scanlon SAICL, you can't win on that. It isn't a BB bird underscore W that there, he's a lingcod, George told us. He's one good eating fish, you get all his warts off, see there. He is too a fish. Pay up. Billy gave me his pole and took his money and went to sit up close to the cabin where McMurphy and the girl were, looking at the closed door forlornly. LV, you woo wish we had enough poles to go around V, he said, leaning back against the side of the cabin. I sat down and held the pole and watched the line swoop out into the wake. I smelt the ale and felt the 4 cans of beer I'd drunk shorting out dozens of control leads down inside me. All around, the chrome sides of the swells flickered and flashed in the sun. George sang out for us to look up ahead, that here come just what we been looking for. I leaned around too, but all I saw was a big drifting log and those black seagulls circling and diving around the log like black leaves caught up in a dust devil. George speeded up some, heading into the place where the birds circled, and the speed of the boat dragged my line until I couldn't see how you'd be able to tell if you did get a bite. Those fellas, those cormorants, they go after a school of candle fishes, George told us as he drove. Little white fishes the size of your finger. You dry them and they bum juiced like a candle. They are food fish, chum fish. And you bet where there's a big school of them candle fish you find the silver salmon feeding. He drove into the birds, missing the floating log, and suddenly all around me the smooth slopes of chrome were shattered by diving birds and churning minnows, and the sleek silver blue torpedo backs of the salmon slicing through it all. I saw one of the backs check its direction and tum and set course for a spot 30 raids behind the end of my pole, where my herring would be. I braced, my heart ringing, and then felt a jolt up both arms as if somebody'd hit the pole with a ball bat, and my line went burning off the reel from under my thumb, red as blood T_, the star drag. George yelled at me, but what I knew about star drags you could put in your eye, so I lust mashed harder vsth my thumb until the line tumbed back to yellow, then slowed and stopped. I looked around, and there were all three of the other poles whipping around just like mine, and the rest of the guys scrambling down off the cabin at the excitement and doing everything in their power to get underfoot up. Up. Keep the EP up. George was yelling. McMurphy, get out here and look at this GC, and bless you, Fred, you got my blessed fish. McMurphy, we need some help. I heard McMurphy laughing and saw him out of the corner of my eye, just standing at the cabin door, not even making a move to do anything, and I was too busy cranking at my fish to ask him for help. Everyone I was shouting at him to do something, but he wasn't moving. Even the doctor, who had the deep pole, was asking McMurphy for assistance, and McMurphy was just laughing. Harding finally saw McMurphy wasn't going to do anything, so he got the gaff and jerked my fish into the boat with a clean, graceful motion. He's been boating fish all his life. He's big as my leg, I thought, big as a fence post, I thought, he's bigger than any fish we ever got at the falls. He's springing all over the bottom of the boat like a rainbow gone wild, smearing blood and scattering scales like little silver dimes, and I'm scared he's gonna flop overboard. McMurphy won't make a move to help. Scanlon grabs the fish and wrestles it down to keep it from flopping over the side. The gill comes running up from below, yelling it's her tum, dang it, grabs my pole, and jerks the hook into me 3 times while I'm trying to tie on a herring for her. Chief, I'll be done if I ever saw anything so slow. Ugh, your thumb's bleeding. Did that monster bite you? Somebody X the chief's thumb, hurry. Here we go into AEM again, George yells, and I drop the line off the back of the boat and see the flash of the herring vanish in the dark blue-gray charge of a salmon, and the ENE goes sizzling down into the levator. The gill wraps both arms around the pole and grits her teeth. 0B no you don't, dang, she's on her feet, got the butt of the pole scissored in her crotch and both arms wrapped below the reel and the reel crank knocking against her as the line spins out. 0B no you don't. She's still got on Billy's green jacket, but that reel's whipped it. She's and everybody on board sees the t-shirt she had on is gone. Everybody gawking, trying to play his own fish, dodge mine, slumming around the NAT with the crank of that reel fluttering her breast at such a speed the nipples lust red blur. Billy jumps to help. All he can think to do is reach around from behind and help her squeeze the pole tighter in Bidavy and her breasts until the reel's finally stopped by nothing more than the pressure of her flesh. By this time she's flexed so taut and her breasts look so firm, I think she and Billy could both tum loose with their hands and arms and she'd mill keep hold of that pole. This scramble of action holds for a space, a second there on the sea, the men yarn mirroring and struggling and cussing and trying to ten theel poles while vatching the girl, the bleeding crashing battle between Scanlon and my fish at everybody's feet, the lines all tangled and shooting every which with the doctor's glasses on a string angled and dangling from one line 10 feet off the back of the lyrat, fish striking at the flash of the lens, and the gill cussing for all she's worth and looking now at her bare breasts, one white and one smarting red, and George takes his eye off where he's going and runs the boat into that log and kills the engine. /Lil McMurphy laughs. Rock KNG farther and farther backward against the cabin top, spreading his laugh out across the water, laughing at the girl, at the guys, at George, at me sucing my bleeding thumb, at the captain back at the pier and the bicycle rider and the service station guys and the 5,000 houses and the big nurse and all of it. Because he knows you have to laugh at the things that hurt you just to keep yourself in balance, just to keep the world from running you plumb crazy. He knows there's a painful side. He knows my thumb smarts and his girlfriend has a bruised breast and the doctor is losing his glasses, but he won't let the pain blot out the humor no more, and he'll let the humor blot out the pain. I know Harding is collapsed beside McMurphy and is laughing too. And Scanlon from the bottom of the boat. At Theo's own selves as well as at the rest of us. And the gill, with her eyes still smarting as she looks from hell white breast to her red one, she starts laughing. And Saffold and the doctor, and all. It started slow and pumped itself all, swelling the men bigger and bigger. I watched, part of them, laughing with them and somehow not with them. I was off the bluff up off the water and skating the T-wind with those black birds, high above myself, and I could look down and see myself and the rest of the guys, see the boat rocking there in the middle of those diving birds, see McMurphy surrounded by his dozen people, and watch them, us, swinging a laughter that rang out on the water in ever-widening circles, farther and farther, until it crashed up on beaches all over the coast, on beaches all over all coasts, in wave after wave after wave. The doctor had hooked something off the bottom on the deep pole, and everybody else on board except George had caught and landed a fish by the time he lifted it up to where we could even see it, just a whitish shape appearing, then diving for the bottom in spite of everything the doctor tried to do to hold it. As soon as he'd get it up near the top again, lifting and reeling at it with tight, stubborn little grunts and refusing any help the guys might offer, it would see the light and down it would go. George didn't bother starting the boat again, but came down to show us how to clean the fish over the side and rip the gills out so the meat v'nold stay sweeter. McMurphy tied a chunk of meat to each end of a string, tossed it in the air, and sent 2 squawking birds wheeling off. Death do them part. The whole back of the boat and most of the people in it were dappled VSTH red and silver. Some of us took our shirts off and dipped them over the side and tried to clean them. We edled around this UI, fishing a little, drinking the other case of beer, and feeding the birds till afternoon, while the boat rolled lazily around the swells and the doctor worked with his monster from the deep. A wind came up and broke the sea into green and silver chunks, eke a field of glass and chrome, and the boat began to rock and pitch alnut more. George told the doctor he'd have to land his fish or cut it loose because there was a bad sky coming down on us. The doctor didn't answer. He just heaved harder on the pole, bent forward and reeled the slack, and heaved again. Billy and the girl had climbed around to the bow and were talking and looking down in the water. Billy hollered that he saw something, and we all rushed to that side, and a shape broad and white was becoming solid some 10 or 15 feet down. It was strange watching it rise, first lust a light coloring, then a white foamy fog underwater, becoming solid, alive. Jesus God, Scanlon cried, that's the doc's fish. It was on the side opposite the doctor, but we could see by the direction of his line that it led to the shape under the water. I'll never get it in the Saffold said. And the wind's getting stronger. He's a big flounder, George said. Sometimes they weigh 200-300 kg. You got to lift them in with the winch. I'll have to cut him, dog, Saffold said and put his arm across the doctor's shoulders. The doctor didn't say anything. He had sweated clear through his suit bitavi and his shoulders, and his eyes were bright red from going so long without glasses. He kept heaving until the esh appeared on his side of the boat. We watched it near the surface for a few minutes longer, then started getting the rope and gaff ready. Even with the gaff in it, it took another hour to drag the fish into the back of the lyrat. We had to hook him with all 3 other poles, and McMurphy leaned down and got a hand in his gills, and VSTH a heave he slid in, transparent white and flat, and flopped down to the bottom of the boat with the W that upa something. The doctor panted from the floor, not enough strength left to push the huge fish off him. That was certainly something. The boat pitched and cracked all the way back to shore, with McMurphy telling grim tales about shipwrecks and sharks. The waves got bigger as we got closer to shore, and from the crests clots of white foam blew silverl underscoring up in the wind to join the gulls. The swells at the mouth of the jetty were combing higher than the lyrat, and George had us all put on life jackets. I noticed all the other sports boats were in. We were 3 jackets short, and there was a fuss as to who'd be the 3 that braved that BL without jackets. It finally turned out to be Billy Bibbett and Harding and George, who v.7 Jolden T will 1 NMV on account of the dirt. Everybody was kind of surprised that Billy had volunteered, took his life jacket off right away when we found we were short, and helped the gill into it, but everybody was even more surprised that McMurphy hadn't insisted that he be one of the heroes. All during the fuss he'd stood with his back against the cabin, bracing against the pitch of the boat, and watched the guys without saying a word. Just grinning and watching. We hit the bar and dropped into a canyon of water, the bow of the boat pointing up the hissing crest of the Atave going before us, and the rear down in the true at L in the shadow of the wave looming behind us, and every bit in the back hanging on the rail and looking from the mountain that chased behind to the streaming black rocks of the jetty 40 feet to the left, to George at the wheel. He stood there mast he kept tumming his head from the front to the back, gunning AE throttle, easing off, gunning again, holding us steady riding the uphill slant of that wave in front. He'd told us before we started the run that if we went over that crest in front, we'd surfboard out of control as soon as the prop and rudder broke irate, and if we slowed down to where that Upave behind caught up it would break over the stem and dump 10 tons of water into the boat. Nobody piked or said anything funny about the way he kept tumming his head back and forth. It was mounted up there on a swivel. Inside the mooring the water calmed to a choppy surface again, and at our dock, by the bait shop, we could see the captain waiting with cops at the water's edge. All the loafers were gathered behind them. George headed at them full throttle, booming down on them. The captain went to waving and yelling and the cops headed up the steps with the loafers. Just before the prow of the boat tore out the whole dock, George swung the wheel, threw the prop into reverse, and with a powerful roar snuggled the boat in against the Ribere Aries. He was easing it into bed. We were already out tying up by the time our wake caught up. It pitched all the boats around and slopped over the dock and white-capped around the docks like we'd brought the sea home with us. The captain and the cops and the loafers came tromping back down the steps to us. The doctor carried the fight to them by first off telling the cops they didn't have any jurisdiction over us, as we were a legal, government-sponsored expedition, and if there was anyone to take the matter up with it 215 would have to be a federal agency. Also, there might be some investigation into the number of life jackets that the boat held if the captain really planned to make trouble. Wasn't there supposed to be a life jacket for every man on according to the law? The captain didn't say anything. The cops took some names and left, mumbling and confused, and as SCJN as they were off the pier McMurphy and the captain went to arguing and shoving each other around. McMurphy was drunk enough he was still trying to rock with the roll of the boat and he slipped on the wetwood and fell in the ocean T-vice before he got his footing sufficient to hit the captain one up alongside of his bald head and settle the fuss. Every bit felt better that I was out of the way, and the captain and McMurphy both went to the shop to get more beer while the rest of us worked at hauling our esh out of the hold. The loafers stood on that upper dock, lvatching and smoing pipes they'd carved themselves. We were waiting for them to say something about the girl again, hoping for it, to tell the truth, but when one of them finally did say something it wasn't about the gill but about our esh being the biggest halibut he'd ever seen brought in on the Oregon coast. All the rest nodded that was sure the youth they came edging dorm to look it over. They asked George where he leamed to dock a boat that way, and we found out George'd not lust run fishing boats but he'd also been captain of a PT boat in the Pacific and got the Navy Cross. Shoulda gone into public office, one of the loafers said. Dirty, George told him. They could sense the change that most of us were only suspecting. These weren't the same bunch of weak-knees from Anuthus that they watched take their insults on the dock this morning. They didn't exactly apologize to the gill for the things they said, but when they asked to see the esh she'd caught they were just as polite as pie. And when McMurphy and the captain came back out of the bait shop we all shared a beer together before we drove away. It was late when we got back to the hospital. The gill was sleeping against Billy's chest, and when she raised up his arm gone dead holding her all that way in such a white vard position, and she rubbed it for him. He told her if he had any of his weekends free he'd ask her for a date, and she said she could come to visit in TiVo weeks if he'd tell her what time, and Billy looked at McMurphy for an answer. McMurphy put his arms around both of their shoulders and said, "Let 2s make it 2 o'clock on the nose." "Saturday afternoon?" she asked. 216 He winked at Billy and squeezed the gill's head in the crook of his arm. "2 o'clock Saturday night. Slip up and knock on that same window you was at this morning. I'll talk the night aide into letting you in." She giggled and nodded. "You damned McMurphy," she said. Some of the acutes on the ward were still up, standing around the latrine to see if we'd been drowned or not. They watched us march into the hall, blood-speckled, sunburned, stinking of beer and fish, toting our salmon like we were conquering heroes. The doctor asked if they'd like to come out and look at his halibut in the back of his car, and we all started back out except McMurphy. He said he guessed he was pretty shot and thought he'd hit the hay. Hen he Ava's gone. One of the acutes who hadn't made the trip asked how come McMurphy looked so beat and VNRN out where the rest of us looked red-cheeked and still full of excitement. Harding passed it off as nothing more than the loss of his suntan. You'll recall McMurphy came in all steam, from a rigorous life outdoors on a VNRK farm, gruddy of face and abloom with physical health. We've simply been witness to the fading of his magnificent psychopathic suntum. That's all. Today he did spend some exhausting hours in the dimness of the boat cabin, incidentally while we were out in the elements, soaking up the vitamin D. Of course, that may have exhausted him to some extent, those rigors down earlow, but think of it, friends. As for myself, I could have done a little less vitamin D and a little more of his kind of exhaustion. Especially with little Candy as a taskmaster. I wrong? I didn't say so, but I was wondering if maybe he wasn't wrong. I'd noticed McMurphy's exhaustion earlier, on the trip home, after he'd insisted on driving past the place where he'd lived once. We'd just shared the last beer and slung the Antican out the window at a stop sign and were just leaning back to get the feel of the day, swimming in that kind of tasty drowsiness that comes over you after a day of going hard at something you enjoy doing, half sunburned and half drunk and keeping awake only because you've aimed to savor the taste as long as you could. I noticed vaguely that I was getting so's I could see some good in the F around me. McMurphy v.nas teaching me. I was feeling better than I'd remembered feeling since I was a kid, when everything was good and the Landavas Seii singing kids poetry to me. We drove back inland instead of the coast, to go through this town. McMuqh'd lived in the most he'd ever lived in one place. Down a face of the Cascade Hill, thinking we were lost till we came to a town covered a space about twice the size of the hospital ground. A gritty wind had blown out the sun on the street where he stopped. He parked in some reeds and pointed across the road. There, that's the one. Like it's propped up out of the weeds, my misspent youth's humble abode. Out along the dim 6 o'clock street, I saw leafless trees standing striking the sidewalk there like wooden lightning, concrete split apart where they hit, all in a fenced-in ring. An iron knee of pickets stuck out of the ground along the front of a Tanglood raid, and on back was a big frame house vsth a porch, leaning a rickety shoulder hard into the wind so's not to be sent tumbling away a couple of blocks. An empty cardboard grocery box. The wind was blotting a few drops of rain, and I saw the house had its eyes clenched shut and locks at the door banged on a chain. And on the porch, hanging, was one of those things the Japs make out of glass and hang on strings, rings and clangs in the least it'll blow I with only 4 pieces of glass F to go. These 4 swung and whipped and wrung little chips off on the V.730 den porch floor. McMurphy put the car back in gear. Once, I been here since way the hell gone back in the year we were all getting home from that Korea mess. For a visit. My old man and old lady were still alive. It was a good home. He let out the clutch and started to drive, then stopped instead. My God, he said, 1100K over there, see address. He pointed out back in the branch of that tree. A rag, yellow and black. I was able to see a thing like a flag, flapping high in the branches over a shed. The first girl ever drug me to bed wore that very same dress. I was about 10 and she was probably less, and at the time a lay seemed like such a big deal. I asked her if didn't she feel, we ought to announce it some way. Like, say, tell our folks, Mom, Judy, and me got engaged today. And I meant what I said, I was that big a fool. I thought if you made it, man, you were legally UE4 right there on the SPT, whether it was something you'll vanted or not, and that there wasn't any breaking the but this little Huare at the most 8 or 9s reached down and tee her dress off the floor and said it was mine, said, you can hang this up someplace, I'll go home my drawers, announce it that way, get the idea. Jesus, 9 years old, he said, reached over and pinched Candy's nose, and knew a lot more than a good many pros. She bit his hand, laughing, and he studied the mark Z. So, anyhow, after she went home in her pants, I waited till dark when I had the chance to throw that damn dress out in the night, but you feel that Tvind underscore, caught the dress like a kite and whipped it around the house out of sight, and the next morning, by God, it was hung up in that tree for the whole town, was how I figured then, to tum out and see. He sucked his hand, so woebegone that Candy laughed and gave it a kiss. So my colors were flown, and from that day to this it seemed I might as well live up to my name, dedicated lover, and it's the God's youth, that little 9-year-old kid out of my youth's the one who's to blame. The house drifted past, he yawned and winked. Taught me to love, bless her sweet ass underscore. Then as he was talking, a set of tail lights going past lit up McMurphy's face, and the windshield reflected an expression that was allowed only because he figured it'd be too dark for anybody in the car to see, dreadfully tired and strained and frantic. Eek, there wasn't enough time left for something he had to do. Ulil, his relaxed, good-natured voice doled out his life for us to have, a rollicking past full of kid fun and drinking buddies and loving women and barroom battles over meager honors for all of us to dream ourselves into. Underscore Part 4. The big nurse had her next maneuver underway the day after the fishing trip. The idea had come to her when she was talking to McMurphy the day before about how much money he was making off the fishing trip and other little enterprises along that ene. She bade Veenrik the idea over that night, luring at it from every direction this time until she was dead sure it could not fail, and all the next day she fed hints around to start a rumor and have it breeding good before she actually said anything about it. She knew that people, being like they are, sooner or later are going to draw back a yuppais from somebody who seems to be giving a little more than ordinary, from Santa Clauses and missionaries and men donating funds to worthy causes, and begin to wonder, /hats in it for them? Grin out of the side of their mouths when the young Lalvier, say, brings a sack of pecans to the kids in his district before nominations for state senate, the sly devil, and say to one another, he's nobody's fool. She knew it wouldn't take too much to get the guys to wondering just what it was, now that you mention it, that made McMurphy spend so much time and energy organizing fishing trips to the coast and arranging bingo parties and coaching basketball TNS underscore what pushed him to keep up a full head of steam. When every NCLY else on the ward had always been content to drift along playing pinochle and reading last year's magazines. How come this one guy, this Irish rowdy from a work farm where he'd been serving time for gambling and battery, would loop a kerchief around his head, cchjek a teenager, and spend TiVo solid hours having every acute on the ward hoorahing him while he played the gill trying to each Billy Bibbit to dance? Or how come a seasoned con like this, an old pro, a carnival artist, a dedicated odds watcher gambling man, would risk doubling his stay in the Nuthus by making more and more an enemy out of the woman who had the say-so as to who got discharged and who didn't? The nurse got the wondering started by pasting up a statement of the patient's financial doings over the last few months. It must have taken her hours of work digging into records. It showed a steady drain out of the funds of all the acutes, except one. His funds had risen since the day the acutes took to joking with McMurphy about how it looked like he was taking them down the line, and he was never one to deny it. Not the least bit. In fact, he bragged that if he stayed on at this hospital a year or so he just might be discharged out of it into financial independence, retire to Florida for the rest of his life. They all laughed about that when he was around, but when BV.NAS off the ward at ET or OT or PT, or when he was in the nurse's station getting bawled out about something, matching her ex-plastic smile vsth his big ornery grin, they weren't exactly laughing. They began asking one another why he'd been such a busy bee lately, hustling things for the patients like getting the rule F that the men had to be together in therapeutic groups of EI at LT whenever they went somewhere. Billy here has been talking about slicing his wrists again, he said in a meeting when he was arguing against the group of 8 rule. So is there 7 of you guys who'd like to join him and make it therapeutic? And like the way he maneuvered the doctor, who was much closer to the patients since the fishing trip, into ordering subscriptions to Pigbo and Man and getting rid of all the old McCalls that bloated face public relation had been blinging from home and leaving in a pile on the ward. Articles he thought we might be particularly interested in checked a green ink pen. McMurphy even had a petition in the mail to somebody back in Washington, asking that they look into the lobotomies and electroshock that were SEII going on in government hospitals. The guys were beginning to ask, what's in it for 01 Mac, after the thought had been going around he ward a week or so. The big nurse tried to make her play in group meeting. The first time she tried, McMurphy I was there at the meeting and he beat her before she got good and started. She started by telling the group that I was shocked and dismayed by the pathetic state the ward had allowed itself to fall into. Look around, for heaven's sakes, actual pornography clipped from those smut books and pinned on the walls. She was planning, incidentally, to see to it that the main building made an investigation of the dip that had been brought into this hospital. She sat back in her chair, getting ready to go on and point out who was to blame and why, sitting on that couple seconds of silence that followed her threat like sitting on a throne, when McMurphy broke her spell into whoops of laughter by telling her to be sure, now, and remind the main building to bring their little band mirrors when they came for the investigation, so the next time she made her play she made sure he wasn't at the meeting. He had a phone call from Portland and was down in the phone lobby with one of the black boys, waiting for the party to call again. /1 o'clock came around and we went to moving things, getting the day rch.m ready. The least black boy asked if she want him to go down and get McMurphy and Washington for the meeting, but she said no, it was alright, let him stay. Besides, some of the men here might like a chance to discuss our Mr. Randall Patrick McMurphy in the absence of his dominating presence. They started the meeting telling funny stories about him and what he'd done, and talked for a while about what a great guy he was, and she kept still, waiting till they all talked this out of their systems. Then the other questions started coming up. 9/11 ed about McMurphy? He had made him go on he was, do the things he did. Some of the guys wondered if maybe that tale of him faking eggs at the work farm to get sent here wasn't just more of his spoofing, and that maybe he was crazier than people thought. The big nurse smiled at this and raised her hand. Crazy like a fox, she said. I'll believe that is what you're trying to say about Nil McMurphy FTX hat do you mean? Bill asked. McMurphy was his special friend and hero, and he wasn't too sure he was pleased the way she'd laced that compliment with things she didn't say out loud. /x11 at do you mean, like a fox? It's a simple observation, Billy, the nurse answered pleasantly. Let to see if some of the other men could tell you what it means. X hat about you, ML Scanlon. She means, Billy, that Mac's nobody's fool. Nobody said he was. Billy hit the arm of the chair with his fist to get out the last word. But Miss Rachdavis, I'm implying no, Billy, I wasn't implying anything. I was simply observing that McMurphy isn't one to run a risk without a reason. You would agree to that, wouldn't you? Wouldn't all of you agree to? Nobody said anything, and yet, she went on, he seems to do things without thinking of himself at all, as if he were a martyr or a saint. Would anyone venture that McMurphy was a saint? She knew I was safe to smile around the room, waiting for an answer. No, not a saint or a martyr. Here shall we examine a cross-section of this man's. She took a sheet of yellow paper out of her basket. Look at some of these gifts, as devoted fans of his might call them. First, there was the gift of the tub room. Was that actually his to give? Did he lose anything by acquiring it as a gambling casino? On the other hand, how much do you suppose he made in the short time he was croupier of his Edel Monte Carlo here on the ward? How much did you lose, Bruce? Mr. Siffield. ML Scanlon? I think you all have some idea what your personal losses were, but do you know what his total winnings came to, according to deposits he has made at funds? Almost $300. Scanlon gave a low whistle, but no one else said anything. I have various other bets he made listed here, if any of you care to, including something to do with deliberately trying to upset the staff. And all of this gambling is, completely against ward policy, and every one of you who dealt with him knew it. She looked at the paper again, then put it back in the basket. And this recent fishing trip? Nihate, do you suppose Neil McMurphy's profit was on this venture? As I see it, he was provided with a car of the doctor's, even with money from the doctor for gasoline, and, I am told, quite a few other benefits without having paid a nickel. Quite like a fox, I must say. She held up her hand to stop Billy from interrupting. Please, Billy, understand me, I'm not criticizing this sort of activity as such, I just thought at LT it would be better if we didn't have any delusions about the man's motives. But, at any rate, perhaps it isn't fair to make these accusations without the presence of the man we are speaking of. Let's return to the problem we were discussing yesterday. What you it? She went leafing through her basket. Qxmat you as it, do you remember, did her spivvy? The doctor's head jerked up. No, wait, I think she pulled a paper from a folder. Here it is. XIL Scanlon, his feelings about explosives. Fine. We'll go into that now, and at some other time when McMurphy is present we'll return to him. I do think, however, that you might give what was said today some thought. Now, Mr. Scanlon, later that day there were 8 or 10 of us grouped together at the canteen door, waiting till the black boy Ava's finished shoplifting hail oil, and some of the guys brought it up again. They said they didn't agree what the big nurse had been saying, but, hell, the old Gil had some good points. And yet, damn it, Mac's still a good guy. Really Harding finally brought the conversation into the open. My friends, thou protest tchj much to believe the protesting you are all believing deep inside your stein little hearts that our Miss Angel of Mercy Ratched is absolutely correct in every assumption she made today about McMurphy. You know she was, and so do L, but why deny it? Let's be honest and give this man his due instead of secretly criticizing his capitalistic talent. What's wrong him making a little profit? We've all certainly got our money's worth every time he fleeced us, haven't we? He's a shrewd character with an eye out for a quick dollar. He doesn't make any pretense about his motives, does he? Should we? He has a healthy and honest attitude about his chicanery, and I'm all for him, just as I'm for the deal old capitalistic system of free individual enterprise, comrades, for him and his downright bull-headed gall and the American flag, bless it, and the Lincoln Memorial and the whole bit. Remember the Maine, P.T. Bumum and A.E. 4th of July. I feel compelled to defend my friend's honor as a good old red, white, and blue 100% American con man good guy. My foot McMurphy would be embarrassed to absolute tears if he were aware of some of the Simon Pure motives people had iron claiming were behind some of his dealings. He would take it as a direct effrontery to his craft. He dipped into his pocket for his cigarettes, when he couldn't find any he won from Fred's son, lit it with a stagey sweep of his match, and went on. I'll admit I was confused by his actions at first. That window-breaking lord, I thought, here's a man that seems to actually want to stay in this hospital, stick his buddies and all that sort of thing, until I realized that McMurphy was doing it because he didn't want to lose a thing. He's making the most of his time in here. Don't ever be misled by his backwoodsy ways, he's a very sharp operator, level-headed as they come. You watch, everything he's done was done with reason. Billy wasn't about to give in so easy. Yeah, what about him teaching me to dance? He was clenching his fists at his side, and on the backs of his hands I saw that the cigarette bums had all but healed, and in their place were he'd drawn by licking an indelible pencil. I had about that, Harding. Where is he making money out of teaching me to dance? Don't get upset, William, Harding said. But don't get impatient, either. Let's just sit easy and wait and see how he works it. It seemed like Billy and I were the only TiVo left who believed in McMurphy. And that very night Billy summed over to Harding's idea of looking at things when McMurphy carned back from making another phone call and told Billy that the date Candy was on for certain, and added, writing an address down for him, that it might be a good idea to send her a little bread for the trip. Bread? Money. How much? He looked over to where Harding was grinning at, oh, you know, Man, maybe $10 for her and 10W $20. It doesn't cost that much for bus fare down here. McMurphy looked up from under his hat brim, gave Billy a slow grin, then rubbed his throat with his hand, running out a dusty tongue. Oh boy, but I'm temple dry. Figure to be even drier by a week come Saturday. You wouldn't begrudge her bring in me a little silverlau, would Billy boy? And gave Billy such an innocent look Billy had to laugh and shake his head, no, and go off to a Comer to excitedly talk over the next Saturday's plans with the man he probably considered a pimp. I still had my admirations how McMurphy Ava's a giant come out of the sky to save us from the combine that was nemvoring the land with copper and crystal, how he was too big to be bothered with something as measly as money, but even I came half-way to thinking eke the others. What happened was this: he'd helped carry the tables into the tub room before one of the group meetings and was looking at me standing beside the control panel. By God, Chief, he said, "Lit appears to me you grew 10 inches since that fishing trip. And I ordamighty, I coke at the size of that foot of yours, big as a flat car." I looked down and saw how my was bigger than I'd ever remembered it. Eek McMurphy's just saying it had blowed it twice its size. Zan that That's the arm of an ex-football playing Indian if I ever saw one. You know what I think? I think you ought to give this here panel a leetle heft, lust to test how you're comin'. I shook my head and told him no, but he said we'd made a deal and I was obligated to give it a fry to see how his growth system was working. I didn't see any 80 out of it, so I went to the panel lust to show him I couldn't do it. I bent down and took it by the levers. That's the baby, Chief. Now just straighten up. Get those legs under your butt, there, yeah, easy now, just straighten up. Now easy back to the deck. I thought he'd be real disappointed, but when I stepped back he was all grins and pointing to where the panel was off its mooring by half a foot. Better set her back where she came from, buddy, so nobody'll know. Mustn't let any NCLY know yet. Then, after the meeting, loafing around the Pinnacle Games, he worked the talk around to strength and gut power and to the control panel in the tub room. I thought he was going to tell them how he'd helped me get my size back, that would prove he didn't do everything for money. But he didn't mention me. He talked until Harding asked him if he was ready to have another try at lifting it, and he said no, but lust because he couldn't lift it as no sign it couldn't be done. Scanlon said maybe it could be done a crane, but no man could that thing by himself, and McMurphy nodded and said maybe so, but you never can tell about such things. I watched the way he played them, got them to come around to him and say, no, by Jesus, not a man alive could lift it, finally even suggest the bet themselves. I watched how reluctant he looked to bet. He let the odds stack up, sucked them in deeper and deeper till he had 5-1 on a sure thing from every man of them, some of them betting up to $20. He never said a thing about seeing me lift it already. All night I hoped he wouldn't go through with it. And during the meeting the next day, when the nurse said all the men who participated in the fishing TNP would have to take special showers cause they were suspected of Vemlin, I kept hoping she'd exit somehow, make us take our showers right axe or something, anything to keep me from having to lift it. But when AE meeting was over he led me and the rest of the guys into the tub room before the black boys could lock it up, and had me take the panel by the levers and lift. I didn't want to, but I couldn't help it. I felt like I'd helped him cheat them out of Thiel money. They were all friendly with him as they paid their bets, but I knew how they were feeling inside, how something had been kicked out from under them. As soon as I got the panel back in place, I ran out of the tub room, veased out even at McMurphy, and went into the latrine. I wanted to be by myself. I caught a look at myself in the mirror. He'd done what he said, my hands were big again, big as they were back in high school, back at the village, and my chest and shoulders were broad and hard. I was standing there looking when he came in. He held out a $5 bill. "Here you go, Chief, chewing gum money." I shook my head and started to walk out of the latrine. He caught me by the arm. "Chief, I just offered you a token of my appreciation. If figure P you got a bigger cut comin', no. Keep your money, I won't have it. He stepped back and put his thumbs in his pockets and tipped his head up at me. He looked me over for a while. Okay, he said. Now what's the story? What's everybody in this place giving me the cold nose about? I didn't answer him. Didn't I do what I said I would? Make you man-sized again? What's wrong with me around here all of a sudden? You birds act like I'm a traitor to my country _ you're always _ winning FTVing things. You damned moose, what are you accused me ot? All I do is hold up my end of the deal now. What's so all fired? I thought it wasn't to be ubming things. I could feel my chin jerking up and down the way it does before I start crying, but I didn't start seeing _ I stood there in front of him, my chin jerking. He opened his mouth to say something and then stopped. He took his thumbs out of his pockets and reached up and grabbed the bridge of his nose between his thumb and finger, like you see people do whose glasses are too tight between the lenses, and he closed his eyes. Winning, for Christ's sakes, he said with his eyes closed. Hoo boy, winning. So I figure what happened in the shower room that afternoon was more my fault than anybody else's. And that's why the only way I could make any kind of amends was by doing what I did, vist how thinking about being cagey or safe or what would happen to me, and not v.7 and one ying about anything else for once but the thing that needed to be done and the doing of it. Just after we left the latrine, the three black boys came around, gathering the bunch of us for our special shower. The least black boy, scrambling along the base, a black, crooked hand cold as a crowbar, prying guys loose leaning there, said it was what the big nurse called a cautionary cleansing. In view of the company we'd had on our trip, we should get cleaned before we spread anything through the rest of the hospital. We lined up nude against the tile, and here one black boy came, a black plastic tube in his hand, squirting a stinking salve thick and sticky as egg white. In the hair fist, then tum around and bent over and spread cheeks. The guys complained and kidded and joked about it, trying not to look at one another or those floating slate masks warring down the line behind the tubes, like nightmare faces in negative, sighting down soft, squeezy nightmare gun barrels _ they ed the black boys by saying things like, "Hey, Washington, what do you fellas do for fun the other 16? Hey, Williams, can you tell me what I had for breakfast?" Everybody laughed. The black boys clenched their jaws and didn't answer. This wasn't the way things used to be before that damned redhead came around. Zyman Fredrickson spread his cheeks. There was such a sound I thought the least black boy'd be blown clear off his feet. "Hark!" Harding said, cupping his hand to his ear. The lovely voice of an angel. Everyone was roaring, laughing and kidding one another, until the black boy moved on and stopped in front of the next man, and the room was suddenly absolutely quiet. The next man was George. And in that 1 second, with the laughing and edding and complaining stop, he with Fredrickson there next to George straightening up and turning around, and a big black boy about to ask George to lean his head down for a squirt of that stinking salve. At that time all of us had a good idea about everything that was going to happen, and why it had to happen, and why we'd all been wrong about McMurphy. George never used soap when he showered. He wouldn't even let somebody hand him a towel to dry himself. Vsth. The black boys on the evening shift who supervised the usual Tuesday and Thursday evening showers had leaned it was easier to leave it go like this, and they didn't force him to do any different. That was the way it'd been for a long time. All the black boys knew it. But now everybody knew, even George, leaning back. Vald, shaking his head, covering himself with big oak leaf hands, that this black boy, with his nose busted and his inside soured and his buddies standing behind him waiting to see what he v.73'll do, couldn't afford to pass up the chance. Bend you head down here, GOGE _ the guys were all ready to where McMurphy stood. A couple of men down the line. Come on, GOGE. Martini and Saffold were standing in the shower, not moving. The drain at their feet kept choking short little gulps of air and soapy water. George looked at the drain a second, as if it were speaking to him. He watched it gurgle and choke. He looked back at the tube in the black hand before him, slow mucus running out of the little hole at the top of the tube down over the pig iron knuckles. The black boy moved the tube for apart a few inches, and George listed farther back, Shuck his head underscore nc none that stuff underscore fu gonna have to do it, rub a dub, the black boy said, sounding almost sorry. Q you gonna have to. We can't have the place crawlin' with bugs, now, can we? For all I know you got bugs on you a good and desp. No. George said. Ah, GOGE, P you just don't have no idea. These bugs, they very teeny no bigger and a pinpointin', man, what they do is get you by the short hail and hang on, and drill, do VN inside you, no bugs. George said. Ah, let me tell you, GOGE, I seen cases where these awful bugs actually okay, Washington, McMulphy said. The scar where the black boy's nose had been broken was mvist of neon. The black boy knew who'd spoken to him, but he didn't turn around. The only way we knew he'd even heard was by the way he stopped talking and reached up a long gray finger and drew it across the scar he'd tee in that basketball game. He rubbed his nose a second, then shoved his hand out in front of George's face, scrabbling the fingers around. AONB, GOGE, CC here? Now you know what a crab look like, don't you? Sure now, you get crabs on that fishin' boat. We can't have crabs drillin' down into you, can we, GOGEXO clubs? George yelled no. He stood straight and his brow lifted enough so we could see his eyes. The black innie stepped back a ways. The other TiVo laughed at him. Somethin' the matter, Washington, my man, the big one asked. Somethin' holding up this end of the procedure, he stepped back in close. GOGE, I'm tellin' you, bend down. You either bend down and take this stuff or I lay my band on you. He held it up again, it was big and black as a swamp. Put this black. Filthy. Stinkin'. Hand all over you CNO hand. George said and lifted a est above his head as if he would crash the slate skull to bits, splatter cogs and nuts and bolts all over the floor. But the black boy just ran the tube up against George's belly button and squeezed, and George doubled over with a suck of air. The black boy squirted a load in his wispy white hair, then rubbed it in with his hand, smearing black from his hand all over George's head. George wrapped both arms around his belly and screamed. Now tum around, GOGE. I said that's enough, buddy. This time the way his voice sounded made the black boy tum and face him. I saw the black boy Ava smiling, looking at McMurphy's nakedness, no hat or boots or pockets to hook his thumbs into. The black boy grinned up and down him. McMurphy, he said, shaking his head. You know, I was beginnin' to think we might never get down to it, you goddamned coon, McMurphy said, somehow sounding more tired than mad. The black boy didn't say anything. McMurphy raised his voice. Goddamned motherfucking nigger. The black boy shook his head and giggled at his TiVo buddies. He had think Mr. McMurphy is drivin' at with that kind of talk, man. You think he wants me to take the initiative? He underscore don't he know we trained to take such awful soundin' insults from these crazies? Cocksucker. Washington, you're nothing but a Washington bad. Turned his back on him, turning to George again. George was still bent over, gasping from the blow of that salve in his belly. The black boy grabbed his arm and swung him facing the wall. Th's right, GOGE, now spread those cheeks. No 0-0. McMurphy said. He took a deep breath and stepped across to the black boy, shoving him axe from George. Washington, all right underscore. Everybody could heal the helpless, cornered despair in McMurphy's voice. McMurphy, you forcing me to protect myself, ain't he? Forcing me, men. The other TiVo nodded. He carefully laid down the tube on the bench beside George, came back up with his S swinging all in the same motion and busting McMurphy across the cheek by surprise. McMurphy nearly fell. He staggered backward into the naked line of men, and the guys caught him and pushed him back toward the smiling slate face. He got hit again, in the neck, before he gave up to the idea that it had started, at last, and there wasn't anything now but get what he could out of it. He caught the next swing black snaking at him, and held him by the wrist while he shook his head clear. They swayed a second that UI, panting along with the panting drain, then McMurphy shoved the black boy 8 and went into a crouch, rolling the big shoulders up to guard his chin, his fists on each side of his head, circling the man in front of him. And that neat, silent ene of nude men changed into a yelling circle, limbs and bodies knitting in a ring of flesh. The black arms stabbed in at the lowered red head and bull neck, chipped blood off the brow and the cheek. The black boy danced away. Taller, arms longer than McMurphy's thick red arms, punches faster and sharper, he was able to chisel at the shoulders and the head without getting in close. McMurphy kept walking forward, trudging, flat footsteps, face down and squinting up between those tattooed fists on each side of his head till he got the black boy against the ring of nude men and drove a S square in the center of the white, starched chest. That slate face cracked pink, ran a tongue the color of strawberry ice cream over the lips. He ducked away from McMurphy's tank charge and got in another couple of licks before that fist laid him another good one. The mouth flew open Vester this time, a blotch of sick color underscore. McMurphy had red marks on the head and shoulders, but he didn't seem to be hurt. He kept coming, taking 10 blows for one. It kept on this way, back and forth in the shower room, till the black boy was panting and staggering and working mainly at keeping out of the way of those clubbing red arms. The guys were yelling for McMurphy to lay him out. McMurphy didn't act in any hum-dash. The black boy spun away from a blow on his shoulder and looked quick to where the other two were watching. Williams Warren damn up, the other big one, pulled the crowd apart and grabbed McMurphy around the arms from behind. McMurphy shook him off like a bull shaking off a monkey, but he was right back, so I picked him off and threw him in the shower. He was full of tulres, he didn't weigh more than 10 or 15 pounds. The least black boy swung his head from side to side, turned, and ran for the door. Killali was watching him go. The other one came out of the shower and put a wrestling hold on me, arms up under mine from behind and hands locked behind my neck, and I had to run backward into the shower and mash him against the tile, and while I was lying there in the water trying to watch McMurphy bust some more of Washington's ribs, the one behind me with the wrestling hold went to biting my neck and I had to break the hold. He laid still then, the starch washing from the uniform down the choking drain, and by the time the least black boy came running back in with straps and cuffs and blankets and 4 more aides from Disturbed, everybody was getting dressed and shucking my hand and McMurphy's hand and saying they had it coming and what a rip snorter of a egg it had been, what a tremendous big victory. They kept talking like that, to cheer us up and make us feel better, about what a egg, what a victory, as the big nurse helped the aides from Disturbed adjust those soft leather cuffs to fit our arms. Point 27 up on Disturbed there's an everlasting high-pitched machine room clatter, a prison mill stamping out license plates. And time is measured out by the didock of a ping-pong table. Men pacing their personal runways get to a wall and dip a shoulder and thumb and pace back to another wall, dip a shoulder and turn and back again, fast short steps, wearing crisscrossing ruts in the tile floor, with a look of caged thirst. There's a cinched smell of men scared berserk and out of control, and in the comers and under the ping-pong table there's things crouched gnashing their teeth that the doctors and nurses can't see and the aides can't L with disinfectant. When the ward opened I smelled that cinched smell and heard that gnash of teeth. A tall bony old guy, dangling from a wire screwed in between his shoulder blades, met McMurphy and me at the door when the aides brought us in. He looked us over with yellow, scaled eyes and shook his head. "You pash my hands of the whole deal," he told one of the colored aides, and the while drug him off down the hall. We followed him down to the day room, and McMurphy stopped at the door and spread his feet and tipped his head back to look things over. He tried to put his thumbs in his pockets, but the cuffs were tchj tight. "It's a scene," he said out of the side of his mouth. I nodded my head. I'd seen it all before. A couple of the guys pacing stopped to look at us, and the old bony mancune dragging by again, washing his hands of the whole deal. Nobody paid us much mind at first. The aides went off to the nurse's station, leaving us standing in the dayroom door. Murphy's eye was puffed to give him a steady and I could tell it hurt his lips to grin. He raised his cuffed hands and looking at the clatter of movement and took a deep breath. "McMurphy's the name, pardners," he said in his drawling cowboy actor's voice, and the thing I want to know is who's the peckhenwood runs the poker game in this establishment. The ping pong clock died down in a rapid ticking on the I don't deal blackjack so good, hobbled eek this, but I maintain I'm a fire eater in a stud game. He yawned, hitched a shoulder, bent Dov M, and cleared his throat, and spat something at a waste paper can Eve feet away. It rattled in with a ting and he straightened up again, grinned, and licked his tongue at the bloody gap in his teeth. Had a run-in downstairs. Me and the chief here locked arms with grease monkeys. All the stamp mill racket had stopped by this time, and everybody Ava's luang toward the TVN of us at the door. McMurphy drew eyes to him like a sideshow barker. Beside him, I found that I was obliged to be looked at too, and with people staring at me I felt I had to stand up straight and tall as I could. That made my back hurt where I'd fallen in the shower with the black boy on me, but I didn't let on. One hungry looker with a head of shaggy black hair came up and held his hand. He eagered I had something for him. I tried to ignore him, but he kept running around in front of whichever I turned, like a little kid, holding that empty hand cupped out to me. McMurphy talked a while about the fight, and my back got to hurting more and more. I'd hunkered in my chair in the Comer for so long that it was hard to stand straight very long. I was glad when a little lap nurse came to take us into the nurse's station and I got a chance to sit and rest. She asked if we were calm enough for her to take off the cuffs, and McMurphy nodded. He had slumped over VSTH, his head hung and his elbows bet between his knees and looked completely exhausted. It hadn't occurred to me that it was just as hard for him to stand straight as it was for the nurse, about as big as the small end of nothing whittled to a fine point, as McMurphy put it later. Undid our cuffs and gave McMurphy a cigarette and gave me a sec of gum. She said she remembered that I chewed gum. I didn't remember her at all. McMurphy smoked while she dipped her little handful of pink birthday candles into a jar of salve and veined over his cuts, flinching every time he flinched and telling him she was sorry. She picked up one of his hands in both of hers and tummed it over and salved his knuckles. /IHO was it? She asked, looking at the K-muckles _ was it Washington or Warren? McMurphy looked up at her. Q Washington, he said and grinned. The chief here took care of Warren _ She put his hand down and tummed to me. I could see the little bird bones in her face. Are you hurtin' Vair? I shook my head. /X11 at about Warren and McMurphy told her he thought they might be sporting some plaster the next time she saw them. She nodded and looked at her feet. It's not all her ward, she said. A lot of it is, but not all army nurses, trying to run an Annie hospital. They are a little sick themselves. One sometimes think all single nurses should be fired after they reach 30 _, at least all single Amy nurses, McMurphy added. He asked how long we could expect to have the pleasure of her hospitality. Not very long, I'm afraid. Not very long, you're afraid? McMurphy asked her. FFES _ I'd like to keep men here sometimes instead of sending them back, but she has seniority. No, you probably 1172 NTB very long, I mean like you are now. The beds on the Steward are all out of tune, taut or too loose. We were assigned beds next to each other. They didn't tie a sheet across me, though they left a little dim light on near the bed. Haft Vathayu at the night somebody screamed, I'm starting to spin, Indian. Look me, look me. I opened my eyes and saw a set of long yellow teeth glowing right in front of my face. It was the hungry-looking guy. I'm starting to pim, please look me. The aides got him from behind, TiVo of them, dragged him laughing and yelling out of the dorm, I'm starting to spin, just laugh. He kept saying it and laughing all the way down the hall. The dorm was quiet again, and I could hear that one other guy saying Q well I wash my hands of the whole deal. You had you a buddy for a second there, Chief, McMurphy whispered and rolled over to sleep. I couldn't sleep much the rest of the night and I kept seeing those yellow teeth and that guy's hungry face, asking to look me. Look me. Or, finally, as I did get to sleep, just asking. That face, just a yellow, starved need, come looming out of the dark in front of me, wanting things, asking things. I wondered how McMurphy slept, plagued by 100 faces eat that, or TiVo 100, or 1,000 they've got an alarm on disturbed to wake the patients. They don't just tum on the Li at LTS like downstairs. This alarm sounds like a gigantic pencil sharpener grinding up something awful. McMurphy and I both sat bolt upright when we heard it and were about to back down when a loudspeaker called for the of us to come to the nurses' station. I got out of bed, and my back had stiffened up overnight to where I could just barely bend. I could tell by the way McMurphy jimmed around that he was as stiff as I was. /hat they got on the program for us now, Chief? He asked. The boot? The rack? I hope nothing too strenuous, because, man, am I stove up bad. I told him it wasn't strenuous, but I didn't tell him anything else, because I wasn't sure myself till I got to the nurse's station, and the nurse, a different one, said, TVLR_McMurphy and ML Bromden, then handed us each a little paper cup. I looked in mine, and there are 3 of those red capsules. This asterisk sing words in any head I can't stop _hold on, McMurphy says. These are those knockout pills, aren't they? The nurse nods, twists her head to check behind her. There's guys waiting with ice tongs, hunching forward with their elbows linked. McMurphy hands back the cup, says, no sir, ma'am, but I'll forego the blindfold. Could use a cigarette, though. I hand mine back too, and she says she must phone and she slips the glass door across between us, is at the phone before anybody can say anything else. I'm sorry if I got into something, Chief, McMurphy says, and I barely can hear him over the noise of the phone VVIers whistling in the _. I can feel the scared downhill rush of thoughts in my head. We're sitting in the room, those faces around us circle, when in the door comes the big nurse herself, the big black boys on each side, a step behind her. I try to shrink down in my chair, away from her, but it's too late. Too many people looking at me, sticky eyes hold me where I'm moaning. She says, got her old smile back now. McMurphy says good moaning and I keep quiet even though she says good moaning to me too, out loud. I'm watching the black boys, one has tape on his nose and his arm in a sling, gray hand dribbling out of the cloth like a drowned spider, and the other one is moving like he's got some kind of cast around his ribs. They are both grinning a little. Probably could have stayed home with their hurts, but wouldn't miss this for nothing. I grin back, lust to show them. The big nurse talks to McMurphy, soft and patient, about the irresponsible thing he did, the childish thing, throwing a tantrum like a little boy. Aren't you ashamed? He says he guesses not and tells her to get on with it. She talks to him about how they, the patients downstairs on RV yard, at a special group meeting yesterday afternoon, agreed the staff that it'd be beneficial that he receive some shock therapy unless he realizes his mistakes. All he has to do is admit he was wrong, to indicate, demonstrate rational contact, and the treatment would be cancelled this time. That circle of faces waits and watches. The nurse says it's up to him. Yeah, he says. You got a paper I can sign? Well, no. But if you feel it NEC, and why don't you add some other things while you're at it and get them out of the way? Things Ilka, oh, me being part of a plot to overthrow the government, and like how I think life on your ward is the sweetest goddamned life this side of Hawaii, you know, that sort of crap. I don't believe that would then, after I sign, you bring me a blanket and a package of Red Cross cigarettes. Hui, those Chinese commies could have leaned a few things from you, lady. Randall, we are trying to help you, but he's on his feet, scratching at his belly, walking on past her and the black boys, rearing back, toward the card tables. Okay, well, where's this poker table, buddies? The nurse stares after him a moment, then walks into the nurse's station to use the phone. 2 colored aides and a white aide vsth curly blonde hair vic us over to the main building. McMurphy talks with the white aide on the way over. Just eek, he isn't worried about a thing. There's frost thick on the grass, and them colored aides in front trail puffs of breath like locomotives. The sun wedges apart some of the clouds and lights up the frost till the grounds are scattered with sparks. Sparrows fluffed out against the cold, scratching among the sparks for seeds. We cut across the crackling grass, past the digger squirrel holes where I saw the dog cold sparks. Frost down the holes, clear out of sight. I feel that frost in my belly. We get up to that door, and there's a sound behind like bees stirred up. 2 men in front of us, reeling under the red capsules, one bawling like a baby, saying it's my cross, thank you Lord, it's all I got, thank you Lord. The other guy yuppating is saying guts ball, guts ball. He's the lifeguard from the and he's crying a little. I won't cry or yell not with McMurphy here. The technician asks us to take off our and McMurphy asks him if we get our pants slit and our heads shaved too. The technician says no such luck. The metal door looks out with its rivet eyes. 237. The door opens, sucks the first man inside. The lifeguard won't budge. A beam like neon smoke comes out of the black panel in the room, fastens on his cleat-marked forehead and drags him in like a dog on a leash. The beam spins him around 3 times before the door closes, and his face is scrambled fear. Hut 1, he grunts. Hut 3. I hear them in there pry up his forehead like a manhole cover, clash and snarl of jammed cogs. Smoke blows the door open, and a gurney comes out with the first man on it, and he rakes me with his eyes. That face. The gummy GCRS back in and brings the lifeguard out. I can hear the yell leaders spelling out his name. The technician says, next group. The floor's cold, frosted, crackling. Up above the light winds, tube long and white and icy. Can smell the graphite salve, like the smell in a garage. Can smell acid of fear. There's one L\indo, up high, small, and outside I see those puffy sparrows strung up on a wire like brown beads. Thiel head sunk in the feathers against the cold. Something goes to blowing wind over my hollow higher and higher, air raid. Air raid. Don't holler, chief. Air raid. Take er easy, I'll go first. My skull's TCN, thick for them to hurt me. And if they can't hurt me they can't hurt you. Climbs on the table without any help and spreads his arms out to fit the shadow. A switch snaps the clasps on his wrists, ankles, clamping him into the shadow. A hand takes off his wrist vatch, won it from Scanyon, drops it near the panel, it springs OAE, cogs, and wheels and the long dribbling spiral of spring jumping against the side of the panel and sticking fast. He don't look a bit scared. He keeps grinning at me. They put the graphite salve on his temples. I had is it, he says. Conductant, the technician says. Anointest my head vsth conductant _ do I get a crown of thorns. They smear it on. He's singing to them, makes their hands shake. Get wild root cream oil, Coley _ put on those things like headphones, crown of silver toms over the graphite at his temples. They try to hush his singing with a piece of rubber hose for him to bite on. Mage with tho thing Ian Olin. Tivus some dials, and the machine trembles. TiVo robot arms pick up soldering irons and hunch down on him. He gives me the wink and speaks to me, muffled, tells me something, says 238 something to me around that rubber hose. Just as those irons get close enough to the silver on his temples, light arcs across, stiffens him, bridges him up off the table till nothing is down but his wrists and ankles, and out around that crimped black rubber hose a sound like boom, and he's frosted over completely with sparks, and out the window the sparrows drop smoking off the wire. They roll him out on a gurney, STM. Jerking, face frosted white. Corrosion. Battery Asakel. The technician tums to me. Watch that other MCH Jace _ I know him. Hold him. It's not a willpower thing anymore. Hold him. Damn _XO more of these boys vist hout second all _ the clamps bite my wrists and ankles. The graphite salve has iron filings in it, temples scritching. He said something when he winked. Told me something. Man bends over, brings mvo irons toward the ring on my head. The machine hunches on me. Hit at a lope, running already down the slope, can't get back, can't go ahead, look down the BRL and you dead. We come up out of the Bull Reeds Run beside the railroad track. I lay an ear to the track, and it bums my cheek. Nothin' either way, I say, 100 miles hump, Papa says. Didn't we used to listen for buffalo by sticking a knife in the ground, catch the handle in our teeth, hear a herd way off? Hump, he says again, but he's tickled. Out across the other side of the track a fence row of wheat chats from last winter. Mice under that stuff, the dog says. Do we go up the track or down the track? I'll go across, is what the 01 dog says. That dog don't heal. He'll do. There's birds over there is what the of dog says. Better hunting up the track bank is what your 01 man says best right across in AE chats of wheat, the dog tells me. Across next thing I came there's people all over the track, blasting up at pheasants like anything seems our dog got too far out ahead and nan all the birds out of the chats to the track dog got 3 mice. Man, Alan _ broad and big with a wink like a star. Ants again oh Jesus and I got bad this time, prickle-footed bastards _ remember the time we found those ants tasted dill pickles? You said it wasn't dill pickles and I said it Upus, and your mama eked the living tar out of me when she heard teachin' Ed to eat bugs. Ugh _ good Injun boy should know how to survive on anything he can eat that won't eat him erst we ain't Indians. We're civilized and you remember it? You told me Papa. Zyman I die pin me up against the sky. Mama's name was Bromden. Still is Bromden. Papa said he Upus with only one name, bomb smack into it the way a calf drops out in a spread blanket when the cow insists on standing up. Milatuna, the pine that stands tallest on the mountain, and I'm the biggest by God Injun in the state of Oregon and probably California and Idaho. Born right into it you're the biggest by God fool if you think that a good Christian woman takes on a name like Lilatuna _ you were bomb into a name, so okay, I'm bomb into a name. Bromden. Mary Inez Bromden. And when we move into town, Papa says, that name makes getting that social security card a lot guys after somebody with the Eviter's hammer, get him too, if he keeps at it. I see those lightning flashes again, colors striking tingle, tremble toes, she's a good fisherman, catches hens, puts 'em in a pen's wire blyer, limberlock, 3 geese in a flock 1 flew east, 1 flew west, 1 flew over the cuckoo's nest 0 UT spells out GCHJ swoops down and plucks per out. My old grandma chanted this, a game we played by the hours, sitting by the fish racks scaling flies. A game called Tingle Tangle Toes. Counting each finger on my TiVo outspread hands, 1 finger to a syllable as she chants. Tingle, ting le, tang le toes, 7 fingers, she's a good fisherman, catches hens, 16 fingers, tapping a finger on each beat her black crab hand, each of my FING emails looking up at her like a little face asking to be the that the goose swoops down and plucks out. I eke the game and I like grandma I don't like Mrs. Tingle Tangle Toes, catching hens. I don't like her. I do like that goose flying over the cuckoo's nest. I like him, and I like grandma, dust in her wrinkles _ next time I saw her she Yupa stone cold dead, right in the middle of the Dallas on the sidewalk, around, some Indians, some cattlemen, some wheatmen _ they cart her colored shirt standing down to the city burying ground, roll red clay into her eyes. I remember hot, still electric storm afternoons when jackrabbits ran under diesel truck wheels. Joey Fish in a barrel has $20,000 and 3 Cadillacs since the contract. And he can't drive none of 'em. I see a dice. I see it from the inside, me at the bottom I'm the weight, loading the dice to throw that number 1 up there above me. They got the dice loaded to throw a snake eyes, and I'm the load. 6 lumps around me like white pillows is the other side of the dice, the number 6 that will always be down when he throws. What's the other dice loaded for? I bet it's loaded to throw 1 tchj _ snake eyes. They're shooting crew EES against him, and I'm the load. Look out, here comes a toss. Lady, the smokehouse is empty and baby needs a new pair of opera pumps. Come in at fan crapped out. Water. I'm lying in a puddle. Snake eyes. Caught him again. I see that number one up me, he can't whip frozen dice behind the feed store in an alley in Portland. The alley is a tunnel, it's cold because the sun is late, let me go see grandma. Please, mama. What was it he said when he winked? One flew east, one flew list _ don't stand in my way. Damn it, nurse, don't stand in my way. My roll. Fa _ done. Twisted again. Snake eyes. The school teacher tell me you got a good head, boy, be something, be what, papa? A rug weaver like Uncle R and J Wolf, a basket weaver? Or another drunken Indian? I say, attendant, you're an Indian, aren't you? Yeah, that's right. Well, I must say, you speak the language quite well. Yeah, well, $3 of regular, they wouldn't be so cocky if they knew what me and the moon have going. Indian _ he who what was out of step, here's another drum. Snake eyes again. Who boy, these dice are cold, no damned regular. After grandma's funeral, me and papa and uncle running and jumping, Wolf dug her up. Mama Vinaldn't go with us, she never heard of such a thing. Hanging a corpse in AT.E. It's enough to make a person sick. Uncle R and J Wolf and Papa spent 20 days in the drunk tank at the Dallas jail, playing rummy, for violation of the dead. But she's our God-anged mother. It doesn't make the slightest difference, boys. You shoulda left her buried. I don't know when you blamed Indians will learn. Now, where is she? You'd better tell. Go fuck yourself, pale face, Uncle R and J said, rolling himself a cigarette. I'll never tell. High in the hills, high in a pine tree bee, she's tracing the wind with that old hand, counting the clouds with that old chant, 3 geese in a flock / smat. Did you say to me when you wink a key band playing? Look it's the 4th of July. Dice at rest, they got to me with the machine again. IV.73 ender. What did he say? Wonder how McMuqhy made me big again, he said. Guts ball. They're out there. Black boys in white suits peeing under the door on me, come in ladle and accuse me of soaking all 6 these pillows I'm ying on. Number 6. I thought the room vasa dice. The number 1, the snake eye up there, the circle, the white-eyed in the ceiling is what I've been seeing in this little square room, means it's after dark. How many hours have I been out? It's fogging a little, but I won't slip off and hide in it. No, never again. I stood up slowly, feeling numb between the shoulders. The white pillows on the floor of the seclusion room were soaked from me peeing on them while I was out. I couldn't remember all of it yet, but I rubbed my eyes with the heels of my hands and tried to clear my head. I worked at it. I'd never worked at coming out of it before. I staggered avard a little round chicken wired VV Indo in the of the room and tapped it with my knuckles. I saw an aide coming up the hall with a tray for me and knew this time I had them beat. There had been times when I'd wandered around in a daze for as long as TiVo weeks after a shock treatment, living in that foggy, jumbled blur which is a whole lot like the ragged edge of sleep, that gray zone between light and dark, or between sleeping and waking or living and dying, where you know you're not unconscious anymore but don't know yet what day it is or who you are or what's the use of coming back at all for weeks. If you don't have a reason to wake up, you can loaf around in that gray zone for a long, fuzzy time, or if you want to bad enough, I found you can come fighting right out of it. This time I came fighting out of it in less than a day, less time than ever. And when the fog was finally swept from my head, it seemed like I'd just come up after a long deep dive, breaking the surface after being underwater 100 years. It was the last treatment they gave me. They gave McMurphy 3 more treatments that week. As quick as he started coming out of one, getting the CX back in his T-Vink, Miss Ratched would arrive with the doctor and they would ask him if he felt like he was ready to come around and face up to his problem and come back to the ward for a cure. And he'd swell up, aware that every one of those faces undisturbed had turned toward him and I was waiting, and he'd tell the nurse he regretted that he had but one life to give for his country and she could kiss his rosy red ass before he'd give up the goddamn ship. Yeah, then stand up and take a couple of bows to those guys grinning at him while the nurse led the doctor into the STAE and to phone over to the main building and authorize another treatment once, As she tummed to walk Axe, he got hold of her through the back of her uniform, gave her a pinch that tummed her face red as his hair. I think if the doctor hadn't been there, hiding a grin himself, she would have slapped McMurphy's face. I tried to talk him into playing along with her so's to get out of the treatments, but he just laughed and told me hell, all they was doin' was see his battery for him free for nothing. I get out of here the first Veenman that takes on 01 Red McMurphy the 10,000 watt psychopath, she's gonna light up Eka pinball machine and pay off in silver dollars. No, I ain't scared of their little battery charger. He insisted it wasn't hurting him. He wouldn't even take his capsules. But every time that loudspeaker called for him to forego breakfast and prepare to walk to Building 1, the muscles in his jaw went taut and his whole face drained of color, thin and scared. The face I had seen reflected in the T-windshield on the trip back from the coast. I left disturbed at the end of the week and went back to the ward. I had a lot of things I wanted to say to him before I went, but he'd just come back from a treatment and was sitting following the ping-pong ball with his eyes. He was wired to it. The colored aide and the blonde one took me downstairs and let me onto our ward and locked the door behind me. The vocal seemed awful quiet after disturbance. I walked to our day room and for some reason stopped at the door. Everybody's face tummed up to me with a different eye coke than they'd ever given me before. Theal faces lighted up as if they were looking into the glare of a sideshow platform. Here, in front of your very eyes, Harding Spiels, is the Wylanen who broke the arm of the black boy. Hey ha, Lukey _ I grinned back at them, realizing how McMurphy must have felt these months with these faces screaming up at him. All the guys came over and wanted me to tell them everything that had happened. How was he acting up there? Was he doing? Was it true, what was being rumored over at the gym, that they'd been hitting him every day with EST and he was shrugging it off like water, making book with the technicians on how long he could keep his eyes open after the poles touched. I told them all I could, and nobody seemed to think a thing about me all of a sudden talking with people. A guy who'd been considered deaf and dumb as far back as they'd known him, talking, listening just like anybody. I told them everything that they'd heard was true, and tossed in a few stories of my own. They laughed so hard about some of the things he'd said to the nurse that the two vegetables under their wet sheets on the chronic side grinned and snorted along with the laughter, lust like they understood. Zyman, the nurse herself, brought the problem of patient McMurphy up M group the next day, said that for some unusual reason he did not seem to responding to EST at all and that more drastic means might be required to make contact VSTHITL. Harding said, "Now, that is possible, Miss Ratcht. Yes, 244, but from what I hear about your dealings upstairs with McMurphy, he hasn't had any difficulty making contact." She was thrown off balance and flustered so bad with everybody in the RCN, laughing at her, that she didn't bring it up again. She saw that McMurphy was growing bigger than ever while he was upstairs where the guys couldn't see the dent she was making on him, growing almost into a legend. A man out of sight can't be made to look like, she decided, and started making plans to bring him back down to our ward. She figured the guys could see for themselves then that he could be as vulnerable as the next man. He couldn't continue in his hero role if he was sitting around the day RCH3M all the time in a shock stupor. The guys anticipated this, and that as long as he was on the ward for them to see, she would be giving him shock every time he came out of it. So Harding and Scanlon and Fredrickson and I talked over how we could convince him that the best thing for everybody conceived would be his escaping the ward. And by the Saturday when he was brought back to the ward footworking into the day room, a boxer into a ring, clasping his hands over his head and announcing the champ was back, we had our plan all worked out. We'd wait until dark, set a mattress on fire, and when the airman came we'd rush him out the door. It seemed such a fine plan we couldn't see how he could refuse, but we didn't think about its being the day he'd made a date to have the candy, sneak onto the Yupard for Billy. They brought him back to the ward about 10 in the piss and vinegar, buddies. They checked my plugs and cleaned my points, and I got a glow on like a Model T spark coil. Ever use one of those coils around Halloween time? Zang, good clean fun. And he batted around the ward bigger than ever, spilled a bucket of Moppelvator under the nurse's station door, laid a pat of butter square on the toe of the least black boy's white suede shoes, lift out the black boy noticing, and smothered giggles all through lunch while it melted to show a color Harding referred to as a most suggestive than ever, and each time he brushed close by a student nurse she gave a yip and rolled her eyes and pitter-patted off down the hall, rubbing her flank. We told him of our plan for his escape, and he told us there was no hurry and reminded us of Billy's date. "We can't disappoint Billy boy, can we, buddies? Not when he's about to 245, cash in his cherry. And it should be a nice little party tonight if we can pull it off. Let's say maybe it's my going away party." It was the big nurse's weekend to V.7 JRK. She didn't want to miss his return and she decided we'd better have us a meeting to get something settled. At the meeting she tried once more to bring up her suggestion for a more drastic measure, insisting that the doctor consider such action before it is too late to help the patient, but McMurphy was such a whirligig of winks and yow-ns and belches while she talked, she finally hushed, and when she did, he gave the doctor and all the patients fits by agreeing with everything she said. No, she might be right, doc, ICHJK at the good that few measly volts have done me. Maybe if we doubled the charge I could pick up channel 8, like Martini. I'm tired of layin' in bed hallucinatin' nothing but channel 4 with the new S and weather. The nurse cleared her throat, trying to regain control of her meeting. I wasn't suggesting that we consider more shock, Mr. McMurphy too, ma'am. I was suggesting that we consider an operation. Very simple, really. And we've had a history of successes eliminating aggressive tendencies in certain hostile cases. Hostile? Ma'am, I'm friendly as a pup. I haven't egged the tar out of an 8 in nearly 2 weeks. There's been no cause to do any cuttin', now, has there? She held out her smile, begging him to see how sympathetic she was. Randall, there's no cutting involved . Besides, he went on, it wouldn't be any use to lop 'em off. I got another pair in my nightstand. And oh, they pale. Zone about as big as a baseball, doc .mi. McMurphy. Her smile broke ilka glass when she realized she was being made fun of. But the other one is big enough to be considered normal. He leaned unlike this clear up to the time we were ready for bed. By then there was a festive, county fair feeling on the ward as the men whispered of the possibility of having a party if the girl came with drinks. All the guys were trying to catch Billy's eye and grinning and vanking at him every time he looked. And when we lined up for medication, McMurphy came by and asked the little nurse VSTH the crucifix and the birthmark if he could have a couple of vitamins. She looked surprised and said she didn't see that there was any reason why not, and gave him some pills the size of birds. ECS_. He put them in his pocket. Aren't you going to swallow them? She asked. Me? Lord no, I don't need vitamins. I was just getting them for Billy boy here. He seems to me to have a peaked look of late tired blood, most likely. Then why don't you give them to Billy? I will, honey, will, but I thought I'd wait till about midnight at LT when he'd have the most need for them, and walked to the dorm with his arm crooked around Billy's flushing neck, giving Harding a wink and me a goose in the side with his big thumb as he passed us, and left that nurse pop-eyed behind him in the nurse's station, pouring water on her foot. You have to camo about Billy Bibbit. In spite of him having wrinkles in his face and specks of gray in his hair, he still looked like a jug-eared and freckled-faced and buck-toothed kid whistling barefoot across one of those calendars, VSTH a string of bullheads dragging behind him in the dust, and yet he was nothing like this. You were always surprised to find when he stood up next to one of the other men he was just as tall as anyone, and that he wasn't jug-eared or freckled or buck-toothed at all under a closer look, and was, in fact, 30-some years old. I heard him give his age only one time, overheard him, to tell the youth, when he was talking to his mother down in the lobby. She was receptionist down there, a solid, well-packed lady with hair revolving from blonde to blue to black and back to blonde again every few months, a neighbor of AE big nurses, from what I'd heard, and a dear personal friend. Whenever we'd go on some activity, Billy would always be obliged to stop and lean a scarlet cheek over that desk for her to dab on. It embarrassed the rest of us as much as it did Billy, and for that reason nobody ever teased him about it, not even McMurphy one afternoon. I don't recall how long back. We stopped on our way to activities and sat around the lobby on the big plastic sofas or outside in the o'clock sun while one of the black boys used the phone to call his, and Billy's mother took the opportunity to leave her work and come out from behind her desk and take her boy by the hand and lead him outside to sit near where I was on the grass. She sat stiff there on the grass, tight at the bend vsth, her short round legs out in front of her in stockings, reminding me of the color of Inlogna skins. And Billy lay beside her and put his head in her lap and let her tease at his ear with a dandelion fluff. Billy was talking about looking for a wife and going to college someday. His mother tickled him with the fluff and laughed at such foolishness. Sweetheart, you still have scads of time for things like that. Your whole life is ahead of pu_mother, I'm 31 years old. She laughed and viddled his ear vsth the weed. Sweetheart, do I look like the mother of a middle-aged man? She wrinkled her nose and opened her lips at him and made a kind of wet kissing sound in the air with her tongue, and I had to admit she didn't eek a mother of any kind. I didn't believe myself that he could be 31 years old till later when I edged up close enough to act a look at the birth date on his wristband. At midnight, when Geever and the other black boy and the nurse went off duty, and the old colored fellow, Mr. Tickle, came on for his shift, McMurphy and Billy were already up, taking vitamins, I imagined. I got out of bed and put on a robe and walked out to the day room, where they were talking with ML Tickle. Harding and Scanlon and Suffold and some of the other guys came out too. McMurphy was telling Mr. Tickle what to expect if the girl did come, reminding him, actually, because it looked they'd talked it all over beforehand a couple of weeks back. McMurphy said that the thing to do was let the gill in the window, instead of risking having her come through the lobby, where the night supervisor might be. And to unlock the seclusion room then. Yeah, won't that make a fine honeymoon shack for the lovers? Mighty secluded. And MCM up he, Bill kept trying to say. And to keep the eggs out so the supervisor couldn't see in. And close the dorm doors and not pick up every slobbering chronic in the place. And to keep quiet, we don't want to disturb them. Zia, come on, Ziak, Billy said. M.I. Tickle kept nodding and bobbing his head, appearing to fall half asleep. When McMurphy said, I guess that pretty well covers things, Nil Tickle said, no not entirely, and sat there grinning in his white suit with his bald yellow head floating at the end of his neck like on a stick. Come on, Tickle. It'll be worth your while. She should be bringin' a couple of bottles for getting closer, Nil Tickle said. His head lolled and bobbled. He acted like he was barely able to keep awake. I'd heard he worked another job during the day, at a racetrack. McMurphy turned to Billy. Tickle is holding out for a bigger contract, Billy boy. How much is it worth to you to lose your 01 cherry? Before Billy could stop stuttering and answer, ML Tickle shook his head. It and that not money she bring in more than the intel with her, though, ain't she, this sweet thing? You people be sharing more en a bottle, won't you? He grinned around at the faces. Billy nearly burst, trying to stutter something about not candy, not bis girl. McMurphy took him aside and told him not to worry about his girl's chastity. Tickled likely be so drunk and sleepy by the time Billy was finished that the old CCHJN couldn't put a carrot in a washtub. The girl Ava's late again. We sat out in the day in our robes, listening to McMurphy and ML Tickle tell army stories while they passed one of Nil Tickle's cigarettes back and forth, SMOing it a funny way, holding the smoke in when they inhaled till their eyes bugged. Once Harding asked what manner of cigarette they were smoking that smelled so provocative, and ML Tickle said in a high, breath-holding voice, "Juice a plain old cigarette." Hee-ho, yes. You'll want to talk, and Billy got more and more net-.73 us, afraid the girl might not show up, afraid she might. He kept asking why didn't we all go to bed, instead of sitting out here in the cold dark like hounds waiting at the kitchen for table scraps, and we lust grinned at him. None of us felt like going to bed, it wasn't cold at all, and it was pleasant to relax in the half-light and listen to McMurphy and Xil Tickle tell tales. Nobody acted sleepy, or not even very worried that it was after TiVo o'clock and the Gil hadn't showed up yet. Tickle suggested maybe she was late because the ward was so dark she couldn't see to tell which one to come to, and McMurphy said that was the obvious truth, so the TiVo of them ran up and down the halls, tumming on every light in the place, were even about to turn on the big overhead wake-up lights in the dorm when Harding told them this would just get all the other men out of bed to share things with. They agreed and settled for all the lights in the doctor's office instead. No sooner did they have the ward lit up like full daylight than there came a tapping at the window. McMurphy ran to the and put his face to it, cupping his hands on each side so he could see. He drew back and grinned at us. "She'll like beauty, in the night," he said. He took Billy by the wrist and dragged him to the window. "Let her in, Tickle. Let this mad stud at her." L.Nk, MCMMM Murphy, wait, Billy Ava's balking like a mule. "Don't you mama Murphy me, Billy boy. It's too late to back out now. You'll pull through. I'll tell you what, I got $5 here says you bum that woman clock all RI at LT? Open the window, Tickle." There were Mvo girls in the dark, Candy and the other one that hadn't shown up for the fishing trip _hot dog, Tickle said, helping them through. "Not for everybody we all went to help, they had to lift their tight skirts up to their thighs to step through the window." Candy said, "You damn McMurphy," and tried so to throw her arms around him that she came near to breaking the bottles she held by the neck in each hand. She was weaving around quite a bit, and her hair was falling out of the hairdo she had piled on top of her head. "I thought she looked better VSTH it swung at the back like she did on the fishing trip." She gestured at the other girl with a bottle as she came through the T-window. Sandy came along. "She just up and left that maniac from Beaverton that she married, isn't that the girl?" Came trough the window and kissed McMurphy and said, "Hello, Mac, I'm sorry I didn't show up. But that's over. You can take lust so many funsies like white mice in your pillowcase and worms in your cold cream and frogs in your bra." She shook her head once and wiped her hand in front of her eek. She was wiping away the memory of her animal-loving husband. Jesus, what a mama _ they were both in skirts and sweaters and nylons and barefoot, and both red-cheeked and giggling. QA.ve had to keep asking for directions, Candy explained, at every bar we came to. Sandy was tumming around in a big circle. "IOE, Candy girl, what are we in now? Is this real? Are we in an asylum?" Man, she was bigger than Candy, and maybe years older, and had tried to lock her bay-colored hair in a stylish bun at the back of her head, but it kept stringing down around her broad milk-fed cheekbones, and she looked like a cowgirl trying to pass herself off as a society lady. Her shoulders and breasts and hips were too wide and her grin big and open for her to ever be called beautiful, but she was pretty and she was healthy and she had one long angle crooked in the ring of a gallon of red tea vine, and it swung at her side like a purse. "How, Candy, how do these wild things happen to us?" She tummed around once more and stopped, with her bare feet spread, giggling. "These things don't happen," Harding said to the girl solemnly. These things are fantasies you lie awake at night dreaming up and then are afraid to tell your analyst. You're not Zalo here. That wine isn't real, none of this exists. Now, let's go on from there." "Hello, Billy," Candy said. "Look at that stuff," Tickle said. Candy straight-armed one of the bottles awkwardly toward Billy. "L brought you a present. These things are Thome Smithian daydreams," Harding said. "Boy," the girl named Sandy said. "Hat have we got ourselves into?" "Shhhh, Scanlon said and scowled around him. "You'll wake up those other bastards, talking so loud. What's the matter, stingy?" Sandy giggled, starting to tum in her circle again. "You scared there's not enough to go around?" "Sandy, I might known you'd bring that damn cheap PRT boy." She stopped her tumming to look up at me. "Dig this one, Candy. A Goliath fee, fi, fo, ML Tickle said, hot dog, and locked the screen back, and Sandy said, boy, again. We were all in a white-barred little cluster in the middle of the day room, shifting around one another, saying things just because nobody knew what else to do, yet never been up against a situation like it, and I don't know when this excited, uneasy flurry of talk and giggling and shuffling around the day room would have stopped if that ward door hadn't rung with a key knocking it open down the hall. Jared, everybody, Ilka, a burglar alarm going off. Zio, Lord God, Mr. Tickle said, clapping his hand on the top of his bald head, it's the pet visor, come to fire my black ass. We all ran into the latrine and tummed out the light and stood in the dark, listening to one another breathe. We could hear that supervisor wander around the ward, calling for Mr. Tickle in a loud, half-afraid whisper. Her voice was soft and dreary, rising at the end as she called, Mr. Tur Cull. Miss Tur Turkley a / her. The hell is he? McMurphy whispered. Why don't he answer her? Don't worry, Scanlon said. She won't look in the can. Why don't he answer? Maybe he got too high. Man, what you talkin'? I don't get too high, not on a little Midland joint like that one. It was Mr. Tickle's voice somewhere in the dark latrine with us. Jesus, Tickle, what are you doing in here? McMurphy. I was trying to sound stem and keep from laughing at the same time. Get out there and see what she wants. What'll she think if she doesn't end you? The end is upon us, Harding said and sat down. Allah be merciful. Tickle opened the door and slipped out and met her in the hall. She'd come over to see what all the lights were on about. Made it necessary to tum on every fixture in the varkle. Tickle said every fixture wasn't on, that the door mags were off, and so were the ones in the latrine. She said that was no excuse for the other lights. What possible reason could there be for all this light? Tickle couldn't come up an answer for this, and during the long pause I heard the battle being passed around near me in the dark. Out in the hall she asked him again, and Tickle told her, well, he was lust cleanin' up, policing the areas. She wanted to know why, then, was the latrine, the place that his PB description called for him to have clean, the only place that was dark, and the bottle went around again while we waited to see what he'd answer. It came by me, and I took a drink. I felt I needed it. I could hear Tickle swallowing all the way out in the hall, umming and ahhing for something to say. He's sculled, McMurphy hissed. Somebody's gonna have to go out and help him. I heard a toilet flush behind me, and the DCKR opened and Harding was caught in the hall light as he leaned out, pulling up his pajamas. I heard the supervisor gasp at the sight of him, and he told her to pardon him, but he hadn't seen her, being as it was so dark. It isn't dark in the latrine, I meant. I always switch off the lights to achieve a better bowel movement. Those mirrors, you understand, when the light is on, the mirrors seem to be sitting in judgment over me to arbitrate a punishment if everything doesn't come out right. But Aide Tickle said I was cleaning in there and doing quite a good job, too, I might add, considering the restrictions imposed on him by the dark. Would you care to? Harding pushed the door open a crack, and a slice of light cut across the latrine floor tile. I caught a glimpse of the supervisor backing off, saying she'd have to decline his offer, but she had further rounds to make. I heard the ward door unlock again up the hall, and she let herself off the ward. Harding called to her to return soon for another episode, and everybody rushed out and shook his hand and pounded his back for the way he'd pulled it off. We stood there in the hall, and the wine went around again. Saffold said he'd as leave have that vodka if there was something to mix it. He asked Mr. Tickle if there wasn't something on the ward to put in it, and Tickle said nothing but water. Fredrickson asked what about the cough syrup? Give me a ettle now and then from a half-gallon jug in the drug room. It's not bad tasting. You have a key for that room, Tickle. Tickle said the supervisor was the only one on nights who had a key to the drug room, but McMurphy talked him into letting us have a try at picking the lock. Tickle grinned and nodded his head lazily. He and McMurphy worked at the lock on the drug room with paper clips. The girls and the rest of us ran around in the nurses' station opening L's and reading records. Took here, Scanlon said, waving one of Ayase folders. Talk about complete, they've even got my first grade report card in here. Ah, miserable grades, lust miserable. Bill and his girl were going over his folder. She stepped back to look him over. All these things, Billy. Phrenic this and pathic that. You don't look you have all these things. The other Gil had opened a supply drawer and Ava's suspicious about what the nurses needed with all those hot water bottles, a million of them, and Harding was sitting on the big nurse's desk, shaking his head at the whole affair. McMurphy and Tickle got the door of the drug room open and brought out a bottle of thick cherry-colored liquid from the ice box. McMurphy epped to the light and read the label out loud. Artificial flavor, coloring cyan acid. 70% inert materials that must be water and 20% alcohol that's fine and 10% codeine warning narco-EC may be habit forming. He unscrewed the bottle and took a taste of it, closing his eyes. He 1173 rked his tongue around his teeth and took another swallow and read the label again. Well, he said, and clicked his teeth together. They've just been sharpened. If we cut it a little bit with the 173 dka, I think it'll be alright. How are we fixed for ice cubes, turkey, old buddy? 253 xx'd in paper medicine cups vsth. The liquor and the port the sit-up had a taste like a kid's drink but a punch. The cactus apple wine we used to get in the Danes, cold and soothing on the throat and hot and furious once it got down. We turned out the lights in the day rcn.m and sat around drinking it. We threw the first couple of cups down like we were taking our medication, drinking it in serious and silent doses and luring one another over to see if it was going to L anybody. McMurphy and Tickle svstched back and forth from the drink to Tickle's cigarettes and got to giggling again as they discussed how it would be to lay that little nurse with the birthmark who went off, at midnight. I'd be scared, Tickle said, that she might go to whoopin me with that big of cross on that chain. Won't that be a fix to be in, now? I'll be scared, McMurphy said, that just about the time I was getting my jellies she'd reach around behind me a thermometer and take my temperature. That busted everybody up. Harding stopped laughing long enough to join the joking. Or worse yet, he said. Just lie there under you with a dreadful concentration on her face, and tell you oh Jesus, listen tell you what your pulse was. Zio don't oh my God or even worse, lust lie there, and be able to calculate your pulse and temperature both sans instruments. Zio God, oh please don't underscore we laughed we were rolling about the couches and chairs, choking and teary-eyed. The girls were so weak from laughing they had to try 2 or 3 times to get to their feet. Gotta go Tinkle, the big one said and went weaving and giggling toward the latrine and missed the door, staggered into the dorm while we all hushed one another with fingers to the lips, waiting, till she gave a squeal and we heard old Colonel Matterson roar, "The pillow is a horse," and come whisking out of the dorm right behind her in his wheelchair. Suffolk wheeled the colonel back to the dorm and SHCNVED the Gil where the latrine was personally, told her it was generally used by males only but he would stand at the door while she was in there and guard against intrusions on her privacy, defended against all comers, by gosh. She thanked him solemnly and shook his hand and they saluted each other and while she was inside here came the colonel out of the dorm in his wheelchair again, and Suffolk had his hands full keeping him out of the latrine. When the girl came out of the door he was trying to ward off the charges of the wheelchair with his foot while we stood on the edge of the fracas cheering one guy or the other. The girl helped Suffolk put the colonel back to bed, and then the mvo of them went down the hall and waltzed to music nobody could hear. Harding drank and watched and shook his head. It isn't happening. It's all a collaboration of Katka and Mark Twain and Martini. McMurphy and Tickle got to worrying that there might be too many lights, so they went up and down the hall tumming out every Q1ing that glowed, even the little Kami high night lights, till the place was pitch black. Tickle got out flashlights, and we played tag up and down the hall with wheelchairs from storage, having a big time till we heard one of Sifil2's convulsion cries and went to end him sprawled mvitching beside that big Gil, Sandy. She was sitting on the floor brushing at her skirt, looking down at Sifil_. I never experienced anything ekit, she said with quiet awe. Fredrickson knelt beside his friend and put a wallet between his teeth to keep him from chewing his tongue, and helped him get his pants buttoned. "You alright, Scene C?" Sifult didn't open his eyes, but he raised a limp hand and picked the wallet out of his mouth. He grinned through his spit. "I'm alright," he said. "Medicate me and tum me loose again." "You really need some medication, Seed." "Medication? Medication," Fredrickson said over his shoulder, still kneeling. "Medication," Harding repeated and weaved off with his flashlight to the drug room. Sandy watched him go with glazed eyes. She was sitting beside Sifult, stroking his head in wonderment. Maybe better bring me something, she called drunkenly after Harding. "I never experienced anything to come even to it." Down the hall we heard glass crash and Harding came back with a double handful of pills. He sprinkled them over Sifult and the woman like he was crumbling cloacles into a grave. He raised his eyes toward the ceiling. "Most merciful God, accept these poor sinners into your arms. And keep the doors ajar for the coming of the rest of us, because you are the end, the absolute, irrevocable, fantastic end. I've finally realized what is happening. It is our last fling. We are henceforth must screw our courage to the sticking point and face up to our impending fate. We shall be all of us shot at dawn. 100 cc's apiece. Miss Ratched shall line us all against the wall, where we face the terrible maw of a muzzle-loading shotgun which she has loaded Sliltoffms, Thorazines, Libriums, Stilazines. And with a wave of her SV.7 JRD, blue IE. Tranquilize all of us completely out of existence." He sagged against the wall and slid to the floor, pills hopping out of his hands in all directions like red and green and orange bugs. "Amen," he said and closed his eyes. The girl on the floor smoothed down her skirt over her long hard-working legs and looked at Sifult still grinning and itching there under the lights beside her, and said, "Q never in my life experienced anything to come even half WG, near it." Harding's speech, if it hadn't actually sobered people, had at least made them realize the seriousness of what we were doing. The night was getting on, and some thought had to be given to the arrival of the staff in the morning. Billy Bibbit and his gill mentioned that it was after 4 o'clock and, if it was alright, if people didn't mind, they'd like to have Mr. Tickle unlock the seclusion room. They went off under an arch of flashlight beams, and the rest of us went into the day RCHJM to see what we could decide about cleaning up. Tickle was all but passed out when he got back from seclusion, and we had to push him into the day room in a wheelchair as Ilvik ed after them. It came to me as a end of sudden surprise that Iupus drunk, actually drunk, glowing and grinning and staggering drunk for the first time since the army, drunk along VSTH half a dozen other guys and a couple of girls light on the big nurses' ward. Drunk and running and laughing and carrying on with women square in the center of the Combine's most powerful stronghold. I thought back on the night, on what we'd been doing, and it was near impossible to believe. I had to keep reminding myself that it had happened, that we had made it happen. We had just unlocked a Vindotv and let it in like let in the fresh air. Maybe the Combine wasn't all powerful. X had was to stop us from doing it again, now that we saw we could. Or keep us from doing other things we wanted. I felt so good thinking about this that I gave a yell and swooped down on McMurphy and the gill Sandy walking along in front of me, grabbed them both up, one in each arm, and ran all the way to the day RCN, and with them hollering and kicing like kids. I felt that good Colonel Matterson tee up again, bright-eyed and full of lessons, and Scanlon wheeled him back to bed. Sifult and Martini and Fredrickson said they'd better hit the sack. TCN McMurphy and I and Harding and the girl and Mr. Tickle stayed up to finish off the cough sit-up and decide what we were going to do about the mess the ward was in. Me and Harding acted like we were the only ones really very worried about it. McMurphy and the big gill Lust sat there and sipped that sit-up and grinned at each other and played hand games in the shadows, and Nil Tickle kept dropping off to sleep. Harding did his best to get them consumed _ZAII of you fail to comprehend the complexities of the situation, he said. Bull, McMurphy said. Harding slapped the table. McMurphy, Tickle, you fail to realize what has occurred here tonight on a mental ward. XS Ratchd's ward. The repercussions will be devastating. McMurphy bit the girl's earlobe. Tickle nodded and opened one eye and said, "True. She'll be on tomorrow, too." "I, however, have a plan," Harding said. He got to his feet. He said McMurphy was obviously far gone to handle the situation himself and someone else would have to take over. As he talked, he stood straighter and became more sober. He spoke in an earnest and urgent voice, and his hands shaped what he said. "I've asked glad he was there to take over. His plan was that we were to tie up Tickle and make it look like McMurphy'd snuck up behind him, tied him up with say, strips of Tom sheet, and relieved him of his keys, and after getting the keys had broken into the drug room, scattered drugs around, and raised hell with the L's just to spite the nurse she'd believe *bat part, then he'd unlocked the screen and made his escape." McMurphy said it sounded like a television plot and it was so ridiculous it couldn't help but work, and he complimented Harding on his clear-headedness. Harding said the plan had its merits, it would keep the other guys out of trouble with the nurse, and keep Tickle his job, and get McMurphy off the ward. He said McMurphy could have the girls drive him to Canada or Tijuana, or even Nevada if he wanted, and be completely safe. The police never press too hard to pick up AWOLs from the hospital because 90% of them always show back up in a few days, broke and drunk and luang for that free bed and board. We talked about it for a while and finished the cough syrup _ we finally talked it to silence. Harding sat back down. McMurphy took his arm from around the girl and looked from me to Harding, thinking that strange, tired expression on his face again. He asked, "What about us? Why didn't we just up and get our clothes on and make it out vsth him?" "TM not quite ready yet, Mac," Harding told him. "Then what makes you think I am?" Harding looked at him in silence for a time and smiled, then said, "No, P, you don't understand. I'll be ready in a few weeks. But I want to do it on my own, by myself, light out that front DCKR, all the traditional red tape and complications. I want my wife to be here in a car at a certain time to pick me up. I want them to know I was to do it that way." McMurphy nodded. /had about you, Chief. I figure I'm alright, just I don't know where I want to go yet, and somebody should stay here a few weeks after you're gone to see that things don't start sliding back /X11 at about Billy and Seffield and Frederickson and the rest. "I can't speak for them," Harding said. "Still got their problems, just like all of us. They're STM sick men in lots of VMYS, but at least there's that they are sick men now. No more rabbits, Mac. Maybe they can be well men someday. I can't say." McMurphy thought this over, at the backs of his hands. He looked back up to Harding. "Harding, what is it? /he had happens, for mean all this?" McMurphy nodded. Harding shook his head. Don't think I can give you an answer. Oh, I could give you Freudian reasons, fancy talk, and that would be right as far as it went. But what you want are the reasons for the reasons, and I'm not able to give you those. Not for the others, anyway. For myself? Gunt shame. Fear. Self-belittlement _ I discovered at an early age that I was, shall we be kind and say, different? It's a better, more general word than the other one. I indulged in certain practices that our society regards as shameful. And I got sick. It'll vastly the perquisas, I don't think. It was the feeling that the great, deadly, pointing forefinger of society was pointing at me, and the great voice of millions chanting, "Shame. Sharn _ shame." It's society's way of dealing with someone different. TM different, McMurphy said / he didn't something like that happen to me. I've had people bugging me about one thing or another as far back as I can remember, but that's not what. But it didn't drive me crazy. No, you're right. That's not what drove you crazy. I wasn't giving my reason as the sole reason. Thou et al. I used to think at one time, a few years ago, my turtleneck years, that society's chastising was the sole force that drove one along the road to crazy, but you've caused me to reappraise my theory. There's something else that lives people, strong people ilka you, my friend, down that road. Yeah? Not that I'm admitting I'm down that road, but what is this something else? It is us. He swept his hand about him in a soft white circle and repeated, us. McMurphy half-heartedly said, bull, and grinned and stood up, pulling the girl to her feet. He squinted up at the dim clock. It's nearly eve. I need me a little shut-eye before my big getaway. The day shift doesn't come on for another TiVo hours yet. Let's leave Billy and Candy down there a while longer. I'll cut out about 6. Sandy, honey, maybe an hour in the dorm would sober us up. /Smat, do you say? We got a long drive tomorrow, whether it's Canada or Mexico or wherever. Tuchel and Harding and I stood up too. Everybody. I was still weaving pretty much, still pretty drunk, but a mellow, sad feeling had drifted over the drunk. Tuchel said he'd be CN, T. McMurphy and the girl out of bed in an hour. Wake me up too, Harding said. I'd like to stand there at the window with a silver bullet in my hand and ask I was that her masked man, as you ride the hell with that. You guys both get in bed, and I don't want to ever see hide nor hair of you again. You get me? Harding grinned and nodded, but he didn't say anything. McMurphy put his hand out, and Harding shook it. McMurphy epped back like a cowboy reeling out of a saloon and VV Inkakel, you can be bull goose loony again, buddy, what VSTH Big Mac out of the 80. He tummed to me and frowned. I don't know what you can be, Chief. You still got some looking to do. Maybe you could get PU a 10B being the bad guy on TV. Rasen_ anyway, take er easy. I shook his hand, and we all started for the dorm. McMurphy told Tuchel to teal up some sheets and pick out some of his favorite knots to be tied with. Tuchel said he would. I got into my bed in the graying light of the dorm and heard McMurphy and the girl get into his bed. I was feeling numb and warm. I heard Mr. Tuchel open the door to the NN room out in the hall, heave a long, loud, belching sigh as he pulled the door closed behind him. My eyes got used to the dark, and I could see McMurphy and the girl snuggled into each other's shoulders, getting comfortable, more like two tired little kids than a grown man and a grown woman in bed together to make love. And that's the way the black boys found them when they came to tum on the dorm lights at 6 IVE. Given what happened next, a good lot of thought, and I've come around to thinking that it was bound to be and would have happened in one way or another, at this time or that, even if ML Tuchel had got McMurphy and the girls up and off the anarch like was planned. The big nurse would have found out some way what had gone on, maybe lust by the look on Billy's face, and she'd have done the sarn as she did whether McMurphy was still around or not. And Billy would have done what he did, and McMurphy would have heard about it and come back. Would have bad to come back, because he could no more have sat around outside the hospital, playing poker in Carson City or Reno or someplace, and let the big nurse have the last move and get the last play, than he could have let her get by with it right under his nose. It was like he'd signed on for the whole game and there wasn't any 80 off him breaking his contract. As soon as we started getting out of bed and circulating around the ward, the story of what had taken place was spreading in a brush fire of low talk. They had a what? Asked the ones who hadn't been in on it. A who? In the dorm? Jesus. Not only a Huare, the others told them, but a drunken blast to boot. McMurphy was planning to sneak her out before the day crew cune on, but he didn't wake up. Now what kind of crock are you giving us? No crock, it's every word gospel. I upas in on it. Those who had been in on the night started telling about it with a kind of quiet pride and wonder, the way people tell about seeing a big hotel fire or a dam bursting, very solemn and respectful because the casualties aren't even counted yet. But the longer the yelling went on, the less solemn the fellows got. Every time the big nurse and her hustling black boys tummed up something new, such as the empty bottle of cough syrup or the fleet of wheelchairs parked at the end of the hall. Like empty rides in an amusement park, it brought another part of the night back sudden and clear, to be told to the guys who weren't in on it and to be savored by the guys who were. Everybody had been herded into the day room by the black boys, chronics and acutes alike, milling together in excited confusion. The TiVo old vegetables sat sunk in their bedding, snapping their eyes and their gums. Everybody was still in pajamas and slippers except McMurphy and the girl. She was dressed, except for her shoes and the nylon stockings, which now hung over her shoulder, and he was in his black shorts with the white whales. They were sitting together on a sofa, holding hands. The Gill had dozed off again, and McMurphy was leaning against her with a satisfied and sleepy grin. Our solemn worry was giving 80, in spite of us, to joy and humor / hen. The nurse found the pile of pills Harding had sprinkled on Siffield and the girl. We started to pop and snort to keep from laughing, and by the time they found Mr. Tickle in the linen room and led him out blinking and groaning tangled in 100 yards of torn sheet like a mummy with a hangover, we were roaring. The big nurse took our good humor veast out so much as a trace of her little pasted smile. Every laugh was being forced down her throat till it looked as if any minute she'd blow up like a bladder. McMurphy draped one bare leg over the edge of the sofa and pulled his cap down to keep the light from hurting his reddened eyes, and he kept licking out a tongue that looked like it had been shell-lacked by that cough syrup. He looked sick and terrifically tired, and he kept pressing the heels of his hands against his temples and yawning, but as bad as he seemed to feel, he still held his grin and once or twice went so far as to laugh out loud at some of the things the nurse kept turning up. Zyman the nurse went in to call the main building to report ML Tickle's resignation. Tickle and the girl Sandy took the opportunity to unlock that screen again and wave goodbye to all and go loping off across the grounds, stumbling and slipping on the wet, sun-sparkled grass. He didn't lock it back up, Harding said to McMurphy. Go on. Go on after them. McMurphy groaned and opened one eye bloody as a hatching egg. Fuck kidding me? I couldn't even get my bead through that window, let alone my whole bod, my friend. I don't believe you fully comprehend, Harding. God damn you and your big words. All I fully comprehend this moment is I'm still half drunk and sick. Matter of fact, I think you're still drunk too. Chief, how about you? Are you SEII drunk? I said that my nose and cheeks didn't have any feeling in them yet, if this could be taken to mean anything. McMurphy nodded once and closed his eyes again. He laced his hands across his chest and slid down in his chair, his chin settling into his collar. He smacked his lips and smiled as if he were napping. Man, he said, everybody is still drunk. Harding, you as still concerned. He kept on about how the best thing for McMurphy to do was get dressed, quickly, while old Angel of Mercy Ava's in there calling the doctor again to repair the atrocities she had uncovered, but McMurphy maintained that there wasn't anything to get so excited about. He vmsnt any worse off than Airfor, was he? I've took their best punch, he saicl. Harding threw up his hands and went off, predicting doom. One of the black boys saw the screen was unlocked and locked it and went into the nurse's station for the big flat ledger, Kuhn back out running his finger down the roll and epping the names. He read out loud as he cited the men that matched up vsth them. The roll is listed alphabetically backwards to throw people off, so he didn't get to the BS till right at the last. He looked around the DRCKM without taking his finger from that last name in the ledger. Bibbit / here's Billy Bibbit. His eyes were big. He was thinking BLLL slipped out right under his nose, and would he ever catch it? Saw Billy Bibbit go, you damn goons. This set people to remembering lust where Billy Vass. There were whispers and laughing. Agam the black boy went back into the station, and we saw him elling the nurse. She smashed the phone down in the cradle and came out the door with the black boy hot after her. A lock of her hair had broken loose from beneath her white cap and fell across her face like wet ashes. She was sweating between her eyebrows and under her nose. She demanded we tell her where the eloper had gone. She was answered a chorus of laughter, and her eyes went around the men. So? He's not gone, is he? Harding, he's still here. Jay and the ward, isn't he? Tell me. Siffield, tell. She darted the eyes out with every word, stabbing at the men's faces, but the men were immune to her poison. Their eyes met hers, their grins mocked the old confident smile she had lost. A Washington, Warren. Come with me for RCH.M check. We rose and followed as the three of them went along, unlocking the lab, the tub room, the doctor's office. Scanlon covered his grin with his naughty hand and whispered, "Hey, ain't it gonna be some joke on of Billy?" We all nodded. And Billy's not the only one it's gonna be a joke on. Now that I think about it, remember who's in there. The nurse reached the door of the seclusion room at the end of the hall. We pushed up close to see, crowding and craning to peep over the big nurse and them black boys as she unlocked it and swung it open. It was dark in the windowless room. There was a squeak and a scuffle in the dark, and the nurse reached out, flicked the light down on Billy and the girl where they were blinning up from that mattress on the floor ilcum vo owls from a nest. The nurse ignored the howl of laughter behind her. William Bibbett. She tried so hard to sound cold and stem. FTV 111 I am Bibbett, morning Nesracht, Billy said, not even making any move to get up and button his pajamas He took the girl's hand in his and grinned. This is Candy. The nurse's tongue clucked in her bony throat. Oh, Billy Billy Billy, I'm so ashamed for you. Billy wasn't awake enough to respond much to her shaming, and the girl was fussing around looking under the mattress for her nylons, moving slow and warm looking after sleep. Evilly so often she would stop her dreamy fumbling and up and smile at the icy figure of the nurse standing there with her arms crossed, then feel to see if her sweater was buttoned, and go back to tugging for her nylon caught between the mattress and the tile floor. They both moved like fat cats full of warm milk, lazy in the sun. I guess they were still fairly drunk too. Zio, Billy, the nurse said, like she was so disappointed she might break down and cry. A woman ilka this. A cheap, low, painted courtesan. Harding suggested. Jezebel. The nurse turned and tried to nail him with her eyes, but he just went on. Not Jezebel? No. He scratched his head in thought. How about Salome? She's notoriously evil. Perhaps Dame is the 1173rd Utvent well, I'm lust trying to she slung back to Billy. He was concentrating on getting to his feet. He rolled over and came to his knees, but in the air like a cow getting up, then pushed up on his hands, then came to one foot, then the other, and straightened. He looked pleased with his success, as if he wasn't even opere of us crowding at the door teasing him and hurrahing him. The loud talk and laughter swilled around the nurse. She looked from Billy and the girl to the bunch of us behind her. The enamel and plastic face was caving in. She shut her eyes 264 and strained to calm her trembling, concentrating. She knew this was it, her back to the wall. Her eyes opened again. They were very small and SEILA\X11 at 117311 IES me, Billy, she said. I could hear the change in her voice. Is how your poor mother is going to take this. She got the rests she was after. Billy flinched and put his hand to his cheek like he'd been bummed with acid. Mrs. Bibbett 2's always been so proud of your discretion. I know she has. This is going to disturb her. Turnbly _ you know how she is when she gets disturbed, Billy, you know how ill the poor woman can become. She's very sensitive. Especially concerning her son. She always spoke so proudly of you. She al null. Null. His mouth was working. He shook his head, begging her. Iud don't need. Billy Billy Billy, she said. Your mother and I are old friends. No, he cried. His voice scraped the white, bare walls of the seclusion room. He lifted his chin so he was shouting at the moon of light in the ceiling. And no. We'd stopped laughing. We watched Billy folding into the floor, head going back, knees coming from vard _ he rubbed his hand up and down that green pant leg. He was shucking his head in panic. Eek, a kid that's been promised a whipping just as schjn as a willow is cut. The nurse touched his shoulder to comfort him. The touch shook him like a blow. Billy, I don't want her to believe something like this of you, but what am I to think? Dull don tt tell, Miss Ratch and da Billy, I have to tell. I hate to believe you would behave like this, but, really, what else can I think? I find you alone, on a mattress, with this sort of woman. No. I was. His hand went to his cheek again and stuck there. She did, Billy, this girl could not have pulled you in here forcibly. She shook her head. Understand, I would like to believe something else for your poor mother's sake. The hand pulled down his cheek, raking long red marks. She did _ he looked around him. And McMurphy? He did. And Harding, and the rest. They teased me, called me things. Now his face was fastened to hers. He didn't look to one side or the other, but on straight ahead at her face, like there was a spiraling light there instead of features, a hypnotizing swirl of cream. White and blue and orange. He swallowed and waited for her to say something, but she wouldn't. Her skill, her fantastic mechanical PWER flooded back into her, analyzing the situation and reporting to her that all she had to do was keep quiet. They made me. Please, racht, they may all I dash. She checked her beam and Billy's face pitched downward, sobbing relief. She put a hand on his neck and drew his cheek to her starched breast, stroking his shoulder while she tummed a slow, contemptuous look across the bunch of us. It's all light, Billy. It's all right. No one else is going to harm you. It's all right. I'll explain to your mother. She continued to glare at us as she spoke. It was strange to hear that voice, soft and soothing and warm as a pillow, coming out of a face hard as porcelain. Zai right, Billy. Come along me. You can overhear in the doctor's office. There's no reason for you to be submitted to sitting out in the day with these friends of yours. She led him into the office, stroking his bowed head and saying, poor boy, poor little boy, while we faded back down the hall silently and sat down in the day room without looking at one another or speaking. McMurphy was the last one to take a seat. The Chionics across the way had stopped milling around and were settling into their slots. I looked at McMurphy out of the corner of my eye, trying not to be obvious about it. He was in his chair in the corner, resting a second before he came out for the next round in a long line of next rounds. The thing he was fighting couldn't whip it for good. All you could do was keep on whipping it, till you couldn't come out anymore and somebody else had to take your place. There was more phoning going on in the nurses' station and a number of authorities showing up for a tour of the evidence. And the doctor himself finally came in. Every one of these people gave him a look. The whole thing had been planned by him, or at least condoned and authorized. He was white and shaky under their eyes. You could see he'd already heard about most of what had gone on here, on his ward, but the big nurse outlined it for him again, in slow, loud detail so we could hear it too. Heal it in the proper way, this time, solemnly, with no whispering or giggling while she talked. The doctor nodded and fiddled with his glasses, batting eyes so watery I thought he must be splashing her. She finished by telling him about Billy and the tragic experience we had put the poor boy through. I left him in office. Judging from his present state, I suggest you see him right away. He's been through a terrible ordeal. I shudder to think of the damage that must have been done to the poor boy. She waited until the doctor shuddered. TCN, I think you should go see if you can speak with him. He needs a lot of sympathy. He's in a pitiful state. The doctor nodded again and uppercut off toward his office. We watched him go. Mac, Scanlon said. Listen, you don't think any of us are being taken in by the scrap, do you? It's bad, but we know where the blame lies. We ain't blaming you, no, I said. None of us blame you, and wished I'd had my tongue pulled out as SCN, and as I saw the yuppie he looked at me. He closed his eyes and relaxed, waiting it like. Harding got up and walked over to him and had just opened his mouth to say something when the doctor's voice screaming down the hall smashed a common horror and realization onto every Boakley's face. Nurse, he yelled. Good Lord, nurse. She ran, and the three black boys ran, down the hall to where the doctor was still calling. But not a patient got up. We knew there wasn't anything for us to do now but just sit tight and wait for her to come to the day. RCN, to tell us what we all had known was one of the things that was bound to happen. She walked straight to McMurphy. He cut his throat, she said. She waited, hoping he would say something. He wouldn't look up. He opened the doctor's desk and found some instruments and cut his throat. The poor miserable, misunderstood boy held himself. He's there now, in the doctor's chair, with his throat cut. She waited again. But he still wouldn't look up. First Charles Cheswick and now William Bibbett. I hope you're finally satisfied. Playing with human lives, gambling vsth human eves, as if thought yourself to be a god. She tummed and walked into the nurse's station and closed the door behind her, leaving a shrill, killing cold sound ringing in the tubes of light over our heads. First I had a quick thought to stop him, talk him into taking what he'd already and let her have the last round, but another, bigger thought wiped the first thought alveoli completely. I suddenly realized vsth a crystal certainty that neither I nor any of the half score of us could stop him. That Harding's arguing or my grabbing him from behind, or old Colonel Matterson's teaching or Scanlon's griping, or all of us together couldn't rise up and stop him. We couldn't stop him because we were the ones making him do it. It wasn't the nurse that was forcing him, it was our need that was making him push himself slowly up from sitting, his big hands driving down on the leather chair arms, pushing him up, rising and standing like one of those moving picture zombies, obeying orders beamed at him from 40 masters. It was us that had been making him go on for weeks, keeping him standing long after his feet and legs had given out, weeks of making him wink and grin and laugh and go on with his act long after his humor had been parched dry Betvinvo electrodes. We made him stand and hitch up his black shorts like they were horsehide chaps, and push back his cap one finger like it was a 10-gallon Stetson, slow, mechanical gestures, and when he walked across the floor could hear the iron in his bare heels ring sparks out of the tile. Only at the last, after he'd smashed through that glass door, her face swinging around, with terror forever ruining any other look she might ever try to use again, screaming when he grabbed for her and ripped her uniform all the way down the front, screaming again when the TiVo nippled circles started from her chest and swelled out and out, bigger than anybody had ever even imagined, warm and pink in the light. Only at the last, after the officials realized that the 3 black boys weren't going to do anything but stand and watch, and they would have to beat him off without their help, doctors and supervisors and nurses prying those heavy red fingers out of the white flesh of her throat as if they were her neck bones, jerking him backward off of her with a loud heave of breath, only then did he show any sign that he might be anything other than a sane, evilful, dogged man performing a hard duty that Enely just had to done. Like it or not, he gave a cry. At the last, falling backward, his face appearing to us for a second upside down before he was smothered on the floor by a pile of white uniforms, he let himself cry out. A sound of cornered animal fear and hate and surrender defiance, that if you ever trailed coon or cougar or lynx is, like the last sound the treed and shot and falling animal makes as the dogs get him, when he finally doesn't care anymore about anything but himself and his dying. 268 I hung around another couple of weeks to see what was to come. Everything was changing. Seffold and Fredrickson signed out together against medical advice, and TiVo days later another 3 acutes left, and 6 more transferred to another ward. There was a lot of investigation about the party on the ward and about Billy's death, and the doctor was informed that his resignation x-17 jold be accepted, and he informed them that they would have to go the whole way and kin him if they wanted him out. The big nurse was over in medical for a week, so for a while we had the little Jap nurse from Disturbed running the ward. That gave the guys a chance to change a lot of the vocal policy. By the time the big nurse came back, Harding had even got the tub room back open and was in there dealing blackjack himself, trying to make that airy, thin voice of his sound like McMurphy's auctioneer bellow. He was dealing when he heard her key hit the lock. We all left the tub room and queued out in the hall to meet her, to ask about McMurphy. She jumped back TiVo steps when we approached, and I thought for a second she might run. Her face was bloated blue and out of shape on one side, closing one eye completely, and she had a heavy bandage around her throat. And a new white uniform. Some of the guys grinned at the front of it, in spite of its being smaller and tighter and more starched than her old uniforms. It could no longer conceal the fact that she was a woman. Smiling, Harding stepped up close and asked what had become of Mac. She a little pad and pencil from the pocket of her uniform and wrote, "He will be back," on it and passed it around. That trembled in her hand. "Are you sure?" Harding wanted to know after he read it. We'd heard all ends of things, that he'd knocked down 2 aides on Disturbed and taken their keys and escaped, that he'd been sent back to the work farm, even that the nurse, in charge now till they got a new doctor, was giving him special therapy. Are you quite positive? Harding repeated. The nurse took out her pad again. She was stiff in the joints, and her more than ever white hand skittered on the pad like one of those arcade gypsies that scratch out fortunes for a penny. Yes, Mr. Harding, she wrote. Would not say so if I was not positive. He will be back. Harding read the paper, then tore it up and threw the pieces at her. She flinched and raised her hand to protect the bruised side of her face from the paper. Lady, I think you're full of so 269 much bullshit, Harding told her. She stared at him, and her hand wavered over the pad a second, but then she turned and walked into the nurse's station, sticking the pad and pencil back down in the pocket of her uniform. Harding said. Our conversation was a bit spotty, it seemed, but then, when you are told that you are full of bullshit, what kind of written comeback can you make? She tried to get her ward back into shape, but it was difficult with McMurphy's presence still tromping up and down the halls and laughing out loud in the meetings and singing in the latrines. She couldn't rule her old power anymore, not by writing things on pieces of paper. She was losing her patients one after the other. After Harding signed out and Avis picked up by his and George transferred to a different ward, just 3 of us were left out of the group that had been on the fishing crew, myself and Martini and Scanlon. I didn't want to leave Lust yet, because she seemed to be sure, she seemed to be waiting for one more round, and I wanted to be there in case it came off. And one morning after McMurphy'd been gone 3 weeks, she made her last play. The ward door opened, and the black boys wheeled in this gummy with a chart at the end that said in heavy black letters, McMurphy, F. P. Post-operative. And below this was Teepton in ink, lobotomy. They pushed it into the day room and left it standing against the upple, along next to the vegetables. We stood at the foot of the gurney, reading the chart, then looked up to the other end at the head dented into the pillow, a swirl of red hair over a face milk white except for the heavy purple bruises around the eyes. After a minute of silence, Scanlon tummed and spat on the floor. What's the old bitch tryin' to put over on us anyhow, for crap's sakes? That ain't him. Not being like him, Martini said. How stupid she think we are. Oh, they done a pretty fair job, though, Martini said, moving up alongside the head and pointing as he talked. See? They got the broken nose and that crazy scar, even the sideburns. Sure, Scanlon growled, but hell. I pushed past the other patients to stand beside Martini. Sure, they can do Ewing's ilka scars and broken noses, I said. But they can't do that Bach. There's nothin' in the face, just eek one of those store dummies, ain't that right, Scanlon? 270 Scanlon spat. I'm damn right. I whole things, you know, too blank. Anybody can see that. Look here, one of the patients said, peeling back the sheet, tattoos. Sure, I said, they can do, but the arms, The arms. They couldn't do those. His arms were big. For the rest of the afternoon, Scanlon and Martini and I ridiculed what Scanlon called that crummy sideshow fake lying there on the gurney, but as the hours passed and the swelling began subsiding around the eyes, I saw more and more guys strolling over to look at the figure. I watched them walk by acting like they were going to the magazine rack or the drinking fountain, so they could sneak another look at the face. I ratched and tried to figure out what he would have done. I was only sure of one thing: he wouldn't have left something that sit there in the day room with his name tacked on it for 20 or 30 years so the big nurse could use it as an example of what can happen if you buck the system. I was sure of that. I waited that night until the sounds in the dorm told me everybody was asleep, and until the black boys had stopped main their rounds. Then I tummed my head on the pillow so I could see the bed next to mine. I'd been listening to the breathing for hours, since they had wheeled the gurney in and lifted the stretcher onto the bed, listening to the lungs stumbling and stopping, then starting again, hoping as I listened the 1173 stop for good, but I hadn't tummed to look yet. There was a cold moon at the window, pouring light into the dorm. Skim milk _ I sat up in bed, and my shadow fell across the body, seeming to cleave it in half between the hips and the shoulders, leaving only a black space. The swelling had gone down enough in the eyes that they were open, they stared into the full light of the moon, open and undreaming, glazed from being open so long without blinking until they were smudged fuses in a fuse box. I moved to pick up the pillow, and the eyes fastened on the movement and followed me as I stood up and crossed the few feet between the beds. The big, hard body had a tough grip on life. It fought a long time against having it taken away, flailing and thrashing around so much I finally had to lie full length on top of it and scissor the kicking legs with mine while I mashed the pillow into the face. I lay there on top of the body for what seemed days. Until the thrashing stopped. Until I was still a while and had shuddered once and was still again. Then I rolled off. I lifted the pillow, and in the moonlight I saw the expression hadn't changed from the blank, dead end look the least bit, even under suffocation. I took my thumbs and pushed the lids down and held them till they stayed. Then I lay back on my bed. I lay for a while, holding the covers over my face, and thought I was being pretty quiet, but Scanlon's nice hissing from his bed let me know I wasn't. "Take it easy, Chief," he said. "Take it easy. It's okay." "Shut up," I whispered. "Go back to sleep." It was quiet a while, then I heard him hiss again and ask, "Is it finished?" I told him yet. "Christ," he said then, "she'll know. You realize that, don't you?" "Sure, nobody'll be able to prove anything anybody coulda kicked off in post-operative like he was, happens all the time, but her, she'll camo _ I didn't say anything. Was I you, Chief, I'd breeze my tail outta here. Yes sir _ I tell you what, you leave outta here, and I'll say I saw him up and moving around after you lift and cover you that way. That's the best idea, don't you think?" "Oh, yeah, just ilka that. Just ask em to unlock the door and let me out." "No. He showed you how one time, if you think back that very first week, you remember." I didn't answer him and B didn't say anything else, and it was quiet in the dorm again. I lay there a few minutes longer and then got up and started putting on my clothes. When I finished dressing, I reached into McMulphy's nightstand and got his cap and tried it on. It was too small, and I was suddenly ashamed of trying to wear it. I dropped it on Scanlon's bed as I walked out of the dorm. He said, "Take it easy, buddy," as I walked out. The moon straining through the screen of the tub room windows showed the hunched, heavy shape of the control panel, glinted off the chrome fixtures and glass gauges so cold I could almost hear the echo of its ticking. I took a deep breath and bent over and took the levers. I heaved my legs under me and felt the grind of weight at my feet. I heaved again and heard the VV wires and connections tearing out of the floor. I lurched it up to my knees and was able to get an hand around it and my other hand under it. The chrome was cold against my neck and the side of my head. I put my back toward the screen, then spun and let the momentum carry the panel through the screen and window with a ripping crash. The glass splashed out in the moon, like a bright cold water baptizing the sleeping earth. Panting, I thought for a second about going back and getting Scanlon and some of the others, but then I heard the running squeak of the black boy's shoes in the hall and I put my hand on the sill and vaulted after the panel, into the moonlight. I ran across the grounds in the direction I remembered seeing the dog go, toward the highway. I remember I was taking huge strides as I ran, seeming to step and float a long ways before my next foot struck the earth. I felt like I was flying. Free. Nobody bothers coming after an AWOL, I knew, and Scanlon could handle any questions about the dead man. No need to be running like this. But I didn't stop. I ran for miles before I stopped and walked up the embankment onto the highway. I caught a ride vsth a guy, a Mexican guy, going north in a truck full of sheep, and gave him such a good story about me being a professional Indian wrestler the syndicate had tried to lock up in a Nuthus that he stopped real quick and gave me a leather jacket to cover my greens and loaned me $10 to eat on while I hitchhiked to Canada. I had him write his address down before he drove off and I told him I'd send him the truth as soon as I got a little ahead. I might go to Canada eventually, but I think I'll stop along the Columbia on the way. I'd like to check around Portland and Hood River and the Dalles to see if there's any of the guys I used to know back in the village who haven't drunk themselves goofy. I'd like to see what they've been doing since the government tried to buy their right to be Indians. I've even heard that some of the tribe have took to building their old ramshackle wood scaffolding all over that big $1 million hydroelectric darn, and are spearing salmon in the spillway. I'd give something to see that. Mostly, I'd lust eke to look over the country around the Pirga again, just to bring some of it clear in my mind again. I've been away a long time. The end.